In the year 736 of the Age of the Universe, on the supergravity planet Gastan, all intelligent beings have been eradicated as Saiyan, distinguished by a crab-like hairstyle, a scarred face, and clad in Frieza's soldier armor, sat cross-legged within a rudimentary cavern, suspended in midair, emanating a terrifying aura. As the Saiyan's energy surged, everything around him grew restless, the stones trembled, and the cave quaked as though it were experiencing an earthquake. Subsequently, the environment underwent horrifying transformations. Dark clouds converged in the sky, and bolts of lightning struck the cavern where the Saiyan resided. The violent tremors caused debris to fall, and the mountains cracked apart. However, as the rocks descended upon the Saiyan, they were obliterated into dust by his overwhelming energy. The apocalyptic scene escalated further, with powerful energy piercing the clouds, stirring the winds and storm. This spectacle continued unabated for 2 full days and nights. Then, with a resounding boom, it seemed as though everything had reached a critical point. The Saiyan's energy peaked, and he abruptly awakened, rising to his feet. With a slight bend of his arms, he unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, his furious roar echoing through the heavens. Everything around him was flattened, and as his aura intensified, it transformed into a brilliant gold. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, while his pupils shifted to a light green. His formidable energy broke through the layers of dark clouds, instantly clearing the sky, and a golden radiance illuminated the entire land, resembling the sun's embrace. After nearly a decade of effort, I have finally shattered this barrier and transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a surge of excitement, Bardock clenched his fists, observing his combat power, which soared to an astounding 250 million. Though he possessed the body of the original Bardock, his soul was not his own. 10 years prior, the original Bardock had succumbed to grave injuries and perished while being placed into a medical pod. A soul longing to transcend into a different world had merged with this body, becoming Bardock, the father of the renowned protagonist Goku from the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, it was worth noting that Bardock had not returned for 5 or 6 years, and apart from having one son, Raditz, he had not sown any other seeds. Thus, in the original narrative, Goku had yet to be born. Upon assuming Bardock's identity, the soul known as Zhao Zhou felt an exhilarating thrill in his memories. Bardock seemed to be the first Saiyan to attain Super Saiyan status, conveniently overlooking the progenitor Yamoshi. However, reality dealt Zhao Zhou a harsh blow, as his recovery left him with limited control over this body. Furthermore, Bardock's status as a so-called low-class warrior led to disdain from middle and upper-class fighters. As Zhao Zhou initially failed to grasp the true nature of this world, he held onto the moral standards of his past life, leading to predictable consequences. During a meal, he witnessed a bald middle-class warrior coercing a petite female Saiyan. The other Saiyans laughed heartily, indicating that such behavior was commonplace. Fueled by righteous indignation, Zhao Zhou intervened and struck the middle-class warrior, knocking him down. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, then instinctively activated their scouters to gauge Zhao Zhou's power level. Bah! A mere 2,000 in battle power, the Saiyans collectively scoffed, expecting the audacity to challenge a middle-class warrior to stem from formidable strength, only to discover him to be a lowly fighter with a paltry power level, prompting a chorus of ridicule. "How dare you, lowly warrior, attack me? He'll show you what real power looks like." With that, the middle-class warrior retaliated with a ki blast aimed at Zhao Zhou. Caught off guard, Zhao Zhou was sent flying out of the dining hall, swiftly incapacitated. The middle-class warrior, named Nebura, vented his rage by breaking Zhao Zhou's limbs. While the other Saiyans resumed their revelry, Zhao Zhou's actions were not entirely in vain, as the female Saiyan he had attempted to protect seized the opportunity to escape. Left in a heap like discarded refuse, Zhao Zhou became the subject of mockery from passing Saiyans. With no one willing to assist the unconscious figure, night fell. After the initial group of Saiyans departed the restaurant, a petite figure cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of Nebura, she swiftly flew to Zhao Zhou's side, checking for signs of life. Relieved to find he still breathed, the 1-6 female Saiyan beamed with joy. This Saiyan, named Jine, lifted Zhao Zhou's injured body and flew to the Saiyan medical station. She exhausted her savings to ensure his recovery. After enduring significant injuries, Zhao Zhou emerged from treatment stronger than before, his battle power boosted to 3,000. He also acquired a unique ability known as the All-Knowing Eye, which allowed him to perceive others' battle power, albeit a rather trivial gift. In a twist of fate, Jine, the Saiyan whom Zhao Zhou had saved, was none other than Goku's mother. Their bond deepened as they navigated this ordeal together, ultimately leading to their union. Simultaneously, this experience awakened Zhao Zhou to the reality of the situation, solidifying his identity as a true Saiyan Bardock. Henceforth, Zhao Zhou was Bardock. The following year, Bardock and Jine welcomed their son Raditz, whose potential barely met the standards of a middle-class warrior. Boasting a power level of 101, that he would not face exile and could receive the elite education afforded to Saiyans, though it came at a cost, driven to provide a better life for Jine and their child. Bardock began accepting missions to invade planets, leveraging his abilities. When Raditz turned 3, Frieza, the nominal ruler of the Saiyans, unexpectedly visited Planet Vegeta. Upon seeing the infant in a stroller, Bardock's long-dormant memories surged forth, reminding him of the massacre Frieza had orchestrated against their race, leaving him drenched. In cold sweat, as Frieza departed, Bardock remained in a daze. It wasn't until he returned home and heard Raditz call him father, with Jine cheerfully urging him to join them for dinner, that he regained his composure. Observing the warmth and laughter shared by his family, Bardock silently vowed to alter the course of fate and protect his loved ones that very evening. Bardock confided in Jine about his intent to undertake a high-ranking mission that would keep him away for an extended period, urging her to care for herself and Raditz in his absence. Jine, though unaware of his reasons, supported him silently from behind. The following day, Bardock accepted an invasion mission concerning Gastan, assigned by Frieza's army. Upon entering the mission hall, other Saiyans mocked Bardock for daring to take on a task meant for warriors of much greater strength, as he possessed a mere power level of nearly 4,000. According to existing intelligence, Gastan was classified as a high-level planet, home to beings with battle powers around 50,000, with an average power level of 4,000. Bardock's decision to undertake this mission was tantamount to courting death, as completing such a task alone was an impossibility without teaming up with higher-class warriors. However, the soldier responsible for registering the mission was not a Saiyan, and thus offered no further discouragement. The Saiyans revered strength, and these scientists on Planet Vegeta lived under constant threat of annihilation, wishing for fewer Saiyan lives to remain. Thus, they wore smiles on their faces while secretly hoping for the Saiyans' downfall. Thus, Bardock braved the scorn of his fellow Saiyans and the quiet satisfaction of the aliens as he departed Planet Vegeta aboard a battle-class spaceship. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Planet. The anticipated arrival time from Planet Vegeta to Planet Gastan is approximately 3 months, according to the information available. Planet Gastan is rich in mineral resources and subterranean energy, coupled with the legend of possessing the universe's hardest metal, Kakengang, making it a coveted target for numerous cosmic developers who have offered substantial prices for this planet. However, due to its classification as an advanced planet, despite its civilization being primitive, the gravity here is about 5 times that of Planet Vegeta, rendering it exceedingly difficult for beings from other planets to adapt to such inhumane gravitational conditions. When elite soldiers under Frieza descend upon this planet, their combat power diminishes significantly due to the increased gravity. The Gastan inhabitants, having been born and raised in this environment, possess formidable physiques and fierce combat capabilities, effectively discouraging Frieza soldiers and passing this challenging task on to the Saiyans, whose minds are solely focused on battle. This is partly by Frieza's design and partly to diminish the high-tier combat power of some Saiyans, preventing any uncontrollable elements from emerging among them, ensuring they serve Frieza faithfully. During these 3 months, Bardock has not remained idle. If he wishes to grow stronger, he must learn to better perceive and utilize the energy within him. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, he has a solid understanding of energy, but, constrained by the pressures of reality, has not made significant progress. Now that he is in the authentic Dragon Ball universe, it is time for him to experiment thoroughly. First is the generation of energy. The basic energy wave is something every Saiyan can perform. This is perhaps an advantage of their naturally robust physique, since an ordinary Earthling could spend a lifetime without being able to unleash an energy wave. Gohan's teaching method to Dilly revolves around the generation of energy, a stage Bardock naturally bypasses. Next comes the perception of energy. Each race in Dragon Ball possesses its unique energy, and each individual's energy is distinct, without other races for Bardock to experiment with in the cosmos. He must attempt to sense his own energy and, concurrently, try to control it. Finally, there is the cultivation of energy, which varies across different races. For instance, Namekians, endowed with strong mental faculties, can enhance their combat power merely through meditation. While this method may yield gradual increases, it is reliable. They can also augment their strength through battle, but compared to Saiyans, the improvements are quite limited. Of course, if one wishes to take a shortcut. Namekians possess the ability to assimilate, allowing for rapid enhancement. A prime example is Piccolo, who, upon resurrection from King Kai's planet to Namek, assimilated with Nail, skyrocketing his power from tens of thousands to millions, representing a 100-fold increase, a truly monstrous transformation. The most astonishing feat occurs when he assimilates with the Guardian, propelling his combat power to around 700 million, allowing him to contend evenly with androids, a truly terrifying enhancement. However, Bardock is uncertain whether meditation will cause his energy to spiral out of control, potentially damaging the spaceship. If his meditation leads to the destruction of the ship, he would be left with no escape but to perish in the cosmos. Such an outcome would be utterly regrettable. After much contemplation, Bardock resolves to begin with the most prudent approach, the perception of energy. He recalls that Vegeta easily learned to control his energy after battling Goku and others. And as a time traveler, he should not struggle to grasp the fundamentals of energy perception and control. Reality, however, proves Bardock wrong. The martial arts knowledge accumulated over countless years cannot be replicated by a Saiyan with no martial arts foundation in a short span. Some may question why he does not venture to Earth or Namek to learn about energy utilization and perception to deepen his martial arts foundation. Bardock can only scoff at such a notion. Every spaceship and scouter belonging to the Saiyans is equipped with tracking and eavesdropping capabilities. Should Bardock suddenly vanish during a mission or divert to another planet, he would be automatically classified as missing or a defector by the technological personnel on Planet Vegeta. As for learning martial arts on other planets with established foundations, that is absurd. Would Namekians welcome a notorious Saiyan? Moreover, Bardock, having undertaken numerous missions to improve the living standards of Kain and her child, carries an aura of malevolence that would likely result in immediate termination by Namekians. Perhaps some might suggest using the Great Ape transformation. However, lower-class Saiyans cannot create artificial moons, and there is no moon on Namek. As for Planet Metamor, it is likely that their combat power exceeds that of Bardock in his Great Ape form, so such ideas are futile. The Ardetra people are even more formidable. Possessing numerous secret techniques, Bardock might not even prevail against them. Furthermore, in Dragon Ball Super, the Ardetra people from the 6th universe can participate in the Tournament of Power. Do you truly believe their strength is feeble? If Bardock were to go missing, Kain and Raditz would face even greater hardships. The young Raditz would likely be dispatched to other planets for missions and might perish during one of them. A fate Bardock wishes to avoid. Defection is out of the question. Kain and Raditz would be subjected to direct judgment by King Vegeta, leading to their execution. All this said, the primary issue lies in the notorious reputation of Saiyans in the 7th universe, which is exceedingly foul. As for the notion of amicable exchanges akin to fanfiction, proclaiming oneself a good person, the moment others perceive the righteous and pure aura emanating from a Saiyan, it is nothing short of absurd. Planets aware of the Saiyan name would readily unleash their most potent weaponry. Bardock experienced this firsthand upon embarking on his initial invasion mission. Upon revealing his Saiyan identity, adversaries wasted no time in attacking without explanation. As Bardock undertook more missions, he became somewhat desensitized, realizing that the most effective persuasion was to eliminate the opponent. One was an invader, and the other was a defender, a situation that was inherently irreconcilable. Coupled with his responsibilities towards Raditz and Kain, even if he felt some reluctance, he had no choice but to act decisively. After all, human emotions vary greatly. Time passes swiftly, and after 3 months, Bardock's spaceship lands on planet Gastan. Instead of a smooth landing, the ship plummets rapidly and crashes heavily onto the surface, causing Bardock considerable distress, for this is not a single-soldier spaceship meant for Saiyan expeditions. Upon exiting the ship, Bardock feels as though he is bearing an immense burden, making it incredibly arduous to move. Fortunately, this is an uninhabited area, devoid of powerful creatures. Otherwise, Bardock would likely have been sent to the underworld immediately upon disembarking. Summoning all his strength to unleash his energy, Bardock begins to feel somewhat more at ease, enabling him to move with relative swiftness. He likens his pace to that of an elderly individual jogging. Now, Bardock's first challenge upon landing on planet Gastan is to overcome the gravitational environment of this world. As for the return journey of the spaceship, it must remain where it is until he possesses the capability to relocate it to a relatively safe location. In the ensuing time, Bardock engages in basic exercises within the gravitational environment. When hunger strikes, he can only consume the nutritional substances provided by the spaceship. Given the Saiyans' considerable appetites, the formulated nutritional substances not only satisfy their hunger, but also boast a high absorption rate, albeit with less palatable flavors. However, with the inability to function normally on this planet, Bardock has no choice but to reluctantly accept this sustenance. After a continuous period of half a month, Bardock finally adapts to the five-fold gravity of Planet Vegeta, enabling him to move freely. His combat power experiences a substantial increase, reaching 8,000, a direct doubling of his previous strength, surpassing even that of so-called superior warriors. Able to move with agility and having experienced a significant enhancement in combat prowess, Bardock subsequently concealed his spaceship in a relatively safe location. He then unleashed his energy to locate areas where life forms congregated through his detector. The creatures there exhibited formidable combat capabilities, reaching nearly 3,000 in strength. Furthermore, the detector indicated that approximately 100 similar beings coexisted in that vicinity, which was nothing short of terrifying. As for locations harboring even more powerful entities, Bardock dared not approach. For his all-seeing eye revealed that this planet was home to beings with an astonishing combat power of up to 120,000. It was evident that the information provided by the Frieza force was misleading. Fortunately, this planet remained largely primitive, possessing little understanding of energy signatures. Otherwise, it would have been Bardock fleeing instead. Chapter 3. The transformed Gastan. The Gastans are characterized by a single eye, adorned in yellow, and clad in animal hide skirts. Their physique bears resemblance to goblins, robust and formidable. Their means of communication is limited to guttural roars, with varying tones signifying different meanings, a conclusion drawn by Bardock after careful observation. Fearing that Frieza might glean information from his scanning device, Bardock discarded it within the spaceship. His decision against destruction stemmed from a personal strategy. He anticipated residing on this planet for 7 or 8 years, and the timeline coincided with the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. During his stay on this planet, Bardock resolved to cultivate his strength. Even if he could not reach the level required to defeat Frieza, he aimed to return and rescue Raditz and Jine from the impending doom of Planet Vegeta. He held the conviction that even at the cost of his life, this was his duty as a man. The notion that a gentleman avenges after a decade was mere folly to him. Family was his sole concern. Bardock found it difficult to fathom what he would become without his family and the spiritual anchor that Jine represented. The future harbored unknown possibilities. Should his ship sustain damage, the scanning device would prove invaluable. After all, Gastan was a planet of primitive civilization. Losing contact could result in a lifetime of confinement unless serendipity intervened. The Gastans, too, were not particularly amicable, initiating attacks on the alien intruder without a hint of diplomacy, displaying a brutish demeanor. Bardock swiftly annihilated the Gastans, attempting to assail him with a shockwave. Fortunately, this tribe was not especially powerful, with their highest combat strength barely exceeding 3,000, allowing Bardock to dispatch them with relative ease. Bardock established himself within this tribe, dividing his daily life into 3 segments. The first consisted of hunting. The tribe's feeble strength meant the surrounding beasts were similarly weak, averaging a combat power of around 1,500, posing little danger. This explained the tribe's relatively low average combat power of about 2,000. The second segment was dedicated to physical training. Given the planet's gravity was 5 times that of Vegeta, any weight training imposed significant strain on Bardock's body. He incorporated rigorous physical conditioning, envisioning the depths of the ocean as the ideal training environment. Though weighted training was effective, it did not promote balanced physical development. Training in deep waters could enhance not only physical strength, but also lung capacity, thus achieving a harmonious internal and external refinement. The third segment involved Bardock's exploration of the perception and application of ki. However, he found himself at a standstill, resorting to meditative practices to clear his mind and sense the ambient ki. As for practical combat training, Bardock deemed it futile. The disparity in power levels was too great. Aside from the exceptionally powerful Gastan warriors, the rest were weak, leading to scenarios where he'd be overwhelmed by numbers rather than honing his skills. It was more prudent for him to focus on his training, striving to reach a level capable of defeating Frieza before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Time flew, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Bardock's combat power reached 15,000, making him one of the most formidable beings on Planet Vegeta and even qualifying him to be a Saiyan king. Yet, on this planet, he remained merely average. His growth trajectory was not as favorable as he had hoped. Following a regimented training schedule meant that even with a consistent increase of 7,000 in combat power annually, in another 7 years, he would only achieve a combat power of 64,000, still insufficient to contend with Frieza's first form. Even transforming into a great ape would yield a combat power of 640,000, yet Bardock would lack the ability to fly, rendering him unable to escape annihilation. Nevertheless, after over a year of meditation, Bardock could sense the ki of nearby powerful beings and manipulate his own ki fluctuations, marking a small victory amidst his challenges. After much contemplation, Bardock abandoned the more cautious training methods in favor of the Saiyans' most aggressive approach, combat. Assessing the strength of his ki, he sought opponents with comparable power levels and soared towards his target. Upon arrival, Bardock was struck by an oddity. His opponent, a Gastan, boasted a combat power of 28,000 according to his omniscient eye, yet his own perception suggested this creature was merely slightly weaker than himself. Estimating its power at around 14,000, Bardock began to question the reliability of his abilities. Ignoring the scanning results, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the strongest Gastan. The Gastan, with remarkable reflexes likely honed from battling formidable beasts, managed to block Bardock's punch with its arm. Staggering backward, the news of an intruder spread rapidly throughout the tribe, warriors armed with weapons encircling Bardock without hesitation. The tribe's most powerful warrior issued a command, prompting the others to withdraw to a safe distance, setting the stage for a one-on-one confrontation. Intrigued, Bardock proclaimed that he would allow the Gastans to withdraw with dignity, sparing them from suffering. With a fierce roar, he charged at the Gastan, who retaliated with a left hook. The collision of their fists stirred a tempest, shattering the tribe's rudimentary shelters. The Gastan then swung a stone axe at Bardock, who countered with a ki blast, reducing the primitive weapon to dust. Seizing the opportunity, Bardock grappled the Gastan's right arm and, utilizing both hands, performed a throw that sent the creature crashing to the ground. Bardock unleashed a flurry of punches upon the Gastan's head, causing cracks to form in the earth beneath them, the Gastan's body sinking under the weight of the assault. Despite the pain, the Gastan managed to grasp Bardock's arms, but Bardock skillfully deflected its attempts, countering with a ki blast aimed at its head. Confident in his attack, Bardock believed the battle to be nearing its conclusion. However, adhering to the principle of where there is smoke, there is no injury, the Dragon Ball world would not allow such a straightforward conclusion. As the dust settled, the Gastan's enraged roar reverberated, its ki erupting violently. To Bardock's astonishment, the creature underwent a transformation, its hue shifting from yellow to a striking pink. Its height surged from 2 to 2.5 meters, and its ki swelled exponentially, at least doubling its combat power. In that moment, Bardock recalled the scanning results from his omniscient eye, realizing that the readings had indicated the Gastan's ultimate combat potential. This revelation suggested that even Frieza, in his first form, would exhibit an overwhelming combat power of 120 million. The heavy footsteps of the transformed Gastan resonated within Bardock, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. Ordinary individuals, upon encountering an adversary who surpasses them in strength twofold, are often overtaken by a sense of dread rather than exhilaration. Perhaps this is the very essence of the Saiyans' combative nature. Behold my formidable dragon destruction wave. Undeterred by the transformed Gastan, Bardock unleashed a newly devised skill, swiftly compressing a single-handed energy wave before releasing it, striking the Gastan squarely in the chest. Chapter 4. Life at Stake. Break through the Gastan, expelling all of his energy, found that Bardock's ultimate technique merely grazed his skin, proving utterly ineffective. The damage was insufficient. So Bardock resorted to the prince's fighting style, relentlessly bombarding the transformed Gastan with a flurry of strikes. A powerful gust struck Bardock's cheek, followed by a fierce blow from the Gastan's hand. Bardock hastily dodged, yet the Gastan's claws still sliced his cheek, forming a cross-shaped scar with the previous wound. After a narrow escape, Bardock felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, propelling him backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Damn it, once more. I am Bardock, the first Super Saiyan in history. How could I possibly lose to this scum? Despite his grievous injuries, Bardock's instinct for battle compelled him to press on. Even in the face of death, The two resumed their fierce exchange. Bardock unleashed jabs, hooks, elbow strikes, and kicks, weaving through the fray. Each blow from the Gastan felt as if a mere mortal were being struck by a heavy iron rod. The more painful the encounter, the stronger Bardock's desire to fight became. The Gastan's muscular form, while exceptionally strong, was hindered by its sluggish speed. Although Bardock was relatively weaker, his agility far surpassed that of the Gastan, creating an illusion of a balanced contest. Yet, as the saying goes, a single powerful strike can overwhelm a multitude of weaker ones. Bardock's 10 punches might scarcely equal the damage of one from the Gastan. Comic crash. Evading a heavy punch from the Gastan, Bardock gasped for breath and conjured an energy sphere half a meter in diameter. The Gastan, unable to fly, sensed the imminent danger of Bardock's energy sphere. With astonishment, Bardock watched as the Gastan opened its mouth wide, gathering energy within. Shocking Bardock, who had assumed the gas and would only launch energy wave attacks. Seizing the moment before the Gastan could fully gather its energy, Bardock hurled his comet crash directly into its gaping maw, thinking to assist in its energy accumulation. However, his smile froze in place as he witnessed his attack shrinking. The Gastan's energy wave assimilating his own. What was meant to be assistance had turned into a disaster. With a furious roar, the Gastan unleashed the energy wave toward Bardock, who retaliated with his own energy wave while dodging to the side. The energy wave grazed Bardock's body, soaring into the cosmos. This is madness. Bardock cursed silently, diving downward with fervor, his hands together as he aimed to strike the Gastan. The Gastan, arms crossed to shield its head, peered through the gaps in its defense, silently gathering energy. Unaware of the Gastan's intentions, Bardock continued his aerial assault with relentless punches. The Gastan, having recognized its disadvantage in their previous skirmish, focused on defense while preparing its ultimate attack to decisively end Bardock. Why do you only defend? Attack, attack! Bardock thought as he delivered a flying knee strike upward against the Gastan's protective arms. The Gastan, appearing to falter, parted its arms, leading Bardock to believe his strike had breached its defense. What? Bardock's heart sank upon seeing the energy wave gathering within the Gastan's mouth. But it was too late to evade. He could only cross his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from the impending onslaught. Boom. Bardock vanished from the Gastan's sight, and in the aftermath, the Gastan's transformation dissipated, collapsing helplessly to the ground. It seemed the transformation exacted a heavy toll on the Gastan's body and had a time limit, as it was now utterly spent. In contrast, Bardock lay unconscious beside a small river, his battle suit torn with a gaping hole, and his chest charred and battered. After a day and night, bolstered by the Saiyan's formidable vitality and regenerative abilities, Bardock finally regained consciousness, wincing at the pain coursing through his body. Fortunately, he was not missing any limbs, a small mercy amidst his misfortune. Dragging his injured form, Bardock wobbled through the air, and after several hours of searching, he finally located his spaceship. Summoning the last remnants of his will, he activated the medical chamber and collapsed within, slipping into unconsciousness once more. The medical chamber, detecting his presence, automatically initiated treatment. Bardock's ship was unlike other single-pilot combat vessels. It was a medium-sized craft, resembling the one Goku used to travel to Namek. It contained a single-person medical chamber, acquired from a cosmic pirate, which, while not particularly advanced, had proven invaluable in previous missions due to its medical capabilities. After a night of treatment, the medical equipment, upon detecting that Bardock's vital signs had stabilized, began to withdraw the nutrient solution. Bardock gradually awoke, shaking off the remnants of the nutrient liquid from his hair before stepping out of the medical chamber. Using the all-knowing eye to assess his condition, Bardock discovered that his combat power had reached 20,000, a mere 5,000 increase from a life-threatening battle, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He was puzzled as to why the all-knowing eye did not display his combat power after transforming into a great ape, only revealing his base power. Faced with the countdown to the destruction of Planet Vegeta, Bardock felt a surge of anxiety, yet could not conceive of any swift method to enhance his combat power. While fighting had proven more effective for rapid improvement than systematic training, he realized he could not rely on such fortune every time he brushed against death. Resigned, Bardock began to explore the planet, reasoning that a life-sustaining planet must possess water, though it might lack oceans. Previously preoccupied with training, he had not taken the time to explore the entirety of the world. Now, he resolved to investigate thoroughly. Concealing his energy, Bardock swiftly flew over Gastan. Now cautious and aware that appearances could be deceiving, He recalled the adage that what one assumes may not reflect reality, and thus refrained from underestimating the Gastan's prowess. Fortune smiled upon him as, after traversing from the northern to the southern hemisphere, Bardock finally beheld a vast expanse of azure sea, teeming with relatively weak creatures, the most formidable among them possessing merely 1,000 combat power. A creature resembling a celestial dragon, over 200 meters long, erupted from the sea, sending towering waves crashing down. Compared to land, the safety index of the ocean surged dramatically for Bardock. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water, descending until he reached a depth of over 20 meters, where he began to feel the weight of the pressure. To push his limits, he dove another 20 meters deeper, the oppressive force assailing him, causing his body to cry out in protest, exactly what Bardock sought. After an unknown duration of enduring the pressure, Bardock felt as if his lungs would burst, prompting him to explode upward through the surface, gasping for the fresh air. At that moment, Bardock realized he had been naive. While training under the pressures of the deep sea was an excellent method for enhancing strength, it was also constrained by the availability of oxygen. If he continued this way, he could waste an indeterminate amount of time. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock proceeded to the hiding place of the spacecraft, navigating it to an unnamed isle amidst the sea. He then plunged into the water once more, descending to a depth of 45 meters. With unwavering determination, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, under the formidable resistance of the seawater. The velocity of his strikes and the swiftness of his attacks were profoundly hindered. What would typically be a lightning-fast punch now resembled the slow, deliberate movements of an elderly person practicing Tai Chi. The exertion on his stamina was considerable. However, the advantage lay in the comprehensive physical training it provided, ensuring a well-rounded development. The disadvantage, however, was that the duration of training was contingent upon the practitioner's ability to hold their breath. Chapter 5. Return to Planet Vegeta. With a newfound method to enhance his strength, Bardock diligently practiced while exploring the profound mysteries of Ki, gradually refining his own cultivation techniques. Drawing upon the theories from his previous life's cultivation novels, coupled with an understanding of his bodily condition, Bardock experienced a remarkable transformation in his combat power over a mere 2 years, reaching an astonishing 200,000. Although this was not on par with his son, who would later attain unimaginable prowess, it represented a significant advancement compared to most races across the universe. As Bardock perfected his training system, his combat power began to increase at an even faster rate. In his quest to cultivate Ki, he referenced a supreme technique from the novels he had read, the divine elephant suppression technique, gradually compressing and integrating his Ki into the cells of his body. It is known that the human body contains an immense number of cells. If he could maximize the Ki within each cell, the potential boost to his combat power would be tremendous. Initially, Bardock intended to gather his Ki into the Dantian, as described in the cultivation novels, condensing it into liquid and then into a pill, allowing for a gradual exploration of the path ahead. However, he soon realized that his assumptions were misguided. Though Saiyans bore only a tail compared to Earthlings, their bodily structure was quite different, notably the absence of a Dantian. Perhaps due to his dual existence, Bardock achieved a state of inner vision through over a year of meditation. Upon mentally scanning his body, he found no trace of the legendary Dantian. Instead, he discovered the remarkable resilience of his flesh and the subtle presence of Ki within each cell, which inspired the notion of having the cells substitute for a Dantian. During the initial experiments, Bardock endured considerable pain, as the process of compressing Ki into the cells was perilous and could lead to catastrophic consequences. There were times when he suffered severe injuries, with ruptured blood vessels causing him immense agony. Fortunately, the medical pod aboard his spaceship allowed him to recover fully within hours, even enhancing his combat power. As Bardock's method of integrating Ki into his cells matured, his injuries became less frequent, and his combat power surged swiftly. In the Dragon Ball universe, Earthlings typically cultivated by exhausting their potential to amplify their Ki, a rather brute force approach that often resulted in hidden injuries and reduced lifespan. In contrast, Bardock's method involved strengthening his cells through internal Ki enhancement, allowing for better control over his Ki, a more subtle and refined approach. Once the Ki within his cells reached its maximum capacity, compressing it into liquid would mark a new stage of advancement. It was unfathomable what heights he might eventually reach. As for the Gastan people on this planet, when Bardock's combat power reached 1 million, he confronted the formidable Gastans, ultimately annihilating their strongest warrior with a single move, the Interstellar Destruction Blast, and dispatching the remaining minions effortlessly. On this day in the year 736 of the age of the universe, Bardock's ki surged to 5 million, and an inexplicable force beckoned him from his spine, compelling him to gather his ki in his back, enabling his transformation into a Super Saiyan. In that moment, the haunting specter of Frieza was purged from Bardock's mind, as clarity flooded his thoughts and his frustrations dissipated, resulting in an elevation of his very being. It was time to return. Wait for me, Giant and Raditz. After exiting his Super Saiyan state, Bardock opened the spaceship's hatch and stepped into the moss-covered interior. He set the course for Planet Vegeta and activated the ship, settling into a meditative state within the control room. Bardock was acutely aware that even greater foes awaited him in the future. Though he could not discern which timeline he belonged to, he understood that adversaries in any timeline were formidable. To survive in a world where destruction loomed at every turn, one must possess strength that eclipsed even the gods. A vessel akin to a shooting star soared from Gastan towards Planet Vegeta. Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta, a staff member responsible for task data suddenly received news of Bardock's return, which caused a stir in their heart. However, upon reading Bardock's report of mission failure without elaboration, they couldn't help but scoff. Trash is trash. A mere low-class warrior dares to dream of completing a high-level mission? Has he lost his mind? After mocking Bardock, the staff member reposted the Gastan mission and downgraded the status of Bardock's failure. Whether victorious or defeated, Saiyan missions were publicly announced in the task hall for a period, serving as a form of motivation. Those who failed were often ridiculed, scorned, and even insulted by their peers. Thus, upon the announcement of Bardock's failure, even though they recognized the formidable nature of the Gastan mission, the Saiyans unabashedly mocked and derided him, hurling vile insults, particularly focusing on Bardock's status as a low-class warrior. In the task hall, a long-haired, cold-faced Saiyan glanced at the familiar name and felt a surge of excitement. Yet, upon learning of Bardock's failure, he clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing, revealing his inner turmoil. This Saiyan was Raditz, Bardock's son, who had achieved 800 combat power at the age of 10 and was assigned by King Vegeta to accompany the noble Saiyan Nappa as a mere attendant to his son. Vegeta. Due to Bardock's low-class warrior status, Vegeta and Nappa treated Raditz almost like a servant. With his combat power of 800 primarily gained through relentless training and injuries inflicted by Nappa. Otherwise, he would not have possessed nearly half of the combat power seen at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z by the age of 10. How could I have such a useless father? Raditz thought, his emotions reflecting a typical case of being oblivious to the hardships of others. Regardless, you may be a failure, but Mother has always cared for you. I shall inform her of your ineptitude, so she can be pleased. Perhaps having spent too much time with Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz developed a sense of superiority as a higher-class warrior, often flaunting the distinctions between the ranks of warriors. However, his bravado was merely for show in front of weaker Saiyans. At home, he behaved submissively before Giant, completely shedding his arrogant demeanor. With mixed feelings, Raditz returned home and relayed Bardock's return to Planet Vegeta to Giant. Upon hearing the news of Bardock's return, Giant's face lit up with a radiant smile. Raditz, do you know when your father will come back? She asked eagerly, ignoring Raditz's complex emotions. Raditz faltered, realizing he had not inquired about it. After seeing the news of Bardock's failure, he had been preoccupied with disdain. Mother, I only learned of father's return from others. I do not know when he will arrive at Planet Vegeta. As Raditz pressed Bardock against the pillar of shame, he felt an inexplicable hesitation when uttering the word father. In light of this, he resolved to visit the mission hall to listen attentively. At that moment, Giant discerned that something was amiss with Raditz, realizing that her son's unease stemmed from Bardock's failure in his mission. Without offering further counsel, she departed from their home and soared toward the mission base. Chapter 6. Raditz's fury after Ginyu departed. Raditz lingered for a moment, feeling a twinge of concern for his mother. He then exited his home, soaring toward the mission hall. His worry stemmed from the years spent alongside Vegeta, during which he came to understand the nature of the Saiyans. If other Saiyans were to discover that Ginyu was the wife of a disgraceful Saiyan, she would be subjected to mockery and scorn, or worse, physical assault. With her combat power barely reaching 1,000, she could easily become a target for bullying. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the mission hall after 10 minutes of flight, Ginyu was delighted to see news regarding Bardock's return from the Gastan Star mission. Approaching the mission desk, she politely inquired, "Excuse me, how long until Bardock returns to Planet Vegeta? When might he arrive?" The staff member was taken aback by Ginyu's courteous demeanor. As most Saiyans were known for their brusque manner, often resorting to curses or violence over minor delays. A polite Saiyan was indeed a rarity. Esteemed Saiyan warrior. Bardock is expected to reach Planet Vegeta in 3 months, the staff member replied, trembling with trepidation, fearing that Genie might be a seemingly amiable yet ruthless Saiyan. Thank you. Genie beamed, bowing in gratitude, which nearly caused the staff member to collapse in shock. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, isn't this Bardock's worthless wife, Genie? I recall you nearly becoming a plaything for my father back in the day. What brings you here to inquire about that fool's return? It was a Saiyan named Peru, accompanied by his son, Naba, who leered at Genie. Fear washed over Genie as she attempted to flee the scene. Running away, are we? Peru grasped her arm, incredulous that a lowly warrior would choose to marry another lowly warrior. Isn't it better to be a vassal of the esteemed Peru family? Bardock, that fool, clearly lacks self-awareness. Choosing a task he cannot complete. Wouldn't it be better for a Saiyan to perish in the line of duty? He laughed. Let me go? Genie cried, raising her other arm to unleash a wave of energy toward Peru. Boom. Peru's combat power exceeded 6,000, while Genie's paltry energy wave failed to even graze his skin. Oh, Genie, you've grown bolder, Peru chuckled, brushing off the dust from his attire and calling to his son, Naba. Naba, I hear that Bardock's son is on your team? Yes, father, Naba replied with a smirk. His name is Raditz, another worthless warrior, merely following behind me and Prince Vegeta during missions. He has never bested me in battle. A true disgrace to the name of upper-class warriors. While Prince Vegeta's combat power has reached 5,000, I have attained 2,000. And Raditz barely scrapes by with 800, Naba boasted, eliciting pride from Peru. Indeed, the son of a fool remains a fool. Even with the potential of an upper-class warrior. Naba, ensure you treat Bardock's worthless son well. Peru grinned. Release my mother. Raditz suddenly appeared before Peru, delivering a punch aimed at his face. Thud. Hey, kid, are you trying to tickle me? Peru sneered. Then swiftly swatted Raditz aside with an arm as thick as Raditz's own body, sending him flying due to the nearly 5,000 combat power disparity. Raditz crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times. Raditz! Genie called out in panic, but her arm was held firmly by Naba, preventing her from reaching her son. Huh. Raditz, you worthless fool. My father took an interest in your mother. You should feel honored. Yet you dare to strike him? Allow me to teach you a lesson. Naba reveled in his role as the bully. How dare you? You scum. Raditz, fueled by his mother's distress, felt the accumulated resentment and anger from his time in Vegeta's squad erupt within him. Stumbling to his feet, he wiped blood from his mouth as his energy surged, astonishing the onlookers as Raditz's combat power soared to 1,005. You dare insult me, Naba? Next mission, I'll make you eat dirt. Naba taunted, unaware of Raditz's rising power. But the tide turned swiftly, for Naba's foolish words pushed Raditz's humiliation to a breaking point. His fury surged once more. And amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Raditz's power escalated to 1,009. With a thunderous roar, he shot forward like a lightning bolt. A furious punch landed squarely on Naba's abdomen, silencing him instantly. Following with a swift spinning kick, Raditz sent Naba flying. I am not worthless. The one who deserves to eat dirt is you, you scum. Raditz's rage was terrifying. Even after Naba was cast aside, he relentlessly pursued him, gathering energy for another attack. Boom. Just as Raditz's energy wave was about to strike the wailing Naba, a towering figure intervened, effortlessly deflecting Raditz's attack. It was none other than Peru. Kid, do you think I'm invisible? Peru glared at the furious Raditz, feeling an unexpected chill. Release my mother. Raditz demanded coldly, eyes fixed on Genie, who was being held by Peru. And if I refuse? Peru taunted, shaking Genie slightly. Then you shall die. Both of you. Raditz, still consumed by rage, charged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Peru's head. Peru effortlessly blocked each of Raditz's desperate strikes, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. Finding no success in close combat, Raditz created distance and unleashed a barrage of energy waves, but Peru merely laughed, positioning Genie in front of him as a shield. No. Raditz realized too late that his attack was uncontrollable, watching in horror as his energy wave struck Genie. An attack from a fool still packs a punch. This woman is nearly out of breath. Peru scoffed, observing Genie's rapidly declining combat power through his scouter, which halted at 2 points. He disdainfully tossed the nearly unconscious Genie aside like a rag. Mother! Mother! Raditz rushed forward, catching Genie before she hit the ground, desperately calling her name, but received no response. How dare you? You will all pay? Fury surged within Raditz, the source of a Saiyan's strength. The original tale suggested that Saiyans were often weak due to their cold-hearted nature and lack of emotional ties. Yet, once emotions became entwined, they revealed vulnerabilities. And in Raditz's case, that vulnerability transformed into the catalyst for his rage. In that moment, Raditz's energy surged dramatically, reaching 4,005, sending a chill down Naba's spine, who was accustomed to bullying Raditz. Peru, observing the data, realized the gravity of the situation. Raditz was only 10 years old yet possessed a combat power of 4,005. Contemplating the possibility of Raditz attaining a battle power of 10,000 or even higher in adulthood. A surge of murderous intent welled up within the mind of that broken wheel, prompting thoughts of eliminating Raditz on the spot. The eradication of potential adversaries is precisely why the noble Saiyan lineage has maintained its stature on Planet Vegeta. This approach starkly contrasts with the conduct of King Vegeta. And it is no wonder that this lineage serves as the loyal sycophants of the king. Their methods are remarkably alike. Chapter 7. Vegeta's method of winning hearts. Prepare to meet your end. Raditz snarled fiercely at the wretched figure before him, appearing instantaneously at his opponent's side. With a swift uppercut aimed at the chin, he was met with a cold smile as the figure effortlessly seized Raditz's fist. Realizing his attack was futile, Raditz twisted his body and delivered a kick to the adversary's midsection. The figure released Raditz's hand, using his arm to block the blow, before landing a knee strike directly onto Raditz's body. Raditz rolled several times, but managed to regain his stance, compressing the energy wave in his hands, beeping incessantly. The display indicated Raditz's attack power escalating from 4,000 to 5,000. The figure's heart sank as he concentrated energy between his fingers and unleashed a sudden strike towards Raditz, who stood unwavering, allowing the attack to pierce through his shoulder. With fierce determination in his eyes, Raditz locked his gaze on his opponent, and as he reached the limits of his energy wave's compression, he accelerated abruptly, directing the energy wave towards the figure's head. "You insolent fool! Do you truly believe such trivial techniques could deceive me? I am the esteemed Saiyan warrior, that figure," he declared as he gathered energy in his mouth and unleashed it towards Raditz. The young warrior was engulfed by the figure's verbal assault. Yet he still managed to release his own energy wave, striking the figure squarely in the chest. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed throughout the mission hall, transforming the area where the two clashed into a desolate ruin. How could this be? I, a warrior with a combat power of 6,000, a formidable upper-class fighter, have been injured by the pitiful attacks of a lower-class soldier. As the smoke began to clear, it revealed a gaping hole in the figure's battle attire. Charred flesh oozing blood, sending a jolt of pain through his nerves. Raditz, on the other hand, was left with his battle suit obliterated, his body scorched. Yet he remained fully conscious, glaring menacingly at the figure before him. "How dare you, you worthless scum created by inferior stock, injure me." The figure gathered energy in his hands, directing it towards the barely conscious Raditz, who had reached his limits and could not even muster the strength to move a finger. Consumed by rage and despair, at that moment, a diminutive figure suddenly appeared before Raditz, deflecting the figure's energy wave with a wave of his hand. "Be Vegeta." Raditz felt a complex tangle of emotions upon seeing his savior. That figure is not one you can dispose of so casually. "Do you dare challenge my authority as Prince Vegeta?" Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Raditz before coldly addressing the now trembling figure. "My prince, I would not presume. It was merely retaliation for that boy's insults toward my family name. I acted to uphold our honor. Moreover, a lower-class warrior's offspring is hardly worth your concern, Prince Vegeta." The figure's blatant dishonesty darkened Vegeta's expression further. "My subordinate is not for you to discipline. I shall treat this incident as though it never occurred. I am taking Raditz with me. Should you harbor any grievances against this prince, you may report them to my father." Vegeta issued a stern warning, casually gesturing for a Saiyan to hoist Raditz over his shoulder. As for Raditz's mother, Jine, Vegeta had already ensured her removal from the mission hall, dispatching her to the Saiyan medical facility. Raditz soon followed, being placed within a medical pod. In truth, Vegeta had witnessed the entire ordeal, had Raditz not erupted in fury. Exhibiting nearly fivefold his usual combat power, Vegeta would have cared little for Raditz's fate. Even if both Raditz and Jine were slain, it would have stirred no significant reaction among the Saiyans. Within the Saiyan hierarchy, the weak are meant to be subjugated by the strong, their lives resting firmly in the hands of their superiors. However, witnessing Raditz's outburst of exceptional power sparked a desire within Vegeta to rescue him from that figure. Though such assistance required careful timing, best delivered in moments of despair tinged with hope. It must be said, Vegeta's timing was impeccable. ultimately earning him a measure of loyalty from Raditz. As the next heir to the throne, Vegeta had his own considerations. After all, a new ruler brings new subjects. Raditz displayed potential marked him as a prospective confidant, with loyalty and strength being paramount characteristics for any subordinate. To lead the entire Saiyan race, one must possess formidable strength as well as loyal subjects who surpass their peers in power. It is undeniable that Raditz was fortunate, unlike in the original narrative. He was not molded into a cold-blooded warrior. With the gentle influence of both Bardock and Gine, his fate was undergoing a significant transformation. The medical expenses for Gine and Raditz were deducted from Vegeta's commission account, as both remained in the medical pod for 2 full days due to their severe injuries. Raditz awoke first, feeling immense gratitude towards Vegeta for saving him, while simultaneously wrestling with complex emotions. After a brief wait in Gine's medical chamber, she too regained consciousness and, upon seeing her son unharmed, embraced him tightly, causing a blush to spread across Raditz's face. Gine inquired about the events that transpired during her unconsciousness. And as Raditz recounted the truth, her admiration for Vegeta grew, leaving Raditz feeling increasingly conflicted. Once their treatment concluded, medical personnel provided new battle attire and energy detectors for both to don. "Mother, your combat power has reached 1005. Raditz exclaimed in surprise at Gine's unexpected increase of 500 points in strength. "Wow, Raditz, your combat power has soared to 3000. How impressive." Gine cheered, her excitement for Raditz's progress untainted by shock. "I wonder how your father is faring. You know, at your father's age, his combat power hadn't even reached 800. Bardock mentioned it barely grazed 300. Gine boasted, her pride in Raditz evident. "Raditz, my lord, Prince Vegeta requests your presence in the training room once you awaken." A medical staff member relayed Vegeta's message just as Gine was celebrating with Raditz. "Understood," Raditz replied, suggesting that Gine return while he made his way to Vegeta's training facility. The so-called training room was, in fact, a combat arena where Saiyans engaged in brutal, unrefined battles. Basic training was non-existent, only direct confrontations with the mass-produced cultivation specimens, whose combat power hovered slightly above 1000, served as practice for most lower-class warriors. For Vegeta, whose power had already reached 5000, these battles were mere exercises in futility, as he routinely dispatched 5 to 10 cultivation specimens at a time, indulging in the thrill of combat, which contributed little to his strength. Upon entering Vegeta's exclusive training room, Raditz witnessed the prince effortlessly obliterating a cultivation specimen from afar. 6 more specimens lunged at Vegeta, some launching energy waves while others attempted to close the distance for self-detonation. Raditz recognized the danger posed by the approaching specimens. With a wicked grin, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his fingertips, reducing the advancing specimens to a repulsive green mist. The remaining 3, now visibly terrified, found themselves retreating as Vegeta advanced, forcing them into the corner of the training room. Utterly useless, Vegeta felt an instant wave of boredom. He unleashed 3 energy blasts, reducing the training dummy to mere dust. Spitting in disdain, he turned to see Raditz waiting outside the training room, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Raditz, let us engage in battle," Vegeta commanded with an authoritative tone. Raditz furrowed his brow slightly, recalling how Vegeta had once saved his life. He placed the scouter on the shelf and stepped into the training room. Chapter 8: The Return of Bardock. At this moment, Vegeta was not wearing a scouter, as Raditz's power level was comparable to that of his previous battle. Upon Raditz's entry into the training room, Vegeta immediately unleashed his fury, elevating his energy to its peak. If observed through a scouter, Vegeta's power level had reached an impressive 5500 at this explosive state. "Raditz, I command you to fight me with all your strength," Vegeta declared with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Though Raditz felt a twinge of discomfort, he complied. For how could he defy the exalted prince, his savior? With a mighty shout, Raditz unleashed his energy, achieving a power level of 4000, which left Vegeta, who had intended to use Raditz as a punching bag, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Although Vegeta could not sense his opponent's strength through energy alone, the pressure exerted by Raditz's power allowed him to gauge the latter's capabilities. Clearly, Raditz was not in the ideal state that Vegeta desired. Angered by the thought that Raditz might be holding back, Vegeta launched into an attack, venting his frustration at Raditz's perceived underestimation. Raditz, perplexed, could not fathom the reason behind Vegeta's sudden fury. Boom! Vegeta initiated a flying kick aimed at Raditz's cheek. Raditz raised his arm to block, but the impact left his arm numb. Vegeta retracted his leg and executed a spinning kick while airborne. which Raditz narrowly evaded by backflipping and creating distance to unleash energy blasts. Vegeta, swift as lightning, deflected Raditz's energy blast one by one and closed the distance between them. Raditz, abandoning his energy blasts, engaged Vegeta in close combat, delivering a straight punch toward Vegeta's face. Vegeta dodged with a swift turn, while his left hand gathered energy for a blast that struck Raditz squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall of the training room. Smoke billowed from the chest of Raditz's combat suit. Seizing the advantage, Vegeta clasped his hands and aimed a strike at the back of Raditz's head, forcing Raditz to awkwardly evade, creating a large hole where he had just stood. Raditz, you had better use your full strength, or you may as well await your demise. Vegeta taunted, hoping to provoke Raditz further, while Raditz was left in a state of confusion. Isn't this my full strength? I feel as though I have been fighting at my peak all along. Ignoring Raditz's inner turmoil, Vegeta executed a spinning kick, targeting Raditz's temple. Raditz, startled, braced himself to protect his head, losing his balance and toppling over. Damn it! Raditz lamented his recent misfortunes, first being nearly defeated by Bardock, and now inexplicably being attacked by Vegeta under the guise of training. His anger boiled within him. Vegeta, you scoundrel! Raditz dodged Vegeta's elbow strike, cursing loudly, which caused Vegeta to momentarily falter. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was accustomed to being treated with reverence. No one dared to strike or insult him, leaving a significant impact on his young psyche. Raditz, do not think that having a power level of 4,500 makes you invincible. Arrogance will come at a cost. Vegeta retorted with a menacing grin, raising his fist to strike. Raditz, aware of his blunder, regretted his words too late, and braced himself to continue fighting Vegeta. Their fists collided, producing a deafening roar that shook the entire training room. Vegeta delivered an elbow strike, which Raditz blocked with his knee, countering with a punch. Vegeta caught it with a single fist and spun into a whirlwind kick. Raditz blocked with his elbow, channeling energy into a blast aimed at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta quickly retreated, using both hands to deflect Raditz's energy wave. The two exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. As the battle progressed, Raditz, initially on the defensive, began to absorb some of Vegeta's fighting techniques, engaging in a more balanced exchange. However, the significant power gap of nearly 1,500 still loomed over him. In lower power stages, a difference of 500 to 600 could determine the outcome, while at higher levels, even millions might not dictate victory or defeat, an exaggeration at over 100 billion. Raditz, relegated to logistical duties while working with Vegeta on missions, had limited combat experience. Yet, through this extended bout with Vegeta, Raditz's fighting style began to resemble Vegeta's, growing increasingly fierce and reckless. After an hour of combat, Vegeta concluded the fight with his ultimate attack, the Final Flash. However, he had no intention of taking Raditz's life and did not unleash the full potential of the technique. Breathless, Vegeta gazed at Raditz, now unconscious on the floor. The battle had drained considerable energy, and the Final Flash had consumed even more, leaving him panting heavily. Someone, Vegeta called out to the outside staff. Your Highness. The alien technicians, treated as slaves by the Saiyans, rushed into the training room. Take Raditz out for treatment, Vegeta commanded, flicking the sweat from his hair and striding out of the training room with an air of arrogance. In the ensuing days, as Vegeta did not issue a call to arms, Nappa, fearful of encountering the now more powerful Raditz, remained absent. Meanwhile, Raditz, recovering from his injuries, was subjected to practical training sessions with the 5-year-old Vegeta. After each bout, Raditz's power level increased incrementally, evidenced by his transition from being knocked out to returning home with bruises. This signified a qualitative leap in Raditz's strength. As Raditz gained combat experience and power, Vegeta began to feel considerable pressure. By the 3rd month, Vegeta bore numerous bruises and wounds, and upon observing Raditz's more severe injuries, he finally granted his training partner a few days of respite. Having endured a period of physical and mental strain, Bardock, returning from planet Gastan, had arrived in the outer space of Planet Vegeta. After verification at the space checkpoint, confirming the ship's Saiyan registration, Bardock was allowed to land at the Saiyan spacecraft base. Upon landing, the ship underwent a free inspection, with personnel documenting Bardock's ship number and updating his information accordingly. The most crucial aspect for the staff was the recording of Bardock's power level, which was met with strict scrutiny, even if other details went unrecorded. The power level had to be logged. Bardock suspected this peculiar regulation was the handiwork of Frieza. Despite suppressing his power to 9,000, Bardock was still among the elite in Saiyan ranks. Such a significant power level drew the attention of the staff, who, after confirming Bardock's identity and age, eventually expressed their apologies, attributing their strictness to King Vegeta's orders. Casting a cold glance at the beast-like alien, Bardock allowed himself a faint, sardonic smile, silently mocking the absurdity of being pressured by such a foolish king. The staff member was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground at Bardock's cold sneer, terrified that his life might be lost here. Bardock, without a backward glance, soared into the sky. The staff member cursed inwardly, simultaneously relieved to have survived. After more than 7 years of rigorous training, Bardock found himself deeply yearning for his beloved wife and son. He flew at breakneck speed, creating fierce gusts of wind that irritated the passing Saiyans. However, upon witnessing his formidable battle power of 9,000, their expressions of disdain transformed into reverence. Some even chastised themselves, swiftly altering their demeanor with remarkable agility. Arriving at his long-absent home, Bardock felt a rush of anxiety as he opened the door. Inside, Kayatsu was focused on preparing meat. Upon hearing the door creak open, she initially assumed it was Raditz returning and casually called out, "Welcome back, Raditz. Dinner will be ready soon. Today we've prepared your favorite, angel deer meat." As she spoke, she glanced towards the entrance, hoping to see if Raditz had returned unscathed. Instead, her gaze fell upon the face she had longed for. "Be Bardock," Kayatsu stammered, momentarily taken aback. Then, in a surge of emotion, she leaped into Bardock's embrace, burying her head in his chest, tears streaming from her eyes. "It's been 7 years. You have finally returned." Chapter 9. Father and Son Indeed. "Jine, I have returned." Simultaneously, I silently added, "I have finally acquired the strength to protect you and Raditz, resisting this damned fate." The two embraced tightly, relishing each other's warmth. Suddenly, with a click, the door swung open, revealing Raditz, sporting 2 panda eyes, who upon entering, saw Bardock and Jine sharing heartfelt words. Spotting a familiar yet unfamiliar man in his home, Raditz immediately grew wary. Due to Jine's petite stature, she was enveloped in Bardock's arms, rendering her invisible from Raditz's viewpoint. "Who are you, and why are you in my home?" Raditz assumed a fighting stance, scanning the room for his mother's presence, his anxiety mounting. "Raditz is back." Jine's voice rang out joyfully, as she wriggled free from Bardock's embrace, her small figure emerging from the side, clutching Bardock's arm as they turned to face Raditz together. "You worthless father," Raditz almost uttered, seeing the sweet smile on his mother's face as she held the man. However, even when he sought to amend his words, he realized Bardock was far too perceptive, immediately grasping Raditz's intended insult. Typically, what one subconsciously wishes to express reveals their true sentiments, and Bardock did not consider this a mere slip of the tongue. Upon reuniting with his long-lost son after 7 years, Bardock's expression darkened at Raditz's harsh words. "Jine, please prepare the meal. Raditz and I need to have a proper discussion. Also, we must work on this boy's combat skills. Look at the state he is in." Bardock grinned, albeit with a hint of mockery, urging Jine to continue her tasks. Jine, trusting him, nodded cheerfully and proceeded to prepare the food. "Oh, and make it for 2. Bardock suddenly added. Jine paused for a moment, then assumed Bardock had eaten on the way back, nodding in agreement. "Come, my dear son. Seeing your power level at 4,888 brings me great satisfaction, but the fact that you have been beaten into such a state indicates your weakness. Allow your father to teach you what it means to be a true warrior." While Bardock instructed Jine to prepare the meal, Raditz assessed Bardock's power level and was taken aback to discover it was 9,000. He was momentarily stunned. He knew his father was merely a low-class warrior. Yet here he was, possessing the strength of a higher-class warrior. During Raditz's moment of astonishment, Bardock coldly dragged him out of the house and flew toward a more remote forest. Given the sparse Saiyan population, totaling only around 80 to 90,000, much of Planet Vegeta remained undeveloped, leaving vast areas of wilderness, which provided a natural hunting ground for the Saiyan people. "Raditz, you were about to call me a worthless father, weren't you?" Bardock coldly tossed Raditz into an open clearing in the forest. Humph. Although Raditz was surprised by his father's power level of 9,000, he remained obstinate, clearly indicating that he intended to call Bardock a worthless father. Well, 7 years apart, and you've grown quite the personality," Bardock retorted. "Let me see if your strength matches your bravado." He suppressed his energy to match Raditz, reaching 4,500. Beep, beep, beep. The detector indicated Bardock's energy level. causing Raditz's eyes to widen in disbelief as he realized his father's power had dropped from 9,000 to 4,500. The cloud of doubt grew heavier in his heart. Could it be that his father's strength was a mere illusion? The flicker of respect he had felt for Bardock dissipated entirely. Raditz, do not trust the numbers on the detector. What your eyes see is not always the truth. Bardock swiftly dove downward, delivering an elbow strike towards Raditz. Due to his deliberate control over the force, Raditz had ample time to react. Boom. Raditz caught Bardock's elbow with one hand, driving his knee upward to strike Bardock's chin. Unfazed, Bardock extended his right hand to block Raditz's knee and unleashed a pair of energy blasts that struck Raditz's battlesuit. Raditz was sent flying, landing awkwardly on the ground. Bardock showed no mercy. He launched a flying kick aimed directly at Raditz. Enduring the pain, Raditz gathered his energy into a sphere and aimed it at Bardock, who stood still, reminiscent of foolish actions from the real world, making Bardock feel slightly embarrassed. Get out of the way, Raditz yelled in desperation, knowing that despite Bardock's faults, he was still his father. Boom. Bardock effortlessly swatted Raditz's proud attack away as if swatting a fly, creating a massive crater in the distant forest. What did you say? Bardock feigned listening, while Raditz stood in shock, realizing that his powerful attack, boasting nearly 5,500 in strength, was dismissed so easily by his father. It was utterly unbelievable. Foolish child, your experience is still too limited. Bardock sighed, shaking his head, resolved to teach his foolish son a lesson before Planet Vegeta's impending doom. However, this beating was unavoidable. No matter how inept he might seem, he was still Raditz's father. It was one thing to speak ill behind his back, but to call him worthless to his face was unacceptable. Haim, huh? Mimicking Master Roshi's iconic technique, a tremendous surge of energy filled the air. Foolish son, this is the true ultimate move. Yours is mere childish play. Raditz's detector registered Bardock's attack power skyrocketing from 4,500 to an astounding 13,500, leaving him utterly astounded. With a fierce roar, Bardock unleashed his energy wave. Under his deliberate control, the imitation Kamehameha grazed Raditz's scalp, obliterating a vast expanse of the forest behind him and stirring up a tempestuous wind. All right, demonstration concluded. Now to settle the score. Bardock could not deceive Jine under the pretense of merely guiding Raditz, so he symbolically instructed Raditz on his ultimate move. Then, the forest echoed with Raditz's pitiful cries for mercy. Father, I was wrong. Raditz, with a power level nearing 5,000, was treated like a mere chick, receiving a thorough beating from Bardock. The fatherly lesson continued for a full hour before Bardock, satisfied, wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and hoisted the unconscious Raditz by one leg, soaring toward the Saiyan medical base. Once Raditz was settled into a healing pod, Bardock returned home, where Jine had prepared a meal and was waiting for the father and son to return. Upon seeing only Bardock, Jine inquired, Bardock, where's Raditz? Why has T come back? That boy said not to wait for him. He has a mission and will likely be back in 2 or 3 days. Bardock, still unaware of Raditz's current predicament, could only fabricate a response. Oh, then let us not worry about him. He is probably training with Prince Vegeta again. Honestly, you should at least eat a proper meal before going. Jine expressed a few mild complaints before inviting Bardock to dine together. Their meal lasted a full half hour, and after they had indulged in food and drink, Bardock observed the bustling Jine. The heart he had kept dormant for 7 years began to stir restlessly. He lifted the bewildered Jine and carried her towards the bedroom. Chapter 10, Parenting and Partnership under the special care of Bardock. Raditz had the honor of lying in the medical chamber for 2 days. Upon awakening, his combat power reached a formidable 5,300, nearly approaching Vegeta's 5,400. Just as he donned a fresh outfit, the communication device of his scouter registered a message left by Vegeta, announcing that Raditz's rest period had concluded, and he was to assemble in the mission hall the following day to receive his assignments. For Raditz, who had finally managed to secure a few days of respite, this news struck like a bolt from the blue. After enduring 2 days in the medical facility, he felt utterly exhausted, beaten by his arch-nemesis outside, reprimanded by superiors at work, and scolded by his father at home. Life had become utterly unbearable. Upon returning home, Raditz was met with the sight of his parents engrossed in each other's affections, causing his expression to become somewhat awkward. Raditz is back, Bardock exclaimed with a radiant smile, clearly pleased. It seemed that his interactions with teammates had not been fruitful, as he returned home with a sour expression. Raditz then noticed the fluctuating numbers displayed on his scouter, which oscillated wildly between 5 and 20, 5,000, leaving his face a portrait of bewilderment. Father, I have returned. Having undergone a transformative understanding guided by love, Raditz recognized that his father was far more complex than he appeared. His shattered worldview began to mend, and he felt a profound curiosity about Bardock's method of controlling combat power. Very well, Bardock remarked, his words carrying dual meanings. 1. An approval of Raditz's attitude, and 2. A realization that Raditz had surpassed the 5,000 threshold, marking him as an exceptional warrior for his age among elite fighters. Tasks within his capability should pose little danger. Raditz, I had no idea you were returning today, so your father and I have already dined without you, Jine explained, a hint of regret in her voice. It's all right. At your age, you can manage your own meals. You've worked hard these past 2 days, go rest. I need to teach Raditz a few things. Of course. If you wish to learn, Jine, you may join us, Bardock said, planting a gentle kiss on Jine's cheek. Is it about combat? Jine inquired in return. Indeed. It pertains to techniques for enhancing combat skills and power, Bardock replied candidly, both parents neglecting the matter of Raditz's meal. Truly, love between parents is steadfast, while the child is merely an afterthought. Then I shall learn as well. My abilities are too weak, even if I cannot assist you and Raditz. I must not become a burden. If I could grow stronger to protect you both, that would be splendid, Jine expressed, feeling a twinge of inadequacy after recent events. No problem, for you are my wife, Bardock declared, taking her hand in his, their affection palpable. Ahem, father, where shall we learn these combat techniques you mentioned? Raditz interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. We shall go to the usual place, Raditz. You know it well. You go ahead. I will follow with your mother. As her combat power is lower and her flight speed is not swift, Bardock replied cheerfully, causing Raditz to feel a chill. His body stiffening as he nodded and departed towards the location where his father had previously disciplined him. Bardock, does Raditz seem different to you? Jine asked, tilting her head. Has he become more obedient? Bardock speculated. Perhaps, Jine replied, sensing some change in Raditz but unable to articulate it, thus falling into Bardock's line of thought. Let us proceed. The combat techniques I will teach are relatively simple for Saiyans. Saiyans are inherently endowed with great physical prowess and strength, enabling them to achieve feats that ordinary races could never hope to attain without rigorous training. Upon arriving at the designated training area, Raditz awaited their arrival. Raditz, has your team had any missions recently? Bardock queried, prioritizing inquiry over instruction. Yes, father, Prince Vegeta has commanded us to assemble in the mission hall tomorrow for task assignments. Raditz informed him of the next day's agenda. Very well, then I shall teach you the special technique I demonstrated to you, the Kamehameha. Bardock decided to impart a powerful technique, realizing Raditz would soon be on a mission. Watch closely, I will demonstrate. Bardock positioned his palms together, channeling his energy, compressing it until a colossal energy wave surged forth, carving a deep trench in the ground. Now you two, try to replicate my technique, Bardock suggested. Understood. Both Raditz and Jine, possessing energy far surpassing that of Master Roshi, began to gather energy in the same manner Bardock had demonstrated. The key to this technique lay in the compression of one's energy, akin to the explosive power of a spacecraft launching from a planet. This was the essence of the technique. Noticing their energy was somewhat unstable, Bardock quickly added, steady yourselves. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Jine and Raditz gritted their teeth, stabilizing the energy sphere forming between their palms. Once they felt their energy waves compressed to their limits, they unleashed their hands, sending forth 2 energy waves, one large, one small, that grazed the surface of Vegeta's planet. Excellent. Raditz, your Kamehameha was approximately 1.5 times your base power, quite commendable. Even a foe with 7,000 power could be taken by surprise and defeated with this technique. As for you, Jine, yours was around 1.3 times your base power. However, this is manageable. With continued practice, your mastery of the technique will only improve. So do not worry. Raditz felt a twinge of jealousy at the differing attitudes his father held towards him and his mother. Understood, Bardock. I will strive to become your steadfast support. Jine's resolute response stirred deeper emotions within Bardock, who felt gratitude and guilt. The changes in his gentle wife during his absence hinted at troubling events. I believe in you, Jine, Bardock said, placing a supportive hand on her shoulder as they shared a heartfelt gaze. Ahem, father, are there any other techniques you wish to teach? Raditz interrupted the tender moment, drawing both Bardock's and Jine's gentle gazes upon him. Although their expressions were soft, Raditz sensed an undeniable aura of threat, as if he were about to be reprimanded. The second technique is somewhat trivial, yet immensely practical. It involves the mastery and sensing of ki, Bardock stated, setting aside any thoughts of reprimanding his son, and began earnest instruction. The mastery of ki is demonstrated as follows. Immediately, Raditz's scouter displayed Bardock's power fluctuating between single and four-digit numbers. Chapter 11. Joining the Royal Guard. Everything in the world possesses its own essence. However, some beings are innately endowed with less of it, while others are abundantly rich in this vital energy, resulting in a disparity in their inherent strength. Certain cosmic entities may be born with negligible combat prowess. Yet through diligent cultivation, they can achieve formidable power, soaring to tens of thousands or even beyond. This indicates that the vital energy within living beings can indeed be enhanced through rigorous training. The first step for you is to attune yourselves to your own essence. With that, Bardock turned his palms inward, slowly gathering his energy. Observing this, Jine imitated him, engaging in the same experiment. This rudimentary method of sensing energy was most suitable for the two, and before long, they had successfully amassed their own essence. Bardock then commended Jine and nodded at Raditz before continuing. The battle power displayed by the detector is a reflection of the uncontrolled, unconscious release of one's essence. To alter our combat strength and deceive the detector is quite simple. We must learn to contain our energy within ourselves and achieve a refined control over it. You two should first attempt to sense your own energy and then draw it inward, preventing it from dissipating freely. After imparting this wisdom, Bardock proceeded to guide Jine, leaving Raditz to explore on his own. Such a straightforward principle was swiftly grasped by Vegeta, and if the other two were unable to learn it under Bardock's tutelage, their understanding would be exceedingly limited. An hour later, under Bardock's guidance, Jine mastered the art of energy containment, successfully suppressing her combat power from 1500 to around 200. Meanwhile, Raditz, despite Bardock's explanations, struggled to comprehend, feeling a twinge of envy towards his mother for receiving his father's direct instruction. When Bardock checked on Raditz's progress, he found no improvement and promptly gave him a few light taps to jolt him into clarity. My foolish son, do you think you can unleash your energy but not contain it? With this insight, Raditz suddenly understood and immediately attempted to retract his essence. Bardock felt Raditz's energy fluctuate before it gradually decreased until it stabilized at 800. Indeed, you are my son. You grasp concepts swiftly. Bardock chuckled, affectionately ruffling Raditz's hair, which prompted a groan from Raditz, who remembered the earlier taps. Next came the perception of energy. Having learned to contain and sense their own essence, Raditz and Jine found it easy to perceive energy, discovering this method quite intriguing. They began to sense the energy of other Saiyans. After several hours of enjoyable instruction, Bardock sent Jine home to prepare a meal, citing a desire to bond with his son and teach him some combat techniques. Upon witnessing this tender scene between father and son, Jine trusted the situation and happily returned home. Raditz, however, felt a chill at his father's devilish grin, recalling the consequences of once calling his father a worthless man. Father, Raditz stammered as Bardock approached him. Fear not. As long as you refrain from foolishness, I shall not harm you. Bardock rolled his eyes, pondering whether his happiness was misplaced. Come here. Since Raditz was intimidated by his father's smile, Bardock opted for a stern tone. Yes, father. Raditz, believing Bardock was angry, hurried over. Sit down. I have some questions for you. Bardock, having spent the past few days with Jine, was unaware of certain matters and began to inquire. You may ask, Raditz replied, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Have any unfortunate events transpired during my absence? Bardock inquired somberly. Your mother has changed significantly. After we got together, she showed no interest in combat or enhancing her strength. Yet just now, she expressed a desire to learn battle techniques. Bardock shared his suspicions with Raditz. Yes, it was on the day you requested to abort the mission and return home. Raditz, with his youthful candor, could not conceal the truth and promptly recounted the events from 3 months prior. As Bardock listened, a surge of unnameable anger ignited within him. Yet he felt immense pride for his son, faced with an enemy whose battle power was nearly 9 times greater than his own. Raditz had bravely vowed to protect his mother at all costs. He had already fulfilled the fundamental requirements to become a Super Saiyan. And Bardock felt gratified that Raditz had not turned into the ruthless character depicted in the original narrative. You have done well, Raditz. I shall personally address that despicable matter. The so-called noble lineage of Planet Vegeta is no longer necessary. Bardock remarked with a cold smile, his fists clenched, producing a series of cracking sounds. The murderous intent radiating from him left Raditz breathless, instilling a deeper reverence for his father. Now, you must diligently practice what I have taught you today. When you return from your mission, I will impart some advanced techniques. Bardock had only shared the basics, keeping his most powerful secrets concealed. For Raditz, detector remained a lingering threat. Even if Frieza were to learn about the concepts of energy containment and sensing, he would only manage the latter. The notion of containment was utterly absurd. Frieza's innate essence was overwhelmingly vast, rendering him incapable of restraint. Otherwise, he would not have devised so many transformations to diminish his own strength. Yes, father. Raditz eagerly anticipated what further knowledge Bardock would share upon his return. By the way, your squad has that nab, who is a sycophant of Vegeta, correct? Bardock suddenly recalled the bald nab. Yes, father. That guy was arrogant and condescending when I joined Vegeta's squad, treating me like a mere punching bag. My status was hardly better than that of a training dummy. As he recounted his grievances, Raditz felt anger swell within him. I have a task for you. For a little brat with a power level of 2,000. I hardly find it worth my effort, but I have an amusing idea. Father, if you say so, I will surely accomplish it. Raditz declared. Determination evident in his clenched fists. That Nab has hair, correct? Bardock recalled that Nab had hair when he first teamed up with Vegeta. And quite a bit of it at that. Yes, but it's rather short, not as long or thick as mine. Raditz boasted, flipping his Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle. Listen closely. Bardock scolded lightly, giving Raditz a playful tap on the head. Understood. Raditz stood at attention. Each time you go on a mission, provoke him deliberately. If he refuses to accept your challenge, demand that Nab pull out a handful of his own hair. However, given his overwhelming combat power, you should first contain your energy, and then. After Bardock's elaborate instructions, Raditz cast a strange glance at his father, pondering the peculiar obsession behind such a request. Did his father wish for Nab to exhaust his hair for some deeper reason? This thought led Raditz to recall Nab's father, that despicable figure. Could it be that Bardock's intent was to make the two families more alike? With a mind full of questions, Raditz returned home with Bardock. Bardock, this is the royal guard of King Vegeta, O2. He seeks you. Upon entering, Bardock was met by a tall, fierce-looking scion in his home. Raditz. Go assist your mother with dinner, Bardock instructed, dismissing the imposing scion who was brazenly scrutinizing Jine. What does the royal guard of King Vegeta want with me? Bardock inquired, cracking his knuckles nonchalantly. I, Wong, have heard that your combat power has reached an impressive 9,000 points. Thus, I have sent you an invitation to join my royal guard. However, to my astonishment, you have chosen to disregard my royal summons. Therefore, I have come personally to ascertain the caliber of a mere subordinate with a combat power of 9,000 points. How dare you still speak with the airs of a lowly warrior? Huh, what audacity you possess. Boasting as a pitiful creature with a combat power of 9,005 points. You fool. As the arrogant Ochuo brazenly scrutinized Jine. He was already marked for death by Bardock. However, the time for retribution was not yet ripe. He could afford to collect some interest first. What do you mean? It is an honor for you that a distinguished warrior such as myself has come to request your presence. Do not, Ochuo, filled with fury, rose and pointed a finger at Bardock's head. How dare you? Bardock rudely interrupted this self-important individual. Before Ochuo could react, Bardock delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him flying and smashing a gaping hole in the roof of Bardock's home. Jine, I shall return shortly, Bardock shouted, then leaped through the gaping hole to pursue Ochuo. Upon finding him, he was surprised to see Ochuo still on his feet, glaring at Bardock with unyielding ferocity. Bardock, you lowly scum. I shall ensure that you are reported to King Vegeta, and that he banishes you and your entire family of wretches. Ah, you still possess the strength to speak. This suggests that my earlier strike was far too lenient. Initially, I found your gaze utterly detestable, but now I see that your words are equally repugnant. Spewing such venomous rhetoric. Very well, I shall reluctantly perform a little surgery on you. With that, Bardock delivered a resounding slap, causing Ochuo's mouth to twist. Gathering energy, he formed a short blade and swiftly severed Ochuo's tongue with a single stroke. Following that, he targeted Ochuo's eyes, rendering them utterly useless in an instant. Truly disgusting. Bardock kicked Ochuo away and returned home, casually dining while checking the messages on his communicator. He discovered the transfer notice sent by King Vegeta and promptly accepted it. Chapter 12. The destruction of the Nappa family. The following day, Bardock sought out Vegeta, while King Bardock approached King Vegeta. Regarding the events of the previous day, Bardock appeared unfazed, as if the death of King Vegeta's commander, Otto, had no bearing on him. Similarly, King Vegeta seemed indifferent to Otto's demise. Bardock recalled that Otto had possessed a scouter. Had he transmitted information to King Vegeta before being incapacitated? Perhaps it was due to Bardock's recent assignment that King Vegeta had appointed someone to escort him to the royal palace. The Saiyans, known more for their ferocity than their appreciation for architecture, had created a palace that Bardock found indistinguishable from a cold prison. Upon meeting King Vegeta, Bardock was taken aback by the king's appearance, a red cape draped over his shoulders, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck. Resembling more of a nouveau riche than a royal figure. Through Bardock's all-seeing eye, he discerned that King Vegeta's combat power stood at 12,000. However, Bardock was not the only one present. Many Saiyans with combat powers exceeding 6,000 accompanied him, leaving Bardock perplexed about King Vegeta's intentions. Could it be a meeting for elite warriors? Bardock pondered. Bardock, King Vegeta called out, having noticed Bardock's distracted demeanor, prompting a response from Bardock, who did not offer the customary deference expected of nobles. This caused King Vegeta to instinctively furrow his brow. You wretched low-class warrior! How dare you not pay your respects before King Vegeta? Do not presume that your combat power of 9,000 grants you impunity. Although Bardock surpassed many so-called elite warriors, they continued to regard him with disdain, likely out of jealousy that a low-class warrior possessed greater strength than an elite one. How about a little sparring? Suggested a rival, eager to seize the opportunity to provoke Bardock. Bardock, this is the royal palace. Do not act recklessly. The rival quipped, intimidated by Bardock's fierce gaze. I am aware this is the royal palace, hence, I will not act recklessly, Bardock thought to himself. Yet inwardly, he planned to wreak havoc on the Nappa family that very night. As Bardock's emotions slipped momentarily, his power surged to 10,000, shocking everyone present. With this newfound strength, Bardock now ranked as the strongest warrior below King Vegeta. The previously disdainful Saiyans now regarded him with respect, while his rival's complexion paled. Recalling past grievances with Bardock. Haha, excellent. With Bardock's combat power at 10,000, our planet gains another formidable warrior, King Vegeta proclaimed, announcing Bardock's appointment as the commander of the palace guard, leading 1,000 soldiers. Bardock would now wield political power and could approach the king without bowing. In a display of magnanimity, King Vegeta formally declared Bardock's new position, while Otto was currently being treated in a medical chamber for his injuries. King Vegeta surmised what had transpired the previous day, but felt no remorse. Otto's downfall was a result of his own inadequacies. After all, Bardock, as a low-class warrior, had exhausted his potential at 9,000, while King Vegeta himself stood at 12,000. Such a disparity was not easily bridged. Yet, to King Vegeta's surprise, Bardock's power had unexpectedly soared to 10,000 upon their first official meeting. Despite his internal turmoil, he maintained a faade of composure. Thus, Bardock unwittingly became the commander of the palace guard. Considering the recent acquisition of his new role, Bardock requested a delay in assuming command of the guard, to which King Vegeta readily acquiesced. After the so-called morning assembly concluded, Bardock followed his rival, who, feeling overwhelmed, attempted to evade Bardock. However, Bardock trailed leisurely behind. While his rival fled in a panic, akin to a game of cat and mouse, Bardock followed his rival to the latter's residence, where he grinned menacingly. Ah, my rival, today is your reckoning. You shall repay your transgressions against me and Kine with the annihilation of your entire family. With that, he conjured a massive energy sphere and kicked it towards his foe. No, Bardock, you cannot do this. Our family is a loyal servant to King Vegeta. If you destroy us, you will face the king's wrath. His rival, now fueled with a combat power of 7,500, desperately tried to fend off Bardock's energy sphere. Just a dog, easily replaceable. Do you truly believe King Vegeta lacks for loyal servants like you? Off to hell with you. Bardock unleashed his attack, obliterating his rival into mere dust. The cries of the vanquished soon attracted the attention of the household servants and family members, who rushed to confront Bardock. Bardock restrained his power to 4,000, noting that some of the Nappa family's descendants possessed combat powers around 5,000. To avoid unnecessary trouble while remaining on Planet Vegeta, he opted for a strategy of feigned weakness. I recognize you. You are Bardock. Huh. Just a lowly warrior with a combat power of 4,000. A low-class warrior with a supposed 9,000, merely a clerical error, scoffed one of the stronger members, who bore a resemblance to Bardock's rival. Indeed, Bardock raised his hand, unleashing a laser that pierced the boastful warrior's chest, swiftly reducing him to ashes with a wave of his energy blast. Now you all shall meet the same fate. None shall escape. With that, Bardock unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, the chaos unfolding in the blink of an eye. Some, realizing the peril, attempted to flee, while others were caught unawares. Their existence erased in an instant. The elite warriors of the Nappa family were annihilated under Bardock's assault. Sensing remaining weaker energies fleeing the estate, Bardock declared, "To be in the Nappa family is not your fault, but to be in this estate is your mistake." He concentrated a colossal energy sphere, expressionless, and hurled it into the heart of the Nappa residents. Boom! The ground trembled beneath Planet Vegeta, and the inhabitants heard the deafening explosion. Witnessing the plume of smoke that engulfed what remained of the Nappa family, reducing it to rubble, with the intent to eradicate any trace of the Nappa family, Bardock sensed that no survivors remained before he concealed his energy and departed leisurely. Barely had Bardock left when the patrol squad of Planet Vegeta arrived at the Nappa estate, staring in astonishment at the remnants of the once mighty family, now turned to ash. Although the Nappa family holds a notorious reputation among the lower-ranking Saiyans, their fighting prowess is undeniably formidable, boasting numerous Saiyans with the potential of elite warriors. It is inconceivable for anyone to possess the capability to annihilate the Nappa family in such a brief span of time, a thought too daunting for these warriors to entertain. Subsequently, the captain instructed his team to ascertain whether any members of the Nappa family remained alive, while he himself reported this significant event to his superiors, who would then relay the information to King Vegeta. Chapter 13. The schemes of King Vegeta as Bardock hastened home to recount to his wife, Jine, the momentous occasion of being appointed as the commander of King Vegeta's royal guard. Vegeta sensed a tremor emanating from Planet Vegeta. Urgently, he dispatched scouts to investigate the cause, only to receive alarming news from the patrol leader, Jin. "What? The Nappa family has been annihilated?" King Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback by the gravity of the situation that had unfolded so soon after personnel changes. "Were there any signs of the assailants at the scene?" he inquired, his tone urgent. "Your Majesty," Jin replied, "not yet. The entire estate of the Nappa family has been engulfed in flames, and the team sent to investigate has found no survivors. The patriarch, Nappa, is missing. The only one spared is Nappa's eldest son, Toma, who was away on a mission." The sheer ferocity required to obliterate the entire Nappa family in such a brief span is terrifying to contemplate. "Investigate. I demand to know who dares challenge my authority. Do they not understand that the Nappa family is my vassal?" King Vegeta's rage surged, his aura expanding threateningly as his power level soared to an astonishing 14,000. "Your Majesty, I have my suspicions regarding those responsible for the Nappa family's demise, but I hope you will not hold it against me for speaking out," Jin stammered, visibly anxious about revealing his thoughts, which only fueled King Vegeta's ire. "Speak, and I shall spare you," the king bellowed. "It is highly possible that it was the new commander of the royal guard, Bardock." Jin stuttered, his fear palpable. He understood that while he commanded nearly 5,000 patrol warriors, his power of 8,000 was insignificant compared to Bardock's impressive 1,000. If Bardock were indeed the culprit, his ruthless nature would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who reported his actions, leaving Jin to fear a similar fate as that of the Nappa family. At this moment, Jin could only pray for King Vegeta's protection, as he was the sole individual capable of restraining Bardock's might. "May your Majesty protect me," Jin implored, bowing deeply. "Present your evidence." King Vegeta's demeanor shifted to one of icy calm as he questioned Jin, contemplating the implications if Bardock were indeed the perpetrator. Should he execute justice on the spot, or feign ignorance? His thoughts were a tumultuous struggle, for among the Saiyans, only he and Bardock possessed such formidable power. "Your Majesty, recently, Bardock's son and wife were gravely injured by Nappa. Had it not been for Prince Vegeta intervening and driving Nappa away, Bardock's family would have perished at his hands. I boldly surmise that Bardock, aware of this injustice, sought vengeance against the Nappa family," Jin continued, emboldened by the royal's attention. "Moreover, after the elite warriors meeting this morning, I witnessed Bardock following closely behind Nappa, who appeared quite flustered. It stands to reason that Nappa met his end on the way back to his estate. Jin, you have proven yourself astute. Keep this matter to yourself. Do not speak of it to anyone else. Understood?" King Vegeta recognized the peculiar connection between Bardock and Nappa that Jin had revealed, and it ignited an interesting idea in his mind. His son, Vegeta, had saved Bardock's family, leading him to make a decisive choice. Jin, momentarily bewildered, could only blink in response. It means precisely what it implies. There is no need for further elaboration. The truth of this matter is beneficial for both you and me. Do you comprehend? King Vegeta's gaze bore into Jin, his intent unmistakable. "Yes, your Majesty," Jin replied, overwhelmed with gratitude, contemplating how his loyalty had not gone unnoticed. "By the way, what of Bardock's son?" What is his power level? King Vegeta inquired. He was a king who preferred to wield words rather than force. Your Majesty, Bardock's son, Raditz, has achieved a remarkable combat power of 5,300 at the tender age of 10. Jin promptly retrieved Raditz's information via his scouter. 10 years old and already boasting 5,300 power? How intriguing. King Vegeta mused, reflecting on his own son's combat level of 5,600. He resolved to have Raditz remain close to Vegeta, providing the latter with a touch of pressure. It was a sensible arrangement, the father serving the king while the son served the prince. The events had transpired, and once the patrol's investigation concluded, it would be declared that a colossal meteor had obliterated the Nappa family estate, with only Nappa's eldest surviving due to his mission. You may leave now. Bardock's words to Nappa had proven prescient. King Vegeta cared little for the insignificant Nappa family. His primary concern was the strength and loyalty of his subordinates. Even if a loyal dog perished, he could easily acquire another. It was evident that King Vegeta viewed Bardock as a potential fierce hound, unaware that the beast he sought to tame was one capable of devouring its master. As for King Vegeta's belief that rescuing Bardock's family would ensure his loyalty, it was a naive assumption. In Bardock's eyes, loyalty and righteousness held no sway in a world governed by power. True loyalty among the strong was born from absolute might. Were Frieza's subordinates genuinely loyal to him? No, their allegiance lay solely with his overwhelming strength. Should Frieza fall, all he had built would crumble. My dear son, you have made an admirable choice. King Vegeta mused to himself as Jin exited the throne room. He understood that for a Saiyan like Bardock, who valued familial bonds, there would be unwavering loyalty towards those who had shown kindness. Yet, in his schemes, he had overlooked one crucial detail, the existence of beings known as transcenders who do not play by the rules. The following day, news of the Nappa family's destruction by meteorites spread swiftly, reaching Nappa, who was on a mission on planet Gen. He could hardly believe it, his family had vanished while he was away. Was this some cruel joke? Meanwhile, Vegeta remained expressionless, feasting on roasted game, while Raditz paused in his eating upon hearing of the Nappa family's demise. Images of his father's sinister smile and ominous words echoed in his mind, leaving him in shock. He had anticipated that his father would merely incapacitate Nappa, not eradicate his entire family. On planet Vegeta, Bardock was en route to officially assume his new role. During an early morning meeting, he noticed the reverent gazes of his superior warriors, who dared not meet his eyes, hinting at their apprehension. Following the meeting, he promptly returned to his post and summoned 1,000 members of the Royal Guard. Chapter 14. The Guard's Infiltration Plan, Ottawa's Emergence. The onset of deterrence's sweeping glance revealed 1,000 guards, all appearing to be around 30 years of age. However, this observation served merely as a reference. Their combat power commenced at 4,000, with the highest reaching an impressive 6,500, embodied by the current deputy leader, whose unremarkable short hair belied his prowess. Whispers of Bardock's recent heroic exploits had reached the ranks. As deputy leader, he was also among the elite warriors. Speculations concerning the demise of the Nashi family circulated among the ranks, for none were foolish enough to overlook the underlying truths. Vegeta, on the other hand, remained silent, spinning tales to the outside world, for the guards dared not speak recklessly in the shadow of his formidable strength. After all, Planet Vegeta was a realm where combat prowess reigned supreme. Your strength is commendable. However, to some races, it is merely average, Bardock bluntly remarked. In terms of my mission failure on planet Gastan, your presence there would amount to nothing more than a pack of insignificant fish. At this declaration, anger flared in the eyes of all present. Their teeth gritted as they glared at Bardock, thinking to themselves, what qualifies a failure to insult us? Don't be hasty in your wrath. Listen to me before you ponder if you are indeed mere fish, Bardock retorted, levitating cross-legged with a dismissive smile. On Gastan, the lowest combat power among the Gastans is 1,000. Those with power ranging from 1 to 3,000 are the most trivial of fish, residing on the fringes of Gastan society. The central region boasts Gastans with combat power between 4,000 and 10,000, while the inner ranks start at 10,000, with numbers around 8,000. As for the king, who is sustained by the Gastans, his power is beyond the reach of our scanners. I estimate it to be upwards of 100,000 or even 1,000,000. I felt the overwhelming aura from afar, a suffocating presence that made me tremble merely at the sight of it. After hearing this, do you still consider yourselves anything but fish? Bardock's revelations were astonishing, extinguishing the fury of the guards who had just been enraged. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if the gravity on planet Gastan is 5 times that of planet Vegeta, It means that should you find yourselves unfortunate enough to stumble into a Gastan tribe, you all would become their lunch. With your combat power starting at 4,000. Your operations on Gastan would be severely hindered. Even a Gastan with merely 1,000 combat power would pose a threat. Bardock poured cold water over their aspirations once more. Bardock, I concede that we are indeed fish, but after all you have said, what exactly do you mean? One among them soon caught on, speaking on behalf of the others to acknowledge their insignificance, only to receive a barrage of punches and kicks from his comrades. The message was clear. While I admit to being fish, you cannot do the same on my behalf. Once the man was left bruised and battered, the rest calmed down, standing ready to hear what Bardock had to impart. Quite simply, the strength of the guards is woefully inadequate, and I harbor grave concerns for the future safety of King Vegeta. Thus, I propose a regimen of 500 individuals training in pairs daily to enhance our combat abilities. It is well understood that combat is the quickest avenue for we Saiyans to elevate our strength. Of course, these are merely my thoughts stemming from witnessing your pitiful combat prowess. I have yet to propose this to King Vegeta. Shortly, I shall request his approval, and if granted, we shall proceed as I envision. Should it be denied, I shall personally select 10 warriors to instruct you in combat to elevate your abilities. The guards encompass nearly all mid-tier combatants on Planet Vegeta. Bardock's intention was to gradually assimilate these guards, bringing loyal warriors under his wing, teaching them rudimentary techniques of energy manipulation, and utilizing the technological advancements of Planet Vegeta to fabricate gravity devices to bolster the strength of those loyal to him. Yes, Commander. The cacophony of voices erupted, a blend of excitement and disdain, emotions plainly etched upon their faces. Silence. The chaotic scene prompted Bardock's forehead to vein with frustration. He had not anticipated that the so-called guards would display such a lack of discipline. With a thunderous roar, his aura, resonating with a combat power of 10,000, enveloped the venue, silencing the 1,000 warriors who were paralyzed by his terrifying presence, cold sweat cascading down their brows. From now on, I expect orderly responses. I detest the undisciplined. Of course, should any wish to challenge my authority, I would not hesitate to usher you to meet your doom. Bardock's icy gaze compelled everyone to bow their heads involuntarily. Begone, fulfill your duties. Should I catch anyone slacking, do not expect mercy. As Bardock reigned in his aura, the guards collectively exhaled with relief, hastily vacating the assembly. Ah, Deputy Commander, what was your name again? Bardock called out, halting the retreating deputy. Sir, I am Maradona. The deputy responded sternly. Maradona, that is quite a distinctive name. Bardock replied with a twitch of his lips, smiling. How did Ottawa manage the guards previously? Were there no regulations or disciplinary requirements? Sir, we have always operated this way. Problems are resolved with fists. As for discipline or regulations, the guards have none. Save for one requirement, to protect the palace of King Vegeta from invasion. Maradona assumed Bardock sought more information, but this was all that was offered, a rather casual response. Very well, these matters shall be improved gradually. However, you must not remain so slack. I will formulate some regulations for the guards, and you shall enforce them. I will conduct periodic inspections, and should I catch you faltering, prepare for punishment. The lack of military decorum was alarming. The management excessively lax. Yes, Lord Bardock. The deputy, accustomed to a laissez-faire management style, felt a twinge of resistance towards Bardock's approach, though he did not show it, revealing that those who had traversed the corridors of power were indeed different from the average Saiyan. Having concluded his initial meeting with his subordinates, Bardock sought an audience with King Vegeta, articulating the present flaws within the guards and presenting some personal thoughts and suggestions. As King Vegeta absorbed Bardock's proposed reforms, he grew increasingly intrigued, finding Bardock more and more agreeable. Bardock's proposals, rooted in the enhancement of the guards' combat abilities and the safeguarding of the palace, naturally led King Vegeta to perceive them as considerations for his own safety, filling him with gratification. With a wave of his hand, he granted Bardock the liberty to proceed as he wished, provided there were no fatalities. Armed with King Vegeta's implicit endorsement, Bardock approached the reformation of the guards with renewed confidence, promptly drafting an outline and adjusting it according to the current state of the Saiyans. 1 week into Bardock's reforms, Outlaw, the former commander of the guards, appeared before Bardock, seething with rage, his aura sending tremors through the practicing guards. Scanners revealed that Outaw's combat power had risen to 1,200, mirroring that of King Vegeta's publicly recognized strength. Ah, if it isn't former Commander Ottawa. I thought you had been whisked away by beasts. It seems you have returned, and your strength has surged to 12,000. All my efforts to thrash you were not in vain. Bardock's nonchalant tone ignited Ottawa's fury. You insufferable lowly wretch. How dare you injure me, Ottawa, blind me, and shatter my limbs? Had I not fortuitously encountered King Vegeta, I would not have survived to this day. Today, I shall rend you, the usurper of my position and the defiler of my body, into 1,000 pieces. Upon hearing these words, the other guards silently withdrew from the battlefield, exchanging glances that ignited a profound sense of disillusionment within them. If Commander Bardock, possessing a staggering combat power of 10,000, was deemed worthless, then what were they? Instantly, a wave of melancholy engulfed the hearts of the 500 guards. Allow me to mention that the last individual who dared to challenge me in such a manner has already been reduced to ashes by my hand. Bardock's gaze turned icy, and 2 beams of laser shot forth from his eyes. Otto, caught off guard, suffered the destruction of his eardrums and the shattering of the detector perched upon his eyes, rendering it utterly ineffective. I had no intention of engaging with you, yet since you have sought me out, I shall subject you to torment before sending you to the depths of hell. Otherwise, others may perceive me as merciful and easy to bully. With a sidelong glance at the 500 warriors who had been practicing nonchalantly, a shiver of fear ran through them. How infuriating. You have injured my ears. This is unforgivable. I possess a combat power 2,000 points higher than yours. This time, I will surely kill you. Clutching his ears, Otto shouted in fury, gathering a wave of energy to unleash upon Bardock. 2 blue energy waves, under Otto's control, surged towards Bardock from either side. Bang, bang, throughout this confrontation. Bardock did not move an inch. With a simple wave of his hand, he effortlessly deflected Otto's once proud attacks. It is impossible. This cannot be. I am a warrior of 12,000 points. How could my assault be so easily thwarted by someone of merely 10,000? You must be feigning weakness. Unyielding in his disbelief, Otto continued to unleash energy blasts towards Bardock. The energy orb soared towards Bardock, yet it seemed as though an invisible shield enveloped him, rendering the attacks completely ineffective. In contrast, Otto's energy was gradually dwindling as he incessantly released his energy blasts. Chapter 15. To claim for oneself, is this real? The Commander Bardock, astonishingly unscathed under the assault of Commander Otto, seemed to toy with him, as if in jest. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, while the once confident guards began to harbor doubts about their own combat power. Hey, Otto, is this all you can muster? If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, I shall retaliate. Bardock's languid voice echoed amidst the overwhelming energy blasts, inciting further fury within Otto. Ceasing his energy barrage, Otto concentrated all his power into his hands, causing the detection values before the spectators to soar dramatically, peaking at 23,000, leading to the instantaneous explosion of the guards' detectors. Ha ha ha, this is all my strength. Become the dust of Planet Vegeta, you lowly trash Bardock. Otto, feeling invincible, wore a sinister grin as he gazed coldly at Bardock. When you perish, your son shall join you in the afterlife. And as for your wife, Jine, I shall cherish her in your stead. Ha ha. Prepare for annihilation. With that, he hurled an energy sphere, imbued with his full might, toward Bardock, who, to the astonishment of all, extended a single hand to effortlessly catch Otto's so-called ultimate attack. The crowd gasped in awe. With a crisp sound, Bardock crushed the energy sphere with a single hand, prompting many to rub their eyes in disbelief. Your thirst for vengeance is palpable, yet mine is no less, Bardock declared, vanishing from sight and reappearing before the dazed Otto, delivering a swift blow that pierced Otto's abdomen, blood spilling forth from the wound. Your combat power is absolutely impossible, Otto stammered, pointing weakly, yet his life force waned, and his gaze grew vacant. In truth, what your eyes perceive may not be the complete reality. It could merely be a fragment, Otto. With this revelation, Otto's vision faded completely as Bardock withdrew his arm from Otto's body, carelessly discarding the lifeless form. Maradona, at your service. After witnessing Bardock's prowess, Maradona approached Bardock promptly. His previous reluctance dissipated. This fool is still alive. Take him to the medical bay, Bardock said casually, flicking the blood from his arm, his tone indifferent. Yes, sir. Maradona complied without hesitation, turning to retrieve Otto's body. By the way, this incident must not leave this place, not even to King Vegeta, Bardock added nonchalantly, unleashing a ki blast that created a massive crater where he had just stood. Understood. Maradona, interpreting this as a warning, quickly affirmed his intent to relay Bardock's message to others. Good. Publicly declare that Otto was gravely injured after exhausting himself in a desperate attack that I narrowly evaded. And once he recovers, let him come to my residence. Bardock contemplated incorporating Otto into his ranks, but if that proved unfeasible, he would have to eliminate him. Yes, I shall handle it. With away from Bardock, Maradona swiftly flew off to fetch Otto, racing towards the medical bay. What are you all waiting for? Do you need me to personally invite you for practice? Bardock bellowed at the spectators, who had been watching in awe. With Otto's defeat in mind, the remaining guards regarded Bardock with profound respect and immediately resumed their training with fervor, unleashing a flurry of deadly techniques. Within 5 minutes, several sustained severe injuries, and Bardock permitted the two involved in the sparring match to seek treatment in the designated medical bay. It soon became clear what Bardock meant by qualifying training. Chaos ensued as they began to brawl among themselves, each strike lethal. Had it not been for the Saiyans' robust constitution, Bardock mused, half of the guards would have perished by now. It was a reckless game only the Saiyans could afford. Had Earthlings attempted such a thing, they would have met their demise swiftly. 1 hour later, 498 guards were dispatched to the medical bay, leaving only Maradona and his opponent, whose power disparity was stark. Maradona's strength was 6,005, while his adversary, Simba, barely reached 5,000, rendering him incapable of inflicting real damage. Thus, Bardock intervened personally, methodically loosening the muscles and bones of both fighters until they collapsed from exhaustion, at which point he tossed the two mangled bodies into the medical bay. Originally, there were not enough medical pods for the guards, with fewer than 10 available. However, under King Vegeta's approval, nearly 500 were operational within a single day, leaving fewer than 20 at the Saiyan medical base. As for the falsehood Bardock instructed Maradona to spread, it served the dual purpose of misleading King Vegeta into believing Bardock was still under his control and to further assimilate the guards into his own ranks. Today's events acted as a perfect test. If Vegeta were to make an aggressive move against him, it would indicate their unreliability. Conversely, if they maintained silence, it would affirm Bardock's safety and the necessity for continued integration. Bardock suspected many possessed strength or potential surpassing that of King Vegeta, and it was indeed suspicious that only Vegeta had been the sole Saiyan with a power level exceeding 10,000 before Bardock's rise. He felt compelled to be cautious. Though he had attained the transformation to Super Saiyan and was no longer fearful of Vegeta's schemes, Bardock yearned to gather truly loyal followers before Frieza annihilated Planet Vegeta. Failing to do so would shatter his dream of establishing his own Saiyan dynasty. Currently, he lacked the power to reveal his Super Saiyan identity. Doing so would likely expedite the destruction of Vegeta. Frieza's family was notorious for their ruthlessness, and since the inception of Dragon Ball Z, Frieza was considered the weakest of them all. Bardock's power could contend with Frieza and even his father, but facing Cooler would be tantamount to courting death. Bardock's ultimate aim was to lead a faction of loyal Saiyans away, disappearing into the cosmos for a time until he amassed sufficient strength to reintroduce the Saiyans into the universe under a new guise. Regardless, whether Frieza obliterated Planet Vegeta or not, destruction was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. To maximize the benefits of his plans, Bardock envisioned himself as a savior, emerging in the moment of Planet Vegeta's impending doom to rescue the Saiyans and rally those willing to follow him. Yet, the Saiyans remained oblivious, blindly revering Frieza, unaware that their future master would one day bestow upon them an interstellar annihilation to cement their loyalty. The following day, Bardock reported for duty as the second rotation of 500 guards assembled in the training ground. Otto, who had fought fiercely against Bardock the previous day, had recovered, his combat power now astonishingly reaching 20,000. The atmosphere was devoid of tension as he quietly lingered at the edge of the training area, observing Bardock as he scrutinized the others' training. Perhaps warned by Maradona or other guards, this batch, who had not witnessed the clash between Otto and Bardock, trained with extraordinary vigor, akin to adversaries engaged in a fierce brawl. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Aotua's watchful gaze, Bardock summoned Maradona, instructing him to keep a close eye. It is noteworthy that after receiving Bardock's guidance, Maradona's prowess has escalated to an impressive 7,500, and he now regards Bardock with utmost reverence. Whether his internal feelings mirror his outward demeanor remains a mystery. I shall step out for a moment, ensure their vigilance. Yes, my lord. Maradona responded with eager compliance. Come. Accompany me outside. I have matters to discuss with you. Leave the detector behind. It is rather cumbersome. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a brilliant beam, shattering Aotua's detector. Subsequently, under Aotua's bewildered gaze, he soared towards his abode, with Aotua gritting his teeth and following suit. Chapter 16. Submission and Deception. With a heart full of complex emotions, Otto trailed behind Bardock, his formidable combat power akin to a small sun. drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives who relayed the information to King Vegeta. Consequently, King Vegeta directly inquired with Maradona about the unfolding events, to which Maradona embellished Bardock's account. Upon learning that Bardock had severely wounded Otto and had subsequently commanded Maradona to attend to him, King Vegeta erupted in anger, chastising Bardock's foolishness over the communication channel, leaving Maradona in a cold sweat. After rescuing Otto, Maradona was taken aback to discover that Otto's power level had surged to an astounding 12,000. This revelation caused King Vegeta to feel a pang of anxiety. In a bid to reclaim his former command, he displayed his own power level of 14,000 and declared his intention to challenge Bardock, stating that Bardock now held the position of the elite guard commander. Indeed, with the clever maneuver of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, combined with Otto's animosity towards Bardock, Otto immediately turned to seek revenge on Bardock. King Vegeta believed that even if Bardock were unable to defeat Otto, he would surely injure him in the process, allowing Vegeta to strike while Otto was recuperating, a perfect opportunity to eliminate a potential threat. However, the developments did not unfold as King Vegeta had anticipated. Bardock's sudden ambush left Otto gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yet, according to his latest scanner readings, Otto exhibited no life signs. How could Bardock, the fool, have revived him with a mere word? To add to King Vegeta's fury, Otto's power had escalated to an astonishing 20,000. The impulse to crush Bardock surged within King Vegeta. Meanwhile, Bardock led Otto to an unusual dwelling, which was equipped with gravity training apparatus. Otto's heart sank, sensing the need for vigilance. I have summoned you for no other purpose than to ask you one question. Are you willing to submit to me? Bardock inquired bluntly. What did you say? Otto thought he misheard. I do not wish to repeat myself. Bardock's arms crossed as he fixed his gaze on Otto, prepared to eliminate him on the spot should he dare refuse. Why should I? I have power that far exceeds King Vegeta's and yours as well. Why should I submit to a mere subordinate warrior? Otto managed to maintain a semblance of civility, refraining from insulting Bardock outright. I told you yesterday before you fainted that what you see with your eyes may not be the truth. It could merely be a facet of reality. Bardock's words struck deep within Otto, causing his expression to shift to one of complexity. Can you demonstrate your true power to me? Otto sought to ascertain whether Bardock was worthy of his allegiance. As the first to witness my transformation, you are indeed fortunate. Bardock grinned wickedly. With a mighty roar, his energy surged dramatically, causing the scanners across Planet Vegeta to exceed their limits and explode, inciting considerable chaos. King Vegeta ordered an immediate investigation. What is this? Otto exclaimed, captivated by Bardock's transformation. Bardock then reverted to his normal state, raising a hand towards Otto. Indeed, this is the transformation unique to us Saiyans, the Super Saiyan. He concentrated energy in his palm, preparing to strike Otto. To demonstrate both might and authority, I will reveal my true strength. If you do not submit, I will have no choice but to resort to violence. I submit. Feeling the unmistakable intent to kill emanating from Bardock, Otto knelt before him. Recognizing that submitting to a Super Saiyan was not a disgrace, even if the individual was a lower-tier warrior. Very well, should you betray me in the future, I shall ensure your utter ruin. Bardock issued a stern warning. Yes, Lord Bardock. Otto responded obediently. Your energy now radiates on Planet Vegeta like the sun. I shall teach you a technique to suppress your energy. Afterwards, I will have tasks for you. Yes, Lord Bardock. Otto expressed profound respect, concealing any remnants of animosity towards Bardock. Through instruction and demonstration, Otto quickly grasped the technique, managing to suppress his energy to 12,000. This is a gravity chamber. Utilizing the gravity prison technology of Planet Vegeta, capable of reaching 50 times the planet's gravity. Your current strength is insufficient, and it would not be wise to appear before others in your present state. Train here until you attain a certain level of combat power, after which I shall assign you a mission. Bardock gestured towards an adjacent room. This is a medical pod, should you sustain injuries from the weight training. You may seek treatment inside. Lord Bardock, can this gravity equipment truly make me stronger? It was understandable for Otto to harbor such doubts, as gravity devices were viewed by Saiyans as tools for imprisoning criminals, not as instruments for training. Do not underestimate these gravity devices. The gravity on Gastan is 5 times that of Planet Vegeta. When I adapted to that gravity, my power surged from 4,000 to 8,000. Would you say that was of no use? Bardock punctuated his statement with a punch, adding, and do not question my orders. I am not King Vegeta. I will not be the cause of your downfall. Yes, Lord Bardock, I acknowledge my errors. Otto promptly acquiesced. This place is yours for the time being. As for sustenance, you must fend for yourself. Just ensure that no one discovers you." Bardock remarked, striking himself several times to feign injury, subsequently unleashing energy blasts around him, creating the illusion of having endured a fierce battle. Otto was left bewildered, unable to comprehend Bardock's peculiar antics. "Remember my words," Bardock commanded as he exited the gravity chamber, making his way to the elite guard training grounds. What should have been a brief flight took Bardock over 10 minutes, his performance acting as a ruse. "Maradona, hurry. Inform King Vegeta that Otto has escaped." A message relayed before departing, declaring intentions to seize the throne of the Saiyan King one day. Seeing Bardock injured, Maradona rushed forward, instructing a nearby Saiyan to relay the situation to King Vegeta while he supported Bardock to the medical pod for treatment. Meanwhile, King Vegeta, aware of Otto's rapid ascension following several near-death experiences, was prepared for contingencies. At this moment, the patrol squad leader, Jean, arrived, having devised a thorough plan. He then allowed Jean to inflict grievous harm upon him, ensuring he would be placed in the medical pod. When the elite guard delivered the news to King Vegeta, Jean was stationed at his side, unaware of the message being transmitted. Upon hearing Bardock's fabricated tale, Jean felt a surge of panic. 20,000 power level? Even 3 of them could not contend with that. At that moment, he could not abandon his post and was forced to remain vigilant, praying for Bardock's swift recovery to buy King Vegeta some time. Thus, while Otto trained, King Vegeta endured blows to enhance his strength, and Bardock played his part, lowering his energy to the minimum to benefit from the medical pod's healing. Each character harbored their own intentions, and in this game of wits between Bardock and King Vegeta, Jean, the unfortunate pawn, gathered half of the patrol squad to ensure some semblance of security. It was not until the following day, when King Vegeta awoke, that Jean finally exhaled in relief, eagerly greeting the king and presenting him with the latest scanner developed by the research department. King Vegeta eagerly scanned his own combat power, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he noted it had reached 18,000, still falling short of Otto's 20,000. Subsequently, Jean relayed the fabricated tales concocted by Bardock to King Vegeta, who feigned composure and commanded Jean to seek out Bardock. He instructed that if Bardock's injuries had healed, he should be summoned to meet him immediately. Just as Jean turned to search for Bardock, he spotted Bardock entering the grand hall with an expression of urgency etched across his face. Chapter 17. Significant Advancement and Future Plans. King Vegeta, it is truly wonderful to see you unharmed. I never imagined your strength would be so formidable, allowing you to survive under that traitor, Otto. Your combat power has astonishingly exceeded 18,000. You truly embody the might of our Saiyan royalty. Bardock, donning the latest scouter, excitedly lavished praise upon King Vegeta. After Bardock's sudden transformation yesterday had resulted in the destruction of all scouters on Planet Vegeta, researchers worked tirelessly to produce a new batch of scouters, equipping each elite warrior first. This led to the opening scene. Bardock, your combat power has reached 12,000, matching my former peak. King Vegeta expressed his surprise and delight at Bardock's progress, perhaps influenced by the presence of the so-called traitor, Otto. Bardock, can I truly trust your loyalty? King Vegeta, wishing to divert the conversation from Bardock's earlier remarks, posed the question. For King Vegeta, I would brave any peril. Bardock's fervent declaration unexpectedly touched even the steely heart of King Vegeta. Very well, well said. As the leader of the Royal Guard, your oath earns my absolute trust. King Vegeta feigned great emotion, patting Bardock on the shoulder before gravely continuing, you must realize that as Saiyans, whenever we emerge from the brink of death, our strength surges immensely. Hence, Otto could elevate his combat power to 20,000 in a short span. Bardock, for the future of our Saiyan race and Planet Vegeta, are you willing? King Vegeta's words stirred Bardock, who feigned loyalty, igniting a passionate fire within him. My king, I am willing. Please, feel free to ravage me. The moment those words escaped his lips, King Vegeta nearly choked on his breath. Bardock internally chuckled, nearly unable to suppress his mirth, while King Vegeta interpreted it as a display of fear. Bardock, you misunderstand. I meant for you to help me reach the brink of death so that I may recover and enhance my power in preparation for Otto's assault on my throne. King Vegeta, regaining his composure, explained earnestly. But why me? Commander Jean can also assist. Bardock feigned ignorance as he questioned. Jean lacks the strength. King Vegeta recalled the painful experience of being defeated by Jean. Akin to a dull knife cutting flesh, an excruciating ordeal that was not merely physical, but also a torment to his spirit, making him wish for death. Yes, King Vegeta, however. Before that, I have a request. Bardock glanced at Jian. Indeed, Bardock had taken a liking to this renowned Saiyan, yet due to status and power discrepancies, the Royal Guard had been unable to interact closely with him. Bardock understood that it was imperative for a Saiyan to lead fellow Saiyans, and Jian was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. What conditions do you propose? I shall listen before responding. King Vegeta refrained from immediate agreement, opting instead to inquire further. Commander Jian's power is too weak, comparable to that of a deputy leader of the Royal Guard, to contribute to Planet Vegeta. I wish for Commander Jian to train temporarily with the Royal Guard warriors, thereby enhancing his strength and allowing him to better defend our planet. Observing Bardock's earnest demeanor, King Vegeta assumed there was a significant request and readily consented. What followed was Bardock's vigorous assault on King Vegeta. However, to spare the king excessive pain, Bardock first rendered him unconscious, subsequently providing a thorough massage experience, leaving Jian visibly uneasy. As Jian noticed King Vegeta's vital signs dwindling to the point where his combat power reached merely 10, he urgently warned Bardock to cease. Bardock too sensed that he had pushed King Vegeta to his limits. He promptly seized the king by the neck and deposited him into the prepared medical chamber. Initially, Bardock had intended to drag King Vegeta by 1 foot, but with others present, he refrained. Commander Jian, as long as I am here, there will be no accidents. You may head to the Royal Guard training grounds. I shall ensure that Maradona treats you well, Bardock said, stretching his joints, which sent a shiver down Jian's spine. Then, I am in your debt, Bardock. Considering the fate of his family, Jian disregarded any thoughts about King Vegeta and, after bowing in thanks, hurried to assemble at the Royal Guard training grounds. Ah, this fellow is quite amusing, Bardock remarked with a smile, stroking his chin as he observed Jian's hasty departure. He then informed Maradona at the training grounds of Jian's temporary training assignment and instructed him to treat Jian well, aiming for him to surpass 20,000 combat power within a week. Due to extensive damage to the scouters, communications on Planet Vegeta were disrupted. Consequently, the minister's reports to King Vegeta were obstructed by Bardock, who firmly stated that the king was in training and that any matters could wait until he had concluded. Those who attempted to force their way past were deterred by Bardock's overwhelming combat prowess, retreating in defeat. As for the orders to locate the source of that formidable power, there was no lead. The Saiyans with lower combat power were too fearful to conduct serious searches. Their lives were evidently more important than the mission. Thus, when they learned of Bardock's vicinity, they bypassed it entirely, not even entering his home. As for the gravity chamber, it bore a sign indicating it was a gravity prison. The searchers paid it no heed, unaware that Otto was inside, battling against tenfold gravity, inadvertently evading disaster. A month swiftly passed, and life on Planet Vegeta returned to a state of normalcy, though the palace guards remained vigilant. The Royal Guard's combat power changes astonished the senior warriors attending the meeting, with some reaching combat powers of 9,000, while others soared to 10,000, and the deputy leader of the Royal Guard boasting a staggering 15,000. This revelation instilled a deep sense of crisis in those who had previously regarded themselves as superior. As the Saiyan King, King Vegeta, under Bardock's attentive torment, finally saw his combat power soar to 30,000, ceasing the physical trials once further growth seemed unlikely. Bardock, too, raised his energy slightly to 18,000, remaining just beneath King Vegeta's level. The Royal Guard's lower ranks, having engaged in intense training, now boasted a minimum combat power of 9,000. Remarkably, through Bardock's balanced approach, Commander Jian of the patrol team successfully became Bardock's covert subordinate. Bardock also imparted the technique of concealing one's energy to Jian, who publicly registered a combat power of 14,000, yet secretly achieved 20,000. As for Deputy Leader Maradona, under Bardock's scrutiny, he too was welcomed into the fold, receiving instruction in energy concealment, registering a combat power of 15,000 but realistically attaining 23,000. The progress was indeed monumental. Meanwhile, Bardock's hidden pawn, Otto, after a month of relentless training, finally overcame 50 times gravity, achieving an unprecedented combat power of 200,000, beginning to resemble a minor boss. After completing his tasks for the day, Bardock hurried to the gravity chamber, for in his view, Otto had now attained the strength necessary to execute the next phase of their plans. Chapter 18. The mission upon the entrance of Lord Bardock into the gravity chamber. Otto was recuperating his strength. Observing Bardock's arrival, Otto immediately stood up with utmost respect and offered a salute. No need for such formalities. Bardock casually waved his hand. Finding a spot to sit as he remarked, "Your current base combat power has reached 200,000. barely meeting the standards required for executing my next plan. However, for the sake of safety, your strength must be elevated further. Before proceeding, let me elucidate the next phase of our strategy. Firstly, you are to seize a spacecraft from Planet Vegeta and make your escape. The designated location will be Planet Gastan. But, Lord Bardock, Ascension Gastan. Otto's words faltered, realizing how foolish he sounded. With Bardock's Super Saiyan might, how could he not handle the indigenous inhabitants of Gastan? What is the issue? Bardock glanced at him sharply. And nothing at all. Your primary task is to abduct some scientists and personnel from technologically advanced planets, compelling them to develop Planet Gastan. Be mindful. These scientists are exceptionally astute, so do not let them outsmart you. If necessary, offer them certain promises. Furthermore, refrain from indiscriminate killings. Understand that what we Saiyans lack the most are research personnel. Do not emulate those foolish individuals who vent their frustrations on scientists. To prevent Otto from becoming an obstacle in his plans, Bardock preemptively issued a warning. Yes, Lord Bardock. Otto scratched his head, nodding in agreement. The second task involves locating the exiled Saiyan children from Planet Vegeta and facilitating their re-education. While you undertake this task, I will dispatch new personnel to oversee the scientists abducted to Planet Gastan, at which point you may proceed with your second mission. Do you comprehend? Bardock observed Otto, who appeared somewhat dazed, and felt compelled to remind him. Understood, Lord Bardock. Otto replied hastily. Good, now it is time to enhance your strength. Before that, you must experience near death. With that, Bardock raised his menacing fist and, in a flash, knocked Otto unconscious. After administering a thorough beating, he tossed him into the medical chamber and strode away. Considering Otto's potential for escape, Bardock needed to make arrangements for his spacecraft. Each ship was equipped with a tracking device, thus Bardock's foremost task was to eliminate this tracking mechanism. Over the years, he had become quite familiar with the locations of the trackers in small combat vessels and was able to dismantle them with ease. It is noteworthy that in recent days, Jine had been discovered to be pregnant, which brought great joy to Bardock. After destroying the tracking device, he planned to return to be with Jine. Upon completing his task, Bardock unexpectedly encountered the returning figures of Raditz and his companions who had completed their mission. He intended to invite Raditz to accompany him home. Father. Raditz greeted with his usual politeness, though there was a hint of suspicion regarding Bardock's actions against the Nappa family. Oh, Raditz, your mother is waiting at home for you to have dinner. Let us go. He casually greeted Vegeta, flashing a friendly smile at Nappa, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat, unsure if he was more intimidated by Bardock's power or his smile. Humph, you are Bardock, the new captain of the Royal Guard? Vegeta expressed his discontent with Bardock's lack of decorum. Yet, upon detecting Bardock's power level of 18,000, he was taken aback, maintaining his composure. Indeed, Prince Vegeta. Bardock observed the young Vegeta with interest, contemplating whether to send the future Kakarot to Earth. You annihilated the Nappa family, did you not? Vegeta's words were like a bombshell, leaving Nappa and Raditz in shock. Indeed, Bardock admitted without hesitation, conjuring an energy sphere aimed at Nappa, the implication unmistakable. Mind your actions. Captain Bardock. Nappa is my subordinate, a retainer of the royal family. Do you intend to rebel? Vegeta's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he admonished Bardock with a tone of authority. Ha ha ha, merely a jest, Prince Vegeta. No need for alarm. Bardock dissipated the energy sphere. Come, Raditz, your mother will be delighted to see you, and soon you shall have a brother or sister. When we return, I will train you well. You must protect your mother and sibling with your strength. Bardock ruffled Raditz's hair with a grin. TCH, who needs protection? Raditz pouted, displaying a touch of pride reminiscent of the young Vegeta, prompting Bardock to ponder whether pride was contagious. By the way, Prince Vegeta, King Vegeta has summoned you to the palace for dinner. Bardock announced abruptly as he pulled Raditz along, soaring towards home. Curse that disrespectful fellow. Just wait until I surpass him. I will make Bardock pay. Nappa trembled, engulfed in a deep fear. Upon returning to the palace, Vegeta noticed the royal guard, meticulously trained and synchronized, saluting him without a glance away. To his astonishment, he discovered that the lowest power level among these guards was an impressive 9,000, with several exceeding 10,000, even surpassing that of King Vegeta. A sense of panic arose within him, fearing his home had been compromised. He promptly flew into the royal hall, relieved to find King Vegeta unharmed. However, upon assessing King Vegeta's power level, his scouter exploded in shock. Vegeta was utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired during his absence of merely 1 month. Previously, he alone possessed a combat power of 10,000 among the Saiyans. And now he counted no fewer than 10 among the Royal Guard. What has happened in this world? Vegeta, you have returned. You seem quite astonished. Come. Let me share with you the events of this period. After shaking off the gloom, King Vegeta was in high spirits, inviting Vegeta to join him for a meal while recounting the recent happenings. Meanwhile, Bardock found that Giant had prepared lunch, entirely neglecting to account for Raditz's portion, resulting in their son going hungry while Bardock feasted heartily. The following day, Otto awakened from the medical chamber, and Bardock, having anticipated this moment, detected Otto's combat power had reached 1 million through the all-seeing eye. Although slightly disappointed, he acknowledged that each individual's potential for explosive growth varied. Thus he could not hold it against Otto. Excellent. Your combat power has indeed reached 1 million. You should now be able to traverse the cosmos with minimal danger. It is time to embark on the mission I have assigned to you. The future of the Saiyans rests in your hands, Otto. With nothing of substance to offer, Bardock resorted to motivational words. I will not fail in my duty. With his combat power at 1 million, Otto's loyalty remained unwavering. Well, without further ado, let us act swiftly. When seizing the spacecraft, remember to target this particular one. It's mine. I have already destroyed its tracking device, so you may confidently proceed to Planet Gastan. Bardock patted Otto on the shoulder before turning to leave. Soon, while Bardock entrusted the captain's duties to Maradona and engaged in systematic training with Raditz, the spaceship base on Planet Vegeta came under attack. The base commander, Alvia, a formidable individual with a power level of 9,700, met his demise when Otto's fist pierced through his chest, resulting in his immediate death. The other guards were certainly no match for Otto, as the concentrated energy blast severely injured the relatively weak Saiyans. In a moment of misguided cleverness, Otto destroyed the majority of the single-person combat ships and swiftly piloted Bardock's medium-sized spacecraft away. The flight path had been predetermined, requiring Otto only to initiate the launch. Chapter 19. The arrival of the Ginyu forced the Bardock family, having mastered the art of sensing each other's energy, had no habit of using detectors. Consequently, when Bardock and Raditz ventured out to train, they were unaware of King Vegeta's orders for Bardock to provide assistance. Instead, Bardock was focused on instructing Raditz in the rudiments of augmenting one's energy. Through Bardock's observations, he noted that Saiyans, after enduring severe injuries, naturally absorbed ambient energy during their recovery phase to enhance their own power. However, individual potential varied, resulting in differing increases in combat prowess. The training Bardock imparted to Raditz was a simplified version of his own practices. Despite its simplicity, it was perilous for Raditz. Had Bardock not been there to guide him in controlling his energy and integrating it with his muscles and bones, the outcome could have been disastrous. Meanwhile, on planet Frieza, the tyrant was consumed by fears of the Super Saiyan legend. Frieza had overheard reports from his subordinates regarding the recent developments on planet Vegeta. The first alarming news was that Bardock, a low-class warrior, had surpassed a combat power of 10,000. Following that, there were updates about the transformation in the elite guard's strength after Bardock took command, as well as the mysterious explosions of all detectors on planet Vegeta. By the heavens, these Saiyan monkeys truly are a source of constant concern. In just a month, over 100 warriors with combat power exceeding 10,000 have emerged. Moreover, King Vegeta's power has surpassed 30,000. Dodoria, it seems that King Vegeta now surpasses even you. Frieza's mocking tone dripped with a chilling disdain that sent beads of sweat cascading down the rotund pink-skinned Dodoria. Lord Frieza, I will intensify my training to ensure you are not embarrassed. Dodoria promptly vowed. That may not be necessary. The Saiyans can transform under the full moon, multiplying their power tenfold. Regardless of your training efforts, it would be futile in such a short span. Consider this a gentle reminder, and you too, Champa. Frieza's secretaries, both with a starting power level of 20,000, appeared somewhat inadequate. Yes, Lord Frieza, I will keep that in mind, Champa confidently replied, flicking his green hair. Since these Saiyan monkeys have developed considerable combat strength, let the Ginyu Force pay them a visit. We must not allow them to think that Frieza lacks any trump cards, or that they can escape my grasp. The astonishing increase in combat power on planet Vegeta did not concern Frieza, it was merely a fraction of his own might. His primary worry was the ominous legend of the Super Saiyan. Should there be even a hint of its emergence, Frieza would not hesitate to annihilate planet Vegeta. Unbeknownst to Bardock, who was still engaged in training his son, King Vegeta was searching for him, frustrated by the delegation of responsibilities to Maradona. King Vegeta vented his anger before instructing Maradona to locate Bardock. Upon arriving at Bardock's residence, Maradona learned from Jine that Bardock was overseeing Raditz training and received directions to find them. Following Bardock's energy signature, Maradona soon located the father and son duo. As soon as they met, a laser shot forth, obliterating the detector. From now on, do not wear such devices in my presence. I have made it clear before that they are merely for surveillance. Bardock's cold voice echoed in Maradona's ears. Yes, my lord. I understand my mistake. Maradona quickly admitted. What is it? Bardock asked, protectively eyeing Raditz's transformation. Due to the incident with Otto's theft of the spaceship, King Vegeta is quite upset. He sent me to find you. Maradona lowered his head as he spoke. Is that all? If he ran away, so be it. Does he think he can be brought back? Or is he concerned for his pride? Bardock spat dismissively. Understood. Keep an eye on Raditz. I shall head to the palace. Yes, Lord Bardock. Maradona respectfully positioned himself beside Raditz, ready to safeguard him. Bardock then soared towards the palace. Damn that Otto. Hiding for so long and escaping in a spaceship. He is a menace, a threat to my throne. Upon entering the inner chamber, Bardock overheard King Vegeta's furious outburst. After adjusting his expression, he hurried inside. My apologies for the delay. I hope King Vegeta can forgive me. Bardock's anxious demeanor softened King Vegeta's ire. Enough. Otto has already fled. Further debate is pointless. I summoned you primarily because Otto has taken your personal spaceship. I suspect that the tracking device has been destroyed by him. And I wish to know if you had set a predetermined course on that ship. King Vegeta finally got to the point after a lengthy preamble. No. My spaceship has not moved since its last inspection. No course was set. Bardock shrugged, responding innocently. Very well, we must focus on intensifying the training of the elite guard. Bardock, I entrust this matter to you. King Vegeta sighed in resignation. Despite his combat power now exceeding 30,000, a lingering sense of crisis persisted within him. Understood. King Vegeta. With a casual wave, King Vegeta dismissed Bardock. In the ensuing time, Bardock continued his training while accompanying Jine, granting Maradona a respite to train in the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, Jian had directly requested leave from King Vegeta, allowing the deputy commander of the patrol unit to temporarily oversee his duties, while secretly joining Maradona in the gravity chamber. Half a month later, 5 single-pod combat ships landed on Planet Vegeta, and 5 uniquely shaped aliens emerged at the landing site. After more than a decade, Planet Vegeta remained unchanged. Frieza's assertions about the emergence of a new batch of warriors with combat power exceeding 10,000 seemed ridiculous to them. How could these monkeys possibly possess such strength? Remarked JIS, who began indiscriminately scanning the energy levels of those present. What is this? The individuals around Lord Frieza seem utterly unreliable. These are merely weaklings with combat powers of 4 to 5,000. JIS, according to the intelligence reports, King Vegeta's combat power has surpassed 30,000, and many elite guards have exceeded 10,000. Those tasked with protecting the so-called Saiyan King would hardly linger in this dull place. My memory suggests that King Vegeta's palace lies in that direction. Ginyu interrupted JIS and led the way towards the palace. The other 4 members of the Special Force followed closely behind. The defense minister responsible for the ship base promptly relayed the information to King Vegeta, who gathered the elite guard to welcome the Ginyu force. Bardock, as the commander of the elite guard, was also involved, leading his men to intercept the Ginyu force outside the palace. Before long, 5 oddly shaped extraterrestrial beings descended at the palace entrance. Indeed, it appeared to be true, over 1,000 monkeys with combat power exceeding 10,000. Oh, the leader must be Bardock, boasting a combat power of 20,000. No wonder Lord Frieza has instructed us to pay these monkeys a proper visit. Lycum's foul mouth spewed insults, calling the Saiyans stinking monkeys brazenly in their presence. Bardock, employing the omniscient eye, surveyed the combat prowess of the 5 individuals. Leading the group, Ginyu possessed a battle power of 120,000, while the Crimson and Azure Skin Gs and Berta each boasted a power level of 60,000. Observing the somewhat ordinary orange-haired Recruitment, he noted a battle power of 50,000. And concerning the weakest among them, Goldo, his power was merely 15,000. One might mistakenly believe this fellow was merely present to fill space. Ginyu, to what do we owe the intrusion? King Vegeta, adorned with the latest scouter, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him as he assessed the Ginyu force's capabilities. He concluded that they were not as formidable as rumored. Even their strongest member, Ginyu, possessed only 120,000 000 battle power, while he himself, upon transforming into a great ape, boasted an impressive 300,000. Your battle power has indeed surpassed 30,000, yet it remains insignificant. Ginyu's tone dripped with disdain, which caused the veins on King Vegeta's forehead to bulge, and even young Vegeta felt compelled to step forward, wishing to silence Ginyu's insolence. Of course, we have come at the behest of Lord Frieza to extend our sincerest greetings. Recruitment chuckled maliciously as a beam of laser erupted from his fingertips, aimed directly at King Vegeta. Chapter 20. Filial piety and parental love. Lo and behold, how audacious. King Vegeta could hardly anticipate that Recruitment would strike without hesitation. In a moment of chaos, the palace walls behind him bore the brunt of the attack. The events unfolded in a flash, as Bardock, initially a mere spectator, was taken aback when the confrontation commenced with an assault on King Vegeta. It was hardly Recruitment's fault. He was a brute, driven by muscle rather than intellect. In his mind, subduing the strongest Saiyan, King Vegeta, would mean an effortless victory. How dare he inflict harm upon King Vegeta? The king's loyal subordinates were incensed, conjuring artificial moons that soared into the sky. What a reckless display of power without prior warning. Bardock felt the awakening of his primal instincts, his reason gradually being consumed. Struggling to maintain control, he severed half of his tail with an energy blade, halting his transformation and reverting to his humanoid form. Meanwhile, the royal guards and elite warriors transformed into colossal apes, exuding an earth-shattering aura. Faced with over 100 giant apes, each boasting battle powers exceeding 100,000, and the sole warrior whose power reached 300,000, the cocky Ginyu force began to experience an unprecedented terror. Subsequently, upon witnessing the artificial moon, Saiyans from other regions transformed into giant apes as well, each with a minimum combat power of 10,000. The lower-tier warriors, unable to control their instincts, wreaked havoc in their residential areas, spewing flames indiscriminately. Ginyu Captain, what do we do? Stammered the weakest member, Goldo, his body stiff with fear. Curse you, Recruitment, you fool! Ginyu exclaimed, his face pale with frustration. He narrowly dodged a punch from a giant ape and ascended into the air, firing energy blasts in a desperate attempt to shatter the artificial moon. Bardock and his slightly stronger companions skillfully evaded the attacks of the giant apes, soaring into the skies while simultaneously unleashing energy blasts to destroy the artificial moons. The weakest among them, Goldo, employed his time-stopping ability to narrowly escape several attacks, only to be consumed by a searing flame, reduced to ashes. One down from the Ginyu force. Damn it, Recruitment, you are entirely responsible for Frieza's impending failure. Ginyu cursed, recalling Recruitment's blunders as he and his team sustained significant injuries from the relentless energy assaults of the giant apes. Paying no heed to others, he hastened toward the designated landing area for their spaceship. An energy wave soon engulfed the fool Recruitment, reducing him to ashes. After locating their respective ships, the trio swiftly activated their departure from Planet Vegeta, evading the energy blast of the approaching giant apes, though it was too late to stop them. With the enemy retreating, Bardock had no choice but to destroy the remaining artificial moons. The awakened giant apes followed suit, dismantling the moons they had created. Only then did the chaos begin to subside, albeit at the cost of extensive destruction, leaving many areas in ruins and resulting in the loss of numerous researchers from the technical department. It was difficult to discern who had gained and who had lost in this conflict. Bardock suspected that his plans had been hastened. Perhaps Frieza, having lost 2 elite members, would seek to obliterate Planet Vegeta prematurely. Yet, uncertain of the timeline, Bardock resolved to prepare accordingly. Why did you not transform into a giant ape during the recent battle? Bardock, why did you opt to sever your own tail? King Vegeta inquired, having concluded his affairs and now seeking accountability. Your Majesty, did you forget that I am a lower-tier warrior, incapable of maintaining my reason? Transforming would only exacerbate the chaos. Bardock replied. The underlying truth was that he feared losing control and becoming a golden great ape, potentially annihilating his own race, thus obliterating his dream of forming a Super Saiyan army. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta recalled Bardock's status as a lower-tier warrior. He recognized that had Bardock transformed without restraint, he would have faced an adversary even more formidable than the Ginyu force, risking a situation where they would benefit from the chaos. His resentment towards Bardock's decision to abstain from transforming dissipated. It is I who failed to consider this. Bardock, you performed admirably. However, you must strive to master the power of the great ape. After all, the transformation is a potent advantage for us Saiyans. King Vegeta conceded, acknowledging his error, which even prompted Bardock to silently commend him. "Yes, Your Majesty," Bardock replied dutifully. The unexpected turmoil had turned Planet Vegeta into a wasteland, necessitating a complete reconstruction. The alien slaves became the most efficient labor force. Fortunately, Bardock's home suffered no losses. Jean and Maradona, despite sensing the threat, remained oblivious within the gravity chamber, while Jean stayed home to nurture her pregnancy, thus avoiding transformation into a giant ape. This realization brought relief to Bardock as he returned home. At this moment, Bardock recognized his most significant flaw. In his great ape state, he would lose control. Given his temperament, it would be far simpler to achieve Super Saiyan 4 than to master his reason. The sooner he learned to control his instincts, the better. Delaying such mastery until he grew stronger would be folly, as no one could halt him, leading to an inevitable self-destruction. It was conceivable that by the time he reverted to his humanoid form, he might find himself the last being on the planet. Having encountered various interpretations of Dragon Ball in his past life, Bardock was perplexed by protagonists who, possessing Super Saiyan 3 strength, still sought to transform into giant apes for control. In a scenario where no one surpassed their strength, it was akin to preparing for world annihilation, an utterly baffling strategy. Meanwhile, the fleeing Ginyu members promptly relayed the events of Planet Vegeta to Frieza. Upon hearing the news, Frieza crushed his wine glass into powder, a sinister smile gracing his lips, causing the crew operating the spaceship to tremble in fear. "Shampoo," Frieza called out, his voice laced with amusement. "Yes, Lord Frieza," Shampoo replied, respectfully offering a goblet and pouring red wine into it. "Send a message to King Vegeta, informing him that I shall arrive on Planet Vegeta in 1 month," Frieza declared, savoring a sip of wine with a grin. "Yes, Lord Frieza." Shampoo obediently withdrew, utilizing a communicator to relay the message to King Vegeta. Meanwhile, Frieza gazed into the vastness of space, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. In truth, King Vegeta, having dispatched Frieza's Ginyu Force in a fit of rage, felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Frieza might seek retribution. After all, his records indicated Frieza possessed a combat power of 530,000. While even in his grade 8 form, he would not stand a chance against him. As young Vegeta observed his father's troubled expression, King Vegeta received a direct message from Frieza, informing him of the impending arrival in 1 month. His countenance paled, and as he looked down at his son, a daring notion took root in his mind. Since his own potential had reached its limit, perhaps Vegeta, as his most promising heir, harbored significant potential as well. Thus, he contemplated extending his ambitions towards his young son, Vegeta. The royal guards patrolling the palace suddenly heard the anguished cries of Prince Vegeta, momentarily stunned. This was the royal palace. Who would dare lay hands on the prince? Surely, it must be King Vegeta himself, perhaps chastising Vegeta for some mischief. With such thoughts, they returned to their duties, recognizing that royal matters were beyond their jurisdiction. In less than a minute, the unfortunate Vegeta lay on the brink of demise beneath the iron fist of his father's love. King Vegeta, with a countenance filled with concern for his son, cast Vegeta into the medical chamber, anxiously awaiting the awakening of his latent potential. To confront Frieza, Vegeta's battle power must exceed 55,000. Thus, King Vegeta could only pray for his son's fortitude, for otherwise, both his throne and the fate of the Saiyan race would be in peril. Chapter 21. The Trials of a Son. After enduring relentless training for over 20 days, with bouts of intense sparring every few days, Vegeta's small frame bore the marks of his father's rigorous discipline. During the day, he suffered numerous injuries, while at night, he lay in the medical pod, undergoing painful treatments. At last, his combat power surged to 60,000, a milestone that brought King Vegeta to tears of joy. Had it not been for the king sharing the rationale behind this grueling process, one might have expected a dramatic scene of filial piety wherein Vegeta would bestow upon his father a beating so severe that the king would struggle to care for himself. Vegeta's journey to power was undeniably agonizing. Initially, King Vegeta's strength was capable of inflicting grave harm upon him, pushing him to the brink of death. However, upon reaching a combat power of 40,000, the king's punches ceased to pose such a threat, though he could still render Vegeta unconscious. The king's subsequent attacks merely jolted him awake. Ultimately, the rate of Vegeta's power enhancement began to wane, until, after achieving 60,000, it reached a plateau with no further effect. Meanwhile, Bardock had spent 5 days teaching Raditz a simplified training regimen, after which he cast him into the gravity training chamber alongside Jean and Maradona. To exemplify a father's role, Bardock joined in the training. The most direct and effective approach was to engage in sparring under the intense gravity. Within 15 days, Raditz quickly acclimated to 50 times the normal gravity. While Gian and Maradona had long since adapted, their combat powers soared to 180,000 and 190,000 respectively, whereas Raditz, likely due to his youth, only managed to reach 30,000. However, he struggled to maneuver freely under the immense gravitational pressure, suggesting there would be further growth in his power. With Gian and Maradona having exhausted the need for additional training, Bardock decided to administer a thoughtful massage akin to that given to Otto. 2 days later, both left the gravity chamber. Having received special attention, Gian reached a combat power of 120,000, while Maradona attained 130,000. Bardock instructed them to maintain a facade of 20,000 for appearances. 2 days later, after finishing his guidance with Raditz, Bardock exited the gravity chamber, intending to spend time with Gian. However, he was met by a 5-year-old Vegeta, whose combat power, as revealed by the all-seeing eye, had astonishingly reached 60,000. Bewildered by this revelation, Bardock was taken aback. "Bardock, I seek a duel with you. You shall pay for your disrespect on that day." It seemed that Saiyans had a penchant for holding grudges. Bardock had assumed this trait was unique to himself, but it was clear that any proud Saiyan shared this essence. "I have no time for you. Besides, what significance is there in battling someone with only 20,000 in combat power? Tomorrow, I will have Raditz fight you. And I assure you, it will satisfy your desires." Bardock made a rather disheartening suggestion. "Raditz? That weakling with barely 5,000 combat power? That hardly piques my interest." Raditz felt slighted. "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, Prince Vegeta. You must adjust to your newfound strength to avoid unleashing only a fraction of your potential. Would you not agree? I have experienced this state myself, so, Prince Vegeta, do not dismiss my counsel." Bardock, observing the irate Vegeta, offered a sly smile before returning to the gravity chamber. In Raditz's bewildered gaze, a massive hand engulfed him, plunging him into darkness. "Apologies, my son, but I must use you as a shield." Outside the gravity chamber, Vegeta heard the sounds of combat within, accompanied by the occasional explosion of energy blasts, each strike possessing at least 28,000 in attack power. Vegeta, his patience waning, recalled that Bardock had trained the elite guard, and thus recognized the Saiyan ability to rapidly enhance their combat power when faced with near-death experiences. With a complex expression, he glanced at the suffering Raditz before soaring away, resolving to heed Bardock's advice and return the following day. In less than 30 seconds, Bardock sensed Raditz's energy waning alarmingly and ceased his rigorous training, shouting in satisfaction. He deftly tossed Raditz's unconscious body into the medical pod, which sealed itself and initiated treatment. Bardock then hummed a tune as he sought out Gian. As he gazed at Gian, who cradled her belly, Bardock pondered the records indicating that descendants of Super Saiyans were more likely to transform into Super Saiyans themselves. With Trunks and Goten as prime examples, he speculated whether his presence would impact Kakarot's eventual birth, potentially resulting in a child with greater combat power. The thought of sending a more powerful Kakarot to Earth intrigued him. The next day, Vegeta eagerly arrived at Bardock's residence, seated on the sofa with a serious demeanor. Bardock, exasperated, marveled at Vegeta's impatience. It was absurd that a 5-year-old would knock at the door at 5 in the morning seeking a duel. Still groggy, Bardock contemplated giving the little brat a lesson in decorum. All right, I understand. Follow me, I will take you to Raditz." Bardock yawned, pulling Vegeta by the collar toward the gravity chamber. Feeling humiliated, Vegeta grasped Bardock's hand, squeezing it tightly in an attempt to elicit a reaction. However, despite his best efforts, Bardock remained unfazed, continuing to drag him along. "Wait outside," Bardock instructed, releasing Vegeta before opening the gravity chamber door. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta activated his scouter to assess Bardock's combat power, only to find the unimpressive reading of 20,000. In disbelief, he scrutinized his own hands, questioning the authenticity of his own 60,000. Raditz, are you still asleep? It's time to wake up," Bardock exclaimed, noticing that the medical pod indicated Raditz's vital signs had stabilized. Without hesitation, he pulled Raditz from the pod. "Father, what is it? Is it not too early for this?" Raditz groggily protested, rubbing his eyes. "Too early? Look at Prince Vegeta. He rose early to seek you out for training. Are you not going to hurry and prepare? He awaits a duel with you," Bardock chided, instructing Raditz to suppress his power to 58,000. "You better handle this little brat properly." Hearing Bardock's praise, Vegeta scoffed, brimming with pride. "Raditz, treat Prince Vegeta with the utmost respect, understood?" Bardock added with a significant look, causing Raditz to regard Vegeta with a mixture of pity and concern. Raditz, your combat power has reached 58,000. Vegeta exclaimed in shock, though Raditz's true power had already soared to 200,000, revealing only a fraction of his strength to Vegeta. Thanks to my unreliable father. Raditz chuckled bitterly, while Vegeta, empathizing with his plight, understood the weight of Raditz's struggles. However, their shared experience differed. Raditz needed only one trial, while Vegeta required many. Go on, go on. Prince Vegeta expects you to show mercy. Bardock feigned concern. Of course. Commander Bardock. Raditz is a valued member of my team. It's merely a friendly spar, I assure you. Vegeta coldly responded, causing Raditz to tremble with gratitude. Thank you, Prince Vegeta, he said, then turning to Raditz, added, Son, make sure to return promptly. With that, he turned on his heel and headed home for a much-needed rest. Their combat power exceeded 50,000, making it evident that a conventional training ground was no longer suitable for the two. As the host, Raditz guided Vegeta to the place where he and Bardock frequently engaged in father-son bonding. Chapter 22. The near demise of the secondary male character. The two adversaries stood at a distance, each gathering energy in their palms, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward one another. The ensuing explosion shrouded the battlefield in a haze, obscuring their vision. This tactic proved advantageous for Vegeta, yet ineffective for Raditz, who, after a brief yet intense tutelage from Bardock, had learned to sense his opponent's movements through energy. He had entirely abandoned reliance on a scouter to gauge his opponent's actions. Vegeta, aware of Raditz's lack of a scouter, capitalized on this oversight by employing such a strategy. Conversely, Raditz believed that Vegeta's reliance on the scouter would lead to sluggish reactions, as it would foster an overdependence on its readings. Indeed, as Raditz surmised, Vegeta utilized the smoke as cover to swiftly materialize behind him, delivering a swift kick aimed at Raditz's neck. However, Raditz sensed the shift in Vegeta's energy and promptly turned, blocking the kick with a bent arm. In retaliation, he gathered energy in his other hand and struck Vegeta squarely in the chest, sending him flying several meters. Thanks to Raditz's restraint, Vegeta's combat attire only emitted a wisp of smoke, remaining largely intact. Raditz, I did not anticipate your combat instincts to be so keen. It appears Bardock has imparted considerable fighting wisdom upon you. Allow me, Vegeta, to witness what you have learned during this time. Vegeta roared, his power soaring to 65,000. Raditz assumed a defensive stance, acutely aware of the changes within his body. He discovered that after barely acclimatizing to the 50-fold gravity of Vegeta's planet, he felt remarkably agile. Even while suppressing his energy to 58,000, he could effortlessly discern Vegeta's movements and respond with alacrity. The clash of their combat was a mere echo, the shockwaves reverberating even to the distant royal palace of Vegeta, where King Vegeta, alerted by his scouter, was taken aback to learn that it was his son battling Bardock's offspring, Raditz. He could hardly fathom the latent potential harbored by Bardock's son, a low-ranking warrior. Concern for his own dominion crept into his thoughts, but then the king reassured himself, reminding himself that his son possessed a combat power 2,000 points higher than Raditz. Moreover, he believed that Vegeta's prior assistance to Raditz and his mother would ensure Raditz would never harbor rebellious thoughts. Yet, the king's optimistic musings belied a grim reality. While Raditz bore no treasonous intent, Bardock certainly did, contemplating how to dismantle the elite forces under King Vegeta's command. As other Saiyans sensed the overwhelming power of their battle, cold sweat trickled down their brows, initially fearing an external invasion. However, upon receiving the king's announcement that it was merely a sparring match, they felt their worries dissipate and returned to their tasks. Returning to the confrontation between Raditz and Vegeta, Raditz effortlessly deflected Vegeta's relentless barrage of attacks, a relaxed demeanor evident on his face. This infuriated Vegeta further, inciting him to escalate his onslaught. In his agitation, he left himself vulnerable, and Raditz, akin to a pressure valve, absorbed the brunt of Vegeta's fury. As Vegeta's strikes grew more fervent, Raditz seized the opportunity, intercepting one of Vegeta's powerful punches with a single hand, while his other hand coalesced energy, unleashing a wave that pierced through Vegeta's defenses. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta was sent sprawling to the ground, his battle attire severely damaged, smoke rising from the exposed skin of his chest. Damn it, I am the proud prince. How could I possibly lose to someone with a power level below 60,000? Vegeta's pride flared, his anger surging as his composure waned. A torrent of energy blasts rained down upon Raditz, who, with a leisurely grace, evaded each one, closing the distance between them. Without hesitation, he struck Vegeta once more, sending him tumbling across the ground. As Vegeta struggled to regain his footing, doubts began to cloud his judgment regarding the readings on his scouter. Prince Vegeta. The scouter merely hinders your perception of your opponent's position. Its calculations require time to process. While it may serve a purpose for lower-tier warriors, it is but a tool for data observation and communication in high-stakes combat. Raditz cautioned gently. Moreover, my father taught me to maintain absolute calm and judgment during combat. Succumbing to rage can diminish one's potential by more than a third. Though begrudgingly, Vegeta acknowledged the wisdom in Raditz's admonitions. Striving to quell his fury, he discarded his scouter and charged forward once more, his speed noticeably heightened. In an instant, he appeared at Raditz's midsection. Raditz swiftly intercepted Vegeta's punch and countered with a knee strike aimed at Vegeta's throat. Vegeta attempted to block with his other hand, but the angle of the attack rendered him incapable of exerting his full strength. He could only watch helplessly as Raditz's knee pressed against his palm and neck, the sharp pain radiating from his throat as he flipped through the air. Raditz then positioned himself above Vegeta, launching an energy blast at his abdomen, executing a move reminiscent of the unique technique used by the Cloudbat Legion in their Super Beast armor. Meanwhile, Vegeta lay on the ground, questioning his very existence. Bardock had instructed Raditz to treat Vegeta well, and he had not forgotten. The preceding high-speed skirmish had merely been to acclimate to the gravitational environment. Now was the moment to fulfill his father's directive. Vegeta, brace yourself, Raditz declared as he dashed toward the prostrate prince, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from Vegeta's mouth, the sensation indescribably bitter. Yet, this was not the end. Raditz seized Vegeta by the throat, dragging him across the ground for several hundred meters before launching him into the air, where multiple energy waves struck the prince with precision. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear beneath Raditz, hands clasped behind his waist, one hand supporting the other as he began to concentrate his energy. Raditz recognized that Vegeta was preparing his signature move, the Final Flash, and without hesitation, he countered with a half-hearted Kamehameha. The energy readings of both combatants surged dramatically, leaving King Vegeta, who had been monitoring their power fluctuations, utterly astonished. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000. The battle metrics escalated in unison until they reached 120,000, at which point Vegeta's readings plateaued, while Raditz continued to rise, eventually peaking at 150,000. Unsure which combatant possessed the highest reading, King Vegeta swiftly exited the palace, racing toward the battleground. What a chaotic scene! Bardock, who had been entertaining himself at home, sensed the intensifying battle and decided to investigate. Upon witnessing the clash between Raditz and Vegeta, he couldn't help but reflect on the youthful fervor he had underestimated. Raditz, is this your idea of hospitality toward Prince Vegeta? Bardock mused. This is not hospitality. This is a relentless assault. Final Flash. Kamehameha. The two opposing energies collided, sending forth a tempestuous force that stirred the forest into a frenzy, uprooting trees and scattering debris in all directions. Vegeta's ultimate flash can be described as a concentrated strike. Should the enemy fail to withstand it, their fate is sealed. Its hallmark is a burst of immense power, albeit lacking in sustainability. In contrast, the Kamehameha wave boasts exceptional endurance and formidable offensive capability, rendering it invincible against equally matched opponents. As Vegeta's ultimate flash depleted its energy, Raditz unleashed another Kamehameha directed at him, and for the first time, Vegeta felt the chilling grip of fear, paralyzed and uncertain of how to evade the impending doom. In a state of urgency, Raditz shouted at Vegeta to dodge, yet it seemed as though Vegeta were oblivious to the warning, remaining rooted to the spot. Fortunately, Bardock acted decisively, rescuing Vegeta from the path of Raditz's Kamehameha with a desperate maneuver, tumbling through the air while clutching Vegeta as a colossal energy wave detonated below them, creating a bottomless crater. Chapter 23. The lethargic Raditz. Thank you, Bardock. Prince Vegeta exclaimed, his face flushed with gratitude as he recognized the one who saved him. Haha. It was nothing. As long as Prince Vegeta does not hold my disappointing son against me. Bardock observed Vegeta with interest, finding his embarrassment quite amusing. How could I blame you for my own shortcomings? However, I will undoubtedly defeat Raditz next time. Vegeta's tone acknowledged his defeat. Then, Prince Vegeta, it is time to step up your training. As a gesture of goodwill, allow me to share some fundamental training wisdom with you. Bardock genuinely appreciated Vegeta's character, both in this life and the previous one. Speak. Vegeta replied, frowning. He despised being lectured by those weaker than himself, yet he knew that Raditz, despite his inferior power level, possessed superior combat skills and instincts. He calmed himself and listened attentively. While it's true that Saiyans can significantly enhance their strength when on the brink of death, there are limits. Therefore, in the coming period, Prince Vegeta, you must begin foundational training and refine your control over your own power. Only by mastering the precise usage of your strength can you fully unleash your combat potential. I witnessed only half of your battle with Raditz. Although Raditz's power level is 58,000, he managed to utilize 80% of his strength, whereas you, Prince Vegeta, only harnessed less than 70%, approximately 42,000. That is why you lost. Of course, this is not the sole reason. There is also the matter of your special techniques. Would you like to hear more, Prince Vegeta? Bardock noticed Vegeta's rapt attention and intentionally paused, teasing him. Raditz, drenched in sweat from fear, hurried over and overheard Bardock's playful tone. His lips twitched at the thought of his father's authority, and he obediently remained silent, listening in. Yes, Vegeta promptly answered. Your signature move, the explosive burst, lacks emphasis on subsequent energy output, while Raditz's technique balances both explosive power and sustained energy release. It can be said that your loss was due to the instability of your energy output, Bardock concluded. Vegeta displayed a contemplative expression, reflecting on the recent confrontation with Raditz, and couldn't help but feel that Bardock's analysis was spot on. Is there more? Vegeta inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Bardock pondered whether to reveal the technique of energy control to Vegeta but hesitated, considering that he was the son of King Vegeta. If King Vegeta deduced that he had been hiding his true strength, it would complicate matters. Thus, he decisively replied, nothing more. Prince Vegeta is exceptionally gifted and will surely create a technique that surpasses Raditz. Indeed, but Raditz must frequently spar with me. Vegeta steadfastly believed that practical experience was the best teacher. Raditz is your subordinate, your highness. Feel free to command him without seeking my permission. Bardock playfully kicked Raditz, reminding him, yes, your highness. I am at your service, though I sometimes leave my scouter at home and may not respond promptly. I hope you won't hold that against me, Raditz reluctantly affirmed. Bardock found this satisfactory. With Vegeta pursuing him, Raditz would be motivated to train harder, as he was notoriously lazy without supervision. Understood. I recognize the peculiarities of your family, Bardock, Vegeta remarked. Now, Raditz, let us finish the battle we have yet to conclude. What? We still have to fight? Raditz internally groaned, having already exhausted himself playing along with the prince. He had nearly lost control earlier and could hardly bear the thought of continuing. Your highness has a request. You should comply, Bardock admonished. Besides, you need to acclimate to your newfound strength. That previous move is no longer permitted. If you use it again, we might not have a planet left to call home. Though it seemed he was scolding Raditz, he was also reprimanding Vegeta. Vegeta's face reddened slightly, and he huffed in discontent. At that moment, King Vegeta, seeing that Raditz and the others were present, finally felt a sense of relief. King Vegeta, Bardock approached, casually greeting him and standing beside him as they both observed Prince Vegeta and Raditz face off. Indeed, Bardock, your son possesses remarkable talent. King Vegeta casually complimented Raditz. He's decent, but he lacks the diligence of Prince Vegeta. His current power level is merely the result of my daily efforts to train him. He is far too lethargic. It is only under the pressure of a genius like Prince Vegeta that he will progress. Otherwise, he will remain stagnant. Bardock spoke candidly, expressing his frustration with Raditz's laziness while admiring Vegeta's industrious nature. To King Vegeta, this was Bardock's roundabout way of praising Vegeta, which filled him with pride as a father. Raditz is quite capable, but he truly needs to amend his lazy disposition. I believe Vegeta can help with that. King Vegeta also offered a modicum of praise for Raditz. Let us hope. Bardock silently wished for his son. As for Raditz, he could use a bit of encouragement. Whether he would rise to the occasion remained uncertain. On Vegeta's side, Raditz initiated the attack, his punches fierce and calculated. Unlike Vegeta, who aimed to unleash his full power with every strike, Raditz, under Bardock's guidance, gradually learned to allocate his strength more wisely, allowing himself to retain energy for unforeseen circumstances. The two moved with incredible speed, with King Vegeta barely keeping pace. Bardock, however, watched with rapt attention. It became evident that in the face of overwhelming power, all techniques are rendered irrelevant. Their exchanges relied solely on direct assaults, devoid of strategy or finesse. The clash of their fists produced a sound akin to sonic booms, and the fierce winds shattered ordinary plants instantly. Vegeta employed an elbow strike while Raditz defended with his palm. Following that, Raditz aimed a knee strike at Vegeta's midsection. But Vegeta countered with a forceful push to separate them. Raditz's knee strike missed, and he lunged forward with a series of kicks aimed at Vegeta's sides. Vegeta remained composed, expertly blocking with crossed arms. As Raditz's relentless kicks began to wane, Vegeta seized the opportunity to transition from defense to offense, grasping Raditz's leg and delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. The sound of impact echoed as Raditz feigned pain, displaying a dramatic expression. Both combatants displayed remarkable synchronization, opting for raw combat techniques instead of energy-based attacks. After showcasing his pain, Raditz spun around and aimed a kick at Vegeta's temple. Vegeta had no choice but to release one of Raditz's legs and duck, narrowly avoiding contact. The two resumed their grappling, their physical confrontation intensifying as they relied on strength and speed. One fought earnestly while the other pretended, making a swift conclusion improbable. Thus, the two fought from dawn until dusk, ceasing only when they were thoroughly exhausted. During their tussle, Bardock took it upon himself to haunt, inviting King Vegeta to share a meal while keeping an eye on the surroundings, ensuring that Queen Jine would not grow bored. As night fell, each returned home, carrying a small child in tow. Little rascal, stop pretending, Prince Vegeta and his father have already left. Bardock playfully tapped Raditz on the head, exposing his act. Left? Raditz responded in disbelief. Suddenly, the previously unconscious Raditz lifted his head, prompting Bardock to release his grip. "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted," he exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground with an expression of utter despondency. "You must exert yourself more. If you are so fatigued after battling a Vegeta whose fighting power is merely a third of yours, what would happen if his strength equaled yours? It would be you who faces defeat." Bardock, exasperated, delivered a kick to the utterly worn-out Raditz. "I understand, father. I shall strive to improve," Raditz replied nonchalantly, deepening Bardock's disappointment in him. Chapter 24, Frieza's arrival on Planet Vegeta. The month has come to an end, and King Vegeta received word from the Space Defense Department that Frieza's ship had reached the outer perimeter of Planet Vegeta, poised to land at any moment. The urgency of the situation compelled King Vegeta to summon all high-ranking warriors to greet Frieza, commanding his subordinates to be ready for any sudden confrontation. Among them stood Bardock and his two young companions, the tension in the air palpable. Before their scrutinizing gazes, a donut-shaped spacecraft descended slowly, and as the hatch opened, various alien soldiers emerged, each possessing a combat power of approximately 3,000. After forming ranks, a vehicle resembling a baby carriage appeared, followed closely by a green-skinned man and an ugly, rotund figure with pink skin. Both boasted combat powers around 25,000. However, Bardock knew that the green-skinned individual, known as Champa, could transform, raising his power to 32,000. "Ho ho ho, King Vegeta. It is indeed a great honor to have so many elite Saiyans come to welcome me," Frieza exclaimed, much to King Vegeta's surprise, as he did not initiate hostilities immediately. Glancing at Vegeta and Raditz beside him, King Vegeta's confidence surged, mistakenly believing that Frieza was intimidated. "Frieza, what brings you to Planet Vegeta? Have you come to settle the score for the attack by the Ginyu Force a month ago?" Vegeta asked defiantly. "Ho ho ho. It seems the matter still lingers in your memory, King Vegeta. I heard of your recent surge in strength and wished for the Ginyu Force to pay respects. Regrettably, these five misinterpreted my intentions and frightened you. As for the unfortunate demise of Recruitment and Goldo, they brought it upon themselves." "Speak, King Vegeta," Frieza said, exuding an overwhelming aura of power that left everyone feeling as if they were confronting a monstrous beast, their bodies turning cold. "Do not get ahead of yourself, Frieza. My son Vegeta has reached a combat power of 60,000. Should he transform into a great ape, his power will multiply tenfold, making you no match for him," Vegeta exclaimed, struggling against Frieza's formidable pressure, his voice trembling as he prepared to conjure an artificial moon. "Oh no, not again," Bardock thought in alarm. Hastily severing the tail he had just grown. Vegeta, feel free to try," Frieza replied with a sardonic smile, inducing a chill down King Vegeta's spine. "Though your son can transform into a great ape, I can create a massive energy sphere before he completes his transformation and eliminate him," Frieza declared, his murderous intent palpable. The young Vegeta, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, instinctively collapsed to the ground. "You see, King Vegeta, even your son acknowledges it." After intimidating them, Frieza dispersed the energy sphere, smiling at the assembled Saiyans. Upon hearing that his son might be killed, King Vegeta relinquished his plan for the artificial moon. Frieza was correct. While the transformation could amplify combat power tenfold, It required completion to be effective. Do not be anxious, King Vegeta, Frieza grinned wickedly. I have come because the Ginyu Force has 2 vacancies and wish to select 2 individuals from Planet Vegeta to join. I believe your son and the long-haired Saiyan boy beside him would be excellent candidates, each possessing a minimum combat power of 58,000. Perfectly fitting the requirements of the Ginyu Force and enhancing its overall strength. Absolutely not. Sending Vegeta to the Ginyu Force is tantamount to delivering him into your hands as a hostage. King Vegeta, I am not asking for your opinion. The oppressive aura bore down heavily on King Vegeta, causing him to kneel. Father, for the sake of the Saiyan race, I am willing to go. Vegeta seemingly acquiesced while stealthily concealing one hand behind him, preparing to create the artificial moon. With Frieza's predatory gaze upon him, he hurled the artificial moon into the sky. The moment the Saiyans saw it, they instinctively began their transformations, their power escalating exponentially. Within seconds, thousands of warriors with combat powers exceeding 100,000 surrounded Frieza, causing his minions to tremble in fear. King Vegeta, your son is certainly more astute than you, yet that is all he possesses, intellect. Despite facing Vegeta's 600,000 and Raditz's 2 million in combat power, Frieza remained unperturbed. Bardock recalled Raditz, sensing his power had reached an astounding 2 million. Likely uncontrollable in his great ape form, yet still retaining his sanity. As for Maradona and Jean, both transformed into great apes. Their combat powers surged to 12 million and 13 million, respectively, a terrifying presence that even Frieza found surprising. With a roar, all the great apes bellowed to the heavens. And Vegeta was the first to strike, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Frieza and his minions. Frieza faced the fiery assault head-on, refusing to evade. Unaware of the impending danger, Vegeta roared in exhilaration, convinced he had defeated Frieza. Ho ho ho, your son is rather impatient, King Vegeta. I haven't even transformed yet. And he already attacks, such a lack of gentlemanly conduct. As the flames dissipated, Frieza revealed his second form, his body contorted in a grotesque manner. With a combat power of 1,350,000, transformation is not a mere monkey's ability. Allow me to inform you that my current form boasts a combat power of 1,350,000. Your son must be cautious. In the blink of an eye, Frieza vanished and reappeared before Vegeta, delivering a single devastating blow that sent the great ape flying, before doing the same to King Vegeta. Bam! Frieza sought to taunt, only to be struck down by Raditz, who sent him crashing into the ruins. What? Vegeta and his father cannot withstand Frieza's assault. Yet Raditz single-handedly knocked him down. This must be a jest. Bardock, still unwilling to accept Raditz's superiority, began to concoct excuses. King Vegeta, I had no idea such formidable warriors existed among the Saiyans. I underestimated your cunning. Frieza mused, realizing that Raditz's base power far exceeded 58,000. The cautious Frieza prepared for a second transformation, a flash of white light enveloping him as he transitioned into a muscular form, comically adorned with a diminutive head. My current combat power stands at 6,500,000. Little monkey, prepare to meet your demise. Excluding his father and brother. Frieza had never been struck like this before. He was determined to eliminate Raditz on this day. Maradona, Bardock shouted. And Maradona unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck Frieza directly, sending him hurtling away. Ho ho ho, we have triumphed. The demon Frieza is finally dead. Unknowing of the situation, the great apes celebrated loudly, while those trained by Bardock remained solemn, gazing toward the direction Frieza had been flung. A terrifying aura began to swell rapidly, surpassing even the might of the great apes Jean and Maradona, as both turned their eyes towards the composed Bardock. Swish! A diminutive figure soared from the distance, its tail trailing languidly behind, crimson liquid coursing through its veins. A visage contorted with fury as it hurtled toward the jubilant gathering of the colossal apes. How dare those Valsayan monkeys inflict injury upon the illustrious frost demon Frieza? I shall never forgive them, never. As it approached the congregation of Bardock and his comrades, a cataclysmic orb of interstellar destruction materialized at the tip of its fingers, launched toward the reveling giants. What is that? A bewildered giant ape inquired, gazing at the violet energy sphere. Chapter 25, Confronting Frieza in the End. It falls upon me to take action. The plot has diverged since my arrival, Bardock mused as he effortlessly shattered the artificial moon in the sky, causing all the great apes to revert to their humanoid forms. Jane, Maradona, head to the research base and prepare the spaceship. Call out to any Saiyans willing to join us. I will follow shortly. Ignoring the bewildered stares of the other Saiyans directed at Bardock's enigmatic behavior, he addressed his two companions. Yes, Lord Bardock. Jane and Maradona were aware of Bardock's formidable strength, yet they remained unaware of just how powerful he had become. Upon hearing Bardock's call for those willing to accompany him, they conjectured that perhaps Planet Vegeta was no longer a safe haven. Immediately, recruitment commenced for those eager to follow Bardock, who in turn began to enlist others. Meanwhile, Bardock's gaze turned icy as he observed the colossal energy sphere launched by Frieza. With a slight bend of his arms, he concentrated his energy on his back, and with a resounding roar, he emanated a golden radiance that illuminated the entirety of Planet Vegeta, causing all nearby detectors to explode instantaneously. The sheer pressure of his battle power, exceeding 100 million, left the onlookers breathless. Super Saiyan, the golden-haired aura, this is the Super Saiyan. To think that Bardock has achieved such power. The legendary Super Saiyan of our warrior race has emerged from an ordinary low-class Saiyan. King Vegeta gazed in disbelief at Bardock, who resembled a son of the sun. Is this truly the extent of my father's power? Raditz pondered. He recognized Bardock's might, having often felt the weight of his father's strength whenever he himself grew stronger. Yet he had never imagined that his father was a Super Saiyan. Bardock's battle power had indeed escalated, having increased by 500,000 points in just 2 months. Presently, his base battle power stood at 5,500,000, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it surged to 275 million, over twice that of Frieza's current power. Faced with the enormous energy sphere, Bardock effortlessly blocked it with one hand before launching it into outer space. The Frieza Force Fleet, stationed in the void, was engulfed by the massive energy wave, reduced to cosmic dust. Frieza, you remain as diminutive and charming as ever. Bardock jested, facing the rapidly approaching Frieza. Aren't you that Saiyan monkey named Bardock, who stands beside Vegeta? How have you transformed into this? Frieza, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Bardock, forced a calm facade while turmoil raged within him. For Bardock's current form mirrored the legendary Super Saiyan described by his ancestors. Of course, it is the visage that seeks your life. In the next moment, Bardock appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen, causing Frieza to swiftly don a mask of agony. At this moment, the tyrant revealed only 60 million battle power, easily manipulated by Bardock, who sent him flying dozens of kilometers away. Bardock pressed forward, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of heavy punches. Yet, Frieza proved to be the most resilient of bosses within the Dragon Ball universe. Although he had no capacity for counterattack under Bardock's relentless assault, his energy steadily rose. As he appeared to be rapidly recovering his strength, Bardock, with deliberate control, maneuvered their battlefield further from the gathering Saiyans. Yet the shockwaves of their clash reverberated among all the Saiyans present. Many who witnessed Bardock's transformation remained skeptical. An ordinary low-class warrior had become the strongest fighter in Saiyan legend, truly astonishing. As Jane and Maradona rallied those willing to leave Planet Vegeta alongside Bardock, nearly half of the Royal Guard soldiers responded first. Following their lead, the Royal Guard soldiers extended invitations to other Saiyans, disseminating the news as they made their way to the spaceship base. Observing this scene, King Vegeta reflected on the myriad events of the past 2 months. Quickly grasping the core issue, he watched in anger and helplessness as his subjects were swayed by Jane and Maradona to join Bardock's ranks. While Vegeta coldly surveyed the distance where Bardock and Frieza battled, the pride of the prodigal prince lay shattered, and with a hint of resentment, he turned to the astonished Raditz. Raditz, you two have been concealing your strength. Vegeta seethed, gripping Raditz's collar in fury. Indeed, my true battle power is 200,000. Jane and Maradona are stronger than I, their power's likely around 1 million. Raditz admitted, realizing that since his secret was exposed, he ought to be forthright with Vegeta. Then what about the battles of the past few days? Vegeta demanded, discontented. It was merely a fade, a performance while suppressing our true abilities, as father would say. Raditz's revelation was akin to salt in Vegeta's wounds, shattering his confidence in his own strength. Cursed, despicable traitors. The enraged Vegeta suddenly struck Raditz with a punch, which Raditz caught effortlessly without flinching. Meanwhile, Bardock continued to unleash a relentless barrage of blows upon Frieza, who appeared remarkably unscathed, merely oozing purple blood, his eyes growing ever more menacing and cold. Vol Saiyan monkey, I will annihilate your entire race. Frieza snarled as his tail suddenly ensnared one of Bardock's legs, hurling him away. Die! A purple energy wave shot towards Bardock. Damn it, this is getting out of hand. Is this the trait of pure-blooded Saiyans after transformation? Bardock mused as he crushed Frieza's energy wave with one hand, regretting his earlier carelessness that had allowed Frieza to gain an advantage. Vile Saiyan Monkey, perish. Frieza had originally come to recruit soldiers from Planet Vegeta, intending to take the Prince, Vegeta, as a hostage. Yet he had not anticipated encountering a true boss among these monkeys. His fury was palpable as he unleashed energy blasts without restraint. Bardock retaliated with his own energy waves, leaving devastation in their wake. Vile Saiyan monkeys, I wonder if you can survive in an environment devoid of air? Frieza smirked wickedly, ascending to the skies as the energy sphere in his hand expanded ominously, radiating an aura of dread. I wonder if the so-called Super Saiyan can withstand the flames of this planet? Ah ha 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 ha. Become cosmic dust, you wretched Saiyan monkeys. A colossal interstellar annihilation bomb hurtled toward Bardock. If no one could withstand Frieza's attack, Planet Vegeta would indeed be reduced to mere stardust. Do not celebrate too soon. Though Frieza, you are strong, I am even stronger. My battle power is twice yours. Do not be too arrogant with your meager strength, Bardock proclaimed, bracing himself against Frieza's interstellar annihilation bomb, redirecting the energy back toward Frieza. Gathering energy, he prepared the Kamehameha wave. Frieza, reluctant, attempted to reclaim control of his bomb. But Bardock would not allow it. A white light surged into the bomb, and Frieza could no longer halt its trajectory, as the immense energy propelled him beyond the atmosphere. Consumed by his own force, after unleashing the Kamehameha, Bardock could no longer sense Frieza's presence. With his transformation reverted, Bardock found himself still struggling to fully master the Super Saiyan form, resulting in considerable energy depletion. Upon reverting, he felt a slight breathlessness. With his current state now laid bare, there was no longer any need for concealment. He could directly attempt the full power transformation into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 26, A Chaotic Plot. Bardock. 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 As if heralding the return of a hero, the Saiyans who supported Bardock erupted in jubilant cries upon his arrival. Observing the throng surrounding Bardock from the palace, King Vegeta and his son were engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. The once despised ant had suddenly ascended to become the mightiest among the Saiyans, a Super Saiyan, a reality that was utterly unacceptable to them. As King Vegeta looked at Bardock, he was reminded of his own exiled son, solidifying his resolve to reclaim his eldest, Reg. Even if Reg were to usurp the throne as the new king of Vegeta, King Vegeta would not hesitate. The Saiyan king must be of his own bloodline. He believed that with Reg's innate combat power of 50,000, he could surely transform into a Super Saiyan in no time, thus reaffirming the Vegeta royal family's dominion over the Saiyans. In the following day, Jian and Maradona managed to rally 1,000 Saiyans, varying in strength. Most believed that Frieza had been vanquished and that the North Galaxy would belong to the Saiyans. Deeming migration unnecessary, many Saiyans clung to their homeland. Half of the Saiyans remained loyal to King Vegeta due to his long-standing prestige. After considering various factors, Bardock ordered everyone to gather their essential belongings, and they would depart the next day. However, King Vegeta could not allow Bardock to take nearly 1/7 of the Saiyan population. That very day, he spread the news of Reg's battle power of 50,000, fearing that the tale of his exile would reach Frieza's ears, and revealed that Reg was also the legendary Super Saiyan. This revelation caused those with wavering loyalty to immediately abandon thoughts of following Bardock. For them, aligning with any Super Saiyan was akin to siding with kin. They believed that a royal-blooded Saiyan transforming into a Super Saiyan was inherently more formidable than a lower-class warrior achieving the same. The next day, those who wished to accompany Bardock dwindled to less than 5,000 steadfast Saiyans. Bardock felt a deep resentment towards Frieza for arriving too soon. Had he been granted more time, he could have won over more Saiyan hearts and taken more with him. Regarding Reg, Bardock merely scoffed. Whether he could be brought back was debatable, especially since Reg was still merely a teenager and had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. That kid was not of exceptional physique. How swiftly could he train on Planet Vegeta? Due to Jian and Maradona's dominance over the Saiyan spaceship base, those wishing to remain on Planet Vegeta had no means of transport. After organizing the women and children onto the large spaceship, the remaining combat ships were commandeered by the more powerful Saiyans. Bardock expertly dismantled the tracking devices on each ship and convened trusted leaders to set their flight paths. The large ships departed first, followed closely by the smaller ones. Thus, the originally planned 3-year separation of the race was hastened, watching Bardock's ships recede into the distance. King Vegeta felt a surge of anger, wishing to unleash a wave of energy to send those traitors into the void of space to perish. Yet, he restrained himself, fearing that his own demise could come at the hands of their wrath, a loss too great to bear. The crux of the matter was that Bardock had departed with nearly two-thirds of the large ships and one-third of the combat vessels. Vital transport for the Saiyans in the universe, resulting in a devastating loss for King Vegeta. With a decisive gesture, he commanded his son Vegeta to pilot a medium-sized ship to Planet Vegeta to retrieve his brother Reg, intending for him to be the stabilizing force for Planet Vegeta. Vegeta, having learned of his brother's extraordinary combat power, felt a tumult of emotions. He cast a complex glance at King Vegeta before sullenly nodding in acceptance of the mission. At this moment, Planet Vegeta indeed required a strong leader, and Reg, being of the same bloodline, was the obvious choice. However, this was merely King Vegeta's one-sided wish, as Reg harbored deep resentment toward his father for his exile. Meanwhile, Bardock as secret agent, O2, was on an unknown planet abducting scientists, binding them and tossing them onto a ship. This was during his journey to Gastan, blissfully unaware that within a month of his departure, Bardock would lead a faction of their kin to flee. As it seemed that Frieza's saga had reached a conclusion, a greater threat loomed over Planet Vegeta. Upon learning that Frieza's last known location was Planet Vegeta, his loyal followers stealthily approached, gathering intelligence. Unexpectedly, they detected a faint life signal in outer space. Upon investigating, they discovered the disembodied head of their king floating amidst the cosmos, with his limbs and a fragment of his tail drifting nearby. The weak life force emanated from the remnants of Frieza's body. Overjoyed, Frieza's followers carefully retrieved the pieces, placing them within a life support system to sustain Frieza's last vestiges of life. With this unexpected boon, they dared not linger, for their king had been reduced to such a state. What could they, with their meager strength, accomplish? They immediately set course for Frieza's stronghold, a place renowned for housing the most brilliant scientists and doctors who could surely restore their imperiled king to a new form. Now, the unfolding narrative veers into the unknown. The Saiyans, due to Bardock's machinations, found themselves divided into two factions. The one who vanquished Frieza was not Goku, but Bardock. Reg, under Bardock's influence, might ascend as the new king of Planet Vegeta or could refuse to return, eliminating Vegeta and claiming the throne for himself. Most significantly, the protagonist Goku had yet to be born, having left Planet Vegeta still in his mother's womb. The fated encounter between Goku and the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, born on the same day, was likely thwarted, as there was no mention of Broly's father, Paragus, or his mother in the list of those following Bardock. The reason for the existence of a time traveler lies in their knowledge of future events. However, Bardock's interference has rendered the familiar narrative obsolete, greatly diminishing the advantages of the time traveler. As for the unborn Goku, Bardock decided to wait and see. Should his battle power at birth amount to but 2, he would send him to Earth. However, if his power exceeded expectations, he would keep him close, imparting knowledge of cultivation, ensuring he became a true Saiyan rather than the strongest Saiyan suppressed by a woman from Earth. Nonetheless, Bardock intended to visit Earth, if only to exploit the time chamber's peculiarities. At his current power level, he could not afford to rest easy, for aside from Frieza, who could predict the emergence of another formidable foe among the Ice Demon clan, the Dragon Ball universe has not elucidated the exact population or strength of the Frieza race, rendering such knowledge as inconsequential as a death warrant for Bardock. After much contemplation, Bardock succumbed to a state of slumber within the confines of his cramped spaceship, embarking on a new journey. Chapter 27. The Assault. Arrival at Gastan Star after 3 months. Otto, having captured a group of researchers, finally reached Gastan Star. The scientists of various races were herded off the spacecraft like frightened chicks, some of the more frail among them succumbing to the planet's immense gravity and collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Suddenly, a colossal creature charged towards the ship, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Otto with a key blast. What a useless lot. I wonder what Lord Bardock expected to gain by abducting you. If you can't even withstand the gravity 5 times that of Planet Vegeta, you are utterly worthless. Otto spat disdainfully at the 20 or so alien scientists sprawled on the ground. My lord, we simply cannot endure such intense gravity. Please, let us return. The bewildered researchers were on the brink of tears, every bone in their bodies lamenting their plight. Only the Saiyans, with their robust physique, could navigate this environment with ease. This is a task assigned by Lord Bardock, and I cannot let you go. However, you will adapt to this gravity over time. I do not expect immediate results. For now, just acclimate to the gravitational conditions of this planet. That creature over there will serve as your meal, if you grow hungry. Figure out how to go over and eat. I will ensure your safety. According to his readings, The dinosaur-like creature boasted a power level of 1,000. Without their own protection, these researchers, with only a few hundred power levels, would likely become the creature's prey. It was no wonder Bardock had instructed Otto to keep a close watch on them, fearful they might be killed. Otto's thoughts diverged sharply from Bardock's intentions. Yet they were not entirely misplaced. The spacecraft Bardock commanded was the most advanced in technology, traveling a third faster than Otto's. As Otto observed the researchers on the 10th day of adapting to Gastan star's gravity, Bardock's ship swiftly descended. This sudden arrival startled Otto, who initially feared an invasion from other extraterrestrial beings. However, upon sensing familiar energies, he felt both puzzled and exhilarated. He would no longer have to endure the company of these weak researchers. Who goes there? Upon disembarking, Jean and Maradona sensed a powerful energy approaching the Saiyan ship's landing site and quickly prepared for battle. Haha, Jean, Maradona. I didn't expect you two to grow so strong. Otto joyously rushed towards the two, completely oblivious to the fact that he was still a wanted traitor on Planet Vegeta. Bardock had also neglected to inform them that Otto was one of their own. Otto, he's on Gastan Star, Jean exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to capture this traitor and present him to Bardock. Maradona nodded in agreement. To prevent any collateral damage to the weaker Saiyans, both advanced, unrelenting in their assault. Otto, caught off guard, was struck hard in the abdomen, sending him sliding through the air, struggling against the pain to regain his footing. Both Jean and Maradona unleashed their fury, directing ki blasts at Otto. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. I'm one of you, Otto shouted as he evaded their attacks, desperately trying to explain. Since you're one of us, then surrender, they declared, their relentless assault continuing. Otto could only lament. Was such cruelty towards a comrade truly acceptable? Jean, Maradona, you two bastards, I will definitely report you to Lord Bardock. Seeing no mercy in their strikes, Otto erupted in anger, charging at them. Yet, could a warrior with a power level of 100,000 truly contend with two others at 120 and 130,000? Nonsense. In a well-coordinated effort, as Otto swung a punch towards Jean, Maradona delivered a swift kick to Otto's abdomen. In pain, Otto retaliated with a ki blast aimed at Jean, but Maradona, cunningly, struck him from behind. Jean effortlessly sent Otto flying with his ki blast, crashing into a distant mountain. The duo then executed simultaneous spinning kicks from either side. Realizing he could not evade them, Otto resorted to blocking with both hands, yet his defenses crumbled under the combined strength of their attacks. Overwhelmed, he found himself sandwiched between them, suffering a brutal blow to the head that left him dizzy. Jean and Maradona pressed their advantage, unleashing ki blasts that struck Otto, driving him into the ground. When the dust settled, Otto's clothing had disintegrated, leaving him battered and barely clinging to life. You two, hurry and get Otto to the medical bay on the large ship. Bardock, the last to arrive at Gastan Star, was taken aback by the situation. He realized he had neglected to inform Jean and Maradona of Otto's status as one of their own. Had Otto been even slightly weaker, he might have been killed by them. Is he? The two were momentarily lost in their excitement, recalling Otto's claim of being an ally, which they had disregarded. Otto is one of us. He was my subordinate before his defection. Get him to the ship for treatment, if we wait any longer. He truly will perish. Bardock interjected, cutting off their inquiries. Jean and Maradona wasted no time, hastily carrying Otto towards the nearest large ship. Bardock, sensing another cluster of weak and unfamiliar energies in a different direction, rushed over to find the researchers struggling under the gravity. Upon seeing another Saiyan approach, the researchers felt a wave of despair. Bardock, however, was pleased with Otto's efficiency, though he found it careless to leave the ship unattended, allowing the researchers a chance to escape. After landing, Bardock inquired about their respective areas of expertise, discovering that most were focused on weaponry and spacecraft manufacturing. Such answers did not satisfy Bardock. He required engineers who could swiftly utilize existing resources to rebuild their home. Talent in spacecraft and weaponry could wait until after the Saiyans were settled. Having gathered information on the 20 or so researchers, Bardock felt a sense of misplaced trust. He understood that while Saiyans excelled in combat and conquest, their practical skills lacked versatility and innovative thinking. They merely followed orders without consideration of the current situation. Given the flaws in Otto's mission, Bardock resolved to reformulate the development plan for Gastan Star. He would dispatch capable Saiyans in waves to capture high-level talent and technology, transforming Gastan Star into a second homeland for the Saiyans. However, there was a stipulation. Only those with power levels exceeding 200,000 would be permitted to engage in raiding missions. while those at 1 million power levels would remain to guard Gastan's star and protect their kin. As for the group Otto had captured, Bardock, under the fearful gaze of the researchers, dispatched them with a key blast, as they were of no consequence to the current needs of the Saiyans. Though the researchers in aerospace weaponry were elite, they were abundant throughout the universe, and keeping them would only waste resources. After disposing of the refuse scavenged from the outskirts, Bardock casually hoisted the spaceship onto his shoulder and made his way to the gathering place of the Saiyans. Chapter 28. The Celestial Guards and the Terrestrial Guards. Aside from Bardock and his 3 companions, who could adapt to the formidable 5-fold gravity of Gastan's star, the other Saiyans were struggling to overcome this challenge, resembling Bardock's initial arrival on the planet. Jean and Maradona observed their fellow clansmen below, pointing and occasionally bursting into laughter, leaving one to wonder what amusement they found in the situation. "Oh dear, my little ancestor," Bardock suddenly exclaimed as he spotted the trembling Jean. His heart raced with concern. She was pregnant, and any misstep could endanger the child, causing Jean immense suffering. Bardock hurriedly approached and insisted that she return to the spaceship, placing her in the medical pod for a thorough examination. "Master Bardock, there is no need for such alarm. It is not uncommon for Saiyan women to fight during pregnancy. She merely needs to adjust to the planet's gravity," Jean remarked, observing Bardock's panic. They initially thought something grave had occurred, only to discover it was merely Jean's adjustment to the gravity of Gastan's star. Seeing Bardock place Jean in the medical pod for treatment seemed an overreaction, prompting their earlier comments. Just in time, "Jean, Maradona, come here, I have a task for you," Bardock called out, exasperated with the 2 simpletons. "Can other Saiyan women be treated the same as Jean?" "What is it, Master Bardock?" they inquired. "Simply put, train the original guard of 500 to become warriors with a combat power of no less than 200,000 within 2 months. It is of utmost importance. Employ any means necessary to achieve this goal. I have previously informed you of the methods for enhancement. Each large spaceship contains a gravity chamber. You should know how to proceed. 500 individuals will undoubtedly be insufficient, so you each take 250, entering in batches. As for the explosive potential phase, please assess how many medical pods are available, and I will make a decision afterward. The medical pods will not suffice for 500 individuals to recover. We can only treat a select group to bolster our Saiyan warriors' higher combat power, safeguarding against unknown dangers." "Yes, Master Bardock, we shall proceed at once." The life signs transmitted from the medical pod indicated that Jean's bodily indicators were normal, with no unusual responses, which eased Bardock's worry. Upon exiting the medical pod, Jean shot Bardock an exasperated glance, to which he responded with a sheepish smile, supporting the obstinate Jean as they exited the ship to adapt to the gravity of Gastan's star. In just 1 week, the Saiyans following Bardock gradually acclimated to the gravity of Gastan's star, and their combat power saw a modest increase. As for Otu, having suffered a severe beating previously, he came before Bardock, weeping loudly, reminiscent of a child in distress. Bardock felt a wave of embarrassment and immediately summoned Jean and Maradona, assigning each a medical pod for a day's treatment, which finally appeased the sobbing Otu. Consequently, the responsibility of training the 500 guards fell to Otu for the day. The next day, Maradona and Jean appeared invigorated, now the most formidable trio under Bardock, Jean, Maradona, and Otu, boasting combat powers of 220,000, 210,000, and 200,000, respectively. As for Raditz, Bardock refrained from allowing him to continue reaping the benefits of the Saiyan potential explosion, instead guiding him to gradually enhance his combat power through the training methods he had taught. This was partly due to Raditz's youth, as Bardock feared the Saiyan's precarious mortality bug might impact his future, and also worried that Raditz might grow complacent, relying on the bug to boost his power, ultimately squandering his potential, which would be a great embarrassment to Bardock as a father. The Saiyan's remarkable adaptability soon led to the establishment of a rudimentary living environment on Gastan's star within a month. However, due to the lack of skilled technicians, it appeared as if they were living in primitive times. Some ambitious young Saiyans, under Oda's leadership and with Bardock's consent, began disseminating techniques related to energy manipulation, practicing during their leisure time and forming hunting parties, which proved beneficial for these less powerful Saiyans, as many creatures on Gastan's star were stronger than ordinary Saiyans. Bardock, meanwhile, did not remain idle. He accompanied Jean while honing his skills, compressing his energy into his cellular structure and utilizing it to refine his bones and internal organs, achieving a harmonious balance of internal and external cultivation. This increase in physical strength facilitated the storage of energy within his cells. Bardock's pace of improvement had also tripled. Previously, he had stagnated, making only a modest increase of 500,000 in combat power over 2 months. Now, with his accelerated training, should he dedicate himself fully, Bardock's strength would experience a qualitative leap. Before long, the 2-month timeframe Bardock had set arrived, and under the harsh training imposed by the two simpletons, the guard's combat power predominantly started at 100,000, with the strongest reaching 200,000, just meeting Bardock's requirements for mission readiness. Following Gene's assessment, there were a total of 20 large spaceships, each equipped with 5 medical pods, summing to 100 pods. Given the limited resources in the medical pods, Bardock decided to select the 108 most powerful Saiyans for the potential explosion of Saiyan power. The executors of this plan would be Bardock, O2, Maradona, Gene, and Raditz, each tasked with delivering 20 punches, akin to playfully striking children. Those not selected were responsible for transporting the grievously injured Saiyans to the medical pods. In less than 10 minutes, the 100 individuals were dispatched by the 5, leaving 8 to be treated once the others had recovered. The 392 who were not struck down did not envy their compatriots in the medical pods. With Bardock's approval, they resumed their training and hunting, their spirits unperturbed. When the invigorated 100 appeared before Bardock, their combat power had reached a minimum standard of 90,000, capable of effortlessly sweeping across a star domain. Subsequently, these 100 approached the remaining 8 with malicious intent, delivering a thorough thrashing before cheerfully sending them off for treatment. Once all 108 were accounted for, Bardock gazed upon his creation with satisfaction. The warrior's strength was merely temporary, but Bardock envisioned a future where hundreds of Super Saiyans stood together. Through the omniscient eye's detection, he designated the 36 strongest warriors as the Celestial 36 Guards. Forgoing elaborate names in favor of numerical designations, Celestial Guard 1, Celestial Guard 2, and so forth, the remaining 72 were named the Terrestrial 72 Guards. Following the same naming convention, while the titles sounded appealing, they lacked substance. Fortunately, the Saiyans were indifferent to such trivialities. Thus commenced Bardock's grand cosmic heist, one not marked by murder, but rather by plunder, with exceptions made for those who threatened their lives. The Celestial Guards, led by Gene, were tasked with raiding essential supplies, while the Terrestrial Guards were divided into 2 groups of 36. One group, under Maradona, was responsible for capturing individuals with skills in construction, cooking, and technology. The second group, led by Raditz, sought out technological experts to install gravity devices on every large and medium-sized spaceship, aiming to create portable, miniature versions. Additionally, they would procure fuel for the myriad ships, lest they become mere relics on Gastan's star. Certainly, such expenditures are out of the question. Even if one were inclined to spend, do you believe the Saiyans possess wealth? As for Bardock, he presides over the situation on planet Gastan, nurturing the likes of Odu into a Super Saiyan. Odu's combat power has surged to 2 million. Bardock has similarly opted to impart a simplified training methodology to Odu, utilizing energy to temper his physique, a more gentle and effective approach than straining oneself in a high-gravity environment. After mastering this rudimentary training technique, Raditz experienced a remarkable enhancement of 500,000 in his combat power within a mere 3 months. Bardock did contemplate allowing Odu to experiment with concentrating his energy to transform, but this method only yielded a slight increase in combat power compared to the explosive transformation, failing to achieve even the mimicry of Super Saiyan. Thus, Bardock ultimately concluded that Odu's foundational combat power did not meet the criteria for transformation into a Super Saiyan. Consequently, after Odu grasped the training methods, Bardock insisted that he devote himself to rigorous practice apart from eating and sleeping, in hopes of swiftly attaining the standards necessary for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 29. Fusion Technique. As for the remaining soldiers of the Royal Guard, they were temporarily incorporated into the Gastan Star Defense Force. Bardock secretly selected 50 of them to form a covert team, dividing these 50 individuals into 5 small squads. They would pilot medium-sized spacecraft to various corners of the universe to retrieve the exiled Saiyans back to Gastan Star. If they were unwilling to return, so be it. Before departing, Bardock made a copy of the specific information regarding the exiled Saiyans from Planet Vegeta, which proved to be quite useful. Once the capable individuals were dispatched, Bardock personally took charge of training the remaining 342 members of the Gastan Defense Force. imparting his years of understanding and insights regarding ki to the numerous Saiyans. As for how much these rough individuals could comprehend, it was a matter of chance. If they struggled to grasp it, there was little he could do. He also shared some fundamental methods of physical training, which included gravity training, training in harsh environments, and pushing oneself against nature to transcend personal limits. For instance, enduring the force of a waterfall without relying on one's ki, or engaging in combat deep underwater, repeatedly exhausting physical strength to reach their limits. The most perilous method involved forcing oneself to break through limits while submerged in lava, creating an energy shield of one's ki to encase oneself within the molten rock, igniting latent potential in such an infernal environment. Yet, upon hearing of this training method, the Saiyans exchanged glances, for the peril was evident. Who would dare to attempt it? To bolster the foundational strength of the defense force, Bardock matched individuals based on their combat prowess and taught them the unique fusion technique of the Metamorphs. After Bardock demonstrated the entire fusion dance, laughter erupted among the crowd, led by his beloved wife, Jine. The other warriors, unable to resist the contagious laughter, joined in. Bardock, however, glowered at these gestures and carefully ushered Jine back to the relative comfort of their modest dwelling. Returning to the training ground, Bardock unleashed his full combat power of 6 million, the overwhelming pressure silencing the crowd instantly. They stood at attention. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the air could be heard. Have you finished laughing? Bardock's cold voice cut through the silence. The arena fell utterly quiet. I ask you again, have you finished laughing? Answer me. His voice resonated, infused with ki, sending a tremor through the ears of every soldier in the defense force. They realized, in that moment, Bardock was genuinely furious, and they collectively shouted in response to his inquiry. Have I not given you enough of my time? Do you think your combat abilities are so formidable that you can roam the universe unchecked? Bardock's ire flared at their foolishness. Do you believe that with Frieza's demise, our Saiyan race is unthreatened? Let me be perfectly clear. You are gravely mistaken. The Frost Demon clan is not limited to Frieza alone. I can assure you. Frieza has a brother and a father, and he is the weakest among them, with a combat power exceeding 12 million. The revelation struck them like lightning. 12 million combat power? That cannot be possible, one exclaimed. Lord Bardock, are you jesting with us? How could such powerful beings exist? They murmured, a palpable cloud of dread settling over them. What I speak is truth, hence my decision to lead a portion of the Saiyans away from Planet Vegeta, to preserve our lineage. As for your recent behavior, I am deeply disappointed. In my view, any effort to enhance your strength and protect our kin during critical moments should never elicit laughter. You are to become the backbone of our Saiyan's second homeland. Such complacency is a betrayal of my expectations. Do you believe your strength rivals even the weakest of the Frost Demons, Frieza? Bardock's fierce gaze swept over them, rendering them unable to meet his eyes. After his verbal reprimand, Bardock demonstrated the fusion dance again, meticulously explaining each step of the technique. The final moment required them to shout the fusion incantation. This technique was something Bardock had inadvertently learned from the Metamorphs. Its principle was to fuse two individuals of similar power into one, achieving a result greater than the sum of its parts. In other words, two warriors with a combat power of 200,000 could fuse to exceed 400,000, potentially reaching 1 million or more. Bardock had not tested this himself. Thus, it was only through their trials that he could ascertain the results. Practice diligently. I hope to see success by tomorrow. Those who do not succeed will be made to watch as the successful teams train until you can achieve the same. Bardock's chilling gaze swept over them once more before he departed. Once Bardock left, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly gathered their teammates to practice the fusion dance in secret. Although they respected Bardock's words, they found the dance somewhat embarrassing and preferred not to perform it in front of others, especially in the presence of their wives and children, as it would be quite a mortifying spectacle. Thus, as the Saiyans returned from their hunting trips, they often overheard elongated tones of fusion or teammates chastising one another. But since they were merely synchronizing movements, no genuine fusion was attempted. This left the younger Saiyans puzzled. Upon flying to a nearby grove, they found either no one present or teammates engaged in idle chatter, effectively evading the matter. Bardock, belonging to the new generation of Saiyans, forbade his kin from employing memory implant methods for education, opting instead for a martial arts-based curriculum supplemented by philosophical teachings once they reached a certain age, aiming to normalize Saiyan thinking and improve their notorious reputation across the universe. After presenting this challenge to his subordinates, Bardock returned to his humble abode, exasperatedly pinching Jine's nose. Your laughter today was infuriating, Jine. Bardock chuckled despite his annoyance. But that fusion dance truly is amusing. Jine couldn't help but giggle at the thought of Bardock performing such an awkward dance in front of everyone. Is it truly that embarrassing, this fusion dance? Bardock pondered, finding it quite normal regardless of his past or present life. Do you not see it that way, Bardock? Jine inquired, seemingly uncovering a new perspective. Suspecting her husband's aesthetic sensibilities differed from others. I do not, Bardock replied, shaking his head at Jine's question. Oh, darling. Please do not grow up to be like your father, Jine remarked pointedly, leaving Bardock momentarily speechless, as he contemplated whether the dance truly was as awkward as everyone claimed. Chapter 30. Lord Bardock, please accept me as your disciple. The following day, at the same hour, Bardock assembled all the warriors of the defense team. Observing them as they attempted the fusion technique, 342 warriors, 171 pairs of Saiyans, synchronized in their efforts to avoid embarrassment. To fortify their resilience, Bardock summoned the wives and children of these Saiyans to witness the spectacle. His true intention was to expose their shortcomings while simultaneously assessing whether his aesthetic sensibilities diverged from those of others. Look, that's Dad, one child exclaimed. Sigh. Why is my father dancing in such an odd manner, like a monkey? The murmurs, though soft, were easily overheard by those nearby. How embarrassing. A child with an aloof demeanor disdainfully observed the clumsy performance of the royal guards. With Bardock's external provocation, many Saiyans, who were otherwise adept at their movements, faltered. Their once synchronized gestures became misaligned. Some failed to position their feet correctly at critical moments, while others neglected to shout the word fusion simultaneously. Various mishaps ensued, resulting in fused forms that were either rotund or slender, and even some missing limbs. Ultimately, under Bardock's deliberate provocations, only 20 pairs achieved a flawless fusion among the 171 attempting it. Remarkably, these perfectly fused warriors boasted a combat power of approximately 2 million, indicating that the enhancement from fusion was nearly tenfold the combined strength of the individuals. This skill proved to be quite formidable, yet its drawbacks soon became apparent. You successful pairs, team up and attempt to fuse again, Bardock commanded, eager to discover if the newly fused warriors could undergo fusion once more. Wow, incredible power. I won't deign to perform those embarrassing dance steps. I am invincible now. The Saiyans, emboldened by their newfound strength, exhibited their inherent arrogance. I0 will not engage in such disgraceful antics. Not even Frieza stands a chance against me. Bardock, I shall protect the future of the Saiyans. Other successful fusions nodded in agreement. With a roar, 20 formidable energies surged forth, each warrior's aura gaining qualitative enhancement, transforming into pseudo-Super Saiyans, with an approximate 20-fold increase in power, raising their average combat strength to 40 million. We are Super Saiyans. We fear no Ice Demon Clan. We, the warrior race of Saiyans, are the strongest, they proclaimed. Indeed. We are the mightiest in the universe. Bardock, do you not see that you cannot match us now? Their newfound confidence quickly spiraled into arrogance. Do you truly believe this state represents a genuine Super Saiyan? How naive. Bardock chuckled darkly, reminding the fusion warriors of the fear they once felt under his command. The unsuccessful fusions withdrew, as did the other Saiyans. Now, I must thoroughly cleanse my ranks. His fist cracked ominously as a cold glare intensified his aura, his black hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue, eyes shifting to a piercing green. Upon sensing Bardock's overwhelming energy again, the fusion warriors were struck dumb. Oh no. Perhaps we spoke too soon. It seems we cannot compete. Prepare to face retribution, Bardock declared. If you wish to unite against me, wait another century. He felt relieved, recognizing that refraining from imparting the simplified training methods to these fools was a wise decision. Witnessing their arrogance post-fusion, Bardock was determined to impart a profound lesson. All together now. With a rallying cry, the fusion warriors charged toward Bardock. It has been too long since I last exercised my skills. It seems fitting to practice on you rebellious ones. Bardock smirked coldly, ready to confront them head-on, reminding himself not to become reckless after his near defeat at Frieza's hands. With a single punch, he sent the leader of the charge flying. The remaining fusion warriors unleashed energy blasts, but Bardock erected an energy barrier, deflecting all attacks. He then moved with blinding speed, dispatching each foe with a single blow. The disparity in strength and speed rendered the fusion warriors utterly defenseless. Had he not been concerned for those behind him, including the Saiyans in the living quarters, he would have unleashed his full power without restraint. More than 20 warriors were dispatched like discarded dumplings into the depths of the forest, far from the Saiyan settlement. Meanwhile, the failed fusion warriors despondently reflected on their current state, fearing they had become utterly useless. Bardock deliberately withheld the information that the fusion would automatically dissolve after 30 minutes, perhaps out of a sense of petty vengeance. Without any reservations, he unleashed his full might upon the 20 warriors, swiftly thwarting any attempts to escape. In less than 15 minutes, all fusion warriors were compelled to revert to their standard combat power of around 2 million, trembling before Bardock, who now appeared as a formidable demon. "Let us attempt fusion once more," Bardock declared, his arms crossed, the aura of a Super Saiyan blazing fiercely. "Yes, Lord Bardock." The chastened fusion warriors immediately acquiesced, preparing to fuse again. As they executed the perfected dance steps, a brilliant flash of white light enveloped them, and the number of fused warriors doubled. The 40 members of the defense team gazed in disbelief at their transformed bodies. Did we fail? Or was it simply the massive energy drain from transforming into pseudo-Super Saiyans? Bardock pondered, stroking his chin. Theoretically, fusing after already fusing should be feasible, as the result would be an independent entity. However, the overwhelming energy depletion from their previous transformation likely hindered their ability to fuse again. Go reflect on this matter, tomorrow. I require a 1,000-word personal reflection, Bardock mused, his suspicions forming. He then departed for the living quarters. According to the existing data, if fusion resulted in a tenfold increase, then further fusing could yield a foundational combat power of 40 million. Should one of them ascend to Super Saiyan, Bardock knew he would be at a disadvantage. As he landed, a throng of Saiyans, both stout and lean, some limping or missing limbs, surrounded him. "What is it?" Bardock inquired, perplexed. "Lord Bardock, will we be unable to separate after fusing?" one worried warrior asked. "Indeed, if that is the case, I would rather perish." An elderly man coughed, his voice filled with frustration. "Did I not mention that the fusion will dissolve after 30 minutes? What are you all worried about?" Bardock replied, bewildered. Upon hearing this, the failed fusion warriors erupted into cheers, their worries dissipating. "Lord Bardock, you certainly did not say that," remarked a haughty little boy, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Bardock, perhaps 7 parts alike. Had Bardock not been aware of his lack of romantic entanglements, he might have mistaken the child for his own flesh and blood. "Is that so?" Bardock inquired once more. "Indeed, there is none," the boy replied with unwavering conviction. "Very well, I concede my error. However, young one, what is your name? You seem unperturbed in my presence." Bardock chuckled as he posed the question. "My name is Darius. I shall undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan," the little boy proclaimed with pride, and then, much to Bardock's astonishment, he performed 3 vigorous bows. "Lord Bardock, please take me as your disciple. I will ensure that the glory of the Saiyans illuminates the entire universe." Chapter 31. The Despicable Lower-Class Warrior Bardock Darius. A Saiyan lower-class warrior mockingly referred to as Bardock's illegitimate child, is currently a mere 5 years old. After acclimating to the gravity of Gastan, his combat power has surged to 500 points. In his original world, he appeared as a minor antagonist in the movie, a little creature whose power once soared beyond 200,000 thanks to consuming spirit fruits. To his astonishment, he was not exiled but instead followed Bardock to Gastan. Now contemplating taking Bardock as his mentor, Bardock found this notion difficult to fathom. While many lower-class warriors share similar appearances, most Saiyans possess distinct features. Bardock imagined returning home to proclaim, "Look, Jine, this is my new disciple." He suspected Jine would doubt the authenticity of Darius' face, perhaps wondering if he was the offspring of Bardock's alleged extramarital affair, given that Jine had not witnessed Bardock's missions in years. Though Bardock knew Jine was not a petty woman, the thought still left him uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock decided to assess this young warrior's character and simultaneously correct Darius' misguided beliefs. Observing Darius' cold demeanor, Bardock discerned that he had been forcibly implanted with memories, harboring an intense yearning for power. As a fellow lower-class warrior, Bardock empathized with this feeling. The pain and humiliation suffered due to their status could not be easily erased from memory. "Given your sincerity, I will observe you for a while," Bardock declared, gazing at the miniature version of himself with a tinge of melancholy. "Yes, Lord Bardock," Darius responded, undeterred by the lack of immediate acceptance. "By the way, Darius, do you live alone?" Bardock inquired. "Indeed, Lord Bardock," Darius affirmed. "Then for now, stay by my side. Join our family," Bardock suggested. Believing that correction of thought need not always rely on force, familial or emotional bonds could also be powerful motivators. "I would prefer not to, Lord Bardock," I have grown accustomed to solitude, Darius replied, lowering his head and resolutely declining Bardock's offer. Darius, do you not desire to transform into a Super Saiyan? The key to that transformation lies within. Bardock astutely identified Darius' vulnerability, his desire for strength. Indeed, the transformation into a Super Saiyan is fundamentally an emotional release, with anger serving as the primal source of power. Such transformation necessitates an emotional anchor. Bardock's own seamless transformation was an exception, achieved without experiencing the extreme rage that typically accompanies such a change. Really? Darius looked up, his gaze fixed on Bardock's eyes. Indeed, emotions will amplify your feelings exponentially. What you must grasp now is the essence of emotions. Bardock extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Darius reached out, clasping Bardock's larger hand. 15 minutes later, all warriors who had failed to merge returned to their individual forms, feeling a mix of relief and joy. For months swiftly passed, and Bardock's combat power had risen to 10 million. As Giant's due date approached, Bardock remained steadfastly by her side. Under Bardock's firm leadership, the once arrogant defense team had been humbled, engaging in rigorous training daily. The 3 squads Bardock had dispatched returned intermittently, bringing with them an abundance of supplies and skilled personnel. Maradona, upon his return, seized a group of orcs with a starting combat power of 500. Perfect for laboring in construction. The supplies brought back by Jane significantly enhanced the quality of life for the Saiyans, quickly elevating them beyond primitive existence. Raditz returned with some gravity equipment and invited several experts in the field, much to Bardock's delight, who marveled at his son's cleverness. After 2 successful missions, Raditz learned that his mother, Jane, was nearing her due date. With Bardock's approval, he dispatched one of the most formidable warriors from the Earth Defense Force to undertake a mission. Meanwhile, the Shadow Warriors steadily brought back a dozen young Saiyans, each possessing around 200 combat points, averaging 10 years of age, thus adding vitality to Gastan. With people, resources, and materials at hand, the ambitious endeavor of establishing a second home for the Saiyans was in full swing. Bardock assured the abducted alien scientists that if they could swiftly construct a new home for the Saiyans using their expertise, he would grant them their freedom. This promise stemmed from a fear that they might incorporate unknown variables into their research. If scientists from a lower-tier planet could create terrifying androids, there was no reason to doubt that these extraterrestrial scientists could not achieve similar feats. Offering them a glimmer of hope seemed prudent. On the other hand, after 4 months of rigorous training, Otto's combat power finally reached 3,500,000. Under Bardock's tutelage, he concentrated his energy at his back, continually shouting to elevate his strength. Despite this, signs of a Super Saiyan transformation remained elusive, much to Bardock's frustration. Father, could it be that Uncle Otto's inability to transform into a Super Saiyan stems from the absence of the trigger you mentioned? Darius, observing the situation, offered his insight. Perhaps, Bardock mused. In Dragon Ball Super, the Saiyans of Universe 6 could effortlessly condense their energy at their backs to achieve transformation, likely due to their foundational combat power being in the billions. Transformation for them was a trivial feat, unlike their male counterparts who relied on rage. Suddenly, Bardock grasped the key to the situation. Father, Mother is about to give birth, Darius shouted as he flew over from a distance. Understood. I shall be there at once, Bardock responded, intending to depart immediately. However, he remembered Otto's predicament and casually advised, Otto, think of the thing that angers you the most. Strive to elevate that anger to its zenith. Anger is the source of Super Saiyan transformation. With that, he vanished in an instant. Darius stood coolly, observing Otto, hoping to glean inspiration from his potential transformation into a Super Saiyan. Anger. Recall the thing that angers you most. Otto scratched his head, struggling to identify what truly infuriated him. Uncle Otto, now is not the time for distractions. You must enter a meditative state and calm your heart. Then excavate the memory that incites your deepest fury. Darius, having captured Bardock's essence of transformation, urged Otto. Upon hearing this, Otto acknowledged the wisdom in Darius' words. Realizing that his eagerness to transform had destabilized his emotions, he promptly followed Darius' advice, sitting cross-legged in meditation to clear his mind and stabilize his feelings. Meanwhile, outside the newly constructed medical facility's delivery room, Bardock anxiously listened to Jine's agonizing cries, his heart racing with concern. Could it be that female Saiyans endure similar anguish? Bardock anxiously paced before the delivery room, while Raditz observed him for a full 15 minutes, feeling a slight dizziness overcome him. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from within the delivery room, accompanied by a thunderous roar from afar. "Damn you, Bardock, you worthless scum. I shall surely slay you." In that moment, a formidable aura surged across Planet Vegeta. Just as Bardock was about to rush in to check on Gine, he froze, a scowl forming on his face as he gazed toward the source of the tumultuous voice. Chapter 32. The Birth of a New Super Saiyan. The crisis of Planet Vegeta desiring to rush into the delivery room to see whether a brother or sister had been born. Raditz cast a glance at Bardock, whose face was dark with anger. "What are you staring at? Your mother is what matters now. We will discuss Odo's situation later." After reprimanding Raditz, the delivery room door swung open and Gine emerged, cradling a child whose hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to Bardock's. Beads of sweat glistening on the infant's hair. Indeed, she had just given birth and was already walking out with the child in her arms, leaving even Bardock, who had witnessed Gine's swift recovery after Raditz's birth, feeling a sense of trepidation. "Oh, Gine, how many times have I told you not to get up immediately after giving birth? It's risky," Bardock stammered, at a loss for words. Recalling how even grievous injuries could be treated within the medical pod, let alone the potential complications following childbirth. "Bardock, look, it's a boy. He looks just like you." Gine presented the infant boy to Bardock. Bardock, gazing at the finger-biting Goku, took the child into his arms. "Let us name him Goku. Raditz. Your duty now is to look after your little brother." Bardock called Raditz over, hastily placing Goku into the arms of his brother, who was still unsure how to properly hold a baby. Without further ado, Bardock took Gine towards the treatment room, where a medical pod awaited, equipped to address any hidden injuries Gine might have. "Haha, I have finally transformed into a Super Saiyan," Odo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement post-transformation, a wicked grin spreading across his face as his overwhelming energy wreaked havoc on everything around him. "Odo, uncle, please rein in your energy. It's far too overwhelming for me to handle." Darius, with a combat power of merely 800, shouted while clutching a towering tree. "It's astonishingly powerful. I feel that even the former Frieza would stand no chance against me." Odo struggled to control his exuberance, managing to temper his energy to a manageable level, causing the environmental disturbances from his Super Saiyan transformation to gradually dissipate. Only then did Darius release the tree, his eyes filled with envy towards Odo. "Thank you, little Darius, for your earlier advice. From now on, I, Odo, shall personally train you until you master the Super Saiyan transformation," Odo proclaimed, thumping his chest with pride. "Odo, uncle, you need not worry about my training. With Raditz and Father Bardock around, I will eventually catch up to you. However, during your transformation, it seems you mentioned Father's name. You might want to consider what to do once he returns. I suspect your shout was heard by every Saiyan on planet Gastan," Darius remarked, a playful smile creeping onto his cool demeanor. "Did I say that?" Odo feigned innocence, scratching his head. "You certainly did," Darius answered earnestly. "What did I say?" Odo attempted to bait Darius into revealing more. "There's no need to fish for my words. You know exactly what you said." "Odo, uncle, all I know now is that you are in serious trouble." Darius turned and flew towards the medical base, having gleaned all the information he sought, leaving only the accumulation of basic combat power ahead of him. Darius referred to Bardock as father because Gine found the child pitiable and saw a resemblance to Bardock, thus deciding that Bardock should adopt Darius as his godson. Upon arriving at the medical base, Darius effortlessly located Raditz based on his energy signature and approached his brother. "Raditz, has father named our brother yet?" Darius inquired, gently poking the sleeping Goku's cheek, feeling the faint energy emanating from him. "Yes, his name is Goku. A rather peculiar name," Raditz replied, looking somewhat exasperated, feeling that their father seemed to only care for their mother, as if they and their brother were mere afterthoughts. "Goku? What a strange name." Darius couldn't resist pinching Goku's small face, perhaps too enthusiastically, causing the little one to awaken. Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta, a child named Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000. This news quickly reached King Vegeta, who secretly ordered his subordinates to execute Broly on the spot. Even Broly's father, Paragus, was left gravely injured, and both were discarded into the refuse. At this critical juncture, while Vegeta searched for Reg in the distant planet Benbi, the absence of Frieza, the real estate mogul, left the Saiyans idle, drowning in decadence. King Vegeta, a large contingent of Frieza's soldiers has been detected in the outer space of Planet Vegeta, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. The Sky Defense Department urgently informed King Vegeta. What is there to fear? Without Frieza, those soldiers are nothing but scattered remnants. King Vegeta disdainfully retorted. Prepare for combat. I shall arrive shortly. After issuing his orders, King Vegeta commanded all Saiyans on Planet Vegeta to resist the impending invasion. Thousands of Saiyan warriors swiftly received the command, charging into outer space to confront Frieza's forces. Although the Saiyans were outnumbered, their quality far surpassed that of Frieza's army. Roar! King Vegeta, where is that Saiyan named Bardock? A partially mechanical Frieza, having been revived with 2/3 of his body replaced by machinery, demanded. The sight instilled terror among the Saiyans. King Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, watched his earlier hubris dissipate. Frieza, you're alive, he stammered, pointing incredulously at Frieza, his finger trembling slightly. Thanks to your Saiyans, I have grown stronger. Now, bring forth that Saiyan monkey, or today shall mark the end of your race. Frieza insisted, his thirst for vengeance palpable. Bardock has betrayed the Saiyans and led a faction away from Planet Vegeta. His whereabouts are unknown. King Vegeta's mind was racing with curses directed at Bardock, lamenting the fact that he had allowed Frieza to survive. Oh, that Saiyan monkey has fled? Then your lives shall serve as my outlet for rage. Frieza seethed, raising a finger as a small energy sphere, akin to a miniature asteroid, coalesced, aimed directly at the despairing King Vegeta. And no, Frieza, I am willing to lead the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta to serve you once more. Please, do not kill my subjects. No, King Vegeta pleaded, desperate to avert disaster. Chapter 33. The Destruction of Planet Vegeta and Reg's Escape from Planet Bambi. How amusing, Vegeta-san. Do you not think it is a tad too late to beg for mercy now? Had you wild monkeys not risen in rebellion against me? Perhaps I would have allowed you to live a little longer. Alas, there are no what-ifs, Vegeta-san, he proclaimed with a sinister grin, his voice booming with madness. Let you Saiyan primates turn to cosmic dust, serving as my fireworks until I find that Saiyan known as Bardock. With Frieza's maniacal laughter echoing. An immense energy sphere engulfed all the Saiyans hovering in the outer space, and soon, Planet Vegeta succumbed to its fate of annihilation, becoming a spectacle of celebration for Frieza's rebirth. Frieza, you are far too hasty. You ought to at least consult the database of King Vegeta regarding the planet where that Super Saiyan has fled. As long as my father and I join forces, no matter how formidable that Super Saiyan may be, he shall not stand a chance against us. As Frieza savored the destruction, a figure resembling him, yet towering several times higher, emerged from behind his father, King Cold. I have been reckless, father. Frieza apologized with an unexpected courtesy. At this point, there is nothing to be done. It is only natural for you to harbor resentment after that Saiyan monkey has injured you so grievously. Besides, those Saiyans cannot escape to other realms. We shall simply instruct all soldiers of the Frost Demon clan to conduct thorough searches. What a pity, such potential wasted. Your body now partially mechanized. King Cold observed Frieza's form, nearly 2/3 of which had been transformed into machinery, and felt a pang of regret. Frieza's current condition would leave no legacy for future generations. We shall find a way, father. Our utmost priority is to locate the remaining Saiyans, Frieza muttered coldly, his mind haunted by the memory of Bardock nearly defeating him, stoking his fury further. Although his mechanical enhancements had elevated his power to 150 million, he could not shake the feeling that he still fell short against that Saiyan. Meanwhile, on Planet Bambi, 15-year-old Reg was savaging the young Vegeta, unleashing all his hatred for King Vegeta and jealousy towards Vegeta himself. The notion of returning to Planet Vegeta to assume command held no allure for Reg. With a wicked smile, he crushed Vegeta's bones beneath his feet, relishing in the satisfaction. Due to an astounding battle power of 50,000 at birth, Reg's strength had steadily increased with age. By the age of 15, he had reached 400,000. Thus, Vegeta, in search of Reg on Planet Bambi, found himself at the mercy of Reg's blows. Brother, I beg you, return to Planet Vegeta. The Saiyans truly need you. I apologize on behalf of my father. Vegeta gasped, veins bulging on his forehead, enduring excruciating pain as he implored Reg. You say a Super Saiyan has emerged on Planet Vegeta? Reg's interest peaked, particularly regarding dominance. Why yes, brother. But he has already led some of our kin away from Planet Vegeta. Their exact whereabouts are unknown. Vegeta stammered, attempting to explain further. That matters not. Since they have departed, they will inevitably return. For bringing me a useful ship and intriguing news, I shall spare your life. Reg, with contempt, pressed his foot down on Vegeta's head, sneering, every time I utter your name, I feel a surge of disgust and anger. I hope someone arrives on this primitive planet to pilot a ship. With that, he kicked Vegeta into a tree and strode towards the ship Vegeta had returned in, sealing the hatch behind him. He pressed the return button, and the ship ascended, hurtling towards Planet Vegeta. while Vegeta hung unconscious from the tree. As for the ship that had exiled Reg to planet Bambi, it was equipped solely for one-way travel. Devoid of civilization, planet Bambi had trapped him for over a decade. Now that Vegeta had delivered himself to Reg, he would not squander this opportunity to make Vegeta experience the suffering he had endured on this desolate planet. Meanwhile, on planet Gastan, Bardock, having personally accompanied Jine for a health check, felt relieved. Raditz and Dorith had been waiting outside for some time. Seeing that Jine was well, Bardock allowed the two to enter with Goku. His battle power is only 2. Bardock lamented upon detecting Goku's battle data, reflecting on the constraints of fate. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan had not altered this boy's base power. A mere 20 points would suffice. Bardock, let me see Goku. I am fine now. You may proceed with whatever you wish. Jine smiled, taking Goku from Raditz, who had been carrying him. Dorith, what are your thoughts on Uncle Odo transforming into a Super Saiyan? Bardock inquired, not in a hurry to leave. Anger is the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Each Saiyans trigger for anger may differ. As for Uncle Odo's reasons, Father, you should already know. However, I sense Uncle Odo is in grave danger, and in my perception, his transformation pales in comparison to your power. Dorith analyzed earnestly. You are not mistaken. I shall divulge that the transformation into a Super Saiyan indeed possesses immense power, potentially amplifying one's battle power by 50 times. The two boys looked astonished at such a terrifying multiplier. In other words, the stronger a Saiyan is in their normal state, the more formidable they become upon transformation. Take Odo, for instance. With a battle power of 3,500,000, his transformation yields a battle power of 175 million, barely sufficient to defeat Frieza in his final form. On that note, I should mention the fusion technique, which results in a power level approximately 10 times the combined battle powers of the two fighters. As for those fused warriors who manifested incomplete Super Saiyan transformations, I refer to them as pseudo-Super Saiyans, with a multiplier of 20 times. Thus, you two must diligently train, especially you, Raditz. You must transform into a Super Saiyan before the age of 18. Bardock set a small goal for Raditz. Father, can I also transform into a Super Saiyan? Raditz asked, his face alight with excitement. Theoretically, every Saiyan has the potential to become a Super Saiyan. It merely depends on their effort. Moreover, the transformation is not the endpoint. Becoming a Super Saiyan is not the pinnacle. True strength lies in relentless training and self-improvement. To be frank, Frieza has a brother and a father. His father, King Cold, possesses unknown strength but is likely on par with Frieza. As for his brother, Cooler, his battle power reaches 470 million. This was the reason I led a portion of our kin away from Planet Vegeta. Even with all my might, I was no match for Cooler. The shocking revelation left the two boys' ears ringing. Now, you two take your time to digest this information. Raditz, kindly mentor Dorith in his training. His strength is far too feeble. As for me, I shall now deal with Odo, that audacious fool. With a mischievous grin, Bardock clenched his fist and exited the hospital, parting the way for all he encountered. Chapter 34. Bardock transforms into a great ape. Otto, come out. I know you are in there. Do you think your crude method of controlling energy can deceive my eyes? Weren't you feeling quite bold when you transformed just now? Do you possess the courage to face the consequences of your actions? Bardock shouted at Otto, who was hidden away. Not coming out. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, Bardock conjured a massive energy sphere, reminiscent of the supernova technique used by Frieza. No, don't attack. Lord Bardock. Otto panicked and hurriedly flew out from the shadows, frantically signaling Bardock to halt his impending attack. See, you've come out. Why hide? I want to eat you. Bardock grumbled as he dispersed the enormous energy sphere and leisurely descended. I want to strike you this time. I merely seek your assistance. Realizing that he could not maintain his rationality during the transformation into a great ape due to his lineage, Bardock decided to enlist Otto as help. Although he was uncertain whether he would transform into a golden great ape while unconscious, he considered that with a basic battle power of merely 10 million, transforming into a great ape would grant him a battle power of 100 million. If he were to trigger the transformation into a golden great ape, which amplified his power 50-fold, that would result in a staggering 5 billion in battle power. Given that Otto had the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he should be able to manage the situation. Lord Bardock, what is your command? Seeing that Bardock was not there to cause trouble, Otto greeted him with a smile. I need to maintain control of my mind during the transformation into a great ape, hence your assistance is essential. However, we cannot do this on Gastan Star. We must find an uninhabited planet nearby for safety. The potential dangers of transforming into a great ape are immense. And I fear we may destroy the home we have worked so hard to establish. Bardock explained to Otto. Absolutely, Lord Bardock. Otto responded with a grin, relieved that Bardock was not there to reprimand him. You mustn't think that simply transforming into a Super Saiyan makes you invincible. Strength has no limits. One must continuously focus on enhancing their basic battle power and not become too enamored with the temporary might that comes with transformation, although Bardock could not read minds. He noticed Otto's current overconfidence and felt compelled to remind him. Your wisdom is invaluable. Otto quickly acknowledged, resembling a loyal servant in a harem. Prepare yourself. Our journey will likely take some time, so we must stock up on ample provisions for the spaceship. Let us meet at the spaceship base in half an hour. We will take my previous vessel. After informing him, Bardock took off on his own. Watching Bardock depart, Otto sighed in relief. After systematic training, he could distinctly sense the disparity in their energies. In terms of pure battle power, Bardock could easily overpower him. Reflecting on Bardock's instructions, Otto glanced back at his training grounds before soaring into the sky toward the spaceship base. Half an hour later, Bardock boarded the ship and saw Otto waiting for him. After personally inspecting various supplies, he quickly located a planet 50 light-years away from Gastan Star on the star map. According to the spaceship's records, this planet was devoid of life, making it an ideal training ground. Before departing, Bardock entrusted all matters to Raditz, the strongest warrior among the Saiyans, whose battle power had now reached 500,000, sufficient to manage any Saiyans who might become overly ambitious after gaining strength. Bardock's intention was also to cultivate Raditz's leadership skills. In the future, Bardock would not spend excessive time managing Saiyan affairs, likely retreating into seclusion for further training. Thus, someone must take charge. Moreover, Bardock decided that besides the leader, who would be the only publicly recognized Super Saiyan, any Super Saiyans born among the Saiyans must remain hidden, serving as a reserve force on Gastan Star, continuously enhancing their abilities to respond to unexpected crises, while ordinary Saiyans would operate openly in the universe. As the spaceship ascended, Jine and others waved farewell to Bardock's vessel. After a brief journey of one day, Bardock and Otto safely landed on the nameless planet, surrounded by a desolate gray expanse. Devoid of life, with an oxygen level less than 1/10 of that on Gastan Star and gravity only 1/5 of Gastan Star's, it bore a striking resemblance to the scenes within Bardock's memories of the hyperbolic time chamber. However, for the Saiyans, the harsher the environment, the more it could stimulate their latent potential and enhance their strength. To prevent damage to the spaceship, Bardock and Otto ventured over 1,000 kilometers before coming to a halt. Lord Bardock, shall we begin? Otto inquired. Yes, let us commence. Bardock nodded. 30 seconds later, the two exchanged wide-eyed glances. Let us start. Where is the artificial moon? Bardock inquired, exasperated. Ah, I forgot. My apologies, Lord Bardock, as a lower-class warrior. I cannot create an artificial moon. Otto awkwardly chuckled, hastily gathering a special energy orb in his hands. Do not push me to strike you at such a crucial moment. Lower-class warrior, must you persist in that? Under Bardock's piercing gaze, Otto hurled the artificial moon into the sky, casting a silvery glow over the barren planet. Fixated on the moon, Bardock felt his blood boil, his heart raced uncontrollably, and an inexplicable power surged through his mind before he lost consciousness. In Otto's eyes, Bardock's form rapidly expanded, transforming into a ferocious giant ape, the battle power of 100 million causing the entire planet to tremble. Lord Bardock! Lord Bardock! Otto called out repeatedly, but to no avail. As a higher-class warrior, Otto could easily control his transformation into a great ape and had the option to transform or not. Currently, he remained in his non-transformed state. Roaring with primal rage, Bardock, now fully under the influence of the great ape's instincts, spotted Otto, the only living being in sight, and unleashed a devastating energy wave towards him. With a powerful shout, Otto transformed into a Super Saiyan, catching the great ape Bardock's attack with both hands, redirecting its trajectory into outer space. The great ape Bardock seemed to have found a toy, leaping and reaching out towards Otto. Otto hurriedly dodged, but the agility of the great ape exceeded his expectations, and he narrowly avoided capture several times. In this game of cat and mouse, Otto could only call out Bardock's name while evading. Roar! Frustrated by his failed attempts to catch Otto, the great ape Bardock pounded his chest in anger, producing a deep, resonant sound, then swung his fist at Otto once more. Otto shouted Bardock's name and met the colossal fist with his own, the collision creating a tremendous storm. With Otto's battle power prevailing, sending the great ape Bardock staggering. Yet Bardock remained devoid of any semblance of rationality, growing even more ferocious. The terrifying energy waves surged like a tempest, stirring up a massive sandstorm, as he lunged at Otto with a powerful attack. Otto, undeterred, took a stance and delivered a kick to the great ape Bardock's rear, propelling the enormous figure hundreds of meters away, causing minor tremors in the ground. It must be said, Otto felt a sense of satisfaction in delivering blows to Bardock in his great ape form. Roar! The wounded great ape Bardock, now more enraged, unleashed another savage attack. Otto gathered energy with both hands, directing a colossal beam of light towards the giant ape. The two waves of energy collided, creating a massive mushroom cloud at the epicenter. Before the dust could settle, a gigantic figure descended from the heavens, fist clenched, preparing to strike Otto. In response, Otto swung his own fists, meeting the challenge with all his might, exerting every ounce of his strength. Chapter 35, The Birth of the Weakest Super Saiyan. For bang! A dull sound reverberated once more as Otto remained steadfast in his position, while the colossal ape, Bardock, was sent flying, tumbling several times. Otto pondered that merely evading and adopting a defensive stance was not a viable strategy. It was time to seize the opportunity while the giant ape Bardock was devoid of rationality and discreetly reap some rewards. With such thoughts, his body instinctively followed suit. As Bardock struggled to regain his footing, Otto executed a flying kick that struck the giant ape's abdomen, eliciting a mournful wail from Bardock as the earth beneath him buckled. Super Bombardment. For the attack strategy, please refer to the Prince's combat techniques. Boom, boom, boom. Otto, in a fit of personal vendetta, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. While their power might not be fatal, their sheer numbers ensured that each struck Bardock, inducing anguished cries that grew louder, bringing a sense of satisfaction to Otto, who felt his own energy surging. Boom. Unable to withstand the agony, the giant ape instinctively unleashed a wave of energy towards Otto. A cloud of dust obscured Otto's vision, and in a moment of panic, he narrowly dodged, the energy wave grazing his scalp and causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In that moment of distraction, Bardock retaliated, landing a powerful punch that sent Otto hurtling through the air. Stunned by the sudden blow, Otto regained his composure and soared through the sky. Then, with remarkable speed, he charged back towards Bardock, who was flailing with excitement. Otto delivered a punch to the ape's face, causing it to crash to the ground in pain. Super Destruction Bomb. Otto continuously compressed his energy output, reaching its zenith before unleashing it upon Bardock. The tremendous force collided with the giant ape, whose wails now echoed with greater intensity. When Bardock re-emerged, patches of his brown fur had fallen away, and a stark crimson stain adorned his chest, blood trickling from the wound. Roar! The excruciating pain ignited an uncontrollable fury within Bardock, causing his aura to swell dramatically. Otto's expression shifted in response. Realizing that Bardock's energy was rapidly exceeding his own Super Saiyan transformation, and soon, the giant ape's fur transformed into a golden hue. The overwhelming aura sent Otto flying backward. From a distance, he gazed in astonishment at the golden-haired giant ape, his heart racing. This power, this strength, far surpasses my current Super Saiyan state by dozens of times. How terrifying. At this moment, Otto regretted not realizing that transforming into a giant ape could be combined with the Super Saiyan transformation. If only he had known, he would have approached the situation differently. Now, Otto dared not approach Bardock, only able to observe from afar. His current strength seemed utterly insignificant compared to Bardock's. And with a single punch, Otto feared he might meet his demise. The golden giant ape was recklessly releasing energy, spewing forth terrifying energy waves, each strike creating a massive mushroom cloud. This cannot continue. If it does, the entire planet will be obliterated. Observing the planet, which was now riddled with destruction from Bardock's attacks, Otto concentrated his energy and unleashed a wave that obliterated the artificial moon. Without the artificial moon, Bardock paused in confusion before gradually reverting to his humanoid form, gasping for breath as he lay on the ground. The after effects of the transformation into a giant ape were now apparent. A profound fatigue and emptiness enveloping his mind. Have I failed? Bardock surveyed the devastation around him, realizing that his attempt to regain control had been unsuccessful. Lord Bardock, are you all right? Otto inquired urgently as he approached. I'm fine. Just a bit weary. We can discuss the details once we return to the spaceship. After transforming into a giant ape, Bardock felt as though his consciousness had briefly slumbered, awakening only when the artificial moon vanished, leaving him unaware of the specifics. Understood, Otto replied, assisting Bardock as they flew towards the spacecraft. Once aboard, Bardock entered the medical chamber and, after a brief half-hour of treatment, his injuries were successfully healed. Otto, what happened? Logically, as a Super Saiyan, you should have easily subdued me in my giant ape form. Yet, why did I see you retreating so far when I regained my senses? Bardock asked, chewing on a piece of meat, his words slightly muffled. Lord Bardock, at the beginning, you were still within the normal range of the giant ape's power, but midway through, you transformed into the golden giant ape, your battle power increasing by 50 times. If I hadn't distanced myself, you would have surely obliterated me. Otto rolled his eyes in exasperation, offering this explanation. The golden giant ape? Bardock swallowed his food, surprised. He hadn't anticipated transforming into the golden giant ape. It seemed that this transformation did not require a robust foundation of combat power. Merely being capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan sufficed. However, Bardock remained uncertain if it was possible to ascend to Super Saiyan 4 through energy compression after transforming into a giant ape from Super Saiyan. In his understanding, the transformations following Super Saiyan were merely new forms of energy explosion and did not necessitate a sequential order. If one could transform into a golden giant ape at the first stage of Super Saiyan, it stood to reason that one could bypass the second and third transformations and directly ascend to Super Saiyan 4. Yet, Bardock realized he could not immediately experiment with this hypothesis. It would have to be Otto, who could maintain his Super Saiyan form while retaining his rationality in giant ape form, who would undertake this endeavor. Indeed, Lord Bardock, after your transformation into the golden giant ape, you felt your battle power surge to an unprecedented level. As a Super Saiyan, I found it impossible to confront such terrifying strength. Otto spoke, terror evident in his eyes. Yes, that unexpected transformation should enhance power by 500 times. Otto, would you care to give it a try? Perhaps a new transformation can be developed from the fusion of the giant ape and Super Saiyan powers. Bardock suggested enticingly. Absolutely. Otto replied without hesitation, leaving Bardock somewhat speechless. Had he known Otto would agree so readily, he would have dispensed with the persuasive tone. With the decision made, Bardock began to consume food voraciously, finishing an entire ton before feeling satiated, while Otto could only watch pitifully, contenting himself with a bland nutritional liquid. Before boarding the spacecraft, Bardock instructed his companion to prepare the necessary items. Otto had brought nothing, relegated to the tasteless nutritional liquid, while Bardock benefited from the assistance of his son and wife, who had prepared copious amounts of meat, nearly filling the ship's food storage. After Otto's painful mealtime concluded, he accompanied Bardock to a new location. Bardock covered his eyes to shield them from the moonlight, as his eyes served as receptors for Blutz waves, while his tail functioned as a brake for the same. By covering his eyes to prevent the intake of Blutz waves, Bardock ensured he would not transform into a giant ape. Once fully prepared, Otto, with Bardock's consent, once again created a moon-like environment. As the moonlight flooded his vision, Otto's tail began to sway, and his form rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant ape with brown fur. After a brief bout of loss of control, his rationality returned. Have you transformed into a giant ape? Bardock mused, sensing Otto's energy exceeding 30 million points. Otto, proceed with the Super Saiyan transformation from the giant ape form. Understood, Lord Bardock. After Otto's response, he let out a loud roar, and his energy surged rapidly, enveloping him in a golden aura that instantaneously transformed him into a golden great ape. Lord Bardock, I have transformed into the golden great ape. Though I have not activated any special transformation method, Otto replied in a deep, resonant voice, gazing at his new form. Try to compress your power. Much like containing your energy within, meld it into your very bones, communicating the force of the great ape with that of the Super Saiyan in the manner I have taught you. Bardock conveyed his hypothesis to Otto, encouraging him to experiment. Indeed, under Bardock's guidance, Otto's form swiftly shrank, and with a flash of golden light, a super warrior with red fur, black hair, and crimson eyeshadow materialized in place. Lord Bardock, I have succeeded, Otto exclaimed, astonished by the power coursing within him. He had never anticipated that Saiyans possessed such transformations. Is it truly successful? Bardock lifted his eye patch, having shattered the artificial moon with a single blow prior to the transformation, and felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing a transformation akin to that of the Super Saiyan 4 from the GT world. Otto's battle power was currently at 1,750,000,000, which could be deemed the weakest Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Just as Otto contemplated challenging Bardock's authority in this state, the Super Saiyan 4 transformation faded away, leaving him bewildered as he stared at his hands. It seems your training is still insufficient, Otto. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation requires immense power to sustain. You could barely maintain it for a few dozen seconds. Bardock chuckled, pleased to validate his assumptions, though he remained troubled by his inability to retain his sanity in the great ape state. Ignoring Otto's exhaustion from the transformation, he insisted that Otto create an artificial moon, cautioning him to keep a safe distance to avoid harm. Otto complied, crafting the artificial moon under Bardock's watchful gaze before swiftly retreating. Upon seeing the moon, Bardock's heart raced, and he repeatedly reminded himself to maintain his composure, continually hypnotizing himself to stay rational. Chapter 36. The Call of Kin. Perhaps it was due to the incessant self-hypnosis, but Bardock felt his perspective gradually expanding until it transformed entirely into that of a great ape. At that moment, an indescribable power surged through his mind, a primal force that could be termed the wildness of his transformation. Soon, Bardock was consumed by this ferocity, losing all semblance of rational thought, and he roared madly, pounding his chest in a rhythm akin to a drumbeat, unleashing invisible shockwaves in all directions. After healing from the injuries sustained during his previous transformation, Bardock experienced a slight boost in strength, reaching a combat power of approximately 100,000. Now, having transformed into a great ape, his power surged to even greater heights. Enveloped by primal instincts, Bardock began to wreak havoc, leaping and bounding with wild abandon, each strike producing mushroom clouds. Fortunately, he did not ascend to the form of a golden great ape, indicating that as long as he was not provoked, his wildness would not compel him to transform into that more fearsome state. Otherwise, this planet would have been obliterated, leaving Otto no choice but to destroy the artificial moon and flee with Bardock. Reluctantly, Otto found himself once again transforming into a Super Saiyan, engaging Bardock in a careful dance, wary of provoking the great ape into anger and risking his own demise. Thus, Otto approached the task of restoring Bardock's rationality with utmost caution, calling out his name while evading attacks, resorting to passive defense when necessary, all in an effort to stabilize the tumultuous emotions of the great ape. In this manner, akin to soothing a child, Otto continued his attempts until the effects of the artificial moon had dissipated. Despite his efforts, Bardock remained exhausted and despondent. Maintaining rationality in the great ape state proved far more challenging than he had anticipated, which explained the rarity of lower-ranked warriors retaining their wits in such a form. Few dared to attempt it lest they find themselves in dire straits. Frustrated, Bardock returned to the spaceship, seeking solace in sleep to recuperate his mental state. Over the next half-month, Bardock continued to be consumed by wildness each time he transformed into a great ape, while Otto adeptly engaged him as a Super Saiyan. Progress in restoring Bardock's rationality was minimal, though both warriors noted improvements in their combat prowess. Otto's transformation into his Super Saiyan became more refined, with his base combat power reaching 4 million, swelling to 200 million upon transformation. Bardock's power also increased due to Otto's occasional playful antics, which caused injuries sustained in the great ape form to manifest physically. After several treatments, his base combat power rose to 11 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength soared to 550 million. Once again, Bardock returned to his humanoid form, clutching his head in frustration, while Otto bore numerous injuries as well. Lord Bardock, I believe your method of regaining rationality is flawed. Otto offered a comforting remark. Flawed? Bardock questioned, both of them pondering the matter. In his mind, he believed that instinct could be mastered through continuous adaptation, much like the transformation into a Super Saiyan, which became easier with repetition. Initially, excitement might overwhelm one, but over time, it could be controlled. While some skills could indeed be honed through practice, others were simply unattainable. Perhaps you could consider a different approach, such as involving another person, Otto suggested. Bardock found a semblance of sense in this statement, yet upon hearing the latter half, he shot Otto a skeptical glance. Are you jesting, Otto? The strongest Saiyan among us is you. If we involve another, I might inadvertently slay them in my irrational state. He felt an overwhelming urge to pry open the thick skull of Otto to inspect what lay within. Lord Bardock, I mean, you could seek someone capable of awakening your rationality, perhaps Lady Jine or even Raditz, if necessary. Otto hastily clarified under Bardock's intense gaze. Bardock hesitated, unwilling to place Jine or Raditz in harm's way. Yet, Otto's words stirred long-buried memories, reminiscent of the method Goku employed in Dragon Ball GT to reclaim his rationality, albeit at a significant risk. Goku's granddaughter, Pan, had nearly been slain by him in his golden great ape form. Lord Bardock, I understand your concerns, but perhaps their physical presence isn't necessary. I could utilize the spaceship's communication extension to allow Lady Jine to converse with you in your great ape form. I believe it could yield remarkable results. Otto proposed, his idea stemming from the fact that Bardock's demeanor shifted when with Jine. He treated her with unmatched tenderness, almost revering her as a princess. Indeed, Otto, you've had a breakthrough, Bardock exclaimed, finding merit in Otto's suggestion and promptly preparing for the endeavor. Upon returning to the spaceship, Bardock utilized the communication device to contact Jine, explaining the situation. He then located the external communication and amplification devices, ensuring everything was functional and that key voices would be transmitted clearly. With hope igniting within him, Bardock gazed at the artificial moon, feeling the familiar surge as his body rapidly expanded, and the last vestiges of his rationality were engulfed by darkness. Lady Jine, Lord Bardock has transformed into a great ape. The next steps are in your hands, Otto announced as preparations concluded. Leave it to me. I believe Bardock will master the power of the great ape. Jine responded firmly from the other end of the communicator, cradling Goku. Very well, Lady Jine. I shall activate the amplification now. With that, Otto cranked the volume to maximum. Lady Jine, commence. Lord Bardock needs you. Bardock, it is I, Jine. I am here. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the frenzied Bardock ceased his roars, calming momentarily as he turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a man carrying the amplifier, his voice distinctly feminine, which incited a surge of agitation within him. Immediately, he unleashed a verbal onslaught directed at Otto. What is happening? Lord Bardock seems increasingly agitated, Otto thought in alarm. Dodging the equipment. Bardock, do not allow external forces to consume you. Always hold steadfast to your heart. This is what you taught me. Raditz, Dales, Goku, and I are all rooting for you. We believe you can master the power of the great ape and reclaim your rationality. Jine's impassioned cries echoed forth. Bardock, awaken, awaken. Father, awaken. Do not let this power control you. Strive to harness the strength of the great ape. You are the strongest, both in heart and in might. Wah 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 wah. Goku, if you cannot speak yet, please refrain from adding to the chaos. Chapter 37, Darkness and Light. Father, Bardock, Raditz, and Dales, along with the numerous voices of Goku, continuously called out to Bardock. Yet, the rampage of the great ape showed no signs of ceasing. As energy blasts erupted from its mouth relentlessly, Otto struggled to shield the sound equipment while evading Bardock's attacks, feeling utterly distressed and constrained. As time passed, Bardock, within the consciousness of the great ape, heard the voices of Jine and his sons. He opened his eyes in a realm of blinding light. Clad in the battle attire of a Saiyan, rising to his feet, he strained to locate the source of the voices, yet felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. Where am I? Bewildered by the radiant world surrounding him, Bardock was at a loss. This, of course, is our world. A voice resonated, and in an instant, half of the once clear world was engulfed by darkness. A young man, strikingly similar to Bardock, but appearing somewhat juvenile, emerged from the shadows. Reminiscent of Bardock at the tender age of 17 or 18. How do you look exactly like me? Bardock exclaimed, his eyes widening as he braced himself for combat. That question should be directed at yourself, you thief. The youthful Bardock smirked at the wary young Bardock. You have stolen my body, allowing me to languish in this dark realm for over a decade. Do you not recognize who I am? The younger Bardock fell silent, instinctively taking a step back. Disbelief etched across his face as he pointed at the grinning youth. You are not dead. How can your consciousness still exist within this body? Dead? How could I possibly be dead? My consciousness merely fell into a temporary slumber. Yet, upon your invasion of my form, my awareness was inexplicably suppressed, until now when I can finally confront you. Your memories are quite intriguing. I had no idea the fate of the Saiyans was so tragic, nor could I have imagined that my son, Kakarot, who once possessed a mere 2 points of fighting power, would transform into a Super Saiyan. And I am the genesis of the Super Saiyan legend. Though I am a Saiyan, I must express my gratitude to you. Through your perspective, I have witnessed the altered destiny of our race. However, as a warrior, I shall not relinquish my right to reclaim my body. Only one of us may survive. The youthful Bardock glared fiercely at the elder Bardock. While you are correct in calling me a shameless thief, I am left with no choice but to fight for my survival. Let the battle commence. The young Bardock steadied himself, accepting the presence of the original owner's soul. After a roar, the young Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura illuminating the entirety of the conscious realm. As a spirit, I may be unable to train, yet the power of darkness has granted me newfound insights. Allow me to showcase my transformation, outsider. The same transformation, the same roar. However, the surging black aura enveloping the youthful Bardock instantly dispelled the golden energy of the elder Bardock. The golden and black auras stood distinct, each claiming half of the conscious domain. Is this your version of a Super Saiyan transformation? The elder Bardock gazed incredulously at the youthful Bardock's transformation. Indeed, according to your memories, it is merely the color of the energy that differentiates us. I embody the epitome of evil, the darkness, while you represent the epitome of light, the righteousness. But tell me, from where does such darkness and malevolence arise? Power is either just or evil. This is what your memories have revealed to me. I owe my newfound strength to your recollections. As a token of gratitude, once I reclaim my body, I shall destroy everything you hold dear. Haha. Prepare yourself, outsider. As he finished speaking, a barrage of black energy spheres hurtled toward the elder Bardock. Not a chance. Even if you are the true Bardock, I will slay you. Upon hearing the original soul's intent to harm Jine and the others, the elder Bardock, consumed by rage, maximized his energy, swiftly countering the approaching black energy spheres and unleashing a Kamehameha wave. Do not forget, what you can do, I can do too. Everything you do is within my sight. The youthful Bardock sneered, bringing his hands together to mimic the elder Bardock's movements. Yet, the energy colors were mismatched, one white, one black, and the two forces clashed, expanding endlessly, neither yielding to the other, a contest of strength. I will never lose. I will never lose. The elder Bardock roared, his golden aura surging significantly. This is impossible. The immense disparity left the youthful Bardock astounded, prompting him to abandon the energy clash and evade swiftly. The white Kamehameha pierced through the darkness, cleaving a path, and astonishingly, the area previously struck by the elder Bardock's attack shone brightly, impervious to the encroaching darkness, effectively bisecting the shadowy realm. How could this be? I am the original owner of this body. The youthful Bardock could not fathom why his domain refrained from aiding him. Embrace your fate, Bardock. This time, you shall truly return to the underworld. Rebirth awaits. The elder Bardock had anticipated a formidable foe in the original soul, only to find it was nothing more than a paper tiger. There are only fallen Saiyans, no Saiyans who surrender. Outsider, do not underestimate me, Bardock. Yahaha. The youthful Bardock roared defiantly, channeling all his might into a punch aimed at the elder Bardock, capitalizing on his height advantage. The elder Bardock intercepted the youthful Bardock's punch with his knee, then executed a spinning kick aimed at the youthful Bardock's temple. The youthful Bardock hastily raised his arm to block, yet his power was insufficient, sending him flying. The elder Bardock, relentless, conjured an energy blade to strike at the youthful Bardock. Fully aware of the terror behind this technique, the youthful Bardock swiftly evaded. But the elder Bardock's attacks proved far from simple. The singular energy blade transformed into three, slicing toward the airborne youthful Bardock under the elder Bardock's command. The youthful Bardock's expression shifted in alarm. He dodged while launching a Kamehameha wave towards the elder Bardock's position, successfully averting disaster. The elder Bardock blinked before appearing before the youthful Bardock, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, then bellowed, propelling the youthful Bardock away with his own energy. The youthful Bardock lay sprawled on the ground, seething with resentment as he glared at the man who had usurped his body. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a sinister smile graced his lips as he ascended into the air. Chapter 38. The second to last Super Saiyan. For though you possess formidable strength, there exists a particular transformation that I have mastered, one which you most certainly cannot achieve. This transformation, inspired by you, shall serve as my weapon to vanquish your despicable spirit. Haha. As he spoke, young Bardock began to conjure something in a familiar manner. What? You? Aren't you merely a low-class warrior? How could you possibly create an artificial moon? The young Bardock questioned in disbelief. Of course. It's a skill I acquired from that fellow named Odo after witnessing his repeated attempts. Otherwise, how could a low-class warrior like myself ever learn the techniques of a higher-class warrior? I owe you my gratitude for this. Young Bardock cackled, relishing the despair reflected in the eyes of the outsider. Do you know a saying? The shocked young Bardock suddenly composed himself. Villains perish from excessive chatter, though you are not a villain. With that, the young Bardock vanished from the sight of the young Bardock, who was swiftly kicked aside by the young Bardock, disrupting his creation of the artificial moon. Young Bardock winced in pain, yet found amusement in the foolishness of his counterpart. For his objective had been achieved. The moon had risen, once transformed into a great ape, combined with his dark Super Saiyan transformation. He would undoubtedly overpower the outsider before him. With a triumphant grin, he gazed upward at the artificial moon, feeling his soul tremble and swell. You didn't think my goal was merely to stop you from creating that moon, did you? How naive. Although you have accessed my memories and know all about me, you still lack true life experience. With a smug expression, young Bardock gathered energy into a blade, appearing behind the young Bardock, and with a swift motion, severed his tail. No, you despicable insect, thief, outsider. Young Bardock cried out in rage, watching helplessly as his form diminished. Hey, young one, you seem to have misunderstood something. You can transform into a great ape, and so can I, for I am a Saiyan. While I may not be able to create an artificial moon, the rays of the Blutz wave do not discriminate between creators and non-creators. I may lose my sanity, but that is of no consequence. No, never again. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, young Bardock unleashed a burst of energy, propelling his opponent into the air. Haim, huh? Bardock's energy wave swiftly coalesced, striking the young Bardock. I will never lose. The young Bardock strained against the energy wave, summoning all his strength to withstand it. Prepare to be obliterated. I shall live on in your name, spreading the glory and renown of the Saiyans throughout the universe, even across every parallel dimension. Young Bardock erupted with renewed vigor, yet the young Bardock struggled in vain against the relentless retreat. No. I have finally found this opportunity. I cannot lose. It is impossible. The echoes of the young Bardock's voice reverberated throughout the realm of consciousness. Once young Bardock extinguished the spirit of his counterpart, black specks of starlight scattered throughout the luminous consciousness, resembling a dark snowfall. Bardock, father. After obliterating the original spirit, Bardock heard the voices of his wife and children growing clearer, as if his soul was being pulled from the realm of consciousness back into his physical form. Upon returning to his body, Bardock realized he was in the state of a golden great ape, cradling the barely conscious Odo, gently placing him on the ground while compressing his own energy. Soon, Bardock's form rapidly shrank, transforming into a robust figure with red fur, black hair, and eyelids of the same hue, strikingly similar to the Super Saiyan 4 transformation of Goku from the GT world, save for a distinctive cross-shaped scar on his face. Be Bardock. Lord Bardock, you have succeeded. Odo, battered and bruised, spoke in a faint voice, struggling to maintain a smile, as if he were on the brink of death. I did it, thanks to you. I shall take you to receive treatment. Bardock lifted the injured Odo and, within moments, arrived at the location where the spaceship was docked. Entering the ship, he activated the medical pod and carefully placed Odo inside, also triggering the emergency treatment device to ensure Odo would survive the ordeal. The healing liquid began to fill the medical chamber, and thanks to the emergency aid mechanism, Odo's rapidly declining life signs were stabilized, allowing him to cling to life. Having completed these tasks, Bardock could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form, reverting to his normal state, having only retained the transformation for mere seconds longer than Odo. It seems this level of power is insufficient. I require even greater energy to sustain the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Bardock reflected, gazing at his normal hands. Currently, his base power stood at 1 million, and in Super Saiyan 4, he barely reached 55 million, making him the second weakest Super Saiyan 4. As for who held the title of the weakest, that was an obvious answer, the one currently resting in the medical pod. Having destroyed the communication device Odo carried, Bardock hastily dialed the video communication system aboard the spaceship to prevent Kine from worrying. Soon, Kine, along with Dales, Raditz, and a weeping Goku, appeared on the screen. Bardock. Is Odo all right? Kine asked, having heard Odo's cries as she called Bardock back to his senses. There is no danger to his life. I regained my composure just in time, but Odo's injuries are quite severe. He will need a day or two to recuperate. I have completed my tasks here and shall set course for home shortly. There is no need for concern, Bardock reassured them with a smile. Dad, Odo uncle mentioned that you triggered a new transformation, one of great power. Can you show us? Raditz inquired, his curiosity piqued. That blabbermouth Odo, revealing everything. However, if you wish to see it, you must promise to transform into a Super Saiyan before you turn 18. Can you do that? Bardock immediately set forth his conditions. And you little ones, if that's the case, do you still wish to see it? Yes. Raditz and Dales replied resolutely. Bardock, stop teasing them. I too wish to see your new transformation. Quickly, let us behold it. Kine rallied support for her sons, and Bardock, with a resigned nod, agreed. After a series of explosive energy surges, Bardock successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Wow, you look so cool, Kine exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. You appear incredibly powerful, Raditz observed, excitement radiating from him. Indeed, Dales echoed in agreement. Yet, no sooner had they praised him than Bardock reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 state, nearly losing his footing. Bardock, are you all right? Kine inquired with concern. I am fine, though while this transformation is potent, it exacts an immense toll on my energy. One must possess a formidable base power. I merely require a brief respite. Bardock wearily explained, then turned his gaze toward the two young boys. You two must train diligently. My previous words were no jest. Prepare yourselves for my paternal encouragement. Upon recalling the so-called impetus of paternal love, Raditz's expression instantly shifted. He then spoke earnestly, Father, Dallas and I are heading off to train. Please continue your conversation with Mother. Having said that, he respectfully bowed to Bardock and Jine, before dragging the bewildered Dallas out of Bardock's sight. Bardock, you are quite the rogue. Look at how terrified Raditz is. Jine chuckled, her smile wide. If we don't remedy Raditz's lethargic disposition, his strength will soon be surpassed by Dallas and even Goku. Bardock explained with a hint of exasperation, then swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Jine, Goku's current condition is not suited for staying on planet Gastan. I know of a lesser planet where the training philosophies are quite profound, and the inhabitants bear a striking resemblance to Saiyans. I believe that place would be more suitable for Goku to reside temporarily. After I return, I shall take you to visit this lesser planet. Bardock was still intent on sending his son to Earth. As for whom to entrust his upbringing, Bardock had already made up his mind. It would also allow him to acquire some of Earth's treasures, such as the miraculous healing herb, the Sinzabine, and the sealing technique, the Mafuba, which disregards power disparities. The versatile capsule technology was also among the necessities for the Saiyans. I am in complete agreement with you, Bardock, Jine said, wholeheartedly supporting her husband's decision. As for their son, well, did it really matter as much as her husband? Chapter 39. Departure to the novice zone. After discussing matters with his companions, Bardock ended the video communication and proceeded to conduct a self-inspection of his spaceship. In a mere 5 minutes, he confirmed that everything was in order, and thus initiated the departure from the nameless Dead Star, accelerating swiftly back toward Gastan. Upon returning to Gastan after the same duration, Bardock was warmly greeted by his eager son, Goku, and his wife, Jine. After a tender reunion, they began to recount the events that transpired during Bardock's brief absence. Due to rampant plundering, the material conditions of the Saiyan populace, numbering just over 5,000, rapidly improved. The basic infrastructure of their homeland was nearly complete, though advancements in science and technology remained lacking, still in the electrical age. It was improbable for a group of battle-hungry warriors to generate significant innovations in such a short time. Consequently, Bardock issued a series of commands for the Tianshi and Disha guards to return to Gastan. Meanwhile, a small team of 50 shadow warriors continued their covert search for the exiled children to bolster the population of Gastan. Maradona and Jane took command of the Gastan defense forces, enhancing their combat capabilities. Otto assisted Raditz in restoring order among the Saiyans, abandoning the previous hierarchical classification based on the Vegeta planet system. Instead, they categorized the warriors by battle power. Those with less than 10,000 power were deemed ordinary fighters. Those between 10,000 and 100,000 were elite fighters. Those between 100,000 and 1 million were super fighters. Those between 1 million and 100 million were special fighters, and those exceeding 100 million were legendary fighters. This classification was based solely on base battle power. Those capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, namely the special and legendary fighters, would receive further arrangements after the completion of Gastan's development. In light of the Saiyans' victory over Frieza and the emergence of Bardock as a Super Saiyan, the Saiyan race faced inevitable and furious retaliation from the Frost Demon clan. Bardock thus advised the returning Saiyans to maintain a low profile and focus on their training. When the time was right, Bardock would lead the Saiyan race back into the cosmos. After meticulously arranging various matters, a week had passed. The Tianshi and Disha guards were on their way back, and the severely injured Otto had recovered, his battle power elevated to 5 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power surged to an astonishing 250 million, endowing him with the capability to protect Gastan. Before departing, Bardock summoned Otto to a desolate area of Gastan. Otto, I wish to impart knowledge regarding the path of the Super Saiyan. In the realm of training, the most daunting challenge is the absence of worthy opponents. A rival stimulates one to strive for excellence. I am nurturing you as a contender, not only for yourself, but also for Jane and Maradona. Fostering competition among you three to spur your growth. Is there a transformation beyond Super Saiyan? Otto queried, scratching his head in curiosity. Indeed, Bardock affirmed. The new form we acquired on the Nameless Star is Super Saiyan 4, which offers an approximate 500-fold increase in battle power. Currently, we may refer to our state as Super Saiyan 1, with further forms to follow, Super Saiyan 2 and 3. Super Saiyan 2 yields about a 200-fold increase, while Super Saiyan 3 provides about a 400-fold increase. However, these transformations demand an immense amount of energy. Thus, do not neglect enhancing your base battle power in pursuit of higher transformations. Do you understand? Understood, Master Bardock. Otto replied earnestly, his intellect sharpened by the experience of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Before we can transform into Super Saiyan 2, we must first adapt to the Super Saiyan state, maintaining it at all times, whether eating, sleeping, or engaging in any activity. This state is known as Super Saiyan Full Power. Bardock elaborated on the training required for achieving Super Saiyan Full Power. What advantages does this provide? Transforming into Super Saiyan is already quite taxing, and maintaining that state constantly. Otto pondered aloud, recalling Bardock's previous efforts to control the Great Ape transformation. Master Bardock, is this for adaptive training? Precisely. Sustaining the Super Saiyan state for extended periods enables the body to gradually acclimate to the transformation, minimizing energy expenditure and allowing the body to remain in peak combat condition. This is the essence of Super Saiyan Full Power, which amplifies battle power by 100 times. Bardock exclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan himself. Admittedly, he had yet to practice Super Saiyan Full Power training, having only begun contemplating it after attaining Super Saiyan 4. All right, I shall give it a try, Otto declared, initially skeptical of the necessity of maintaining Super Saiyan form constantly. However, upon learning that Super Saiyan Full Power resulted in a 100-fold increase, he immediately expressed a desire to attempt it, illustrating the swift change of perspective. Once all arrangements were completed, Raditz gazed wistfully at the departing spaceship, only to be startled by Otto's sudden slap on his shoulder, contorting his face in pain. Uncle Otto, that was too hard. Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Otto chuckled. There is no need to be disheartened. Clearly, Master Bardock is preparing you to become the next Saiyan leader. His decision to leave you behind is for your own benefit. Indeed, on the journey to Earth, Bardock had taken Goku, Dallas, and most importantly, Jine, but left Raditz in charge of Saiyan affairs, which explained the earlier scene. Your methods of uplifting the atmosphere are truly unique. Raditz muttered sarcastically. Since Master Bardock has tasked me with assisting you, Raditz, let us commence our journey to becoming Super Saiyans. Otto exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Raditz's shoulder as they soared toward their training grounds, while Raditz wore an expression of despair. Meanwhile, Frieza, enraged by Bardock's disappearance, immediately issued a galactic bounty on the Saiyan race and commanded his subordinates to thoroughly scrutinize their respective planets. Any discovered Saiyans were to be reported directly to Planet Frieza. His second command was to hold a grand martial competition to select the 2 most formidable warriors to fill vacancies within the Ginyu force. The third directive mandated that Frieza's legions take over the tasks left by the Saiyans, conquering unclaimed planets to bolster Frieza's resources and energy supply. In the wake of Bardock's influence, Frieza's forces began to expand chaotically, launching large-scale invasions on various civilizations. However, due to the average strength of Frieza's henchmen, they lacked the Saiyans' ability to amplify their battle power tenfold upon transformation, resulting in significant losses on mid-level planets and rendering the conquest of high-level planets virtually impossible. Without the Saiyans as their enforcers, Frieza's forces suffered considerable setbacks during their cosmic invasions. Yet, for the cold-blooded Frost Demon clan, the loss of their subpar minions was inconsequential. They could simply recruit more soldiers from planets under Frieza's control. Such was the understanding of these expendable soldiers. Chapter 40. Encounter with Frieza's army. Forced to land the journey from Gastan Star to Earth requires nearly 4 months, traversing a significant portion of Frieza's dominion. In order to alleviate the monotony of the voyage, Bardock decided to instruct Kine and Dales in their training. Dales currently possesses a base combat power of merely 1,000, while Kine's prowess has reached an impressive 5,000. Most of her time has been devoted to pregnancy, leaving little opportunity for conventional physical training. She occasionally practiced a simplified version of Bardock's training methods, effectively completing her recovery period and ready to commence serious training. As for Goku, Bardock placed him directly into a sleep chamber, initiating deep slumber. This device was originally installed to mitigate the loneliness of long journeys. Once a wake-up time is set, the user will be roused, remaining in a sleep state until then. In the original narrative, Vegeta's remarkable potential is somewhat undermined by the fact that he only possesses a combat power of 18,000 upon his introduction. Largely due to a lack of training awareness and prolonged periods of cosmic invasions, where he spent excessive time sleeping aboard the spaceship, leaving little opportunity for training. Even the planets they conquered were insignificant, hardly worthy opponents, let alone sources of combat enhancement, thus explaining his limited combat strength at the onset. Kind, Dales. You too shall begin by adapting to 7 times the gravity. The gravity of Gastan star is 5 times that of Planet Vegeta. And the current gravity apparatus is calibrated to 10 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta. Understood, Father. Got it, Bardock. As the gravity setting adjusted to 7 times. Both were immediately overwhelmed by the sudden weight, their faces flushing red. To comprehend the intensity of 7 times Planet Vegeta's gravity, in the original work, Earth's gravity is 1/10 that of Planet Vegeta, making 7 times its gravity equivalent to 70 times that of Earth. Bardock, cognizant of their relatively weak combat prowess, opted for this starting point. Struggling within the gravity chamber, each step felt like a drain on their stamina, their breathing growing increasingly labored. Within a minute, the weakest combatant, Dales, was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Dales, press on. Do not stop. Bardock's authoritative voice resonated in Dales's ears, feeling his strength waning and his legs trembling violently. Dales heeded Bardock's command, gritting his teeth and bending forward, pouring all his remaining energy into a single step. After taking that step, he felt the last vestiges of his strength evaporate, collapsing to the ground, his eyelids growing heavier. Get up. Do you not aspire to become a Super Saiyan? If you cannot overcome such a minor obstacle, how do you expect to achieve that? Rise, continue, surpass your limits. Only by constantly transcending your boundaries can you tread further on the path to becoming a Super Saiyan. Hurry, do not dawdle. Bardock, sensing Dales was on the brink of breaking his limits, delivered a firm kick to him, commanding with an unyielding tone. Yes, Father. Dales responded weakly, focusing his mind to prevent exhaustion from eroding his will. He roared, his trembling body slowly inching forward like a wounded beast, his face contorted. An indomitable spirit, an unwavering resolve propelled Dales to straighten up, advancing step by step. An indescribable force surged within him, but after a few steps, it was depleted, causing him to lose consciousness. Congratulations, you have surpassed your limits. This was the last voice Dales heard before fainting. Upon hearing Bardock's words, a slight smile graced his lips. After transporting the unconscious Dales to the medical bay for treatment, Bardock turned his attention to Kind's training. Despite being his wife, Bardock showed no leniency. Training and daily life are distinctly separate. If Kind did not exert herself during training, she would ultimately suffer the consequences in the future. Given Kind's significantly higher combat power compared to Dales, she managed to move, albeit clumsily, under the 7 times gravity of Planet Vegeta. Bardock employed his fists to enhance Kind's combat experience. Previously relegated to logistical support, Kind had scant combat experience if he did not educate her now. There would be no time later. Kind, I am coming. Bardock controlled his combat power and threw a punch. Kind hurriedly dodged, nearly losing her balance. Such evasive maneuvers were futile. The strongest defense lies in offense. You must learn to attack, Kind. Bardock advised helplessly, launching another assault at a speed she could evade. A wide swing came from his right, and Kind let out a scream that caused Bardock's eardrum to throb, only to see her collapse to the ground, panting heavily. Bardock, exasperated, pulled Kind up, delivering a straight punch aimed at her shoulder. Kind attempted to sidestep, barely evading, and Bardock followed with a side kick. Kind countered with a punch aimed at Bardock's calf, and Bardock continued to unleash a barrage of strikes upon her, utilizing the 7 times gravity of Planet Vegeta. Gradually, Kind began to find her rhythm. Although some of her responses were still inadequate, she fared significantly better than at the start. She frequently countered with straight punches, while responding to Bardock's elbow strikes with uppercuts and intercepting horizontal elbow attacks with her palms. Each unique response resulted in varying degrees of impact, causing her pain and tears. Yet she persevered, enduring the agony to continue facing Bardock's attacks. Despite Bardock's attempts to modify his instinctive actions, he allowed Kind to defend herself. And after half an hour of this exchange, he felt emotionally numb. Kind was utterly exhausted, barely able to move a finger. Bardock escorted her to the rest chamber while he transformed into a Super Saiyan, striving to suppress his own energy to maintain this state. However, no matter how much he attempted to restrain his power, his combat strength remained overwhelmingly potent. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Within the gravity chamber, Kine and Dales had adapted to 15 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta. Bardock, still in his transformed state, faced them. Although it was more accurate to say they were attacking him with all their might. In his transformed state, Bardock could not afford to unleash his full power, forced instead into a passive role of absorbing blows and evading. The gravity chamber, spanning less than 30 square meters, made it difficult for him to evade effectively while being relentlessly assaulted by both Kine and Dales. Despite Dales' relentless determination, having broken through his limits numerous times, achieving a combat power of 12,000 and Kine's power soaring to 90,000, this level of assault was merely an annoyance to Bardock. Even if he stood idle for an entire day, it would pose no threat to him. Dales swung his fist energetically, delivering strikes as swift as lightning, all of which Bardock parried effortlessly with one hand. Kine also engaged, alternating punches and kicks, employing various combat techniques that Bardock had taught her to strike at him. Bardock, multitasking, swiftly blocked their attacks, his defenses impenetrable. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, followed by a malfunction alarm from the spaceship. Bardock quickly disabled the gravity setting and rushed to the ship's cockpit, where the display indicated damage to the propulsion system. Simultaneously, he sensed several faint energies trailing behind the ship. Beep, beep, beep. The external communication device blared, a boisterous voice emanating from it. Listen well, Saiyan monkeys. We are the 9th Legion of Frieza's army. Surrender promptly and reveal the whereabouts of the fleeing Saiyans, and King Frieza may show mercy, allowing you to serve him once more. Otherwise, you lowly Saiyan monkeys shall meet your demise here, reduced to mere cosmic dust. With that, he erupted into a maniacal laughter. What? Frieza? Bardock exclaimed in astonishment, retorting, Isn't he dead? How can that be? How could a mere Saiyan possibly vanquish King Frieza? Have you not yet awakened from your delusions of being Super Saiyans? Fools, surrender at once and disclose the remaining Saiyan strongholds, or you shall meet the same fate as those on Planet Vegeta, becoming mere fireworks in the universe. Planet Vegeta is gone? Frieza is not dead? These two shocking revelations left Dallas and Jine utterly stunned. Haha, I did not expect to find two Saiyans. It seems my haul this time is quite promising. King Frieza will surely reward me handsomely for this. The thought of uncovering the remaining Saiyans layers filled Chioe with immense joy. Annoying pests. Ugh. Bardock cursed vehemently, shutting off the external communication device and scanning the ship's map for the nearest planet to land on. In an urgent descent, the ship's speed doubled, swiftly vanishing from the sight of Frieza's 9th Legion. Those detestable Saiyans dared to forcibly sever my communication. Chioe seethed, punching the control panel in frustration. Send a message to pursue the 3 Saiyan monkey ship. They won't escape far. Chioe glared fiercely in the direction Bardock's ship had vanished. Lord Chioe, shall we not report this to King Frieza? A trembling subordinate inquired. 3 mere Saiyan monkeys, what strength could they possibly possess? At most, their battle power barely exceeds 10,000. Would you, Lord Chioe, fear them? Even if they transform into great apes, what of it? They would merely destroy the moon. Wouldn't they? Hee. Chioe smirked wickedly, having thoroughly studied the various capabilities of the Saiyans to ascend the ranks of Frieza's army. Yes, Lord Chioe, the subordinate, eager to please, nodded and withdrew to relay Chioe's orders to the Legion. Soon, the command ship tracked Bardock's flight path, predicting the planet he was approaching, and reported back to Chioe, who immediately commanded the soldiers of the 9th Legion to hastily pursue. Chapter 41, The Battle of the Laverans, Dales, and Genii Father. Those guys are catching up, Dales informed Bardock, based on the readings from the spaceship's radar. Do not worry, they will not attack us again. Bardock's confident response left both Genii and Dales bewildered, unable to comprehend why Bardock was so certain that Frieza's forces would not attempt to destroy their ship once more. However, Bardock soon addressed their unspoken questions. You are puzzled, I see. The reason is quite simple. They require information about the remaining Saiyans from us, 3 insignificant Saiyans. As for how they know this ship belongs to us, it is because Frieza has backups of the data from the Saiyan ships on Planet Vegeta. Do you honestly believe that the technicians on Planet Vegeta were merely our subservient puppets? They were actually placed there by Frieza? Father, what if Frieza is still alive? Will the people of Gastan Star be in danger? Dales' face was filled with worry as he recalled the recent revelations from Chioe. Fear not. Although we do not understand why Frieza has survived, with the Defense Force and the heavenly and earthly guardians present, Frieza's minions are no match for us. Even if Frieza and his family were to confront us together, I believe with Auto by our side, they would not pose a significant threat. Moreover, Frieza would never expect a Saiyans to inhabit such a perilous planet. He will not find Gastan Star in the near future. Rest assured, Bardock reassured Dales. Yes, father. Dales replied, secretly vowing to train harder to keep up with his father's prowess. Half an hour later, propelled by the spaceship's emergency braking system, they descended onto an unfamiliar planet. As soon as they disembarked, Bardock and the others were met with countless armed soldiers aiming their weapons at them. Aliens, raise your hands and lower your weapons, or we will eliminate you on the spot. Various advanced weapons, unlike anything Bardock had encountered before, were trained upon them, signaling that they were perceived as invaders. The reason for their knowledge of the landing site was likely mere coincidence, as Frieza's forces were not far away, apparently intending to conquer this planet. This planet was Laver, inhabited by natives resembling Earthlings but possessing a technological advancement equivalent to space-faring civilizations, albeit with comparatively weak energy levels, averaging around 10. Get lost, you filthy bugs. We are here to repair our damaged ship and have no time for your games. Dales unleashed his energy to its fullest, sending the nearest Laverans flying. Those further away were left trembling in terror, some fainting from fear. Despicable invaders, everyone, open fire. At that moment, the Laveran commander ordered his troops through a communication device, and a barrage of fire was unleashed upon Bardock and his companions. Dales, I leave these people to you. Bardock had no desire to engage in battle himself. Instead, he instructed the weakest among them, Dales, to take action while he erected an energy shield to protect the spaceship. Before the advent of instantaneous movement, spaceships were essential for interstellar travel. Understood, father. Do not take their lives, just make their heavy artillery cease fire. It is too dazzling. Bardock originally intended for Dales to eliminate all who fired upon them, but reconsidered, aiming to turn this planet into a satellite of the Saiyans. Dales was perplexed by his father's orders but complied, effortlessly dodging all incoming attacks. He swiftly flashed forward, demolishing a superlight particle laser cannon with a single punch, followed by a second and a third, casually dispatching an energy wave that obliterated a flying vehicle overhead. With a combat power of 12,000, Dales was like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable, leaving only the sounds of explosions and the panicked cries of retreating Laverans in his wake. However, the aftermath of his rapidly increasing strength revealed itself. Due to a lack of control, several hundred Laverans met a gruesome fate, their heads exploding from his uncontrolled power. Yet, now was not the time to dwell on such matters, for Chio-E, the catfish, had already caught up. Bardock. Jinai felt a twinge of anxiety in the face of such overwhelming numbers, as she had yet to experience the brutality of battle. Do not fret, Jinai. You are no longer the weakling you once were. They should be the ones fearing you. Bardock gently patted Jinai's shoulder in reassurance. Despite his words, Jinai remained unsure of her own strength, her fists clenched tightly as she fixed her gaze upon the sky. Boom. Numerous ships landed, and under Bardock's watchful gaze, a variety of aliens emerged from the vessels, some with canine heads, red skin, white hair, and a plethora of colors, each possessing combat powers exceeding 2,000, with the most formidable boasting 15,000. Jinai, this battle is yours. I will not intervene. Consider it a rite of passage as a warrior. With that, Bardock, fearing that Frieza's forces might flee, gathered energy in his hands and launched it in all directions like shooting stars, each bolt striking the ships of Frieza's army with precision. As for Frieza's reconnaissance devices, Bardock merely released a fraction of his energy, rendering all equipment tasked with measuring his combat power inoperative. It is your turn, Jinai. Bardock gestured for her to proceed. Leave it to me, Bardock. As she soared toward Frieza's ranks, the soldiers, deprived of their sensors, looked upon the female scion with disdain. Preparing to capture her, Jinai felt a surge of nervousness, recalling her previous sparring with Bardock. She opted for her most proficient attack method, channeling all her strength into a punch aimed at the soldier. This is impossible, the soldier exclaimed just before exploding on the spot. The remaining soldiers of Frieza's army stood in shock, unable to believe the strength of this female scion, instinctively retreating a few steps. Curse that scion monkey. Chio-E. Beads of cold sweat on his forehead and his jaw quivering, bellowed, everyone, charge now. Hurry. Yet no one dared to advance. In a fit of rage, Chio-E unleashed several energy blasts, instantly killing a few retreating soldiers. Those who dare to retreat on the battlefield shall face dire consequences. Chio-E's intent was clear, to wear down Jinai's stamina, allowing him to seize the opportunity for himself later. Roar, let's go all in. To bolster their courage, one soldier led the charge, releasing energy waves toward Jinai while sprinting forward. With one, there came two. With two, there came three. They figured that they were doomed regardless, so they might as well fight back. all the soldiers began a reckless assault on Ginyu. Ginyu had never encountered such an onslaught before, and for a moment, she was flustered, desperately deflecting the incoming energy blasts. Bardock, witnessing her struggle, could not help but cover his forehead in dismay, realizing that in the heat of battle, Ginyu had forgotten all the combat techniques she had learned. Fortunately, her overwhelming strength meant that even the feeble attacks inflicted little pain upon her. Boom. A lowly soldier approached Ginyu with an air of naivety, grinning widely as he swiftly attempted a sneak attack, aiming a punch at Jinyu's temple. However, he was met with a casual yet devastating blow from Ginyu that shattered half of his shoulder, leaving him to howl in agony midair. Darius, take down the catfish. This is your first trial. The demands placed upon him were absurd. His son was expected to challenge foes beyond his grasp, while his daughter-in-law insisted on dealing with the lesser adversaries. Such double standards were beyond comprehension. Darius, accustomed to Bardock's sporadic trials, took in the atmosphere around Ginyu with a serious demeanor as he soared towards the commanding figure behind the soldiers. You worthless fools, continue your assault. Wear that Saiyan down. Ginyu bellowed, instilling fear in his subordinates who, under his oppressive presence, could only charge forward. Boom. Most of Frieza's soldiers were mesmerized by Ginyu, while a few, perceiving Bardock and the 6-year-old Darius as easy targets, foolishly attacked the duo. Bardock, as always, did not hesitate to obliterate any energy blasts aimed in his direction, causing vibrant sprays of blood to erupt around him. Meanwhile, Darius swiftly dispatched dozens of Frieza's soldiers, soon standing before Ginyu, launching a ki blast without uttering a word. You wretched Saiyan! Ginyu seethed with frustration. It was one thing for a multitude to fail against a single woman, but now a mere Saiyan child dared to challenge the authority of the 9th Legion's commander. He was infuriated. With both hands, he intercepted Darius's attack, altering its trajectory and sending it aside before welcoming Darius's fist. Child, such tricks are woefully outdated. Do not underestimate me, Ginyu. Anger etched across his face. He caught Darius's punch and, after spinning him around, hurled him into the air, pursuing him with a ki blast. Die, Saiyan brat. Aware that he was no match for the other two Saiyans, Ginyu unleashed all his fury upon Darius. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Darius, enduring excruciating pain, hovered in the air, his battle suit tattered, his body marred by gruesome wounds. Chapter 42. The Exiled Son Returns. How infuriating. The gap in combat power, merely a few thousand points, rendered me utterly helpless against him. Dales trembled. His eyes filled with resentment as he gazed at the imperious Ginyu. You wretched brat, perish. Ginyu bellowed with laughter, launching himself from the ground with remarkable speed, delivering a devastating punch to the weakened Dale's abdomen. Blood gushed from Dale's mouth as he instantly transformed into a frail creature, clutching his stomach and howling in agony. Seizing the moment, Ginyu yanked Dales by his hair, mercilessly pummeling his face with relentless blows. Suddenly, a beam of laser light shot forth, piercing Chiyo's arm that held Dale's hair. In pain, he instinctively released his grip, clutching his wounded arm and staring in terror at the golden-haired Saiyan beside the spaceship. Dales, if you do not harbor the resolve to kill your enemy, your future comes to an end here. True warriors do not fear powerful foes. Stand up. Your battle is not over. In that moment, Bardock appeared as a stern father, admonishing Dales in a commanding tone. Yes, father. Dales gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he glared fiercely at the maimed Ginyu, disregarding his injuries as he lunged forward, aiming a punch straight at Chiyo's chest. With one arm incapacitated, Ginyu could only evade, while Dales unleashed a flurry of punches, each one deftly avoided by Ginyu. Dales then changed his assault style, delivering side kicks, rapid knee strikes, yet Ginyu found himself on the defensive, surprisingly matching Dales blow for blow. Hey, fat catfish. If you can defeat Dales, I shall spare your life. If you fail, then you and your legion will remain here as a testament to your unwavering loyalty to Lord Frieza. Chiyo's pressure on Dales was insufficient, prompting Bardock to stoke the flames further. Damn it, that cursed monkey. Ginyu never imagined he would be threatened by a mere monkey. He began to fight with desperation, intensifying his attacks with both hands and feet, landing a kick squarely in Dale's stomach. Dale's eyes bulged, bloodshot and pained, yet he pressed on, unleashing a relentless offense. In this moment, Chiyo's maturity and physical superiority became evident, his attacks broader and more powerful, while the mere 6-year-old Dales, with only his limbs intact, struggled to keep pace. The tide of battle swiftly turned, one side fighting for survival, the other striving to prove his worth before his father. Both had compelling reasons to fight. Chiyo's every strike left Dales reeling, sent flying by kicks and energy blasts. Yet, fueled by unwavering determination, Dales rose repeatedly to confront Chio-E once more. The battle raged on for 10 minutes, during which Jine dispatched a horde of minions, her face alight with disbelief at her newfound strength. Seeing the battered Dales, maternal instinct surged within Jine, prompting her to disregard Bardock's warnings and rush to his side. In Chio-E's eyes, she appeared to teleport before him, unleashing a dual-handed energy wave that obliterated him. As Dales witnessed Chio-E disintegrate, a relieved smile graced his face, and in that moment of relaxation, he collapsed to the ground. Dales. Jine hurriedly flew over, checking for his breath and pulse, entirely forgetting to sense his condition through energy. Bardock. Your recklessness nearly cost Dales his life. This marked Jine's first reprimand of Bardock, spurred by an outsider, which stung Bardock as pride, yet he humbly accepted his fault. It won't happen again. Let's get Dales aboard the ship for treatment. You guard the ship while I seek out the leader of this planet. With the pests dealt with, Bardock aimed to settle the ownership of the planet. Sensing a gathering of weak energy signatures, Bardock ascended to investigate, while Jine cradled the injured Dales into the spaceship for healing. 10 seconds later, Bardock discovered the assembly of the Lavulans. Observing their defensive posture below, he coldly inquired, "Where is your leader? I have matters to discuss. Also, cease pointing those rusty weapons at me." Should my finger involuntarily twitch, he gestured toward a distant mountain, which promptly vanished. The next thing to disappear might just be all of you. Under Bardock's intimidation, the Lavulans adjusted their weapons. "Hurry. I demand to see your leader," Bardock impatiently urged, and soon, one of them, trembling, raised their hand. This esteemed alien, we are merely the Planetary Defense Squad. The President is commanding from Odin City. If you spare my subordinates, I shall lead you there." "Oh, I did not expect you to be a commander. I accept your terms." Bardock's response filled the Lavulan with unexpected joy. "And just to clarify, I have no intention of killing you. It is merely that you have failed to identify the true invaders, forcing our hand." "What? You are not part of Frieza's forces?" the Lavulan asked incredulously. "Had those fools from Frieza's army not damaged my ship's propulsion system, I would not have been forced to land on such a lowly planet," Bardock retorted, seizing the commander with telekinesis and lifting him into the air. "Please, esteemed sir, you promised not to kill." The commander, dangling in Bardock's grip, feared a demonstration of power meant to intimidate the entire army. "Fool, I require you to guide me, not to kill you. At your current pace, by the time we reach Odin City, the flowers will have wilted," Bardock replied curtly. In that direction, traveling approximately 100 kilometers, the grandest city is our capital. The Goddess of Victory's pot. The leader presides there. After providing directions, Bardock whisked the commander away in an instant. After a month on Lavulan, Bardock utilized their spaceship technology to repair his damaged vessel. Following Bardock's friendly negotiations, the nations of Lavulan were organized into a federal system, forming a representative body for the entire planet. Lavulan secretly became a vassal planet of Gastan, providing assistance in technology, personnel, and resources, while Gastan reciprocated with military support. Bardock had already contacted Raditz from Gastan to prepare for the necessary arrangements. Once everything was settled, Bardock set forth on his journey toward Earth. Meanwhile, on Reg's end, after nearly 3.5 months of deep slumber, he was roused by the spaceship S alert, announcing that they would arrive at Planet Vegeta in 5 minutes. Upon hearing this news, a cruel smile spread across Reg's face. He was determined to turn the exiled King Vegeta into a pitiful creature, begging for mercy. However, 5 minutes later, Reg found himself utterly dumbfounded. There was no sign of Planet Vegeta. The spaceship's interstellar map indicated that they were indeed at Planet Vegeta. Yet there was nothing in sight, fueling a sense of betrayal within him. In a fit of rage, Reg slammed his fist into the spaceship, triggering the alarm. The detestable King Vegeta and his wretched self, those two foolish individuals dared to deceive me. When I lay my eyes upon you once again, I shall make you grovel before me like a dog, begging for mercy. Humph. With no sign of Planet Vegeta, Reg has no choice but to seek out the misfortunes of Frieza's forces, the arch-nemesis of the Saiyans. Based on the power recon data stored in the spaceship, Reg promptly selected the nearest Frieza base and steered his ship towards it. Meanwhile, Frieza, having gone a month without news from one of his legions, grew increasingly savage, having already crushed several of his advisors in a fit of rage. Useless. Useless. One entire legion has been quietly wiped out. And I do not even know when the enemy struck. Useless. Retrieve the last known coordinates of that fool Chio-E. 7th and 8th Legions, investigate based on these coordinates. I refuse to believe there are no leads. Frieza's face was cold, his mechanical tail thrashing behind him as he addressed the commanding officers of the 7th and 8th Legions. Yes, Lord Frieza. The commanders, trembling with fear, scurried away from the king's palace. All of you worthless wretches, disappear from my sight. Frieza glared at his quaking subordinates, his anger simmering without an outlet. Once riding high on fortune, Frieza now felt as though anyone could defy him since the emergence of a Super Saiyan. On planet Gastan, the Shadow Warriors tasked with locating the exiled son returned with a most unexpected individual, Vegeta. When the Shadow Warriors brought the fully healed Vegeta before Raditz, Raditz could scarcely believe his eyes. Upon learning from his father that Frieza still lived and that Planet Vegeta had been destroyed, Raditz had assumed Vegeta had perished alongside his home. Yet here, in a twist of fate, he encountered him. Raditz. It turns out that Bardock brought you to the advanced planet Gastan. This was all orchestrated by Bardock, wasn't it? From the moment we took on the task of securing Gastan, it has all been Bardock's design. Enduring the greater gravity of Gastan compared to that of Planet Vegeta, Vegeta absorbed the information swirling in his mind upon seeing the Saiyans here. Vegeta, now is not the time for such discussions. Just days ago, I received word from our father that Planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza. Raditz interrupted Vegeta, unleashing devastating news that nearly left Vegeta in shock. No, that cannot be. Wasn't Frieza killed by Bardock? How could he possibly destroy Planet Vegeta? Raditz, you lie. You must be lying, do you not? Your intent is to keep this genius prince on planet Gastan. Unable to accept the truth, Vegeta began to delve into self-deception. This is the truth, Vegeta. Remain here. Join us on planet Gastan. If you commit to training diligently, the day we Saiyans rise again will also be the day we take revenge on Frieza. Raditz, still holding on to old sentiments, sought to persuade Vegeta to join planet Gastan. I am a prince. How could I ever submit to a lesser Saiyan? Even if I cannot join you on planet Gastan, I shall still achieve my vengeance. Vegeta remained as proud as ever. Very well, if you wish to leave, then go. Understanding Vegeta's nature, Raditz reluctantly relinquished his attempts to persuade him, gesturing for the Shadow Warriors to escort Vegeta away. Thorn, in my name. Request a single-man spacecraft from the base and hand over its control device to Vegeta. Consider it my farewell gift. Raditz instructed his subordinate, watching Vegeta's stubborn figure recede. Yes, Lord Raditz. The subordinate bowed and retreated. As Vegeta received the spacecraft control device from Raditz's subordinate, his heart was filled with conflicting emotions. The thought of being managed by his subordinate as a prince left him unsettled. He promptly pressed the summon button, and within moments, a single-man spacecraft materialized before him. After casting one last glance at the Saiyans residing on planet Gastan, Vegeta resolutely entered the spacecraft, embarking on his journey back to planet Vegeta, where he needed to confirm certain truths for himself. In the second following Vegeta's departure, another group of Shadow Warriors returned with two Saiyans, one a middle-aged warrior with a single eye, and the other an infant, possessing a battle power of 30,000. Stronger than the typical adult Saiyans on planet Gastan. Following this, another team of Shadow Warriors brought back a 3- or 4-year-old Saiyan, who, upon disembarking from the spacecraft, was immediately pressed to the ground by Gastan's gravity. The middle-aged warrior shared a similar fate, while the infant wailed loudly, its power escalating with each cry. Chapter 43. Tread lightly upon reporting to Lord Raditz. The Shadow Guards conveyed the return of an extraordinary child, a gifted infant among the exiled. The Shadow Guards, uncertain of their course, sought the Lord's judgment. The 37th Earthbound Guard immediately ushered in the Shadow Guards who had just descended from the spacecraft. Whereupon they relayed the news of the infant to Raditz. How extraordinary could this talent be for you, as Shadow Guard, to seek an audience personally? Raditz inquired with curiosity. The child is named Broly, as revealed by Paragus. He shares the same birth period as your brother, and his initial fighting power reached an astonishing 10,000. Now, at nearly 6 months old, his power has surged to an incredible 30,000 points. Upon entering Gastan's star, his emotional fluctuations have only propelled his strength further. The Shadow Guard reported, his voice trembling with awe. An initial fighting power of 10,000. Raditz was overwhelmed, his heart racing with shock, unable to fully grasp the latter details. Indeed, my lord, you heard correctly. The Shadow Guard affirmed once more. Since we could not reach Lord Bardock, we dared not act independently, and thus brought back Broly and his father to report to you at once. My lord, should we? The 37th Earthbound Guard suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Having served as a member of the Royal Guard on planet Vegeta, He was well aware of how King Vegeta dealt with such prodigies, exile for those who posed a threat to his reign, particularly if they were not of his bloodline. However, the 37th Guard was perplexed by one matter. How had the immensely talented Broly managed to escape King Vegeta's wrath? I shall first consult my father before making a decision regarding Broly. As for Broly and his father, arrange for them to reside in the living quarters, providing them with necessary supplies, and assign a small squad from the Gastan Star Defense Team to monitor them. Raditz commanded, his heart a tumult of shock, jealousy, and resentment. Contemplating the teachings of his father Bardock, who urged him to cherish every Saiyan warrior, Raditz found himself at an impasse, opting to confine the duo for the time being. As for the 37th Guard's suggestion, Raditz felt a flicker of temptation. He suspected that his father's ambition was to become the king of the Saiyans, and he, as Bardock's successor, could not allow the existence of a potential rival whose strength might one day eclipse his father's. Fortunately, Raditz still held Bardock's counsel in high regard. Otherwise, he might have ordered the demise of Broly and his father. Meanwhile, Bardock, having completed his training with Tar-less and Kind, exited the gravity chamber and entered the control room, only to find several missed video calls. What could Raditz want with so many calls? Has something transpired on Gastan Star? Bardock wondered, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, and dialed Raditz's video communication. As soon as the call connected, Raditz's face appeared. Raditz, is there something pressing you wish to discuss with your father? Bardock greeted with a smile. Father, the Shadow Guards have discovered a remarkably gifted child with an initial fighting power of 10,000. At just half a year old, he has already reached 30,000. How should we handle this child? Raditz asked, his emotions somewhat unstable. An initial fighting power of 10,000? Is he the child of Paragus? Bardock responded, astonished. Father, how do you know? That child, named Broly, is the same age as my brother, Son Goku. Raditz exclaimed in surprise. Do not concern yourself with how I know. I wish to understand your thoughts on how to manage Broly, Bardock said, frowning at his somewhat frantic eldest son. I want to kill him, Raditz admitted, realizing that concealing his true feelings was futile. Excellent. You possess the potential of a clan king. However, I advise against such an action. Bardock's rapid shift caught Raditz off guard, and he responded incredulously. Why, father? Is that not contradictory? Raditz challenged. To ruthlessly extinguish threats in their infancy is indeed a quality befitting a king, a means to secure one's reign. Yet, Raditz, this alone is insufficient. Where there is light, there must also be darkness. You have embraced the shadows but lack the essential virtue of a monarch, the capacity to be magnanimous. An excessively merciful ruler will be perceived as weak and easily manipulated, while a cruel one will instill fear among subordinates, breeding resentment. Should you falter, your kingdom may crumble. Therefore, I implore you to embody both kindness and ruthlessness as a ruler. Bardock's piercing gaze fixed on his flustered son. But, father, Broly, Raditz began, eager to protest Bardock's instruction. Moreover, Raditz, do you not feel the absence of a rival at your heels? I believe Broly is quite suitable. Your training has grown complacent. Handle Broly as I advise, as long as he does not endanger the Saiyans and adheres to the laws of Gastan Star. Allow Paragus and his son to proceed as they wish. Additionally, issue orders that no one is to provoke Broly. He possesses a rare talent and is prone to losing control. While he is still young, it is manageable, but this may change with age. When I conclude my current matters and return to Gastan Star, I shall personally take Broly as my disciple. Bardock concluded with a knowing smile, observing Raditz's stunned expression. Father, please, don't. Raditz lamented, nearly in tears. Thus, Raditz, you must train diligently. Some can be both rivals and friends. To avoid future beatings, it would be wise to establish a rapport with Broly. Bardock cheerfully ended the communication, leaving Raditz staring blankly at the screen. This is disastrous. How could someone possess such extraordinary talent? And now my father intends to take him as a disciple. My peaceful existence is over. Raditz grimaced as he exited the spacecraft, summoning the 37th Earthbound Guard. Reinstate the monitoring team for Broly and his father to their previous posts, and prepare some infant supplies for Saiyans. Find a female Saiyan warrior with a fighting power around 50,000 to care for Broly. As long as they do not contravene the existing order, let them do as they please. Raditz effectively relayed Bardock's message. Is this truly Lord Bardock's intention? The 37th Guard asked incredulously. Indeed, my father is also planning to take Broly as a disciple upon his return. I am truly at my wit's end. Raditz lamented, shaking his head. Now, hurry to execute my orders. I must find Uncle Odo to train, to safeguard his future status and minimize beatings. Raditz resolved to seek training with Odo. Meanwhile, Bardock contemplated how to manage the ticking time bomb that was Broly. He recalled that King Vegeta's eldest son, Rigor, was on planet Bambi and wondered if the Shadow Guards had located him. If so, would he also take Rigor as a disciple to apply pressure on his two sons? Bardock, are you in high spirits about something? Kine inquired, entering the rest chamber after freshening up, noticing the smile that graced Bardock's face. Certainly. I have just received news from Raditz that the Shadow Warriors have discovered a remarkably gifted exile, born on the same day as Goku. His initial combat power reached an impressive 10,000 points, and it has now escalated to approximately 30,000 points. Henceforth, the planet Gastan shall welcome another seat for a Super Saiyan. Bardock, with a smile, shared the news of Broly with Jine. What? A combat power of 10,000 points? That is truly astounding. As for our Goku, I do not have high expectations. If his future combat power could reach 10,000 points, I would be utterly satisfied. Jine remarked with a hint of disappointment as she gazed at Goku in the incubation chamber. Fear not. I have faith that my son's future combat prowess shall not be confined to a mere 10,000 points. He is destined to become one of the most formidable beings in the universe. Bardock reassured her, embracing Jine gently. Yes, Bardock, you are always right. Jine replied playfully. Then, shall we consider having another daughter for Goku? Bardock chuckled, preparing to act upon his thought. Father, Dallas entered the chamber, interrupting Bardock's intentions and causing his hand to freeze midair, a surge of unexplainable anger igniting within him. Dallas, what brings you here? Bardock inquired, striving to rein in his emotions, adopting an exceedingly calm tone. Father, I have recovered from my rest. Please instruct me on my combat techniques. Dallas's face bore an earnest expression. Since suffering severe injuries on planet Raffer, Dallas's combat power had risen to 18,000 points upon recovery. Yet he remained unsatisfied and sought Bardock's rigorous training. He began demanding Bardock's guidance immediately after regaining his strength, his relentless training approach causing Bardock to feel a pang of sympathy. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to guide Dallas in his training. Very well, I understand. Bardock released Jine from his embrace and responded with remarkable calmness. He then stood up, approached Dallas, and affectionately patted his head. Come. Today I shall ensure to instruct you thoroughly. Bardock. Jine recognized that Dallas was in for a tough time and immediately interjected. What is it, Jine? Your words are of no consequence this time. I shall truly provide Dallas with a memorable lesson. Upon hearing this, Dallas felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. No. Bardock, I meant to say, please go easy on him. Chapter 44. The complex thoughts of the celestial being in the blink of an eye. 3 months had elapsed. Bardock, who had been meditating alone in the cockpit, was suddenly alerted by the ship's announcement that they would arrive at Earth in 5 minutes. Instantly, Bardock opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance shining within them. Gazing through the cockpit at the planet he knew so well yet felt estranged from, his heart surged with excitement. Jine Dales, prepare yourselves. We are about to reach Earth. Bardock called out through the ship's communication device to the two in the gravity chamber. At long last, the journey was over. After 4 long months traversing the cosmos, it was hard to imagine what the Saiyans on their mission would have done without the sleep apparatus. If it were me, I would likely have gone mad. Upon hearing Bardock's announcement, Jine promptly deactivated the gravity device, and Dales, despite his deep yearning to grow stronger in such an environment, dared not voice any complaints. However, recalling Bardock's stern lessons from 3 months prior, he couldn't help but shudder. In the following days, he obediently sought Bardock's guidance. The instances counting on one hand. Bardock, enjoying his leisure, let the two frolic in the gravity chamber while he maintained his Super Saiyan state, meditating and training in the cockpit. After the previous paternal lesson, Dale's injuries healed, and his combat power surged to 24,000. In the days that followed, he and Jine adapted to the gravity environment in the chamber. By the time they neared Earth, Dales had barely acclimated to 50 times normal gravity, achieving an astonishing combat power of 100,000. Perhaps the reason was that adult Saiyans found it easier to enhance their strength in such conditions. Jine's combat power skyrocketed from 90,000 to 250,000. It was hard to fathom such immense energy concealed within her petite form. Bardock, having sustained his Super Saiyan state, now reached full power. The various drawbacks of his transformation had diminished to the bare minimum, and his normal combat power had surpassed 15 million, with his Super Saiyan form boasting 750 million. In the early days of Dragon Ball, he would undoubtedly be considered a formidable boss. 5 minutes later, with a resounding boom, Bardock's ship descended upon Earth, the hatch slowly opening. As he stepped out, he was met with the terrified expressions of various Earth inhabitants, humans, beastmen, and dinosaur people. To Bardock's astonishment, some of these onlookers even brandished their cameras, flashing lights that nearly blinded him. How irritating! As the cacophony of horns, murmurs, and myriad noises crescendoed around him, Bardock's irritation grew. With a fierce glare, he unleashed a wave of energy that shattered all the flashing devices. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bardock effortlessly lifted the spacecraft into the sky. Using his omniscient eye to locate the strongest presence in the Earth's atmosphere, he sped towards his target with the ship in hand. Meanwhile, in the Divine Temple, the celestial beings sensed their arrival, feeling the overwhelming energy of Bardock and his companions. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, for even in his complete form, he could not match a fraction of their might. Fortunately, the most powerful among them exhibited a balance of righteousness and malevolence, and upon their arrival, did not wreak havoc, providing the celestial being with a glimmer of hope. As Bardock approached the temple, the celestial being maintained a facade of calmness, though internally, he was in a state of panic. His servant, Popo, stared wide-eyed, betraying his own anxiety through the beads of sweat forming on his brow. Celestial being, Popo tentatively inquired, seeking to understand his master's thoughts. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the celestial being shook his head helplessly. With energy of such magnitude, even the mightiest warrior would be dwarfed. It was best to observe the situation. Since they had not engaged in senseless slaughter, there remained a possibility for resolution. Within 30 seconds, Bardock arrived at the Divine Temple. After placing the ship down, Dales and Jine emerged, their eyes filled with curiosity as they beheld the floating structure. Outsiders of cosmic strength, what brings you to Earth? The celestial being, suppressing his fear, stepped forth with Popo's assistance to confront Bardock and his companions. The Namekian! Jine exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Me? Popo pointed to himself, bewildered. Not you, the old fellow beside you. Bardock facepalmed in exasperation, clarifying. So, I am a Namekian. No wonder I look different from Earthlings. It all makes sense now. The celestial being, upon learning of his heritage, was overwhelmed with emotion. Old man, I came to Earth because I heard tales of your remarkable techniques, and I wanted to learn from you. Moreover, I wish to leave my son in your care. Bardock stated plainly, revealing his intentions. Jine, where's Goku? Bardock called out to Jine, who was exploring the temple. Have you forgotten our purpose for coming to Earth? Oh, Goku. Jine suddenly remembered her son. She hurried back to the ship and retrieved Goku from the incubation chamber, cradling him in her arms. This. Upon laying eyes on Goku, the celestial being widened his eyes in disbelief, never expecting to be tasked with the care of a mere infant. What? Is there a problem? Bardock emitted a slight aura, causing the celestial being's face to contort. No problem. The celestial being hastily assured Bardock. Just ensure Goku is safe and sound, and that he doesn't end up with any missing limbs. Beyond that, let him develop as he will. Just don't let him become a useless brat, understand? Under Bardock's imposing presence, the celestial being nodded vigorously. This is my wife, Jine, and this is my son, Dales. They will remain here to learn your Earth's martial arts. I hope you will take them under your wing, Bardock conveyed, clarifying that he had no intention of learning the celestial being's combat techniques, merely leaving Dales and Jine for instruction. May I ask, given your overwhelming power, why do you not instruct your own family? The celestial being cautiously ventured to ask. A healer cannot heal himself. The path I tread is not suitable for them. Moreover, I lack knowledge regarding the utilization of energy and combat philosophy, while your Earth possesses a mature martial system, which will benefit their training. Bardock patiently explained to the celestial being. Furthermore, guiding them would consume my training time. After all, I will need your assistance in the future. Understood. As long as you harbor no intentions of disrupting Earth's governance, I shall feel at ease. I will take responsibility for the training of your wife and son. However, regarding your young one, I lack experience in childcare. Would it be possible to delegate his care to another? The celestial being, sensing Bardock's approachable demeanor, seized the opportunity to suggest his proposal. Do as you wish. Bardock waved his hand dismissively. He leaped from the celestial temple, appearing moments later at the residence of the cat sage. Upon sensing Bardock's formidable energy, the white cat trembled uncontrollably. An outsider. What brings you here? The cat sage stammered, his tongue tripping over itself. I have heard that you possess a mystical bean, one that alleviates hunger for 10 days with but a single consumption. I desire as many as you can provide. Do not hoard them, for your life may be at stake, dear feline. Bardock revealed a menacing smile. his fingers coalescing with formidable energy. Quickly, fetch them. The cat sage, momentarily stunned, hurriedly scrambled to retrieve the beans. In no time, 3 large vats of the mystical beans were laid before Bardock, the cat sage panting heavily, wiping the beads of sweat from his feline visage. Is this all? Bardock inquired with a stern countenance. Indeed, this is the entirety of my stock accumulated over centuries. I assure you, there is no hidden reserve. The cat sage fervently shook his head, terrified that Bardock might obliterate him in displeasure. Very well. Out of goodwill, allow me to advise you. It is prudent to stockpile these mystical beans, for they may prove invaluable in the future. After casting an imposing glance at the cat sage, Bardock nonchalantly gestured, causing the 3 vats of beans to levitate as if animated, following him towards the celestial hall. As Bardock departed, the cat sage felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Had it not been for the angel's telepathic urging to hasten his retrieval of the beans, he might have met his demise. Bardock, did you descend solely for these 3 vats? Jine asked, bemused, as she observed the vessels Bardock had brought. Daryl, come here. Bardock beckoned to Daryl, who scampered over eagerly, only to be met with Bardock's swift strike, leaving him gasping for breath. Watch closely, Jine, Bardock exclaimed, producing a mystical bean from the vat and placing it in Daryl's mouth, compelling him to swallow. In the blink of an eye, the ailing Daryl was revitalized, his combat prowess soaring to an astonishing 150,000 points. This is truly astonishing. Even the medical capsule cannot match such rapid healing. Jine gasped in awe as she witnessed the miraculous effects of the mystical bean. Indeed, this is a sacred artifact of our Saiyan cultivation. With it, our combat prowess will ascend to new heights. However, the supply is limited. Once the Gar-Satan Stars system is fully established, we shall reward exemplary warriors with these as a means of survival. Bardock stored 2 vats of beans aboard the spacecraft, distributing 50 beans each to Daryl and Jine. Celestial being, I am aware that your hall contains a chamber known as the Room of Spirit and Time, where 1 year inside equates to merely a day outside. I humbly request to utilize it, Bardock stated, cradling a vat of mystical beans. Certainly, Bobo, escort this gentleman there. The celestial being responded, internally elated, maintaining a composed facade as he instructed Bobo to guide Bardock to the Room of Spirit and Time. This cunning old man, Bardock inwardly cursed, realizing the 2-day constraint of the room had not been explicitly conveyed to him. Was he intending to ensnare him within? Surely he must not underestimate Jine and Daryl. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed more likely that he sought to orchestrate some scheme to lure all 3 into the room. No wonder he had survived for centuries. His thoughts were truly inscrutable, often revealed only in fragments. Daryl, Jine, during my training in the coming days, seize the opportunity to seek the celestial being's wisdom on combat techniques and energy manipulation. It will greatly aid your battles, Bardock advised with a warm smile. And remember, unless I personally summon you, do not seek me out. Understood? Yes, father, they replied in unison. Indeed, Bardock, I shall endeavor to train diligently, Jine affirmed with a determined nod. Witnessing Bardock's words, the celestial being's expression soured considerably, and upon locking eyes with Bardock's enigmatic smile, he turned a shade of green. Let us go, Bobo. Take me to the Room of Spirit and Time, Bardock commanded, turning to Bobo. Follow me, Bobo replied, devoid of the celestial being's cunning motives, simply complying with the directive as he led Bardock towards the fabled chamber. The visibly distressed celestial being sighed in resignation, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts surging within him, and telepathically instructed Bobo to remind Bardock to exit the chamber after 2 days. Accompanying Bobo, Bardock ambled leisurely for nearly 5 minutes before finally arriving at the legendary Room of Spirit and Time. Bobo approached the door and spoke. In the Room of Spirit and Time, one may only remain for 2 days of external time. Should this limit be exceeded, the door shall vanish, and you must exit before the time runs out, lest you be trapped indefinitely. To Bardock's surprise, Bobo took the initiative to explain, prompting him to inquire, did the celestial being instruct you to relay this information? Yes, it was the celestial being who instructed me to inform you. Bobo's candid response elicited a grin from Bardock. Please convey to the celestial being that his prudence has spared him this time. I shall let him off with a warning. In the presence of the strong, attempting to play petty games is no different than observing the life of ants from a human perspective. With a hearty laugh, Bardock stepped through the door of the Room of Spirit and Time, casually shutting it behind him. Chapter 45. Disturbing the Hornet's Nest during the time when Bardock and his companions departed from the planet Revel and arrived on Earth. Several significant events transpired within the territories ruled by Frieza, effectively diverting the chaos stirred by Bardock elsewhere. The first of these events was the invasion of Frieza's army division by Reg. From this, he learned of the destruction of Planet Vegeta. And with the loss of his target for vengeance, Reg became akin to a wild stallion, relentlessly assaulting Frieza's divisions. Utilizing his formidable combat prowess, he swiftly gathered a multitude of Frieza's former subordinates, establishing a new faction in a remarkably short span of time. Through the advantage of blitzkrieg tactics, Reg quickly seized vast swathes of Frieza's territory, amassing over 200,000 alien followers who dubbed him the Reg King. His choice of title was as uninspired as that of his narcissistic father, prompting a mix of amusement and disdain among his followers, who, despite their reservations, felt compelled to feign approval in light of Reg's overwhelming strength. Frieza was incensed by Reg's audacity, however, apart from recognizing him as a Saiyan. He was unaware of the full extent of his identity. Reg's self-proclamation as a Super Saiyan only heightened Frieza's unease, as he harbored a deep-seated fear of the legendary warriors. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the Ginyu Force and his father, King Cold, to reclaim the lost territories. In a short order, they mobilized a considerable force to recover all land seized by Reg within 2 months. Both King Cold and Frieza felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Reg's desperate struggle on a dying planet. Despite Reg's combat abilities exceeding those of an average Saiyan, Frieza quickly discerned that he was far from the so-called Super Saiyan, dispelling the remnants of his fear and replacing it with a seething rage at having been deceived. Upon spotting Frieza and his father in the distance and sensing their overwhelming presence, Reg realized he was no match for them. After unleashing 2 energy blasts that pierced the bodies of 2 cosmic beings, he attempted to flee in his spacecraft. Haha, look at that Saiyan monkey, he is scared. Frieza sneered, vanishing from his location in an instant, reappearing directly in Reg's path. With a swift flick of his metallic tail, he ensnared Reg by the neck. A cruel smile spreading across his face as he struck Reg with several heavy blows, intent on teaching this deceptive monkey a lesson. After only a few punches, Reg found himself on the brink of unconsciousness. Lord Frieza, wait. Seeing Reg's formidable physique, Captain Ginyu could hardly contain his desire. Clutching his own punctured wound, he urgently called out to Frieza to halt the imminent annihilation of Reg. Oh, Mr. Ginyu, you had better give me a compelling reason not to kill him. Frieza's tone was deceptively calm, yet the murderous intent was palpable, even causing his most powerful subordinate, Captain Ginyu, to sweat profusely. Frieza, my lord, I will provide you with a loyal and powerful subordinate. Captain Ginyu stammered, attempting to withstand Frieza's menacing gaze. Aha, I almost forgot, Ginyu. You possess the ability to switch bodies. Very well, let us spare this Saiyan monkey for now. Frieza forcefully slammed Reg to the ground and stepped aside, observing Jinyu's performance with keen interest. At last, I will possess a powerful body once more. After receiving Frieza's approval, Ginyu landed a few strikes on his own body before extending his arms toward the incapacitated Reg, shouting, "Body switch." A beam of white light emanated from Ginyu, striking Reg, who was rendered immobile during the transfer. Moments later, Ginyu fell to the ground while Reg awoke with a sinister smile, albeit severely injured and unable to move. Mr. Ginyu? Frieza inquired with a hint of curiosity. Yes, Lord Frieza, Ginyu replied weakly. Haha, it appears, Mr. Ginyu, that you have succeeded. My rank shall swell with another super warrior. Delighted by Jinyu's successful acquisition of Reg's body, Frieza waved his hand, instructing nearby soldiers to take Ginyu aboard the ship for treatment. Meanwhile, he cast a wicked smile at Jinyu's original form, which he obliterated with a mere thought, reducing it to a mist of blood, unaware of the deadly fate that befell Captain Ginyu. The soldiers trembled in fear at the realization that even their formidable leader could be so easily dispatched. Once Reg's situation was addressed, Frieza issued a cold command: execute all traitors who ally with the Saiyan monkeys. Sensing their own lives were spared and that their master was in a relatively good mood, the assembled soldiers surged forward with fervor, eager to eliminate those who had sided with Reg. After 3 months, Frieza successfully quelled the insurrection within his dominion. Meanwhile, Ginyu, now possessing Reg's body, saw his combat power soar to 1 million. As confirmed by Frieza's newly developed large-scale detector capable of measuring up to 200 million combat units. Yet, peace was fleeting. Hardly had Reg's saga come to a close when Frieza received news of another division's destruction, learning that the culprit was yet another Saiyan. He felt as though he had disturbed a hornet's nest. Having learned from the betrayal of Reg, soldiers across all divisions remained vigilant, willing to fight to the bitter end against the encroaching Saiyan threat. The remnants of the attack division swiftly relayed information about the invading Saiyan back to headquarters. Vegeta! Frieza exclaimed, recognizing the familiar visage of the cunning youth who had once ambushed him. Aha! To think that Prince Vegeta's son, Vegeta, survived. It seems this little monkey was not on Planet Vegeta when I annihilated it, thus escaping destruction. How amusing it is that he dares seek vengeance for his home. How delightful. Frieza chuckled, his eyes twinkling with malicious glee as he ordered his subordinates. Deploy the Ginyu Force to capture Prince Vegeta alive. With a sinister grin. Frieza's mind raced with schemes, his metallic tail swaying playfully, indicating his buoyant mood. Meanwhile, far from Frieza's dominion, Vegeta remained blissfully unaware of the formidable adversary he was soon to face, a face both familiar and fearsome, yet now housing a soul that no longer belonged to its original owner. Chapter 46. Cultivation on the right track. Dale's fury meanwhile, as Bardock stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. A suffocating sensation enveloped him the moment the colossal door closed behind him. Gazing at the surrounding endless expanse of white, it felt like a replica of an unnamed star. Entering the arena, he found the gravity to be no different from that of Planet Vegeta. Apart from the structure at the entrance, the entire realm was devoid of scenery. Calming his mind, Bardock retracted his Super Saiyan transformation and began to enhance his base combat power. The simplest method was to practice an upgraded version of chi cultivation. He soared towards the center of the time chamber, hovering in the void, and closed his eyes to quietly refine his body with chi, storing it within his cells. Then subsequently drawing it out to refine every part of his physique. This process repeated endlessly, with Bardock's combat strength escalating exponentially with each passing moment. As time progressed, the environment within the chamber grew increasingly harsh, oscillating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius. Despite his concentrated efforts, Bardock could still feel the extreme heat and cold alternating. Yet, undeterred, Bardock gritted his teeth and persevered. As a unique training ground in the Dragon Ball universe, he simply could not afford to squander this opportunity. Under the dual pressure of mind and body, his power surged dramatically. When hunger struck, he would prepare a large pot of stew for himself. Lacking culinary skills, he boiled the ingredients without any seasoning, consuming the bland meal merely to satiate his hunger, prioritizing sustenance over the enjoyment of food. Outside, Jin and Dales, under the guidance of Bobo, settled in the sacred land. Goku was not sent back to the lower realm by the Supreme Kai due to Jin's concerns about his young age, leading her to take Goku on a stroll around the sacred land, impulsively deciding to venture down to Earth. This left Dales and the Supreme Kai exchanging bewildered glances. Hey, old man, when will you guide me in my cultivation? Dales, despite his disdain for the seemingly weak Supreme Kai, refrained from any rash actions, recognizing that his father had specifically instructed him about this so-called deity, implying that he possessed unique abilities. Bobo assessed this child's foundational skills before considering what to teach him. The Supreme Kai stated, asserting that imparting knowledge was not feasible. Furthermore, in terms of martial arts knowledge, Bobo was undoubtedly more qualified to guide Dales. What? You old geezer are handing me over to a servant? Dales expressed his displeasure, his combat power of 150,000 instantly radiating, pushing the Supreme Kai back into the sacred land. Supreme Kai? Bobo exclaimed as he hurried towards the main hall. Cough, cough, the elderly Supreme Kai coughed. Blood oozing from his mouth, evidently wounded by Dale's earlier display of power. Supreme Kai. Bobo, with tears in his eyes, assisted the Supreme Kai. Old man, this is the consequence of deceiving us, the warrior race of Saiyans. Teach me to cultivate quickly, or I will kill you. Dales threatened, condensing immense energy in his fingertips to intimidate the Supreme Kai into compliance. Cough, cough, foreigner, I believe you're mistaken. Bobo is indeed a servant of the gods, but he has served several Supreme Kais before me and possesses martial arts experience that far surpasses mine. This is why I entrusted your training to Bobo. I meant no deception. The Supreme Kai gasped, struggling against the pressure emanating from Dales. Please, temper your energy. It is overwhelmingly powerful. Humph. I shall give you one chance to prove your worth. Dales declared, dissipating the energy from his fingertips and exiting the sacred land. Supreme Kai. Perhaps we should refrain from guiding him, Bobo suggested as he supported the Supreme Kai. It is quite all right, Bobo. I have come to understand that as long as he harbors no intent to harm Earth, a minor concession is acceptable. Do not forget, I am the god of Earth, and my mission is to protect and guide humanity. Moreover, the man who just entered the hyperbolic time chamber seems to possess an uncanny ability to see into one's heart. It is prudent that we refrain from engaging in unnecessary schemes. As Bobo relayed Bardock's words to the Supreme Kai, he realized that his decision had saved his own life. Bardock appeared remarkably familiar with the situation and seemed to understand the Supreme Kai's thoughts, prompting the Supreme Kai to abandon any notions of deceit. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes were rendered insignificant. I understand, Supreme Kai. Bobo nodded. Suddenly, an unidentified object hurtled towards the Supreme Kai. Bobo quickly positioned himself in front of the deity and grasped the object, revealing it to be a Sinza bean. After healing the old man's injuries, hasten to instruct me in my cultivation. Dale's voice echoed from outside, his impatience palpable. Go ahead, Bobo. The Supreme Kai smiled at Bobo, accepting the Sinza bean and consuming it. His injuries healing instantly. I understand, Supreme Kai. For Bobo, the Supreme Kai's choice was tantamount to his own, and he nodded before turning to exit the hall. Outside the sacred land, Dale stood with his arms crossed, his fingers incessantly tapping his arms, evidently anxious and restless. Apologies for the wait. Let us commence. Bobo spoke expressionlessly, helping to stabilize Dale's agitated emotions. Come on, Dale's declared as he assumed a combat stance, fully unleashing his energy in preparation for a few rounds with Bobo. Bobo's energy is not as formidable as yours. He cannot match your strength. Please maintain your energy at the same level as Bobo. Despite Dale's overwhelming power, Bobo displayed no signs of fear, facing him head-on. TCH, useless. How can you guide my cultivation like this? I wonder what my father is thinking. Dale's grumbled, though his body obediently complied, adjusting his energy to match Bobo's. All right, now try attacking Bobo, but do not exceed his level of strength. Bobo reminded him once more. TCH. What a hassle. Yet, Dale swiftly executed a direct punch aimed at Bobo's abdomen, which Bobo effortlessly evaded. Undeterred, Dale's attempted a sweeping kick, which Bobo easily countered. Dale's continued to engage Bobo in close combat, but Bobo evaded with apparent ease. Frustrated, Dale's gathered his energy into a Kamehameha wave within controllable limits and launched it at Bobo. To his astonishment, Bobo did not evade. Instead, he swallowed the wave whole, then opened his mouth to reflect the Kamehameha back towards Dale's. A bead of sweat formed on Dale's forehead, taken aback by Bobo's actions. As the reflected Kamehameha approached, Dale's deflected it with one hand, causing it to explode in the sky, before swiftly charging at Bobo with an elbow strike aimed at his ribs. Chapter 47. Closing the door, release Bardock. Bobo, resembling a nimble yet rotund figure, deftly evaded Dale's elbow by gliding past him. Dale's, relentless, followed up with a sweeping kick aimed at Bobo's lower body, but Bobo's legs danced like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, narrowly avoiding the attack with precision. Frustration simmered within Dale's. He fought to suppress his irritation, adjusting his breath as he unleashed a flurry of punches at Bobo, who floated in the air like a feather, evading each strike with impeccable timing. If Dale's assaults were akin to a tempest, Bobo moved through them as if strolling in the rain, untouched by a single drop. With each successful dodge, Dale's fury swelled, and his attacks became increasingly frantic, losing the rhythm of his combat as Bobo deftly led the dance of the battle. After half an hour of pursuit, Dale's could no longer contain his wrath. To him, a warrior of immense power, boasting a combat strength of 150,000, it was humiliating to be unable to grasp even the hem of a seemingly insignificant foe. Die. Dale seethed, his pride wounded in front of a weaker opponent, a flaw common among many Saiyan males. Enraged, he gathered energy into a sphere and hurled it at Bobo. The energy blast struck true, and as the smoke cleared, Bobo stood unharmed, his dark skin emitting wisps of smoke, his round eyes fixed intently on Dale's. Oh no. Momentarily venting his anger, Dale's recalled the purpose of his visit and Bardock's instructions. Panic gripped him. If he killed Bobo in a fit of rage, he knew his father would not forgive him. I have discerned your combat strengths and weaknesses. Now, you must remain calm and seize the item from my grasp under equal conditions. As he spoke, an orange orb appeared in his hand, revealing a 5-pointed star within. If Bardock were present, he would recognize it as the legendary 1-star Dragon Ball. Are you toying with me, you charcoal-headed fool? Dale's retorted, sensing that Bobo's tactics resembled a game meant to amuse. However, recalling that his overwhelming energy attack had failed to harm Bobo, he could not afford to underestimate him and tightened his fists in defiance. Not at all. Your name is Dale's, correct? You exhibit excessive movements during combat and lack the tranquility of a still mind. My aim is to train you to attack with optimal efficiency, minimizing unnecessary actions. Bobo understood the alien's straightforward nature, If he didn't clarify, Dales might genuinely think he was being mocked, which could lead to chaos within the temple. Fine. I will trust you this once, Charcoal Head. Dales, having gleaned the reason for his father's insistence on learning combat techniques here, remained stubborn in speech but earnest in action. He assumed a stance, intent on snatching the one-star ball from Bobo. Master your ability to perceive energy. The limitations of your sight hinder your understanding. Focus on your breathing and feel the flow of energy in the air to anticipate your opponent's next move. Bobo casually dodged Dale's attacks while imparting wisdom on utilizing one's energy more effectively and sharing his martial philosophy. Enough with the chatter, Charcoal Head. Dales felt his impatience boiling beneath the surface. Bobo's words only intensified the tumult within him. Perhaps this was the latent volatility of a Saiyan spirit. A warrior who cannot control himself cannot wield his power effectively. Dales, your first task is to gain mastery over your own emotions. Otherwise, you shall never seize the one-star ball. Bobo's words continued to provoke Dales, whose anger surged uncontrollably. Damn it. Silence, Charcoal Head. I understand, but I cannot calm myself. After numerous failed attempts to seize the ball, employing various unscrupulous tactics, Dales found Bobo as elusive as an eel. Frustrated, he ceased his efforts and bellowed at Bobo. Oh, is that so? Then try meditating, Bobo suggested, and in a flash, the one-star ball vanished from his hand. Understood, Charcoal Head. Dales realized that to quell his fury, he must relinquish his Saiyan pride and view the extraordinary Bobo as an equal. Under Bobo's watchful gaze, Dales crossed his legs, palms facing upward, and closed his eyes, inadvertently levitating into a meditative state to soothe his restless anger. This state of meditation persisted for an entire day, with Bobo standing vigil like a wooden post beside him. During this time, Jin returned from the lower realm, having delivered Goku to a family for adoption. By the break of the next day, Dales emerged from his profound meditation. Rejuvenated and transformed, no trace of his previous wrath detectable to Bobo. Upon seeing Dales awake, Jin joined the training, but rather than allowing her to train alongside Dales, Bobo directly adjusted her energy to match his own before engaging in the exercise of seizing the one-star ball, all while imparting the essence of martial arts. Jin, lacking the innate ferocity characteristic of Saiyans, exhibited a calm and balanced demeanor, devoid of any negative emotions. Consequently, during her initial attempt to capture the one-star ball, her growth, aided by Bobo's teachings and her own understanding, outpaced Dales significantly. In contrast, while Dales had dispelled his negative emotions through meditation, time eroded his composure. As impatience crept back in, the resurgence of negative energy began to surface, unraveling the progress he had made in his combat rhythm. Had it not been for Jin's presence, Dales would surely have succumbed to another outburst, potentially resorting to the prince's tactics against Bobo once more. Dales, Jin called out, her voice laced with frustration. Mother, Dales replied, a flush of shame coloring his cheeks. Rein in your anger. Mr. Bobo is your teacher now, guiding you in superior combat techniques. Approach him with the perspective of equality. Patience is paramount in training. Haste serves no purpose. Should you continue this way, I shall send you to Bardock to learn how to stabilize your emotions. Though Jin would not intervene physically, she would certainly open the door for her husband. Chapter 48. Learning the art of sealing. Yes, mother, I understand. Jin's rare outburst left Dales with no choice but to admit his fault. Following this brief episode, Dales managed to regain his composure, and the competition for the one-star Dragon Ball continued unabated. Whenever impatience bubbled within him, he would think of Bardock, which would swiftly calm him. With lightning speed, he would launch surprise attacks on Bobo, attempting to seize the one-star Dragon Ball from him. The physical endurance of the Saiyans was remarkable. From the moment Dales awakened from meditation at noon until the sun dipped in the west, he did not pause for a single moment. While Bobo took several breaks under the pressure of their combined efforts, Dales grew frustrated with Bobo's slow recovery and promptly tossed him a Senzu bean, which revitalized Bobo instantly, allowing him to continue training alongside the two formidable warriors. After enduring a year and 3 months of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Bardock felt it unnecessary to continue his arduous regimen and emerged from the chamber. The moment he stepped out, his energy was sensed by those in the temple. Jin and Dales, upon detecting Bardock's aura, paused momentarily before resuming their contest for the one-star Dragon Ball, employing increasingly cunning tactics that nearly overwhelmed Bobo. Upon arriving above the temple, Bardock was taken aback to witness the struggle for the Dragon Ball. Initially, he feared they had uncovered the secret of the Dragon Balls. But upon sensing their energies, which were akin to Bobo's, he realized it was merely a coincidence, a form of training. Thus, Bardock settled into a meditative posture in the air, observing their training methods. The most significant transformation was in Jine, whose skills had vastly improved since Bardock's previous instruction. Her approach to seizing the one-star Dragon Ball had become swift and efficient, devoid of the previous flaws in her technique. Dales, too, had made some progress in his methods, though it was subtle enough that an untrained observer might not notice. After nearly 5 minutes of watching, Bardock saw Bobo's stamina finally give way. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, and the one-star Dragon Ball flew directly into Bardock's hands. Bardock caught it and scrutinized it for a moment before tossing it back to Bobo. "Father, Bardock," Jine exclaimed joyously, leaping into Bardock's embrace, while Dales followed her, standing awkwardly to the side, hesitant to speak. He could not shake the memory of Bardock's previous ferocity, understanding too well the reason behind it, and opted for silence in his presence. "Jine, you have improved remarkably in your combat skills. I am truly impressed," Bardock remarked, lightly tapping Jine's nose with his finger before turning to Dales. "Dales, you have made some progress, but you still exhibit impatience. Allowing emotions to govern your mind is the most foolish approach to battle." "Yes, father, I understand," Dales replied, his expression serious, acknowledging Bardock's teachings. "Bobo, could you please prepare a meal sufficient for around 60 Earthlings?" "Thank you." Bardock tossed Bobo a senza bean to aid in his recovery. Of course, Bobo nodded in agreement and proceeded to the interior of the temple to prepare the food. "How has your training been, Bardock? Have you made any significant breakthroughs?" Jine inquired directly, with Dales watching Bardock with curious and eager eyes. "I have made considerable gains. My base power level is approximately 60 million. When transformed into a Super Saiyan, it reaches about 3 billion, and at full power as a Super Saiyan, it amounts to around 6 billion. However, I feel I have yet to reach my limits. There is still room for further advancement. Yet, relentless training alone lacks meaning, which is why I chose to exit. What I need now is prolonged accumulation of strength. Besides, I am not adept at cooking, and I could not endure it any longer in there." Bardock chuckled at the thought. "My goodness, Bardock. If that is the case, you are truly invincible in the universe. Even unafraid of the Frieza clan." Jine gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Father is so powerful. Our Saiyan race is invincible." Dales cheered, celebrating Bardock's newfound strength. "Your perspective remains far too narrow. My power, while formidable, is merely a fraction in the vast universe. To claim invincibility is premature. Just as we perceive the Earthlings here as weak, there are undoubtedly stronger individuals watching us from beyond. Thus, the pursuit of strength is an unending journey. No one can ever declare themselves the supreme being of the universe. As a warrior, one must maintain an unwavering spirit of perseverance. As a practitioner, one must foster an unyielding resolve. Do you understand, Dales?" "Understood, father," Dales responded with a serious expression, absorbing Bardock's wisdom. "Ah, you are indeed my son. Now, go with your mother and wait for the meal. I must seek the Kai." Bardock ruffled Dales' hair affectionately, pleased with his son's obedience. "Yes, father." Dales' eyes sparkled with joy at the praise. "Bardock, hurry back. We will wait for you to eat together," Jine gently reminded as she released her embrace. "Understood. I shall be swift." Bardock smiled slightly, waving them off as they made their way to the dining area before turning towards the Kai's residence. "You have arrived." Bardock entered the dimly lit room and immediately heard the Kai's voice. "I recall that Namekians prefer sunlight. How curious that you choose to dwell in darkness. You truly are one of a kind," Bardock remarked, igniting several energy orbs to illuminate the room. "I have grown old. It is merely a habit cultivated over the years. Forgive my eccentricity." The Kai smiled faintly at Bardock's mention of the Namekians. "Enough chit-chat. I know you possess a technique for sealing others. Teach it to me." Bardock was not inclined to beat around the bush, aware of the Kai's cunning nature. "Why would you, already so powerful, wish to learn such sealing techniques?" the Kai asked, intrigued. "Of course, it is to deal with those who are even stronger than I." "Surely, you do not believe that my level of strength makes me invincible?" Bardock retorted, cleaning his ears. "Before you encountered me, did you not think yourself the strongest on Earth? The same principle applies. There are always stronger beings beyond our comprehension. If you can teach me, I will make an exception and take you to your homeland, Namek. I remember there are still many Namekians there." Bardock proposed a condition the Kai could hardly refuse. Agreed. The Kai immediately consented at the prospect of returning to his homeland. Some might argue that since they knew he was a Namekian, they could simply use the Dragon Balls to wish Bobo back to Namek. However, such thoughts are naive. The Dragon Balls are scattered across the universe, and even the Kai does not know their locations. Who has the time to search for them? That would be absurd. As for creating a Dragon Ball radar to locate them, Bardock was aware of the method, but why would he share that knowledge with someone he was not close to? That would be preposterous. Chapter 49. Reaching an agreement. Jine's combat skills were rapidly advancing. Rest assured, my spacecraft is equipped with an interstellar map, including coordinates for planet Namek. Once I conclude my affairs here, Divine One, you shall accompany us to planet Namek. However, for your return, we will need the Dragon Balls from Earth. Bardock's intentions were straightforward. He aimed to harness the power of the Dragon Balls to wish for the instantaneous teleportation ability, a rather advantageous skill. You know of the Dragon Balls. The Divine One was initially taken aback, assuming this extraterrestrial was merely aware of some secrets of the Divine Palace, but was astonished to find that he was familiar with the Dragon Balls as well. What's so peculiar about that? Fear not. I do not intend to use the Dragon Balls to wish for world domination. I merely desire a skill known as instant transmission. Besides, given my current prowess, wishing for world domination would be rather superfluous. Bardock feared that the Elder might misconstrue his intentions as diabolical, and that once the Dragon Balls were gathered, the old man might resort to self-destruction, rendering all efforts futile. You do raise a valid point. Perhaps I was overly concerned. However, Bardock, do you not harbor any wishes for immortality or eternal life? The Divine One scrutinized Bardock carefully, seeking to discern his true motives. Such desires are entirely unnecessary. The cycle of life and death is an inherent principle of nature. I place my faith solely in myself, through my own strength. I can attain a divine state without succumbing to mortality. As for the notion of eternal life, I suspect even your Earth-S dragon would be incapable of realizing such an ambitious wish. I have no interest in powers that do not belong to my own body. Bardock scoffed dismissively at the Divine One's suggestion. Nevertheless, there are 7 Dragon Balls in total. Bobo possesses 1, while the remaining 6 are scattered across the globe. Even I, the creator of the Dragon Balls, cannot ascertain their exact locations. To utilize the Dragon Balls, you must rely on your own abilities to locate them. On the matter of the Dragon Balls, the Divine One did not attempt to deceive Bardock, but rather disclosed all pertinent information openly. Understood. I shall seek your guidance on the Maphoba technique after I finish my meal. After spending over a year consuming bland food in the hyperbolic time chamber, my palate yearns for something flavorful. Farewell, Divine One. After reaching an agreement, Bardock turned and waved goodbye, heading toward the delightful aroma of food. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he greeted the poised Dales and the bored Jine, waiting approximately 15 minutes before Bobo presented an abundant feast. Dig in. Bardock was the first to pick up his chopsticks, while Jine began her meal with grace. Dales and Bardock devoured their food with the fervor of the famished. The rhythmic clattering of bowls echoed as Bardock and Dales swiftly polished off a bowl of noodles. Eagerly calling for more, Bobo hastily brought another bowl. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. One must commend Bobo. As a divine attendant, his martial arts expertise and culinary skills were impeccable, quickly winning over Bardock's taste buds. The family feasted for over an hour, with the stack of empty bowls reaching a height of over 2 meters, finally satiating the appetites of the 3 Saiyans. After their meal, Bardock sought the Divine One to learn the Maphoba technique, while Dales and Jine synchronized their energy levels, preparing to engage in training. Bobo reluctantly set about clearing the table. Dales, I'm ready to begin, Jine called out, assuming an attacking stance, eager to commence. I'm prepared, Mother, Dales replied, diligently observing Jine's every move. Suddenly, their figures vanished in an instant, and 2 afterimages collided. Following an elbow strike, they quickly separated, with Jine reappearing behind Dales, aiming a hand strike at his neck. Remarkably, Dales seemed to possess a 6th sense, swiftly raising his hand to deflect Jine's attack. In response, he gathered energy in his other hand and turned to strike Jine, who promptly grasped Dale's hand, redirecting his energy blast away. Following this, a knee strike aimed at Dale's forehead landed directly, causing him considerable pain as he clutched his head, his face contorting in discomfort. Dales, one cannot afford to lose focus in battle. Perhaps every Saiyan possessed an innate warrior spirit. Previously, Jine had been hindered by her low combat power. But having gained confidence through her improved skills, she now felt a surge of exhilaration. Disregarding Dale's current state, Jine executed a side kick aimed at his lower back. Dales, sensing the impending threat, disregarded his pain and raised his knee and arms to block. A dull thud resonated as Dales successfully absorbed Jine's kick, preparing for her incoming punches. Dales retreated swiftly, yet Jine's fist followed closely behind. With both maintaining the same energy levels and Jine's height advantage, she easily kept pace with Dales. He had no choice but to intercept a powerful punch with his palm. Unbeknownst to him, Ginyu was becoming increasingly emboldened, seemingly entering a state of heightened excitement. Although her energy remained stable, her combat skills had dramatically improved, leaving Dale struggling to keep up. Kamehameha. As the energy wave was unleashed, Dales, realizing he could not evade, retaliated with his own Kamehameha. The two energies clashed, neither willing to yield, and a massive aura emanated from the Divine Palace, causing all martial artists attuned to energy on Earth to instinctively gaze toward the sky, profoundly shaken by the magnitude of power they felt, feeling their own energies pale in comparison. What is going on here? You two are supposed to be learning, yet you are fighting like this. Bardock, exasperated, stepped out of the Divine Palace to witness the standoff between mother and son. Dales, cease your actions. Bardock sighed, scratching his head. Understood, father. Dales immediately halted his energy output. Bardock swiftly appeared before Dales, catching Giant's Kamehameha with one hand and effortlessly dissipating it with a mere squeeze. You two are being far too reckless. In the Divine Palace, only physical combat is permitted. Energy blasts are strictly prohibited. An explosion here would be unfortunate. But if Earth were to be destroyed, all would be lost. Bardock shot a stern glance at Ginyu, who, recognizing her fault, looked up at the sky. By the way, Ginyu and Raditz, you both should temporarily sever your tails. We must avoid transforming into great apes due to the moon on Earth. Bardock believed in the wisdom of preventive measures. Oh, very well. Without hesitation, Ginyu formed a blade with her hand, gathering energy to slice off half of her tail. Dales followed suit, doing the same. Continue your training, but refrain from using energy waves. Bardock reminded them once more, and the two nodded in agreement. Chapter 50. The Principle of Unintended Consequences. Vegeta's guerrilla warfare in the blink of an eye. A month had passed since Bardock and his family arrived on Earth. During this time, Dales and Kind completed the first phase of their training under Bobo, achieving a remarkable enhancement in their combat skills, far surpassing their former selves from a month ago. Bardock, too, had mastered the Demon Seal Wave. Yet he was aware that the old Kai had withheld a crucial element, the incantation. Without the incantation to suppress the Demon Seal Wave, it was rendered meaningless. Bardock refrained from inquiring further and instead waited until Kind and Dales completed their initial training. He then borrowed a Dragon Ball from Bobo and sought out Dr. Briefs, following specific directions to locate him. Upon retrieving the Dragon Ball, Bardock requested that Dr. Briefs create a radar to detect the unique energy fluctuations of the Dragon Balls. Dr. Briefs readily agreed, finding the task quite simple. To demonstrate his sincerity, Bardock returned to the Sacred World and lent his spaceship to Dr. Briefs for research, also requesting enhancements to the ship's performance if feasible. Once the arrangements for the Dragon Ball radar were settled, Bardock returned to the Sacred World, joining the training squad alongside Dales to embark on the second phase of their training with Bobo. To embody a calmness akin to the sky and movements more rapid than lightning, one must first achieve a state of unintentionality, as Bobo explained. With Bardock's arrival, Bobo initiated a mini-class, instructing them to stand still, their energy completely undetectable, resembling statues. Isn't this akin to ceasing all thought? Dale scoffed. Bardock. Why not demonstrate an attack using the same level of energy as Mr. Bobo? Bardock encouraged. All right. Dales, perhaps inherently incapable of grasping such profound martial arts, approached Bobo with naivety, only to throw a punch and discover, to his astonishment, that he had struck nothing. Bobo had somehow positioned himself behind Dales. Undeterred, Dales attempted a spinning kick at Bobo, yet this attack, too, missed its mark. Enough, Dales. No matter what you do, you won't land a hit on Mr. Bobo. Bardock interjected, observing Bobo's current state with contemplation. Mr. Bobo, could you elucidate the principle behind this unintentionality? To be frank, Bardock was perplexed. While he could somewhat gauge an opponent's next move through energy perception, relying solely on his body seemed utterly unfeasible. You all rely exclusively on your eyes to perceive the world, which hinders your ability to discern my movements. I do not see with my eyes. Rather, I sense the subtle shifts in air currents through my focus. This is of utmost importance, Bobo stated, a hint of pride in his tone, addressing Dales. Dales, step over here. Reluctantly, Dales complied, positioning himself as instructed. I will turn my back to you. Now, perform some actions, Bobo said, facing away from Dales. You're scratching your head, throwing punches, kicking, scratching, grinning. Dales, in disbelief, made silly movements behind Bobo, only to be accurately predicted each time. Clap, clap, clap. Kind could not contain her applause, exclaiming, incredible. Mr. Bobo, do you have eyes growing on the back of your head? What I demonstrated to you is why I can effortlessly evade Dale's attacks in a state of unintentionality. Do you have any questions? Bobo inquired with a smile. Mr. Bobo, is this unintentionality a supreme development of the human senses, perhaps even the sixth sense? Bardock raised his hand to ask. Drawing a parallel to a skill he recalled from the world of Prince of Tennis, though he could not quite place it. Not at all. You have misinterpreted the essence of unintentionality. It fundamentally relies on perceiving the external world, but it departs from the most direct method of sight. Instead, it involves sensing the fluctuations of energy around you through your body to anticipate an enemy's next move. Your comprehension has strayed. Bobo patiently clarified. I don't understand, Bardock admitted, realizing just how difficult it was for one person to grasp another's martial arts experiences. Take your time. I have achieved this level only after centuries of accumulation. Even the gods of yore have not reached it. Bobo explained, his large, expressive eyes fixed on Bardock. Indeed, it is impossible to achieve success in a single leap. I have been impatient. Bardock rubbed his head, seeking to enter this so-called state of unintentionality, while Kine and Dales looked on in frustration, their anxiety palpable. As Bardock's family immersed themselves in their training, far away in the cosmos, the Tyrant Frieza's base received a visit from the elite Ginyu force. 6 individual spaceships descended, led by Ginyu, who had usurped the body of Recruitment, accompanied by G's, Berta, and Gold. Upon landing, they activated their scanners to search the remnants of the base, but found no signs of life. Vegeta had slaughtered all the soldiers. Wait. G's scanner suddenly detected a massive energy fluctuation in the sky, an overwhelming power of 100,000, no, 150,000 battle power. To be precise. It appears to be in outer space. Damn it. We were too careless. That little monkey, Vegeta, is hiding in the outer space base. Meanwhile, within the outer space base, as the 3 landed on the planet, Vegeta began to gather energy for his ultimate attack. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a final flash from his hands before leaping into his spaceship, initiating its escape from the planet. This foolish monkey has learned to employ strategy. How rare. Ginyu chuckled. But such an attack is trivial. Allow me to demonstrate my body with a battle power of 1 million. With that, Ginyu soared into the sky, effortlessly catching Vegeta's full-force final flash with one hand and crushing it into stardust. Ginyu, the invincible. Ginyu, the second greatest in the universe. The newly joined Gold fervently praised Ginyu. Merely a trifle. However, the task assigned by Lord Frieza takes precedence. This base has no further purpose. After we report the situation here, we will continue our pursuit of that little brat, Vegeta. Ginyu declared, momentarily reveling in his triumph. But we have lost track of Vegeta. G's interjected, disrupting the mood. Fool. It's just a planet. We will scour each one until we can bring that little monkey Vegeta before Lord Frieza. Ginyu berated. Chapter 51. Gathering the 7 Dragon Balls at this point, Vegeta commenced a guerrilla warfare strategy against Frieza's army. Due to the scarcity of formidable warriors with combat power exceeding 60,000 within Frieza's ranks, the soldiers in the various divisions were no match for Vegeta. After decimating these divisions and replenishing his resources, Vegeta would flee immediately, leaving no opportunity for the Ginyu force to confront him. Following several months of suffering losses across several divisions, Frieza could no longer contain his fury upon receiving reports from his subordinates. He commanded the Ginyu force to pursue Vegeta relentlessly, regardless of the costs. Any space defense units that encountered inquiries or unidentified spacecraft were instructed to engage without hesitation. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bardock, after 2 weeks of intensive training, struggled to grasp the elusive concept of unconsciousness. He left Jine and Dallas to continue their training while he descended to the home of Dr. Briefs. After half a month of meticulous work, Dr. Briefs had successfully constructed the Dragon Radar. He leisurely fed the various animals in his backyard, while his wife hummed a cheerful tune while watering the flowers. Doctor. Bardock greeted Dr. Briefs. Oh, it's Mr. Bardock. Here to collect that Dragon Radar? The doctor responded with a smile, already accustomed to Bardock's ability to fly. Indeed, Bardock nodded. Doctor, how is the research on my spaceship progressing? Bulma, come bring Mr. Bardock the radar from my lab. The little gadget you insisted on playing with last time. Doctor. Briefs called out, and soon, a little girl of about 3 or 4 years old emerged from the flower bed. Got it, Daddy. Bulma exclaimed, scampering towards the laboratory. The basic data for your spaceship has been thoroughly analyzed, and I've made some optimizations to its performance. It should be a bit faster than before. Here it is. He produced a capsule from his pocket, pressed it, and tossed it lightly, revealing Bardock's spaceship before them. The exterior appeared largely unchanged, merely looking newer. while Bardock could not decipher the intricacies of the interior. He feigned understanding as he followed Dr. Brief's guidance on how to use the universal capsule to repack the spaceship, and, with a bold face, requested an additional batch of extra-large universal capsules. Having completed these tasks, Bulma returned, clutching the Dragon Radar and the one-star ball, and handed them to Dr. Briefs. The doctor, after praising his daughter, stood and passed the one-star ball and radar to Bardock. "Wow, honey, is this your friend?" "He is quite handsome. Want to go on a date with me?" Dr. Brief's wife chimed in cheerfully upon noticing Bardock conversing with her husband. "Ah, doctor, I must be on my way. Until next time." Bardock, unsure of how to respond, hurriedly took flight, disappearing into the sky. "Oh, this handsome man can fly without wings. How marvelous!" Bulma's mother exclaimed, her expression unchanged in wonder. "What a splendid concept! If only cars could hover and soar as well," Dr. Briefs mused, observing Bardock as flight. While Bulma's mind was filled with curiosity about the mechanics behind human flight, with the Dragon Radar in hand, Bardock swiftly embarked on his quest to locate the Dragon Balls. Before nightfall, he succeeded in gathering the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. During his journey, he encountered a middle-aged Son Gohan, the grandfather of Son Goku. To Bardock's astonishment, he discovered that his son, Son Goku, was living with Gohan. After exiting the room of spirit and time, Jiren had casually mentioned placing Goku with a family for nurturing, and Bardock had not probed further. Fate, however, had its own plans, as Goku was not initially placed with Gohan but had fortuitously met him in the wilderness. When Bardock found Son Goku, the little boy was sound asleep on the ground, completely unclothed. Had it not been for Gohan's passing, he would have been devoured by a saber-toothed tiger. Understanding the sequence of events, Bardock rewarded Gohan with 10 sins of beans and explained their properties before taking the 4-star ball and departing. "Bardock, you're back," Jiren exclaimed joyfully upon sensing Bardock's energy through her meditative practice. "Yes, I achieved my goal on Earth and returned early," Bardock replied, lifting the sack filled with the 7 Dragon Balls for Jiren to see, their brilliance flickering in unison. "However, Jiren, during my search for the Dragon Balls, I encountered Goku. Where did you place him for fostering?" Bardock asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. He was sent to a family that is quite well off. Though I don't know the exact location. I remember they had an abundance of food, and the humans lived rather primitively. But they claimed to eat meat at every meal, feasting on the beast of the mountains. "Why do you ask?" Jiren replied, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, nothing," Bardock assured her, aware that Jiren's idea of wealth pertained to the availability of edible animals. It seemed likely that Goku had been abandoned by the primitive tribes due to his considerable appetite, which a typical household might struggle to accommodate. "Goku is doing well now. He is being raised by a good person," Bardock said, wrapping his arm around Jiren's shoulders. "Now, it's time to attend to serious matters." He gazed intently at the Dragon Balls in the sack. "Serious matters? Bardock, it's still early. Is that appropriate?" Jiren playfully punched Bardock's chest in faint shyness. "With all the Dragon Balls gathered, what are we waiting for if not to make a wish? Are they merely decorative?" Bardock asked, puzzled. "Ahem. Yes, serious matters take precedence." Jiren, realizing her earlier misinterpretation, cleared her throat and feigned composure, signaling that they could proceed. "Arise, Shinran, and grant my wish," Bardock declared loudly as he arranged the 7 Dragon Balls in the Angel's Pavilion. Hearing the commotion, the Supreme Kai emerged from the Divine Palace. Astonished by the sight of Shenron's imminent arrival, he was greatly impressed that Bardock had managed to gather all 7 Dragon Balls in such a brief period. The previous individual who had accomplished this feat took over a decade, and he had since become the King of Earth. As lightning crackled and clouds gathered ominously in the sky, a colossal figure emerged from the Dragon Balls, a dragon hundreds of meters long, twisting and coiling, its head gazing down at Bardock. What is this?" Jiren gasped in astonishment, staring at the magnificent creature before them. Chapter 52. Mistaken Identity. This is the most formidable ability possessed by the Namekians, resulting in the creation of diverse dragons, each with a unique appearance. Their power lies in the capacity to grant wishes that do not exceed the ability of their creator. Bardock began to explain, gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls. "Please articulate your wish. Any wish will suffice." The dragon initiated its predetermined protocol, boasting grandly, "Any wish can be granted?" Bardock retorted with a smirk. "Indeed. Any wish can be granted," the dragon affirmed confidently. "Let me possess the strongest power in the universe," Bardock declared, unleashing a monumental request. I am sorry, but that wish cannot be fulfilled." The dragon, caught off guard, appeared somewhat embarrassed by Bardock's audacity. Then, grant me eternal life. Bardock threw out yet another bombshell. Apologies. But I cannot grant that wish either. The dragon's tone began to waver in uncertainty. Then, bestow upon me immortality. Bardock smiled as he spoke yet again. This, I cannot fulfill either. The dragon's voice grew increasingly faint. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, hearing Bardock's astonishing wishes one after another, braced himself for the worst. However, as Bardock received refusal after refusal from the dragon, he became utterly despondent, thinking, do you not realize your own limitations? Yet you still contemplate self-destruction? Bardock. Is this the dragon capable of granting any wish? It seems rather underwhelming. Jine's words pierced the hearts of both the Supreme Kai and the dragon like a steel blade. Pathetic. Dales, standing nearby, had initially anticipated witnessing the dragon's might as described by his father, but was left thoroughly disappointed as the dragon's claims of granting any wish proved to be utterly false. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, do you have any more wishes? Please, do hurry, for I cannot endure much longer. Despite the awkward atmosphere, the dragon continued its inquiries as per protocol. Teach me the instant transmission of the Kaishin. Bardock feigned impatience, continuing his list of wishes. This, I am afraid I cannot fulfill that either. The dragon internally lamented, what is wrong with this person? Every wish exceeds my capabilities. Can we not have some fun? None of your wishes can be granted. Then what purpose do you serve? Bardock concentrated his energy into a ki blast, pretending to aim it at the dragon. My lord, the instant transmission of the Kaishin is a divine technique that I, a mere dragon, cannot fulfill. However, I can teach you a technique known as instant transmission of the Yardrat. Seeing Bardock's ire, the dragon hastily offered an alternative. Very well. I suppose that will suffice. Bardock replied with feigned reluctance. As you wish, the dragon responded, and with a flash of red light in its eyes. Bardock acquired the skill of instant transmission. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon, having fulfilled the wish of the Dark Lord, prepared to depart. Wait. Bardock called out loudly. Boom. To Bardock's surprise, the dragon vanished swiftly, the Dragon Balls transforming into stone and scattering in all directions. This old fellow is as crafty as the Supreme Kai. Bardock thought, speechless. He had intended to inquire whether there existed a destroyer god in this world, yet the dragon, frightened by his demeanor, fled with astonishing speed. Well, Supreme Kai, I have completed my tasks. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow we shall depart for Namek. But before that, please inform me of the final steps for the sealing technique. With that, he unleashed a laser from his eyes, piercing the stone slab beneath the Supreme Kai. All right. I will teach you immediately. The Supreme Kai, realizing his ploy had been discovered, trembled as he complied. Do not employ any schemes without absolute certainty. This is my final piece of advice. Bardock, with a cold expression, brushed past the Supreme Kai and entered the Kai's palace. Sighing heavily, the Supreme Kai wiped the sweat from his brow and followed suit, then, under the oppressive atmosphere, diligently recited the incantations for the sealing technique. Bardock collected the symbols, intending to practice them thoroughly at a later time. The next day, Bardock, accompanied by Jine and the Supreme Kai, set off on their journey to Namek, leaving Bobo and Dales behind in the Kai's palace. One cannot deny that Dr. Briefs is a genius. The modified spaceship would reach Namek in just 5 days, a significant improvement over previous vessels. During the 5-day journey, Bardock tirelessly practiced the incantations for the sealing technique. By the time they were nearing Namek, his rendition bore a striking resemblance to the original incantation provided by the Supreme Kai. Upon witnessing Bardock's progress, the Supreme Kai remarked that Bardock's incantations were now suitable for use in sealing. Bardock, however, remained skeptical due to the Supreme Kai's history of deceit, scrutinizing him closely for any signs of falsehood. I swear, what I say this time is the absolute truth, not a single lie. The Supreme Kai, flustered under Bardock's intense gaze, hastily insisted on his honesty. I shall trust you this once. Bardock huffed, producing a small vial he had prepared, inscribing the incantation upon it. To be cautious, he prepared several additional vials, affixing the Supreme Kai's symbols to them, ultimately preparing 10 sealing vials in total. The spaceship was set to land on Namek in 5 minutes. Finally, on the 5th day, Bardock's vessel arrived at Namek, and with a resounding roar, it landed flawlessly moments later. Bardock quickly opened the hatch, and as everyone disembarked, he utilized a universal capsule to store the ship away. He instructed Jine to maintain her energy at peak levels, while he pressed his fingers to his forehead, attuning himself to the powerful energy resonating throughout the universe. Jine, unsure of Bardock's intentions, complied with his request, immediately channeling her energy to its zenith. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai had retreated to a distant hill, peering cautiously around the corner to observe Bardock and Jine. As Jine unleashed her full energy, the Namekians across the planet sensed the immense power, their expressions turning pale. "Found you," Bardock exclaimed, maintaining his fingers on his forehead for 30 seconds, before vanishing in an instant. In that moment, at the table of King Cold on Planet Cold, an unexpected guest appeared. "Oh, it is King Cold, not Frieza. I have mistaken my target. Yet, they do share a striking resemblance in energy," Bardock mused, observing the bewildered expression on King Cold's face as he stroked his chin, scrutinizing the king before him. Chapter 53, Destruction of the Planet. Mistaken identity again. Upon seeing the tail at Bardock's waist, King Cold realized that the human before him was, in fact, a Saiyan. Enraged, he overturned the table and exclaimed, "You've all Saiyan monkey. How did you manage to breach my defenses and arrive here? It seems I must discipline these incompetent fools under my command." With a cruel smile, he thought, "Since you're here, I'll seal you away as a training partner for my Super Saiyan army." Bardock chuckled wickedly and casually opened a small vial. King Cold, perplexed by Bardock's actions, immediately gathered an energy wave in his palm and launched it at Bardock. "What a nuisance, I must engage." With a combat power of 250 million, King Cold was indeed a formidable opponent, having lived for over a century. Bardock realized he could not confront him without transforming. With a mighty roar, Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his overwhelming aura forcing King Cold to retreat repeatedly. The energy blast in King Cold's hand was unintentionally released as Bardock nimbly dodged it, fixing his piercing gaze upon the wall-backed, incredulous King Cold. You are the Super Saiyan spoken of by Frieza." Bardock. King Cold never anticipated that a Super Saiyan would seek him out. In his mind, if anyone were to come looking, it would have been Frieza after his resurrection. "Ah, it seems Frieza has spread my name quite rapidly. To show my respect, I will ensure your suffering is minimal. Submit to my seal." Bardock cackled, vanishing before King Cold's eyes, delivering a powerful punch to the king's abdomen. King Cold coughed up a stream of purple blood, clutching his stomach in pain as he collapsed, wailing in agony. "Now perish." With a single blow incapacitating King Cold, Bardock readied the sealing vial, extending his arms to channel a green wave that ensnared the howling King Cold. Under Bardock's command, the king's massive form was drawn into the small vial, which Bardock then sealed, successfully imprisoning King Cold. With that accomplished, there is no longer a need for Planet Cold to exist. Farewell to your dynasty, King Cold. Ha. Bardock soared through the palace roof, ascending above Planet Cold. Countless alien soldiers under King Cold's command, alerted by the commotion, aimed their scanners at Bardock. However, without exception, all scanners exploded on the spot. Let it be destroyed. Planet Cold. Bardock conjured an energy sphere resembling a miniature asteroid and hurled it towards the planet's surface, mirroring Frieza's annihilation of Planet Vegeta. One could only say that the cycle of karma was relentless. Watching the energy sphere sink into the ground, Bardock smiled with satisfaction. After sensing the presence of other powerful beings, he searched for several seconds before vanishing from the skies above Planet Cold. 1 minute after Bardock's departure, apart from a few extraterrestrials piloting ships fleeing the planet, the others were consumed in a deafening explosion, turning into cosmic fireworks. Curse it, what a day of misfortune. I've mistaken the target again. Bardock teleported once more, only to find not Frieza, but another ice demon he had never encountered. He speculated that this must be Frieza's brother, Cooler, as only a being so closely related could exhibit a similar energy signature. "Oh, a Saiyan. How audacious to appear on my ship. It seems you have acquired some impressive skills. Let us see just how formidable you are, boldly standing before me." At this moment, Bardock maintained his Super Saiyan full power state. Cooler casually activated the scanner, yet before the readings could register, it exploded. Ho. I did not expect to find such a powerful monkey among the Saiyans. This exceeds my expectations. My foolish brother can only invite trouble. Wise Saiyan should join me. King Cooler, and I shall spare your life. Cooler appeared utterly confident in his strength, demanding Bardock's surrender. Ha, that is the most amusing thing I have ever heard. I am the Super Saiyan your kind fears the most. How could I ever ally myself with you? This is the funniest joke I've encountered. Amused by Cooler's audacity, Bardock decided to spare him for the moment. In Bardock's omniscient gaze, Cooler's combat power was revealed to be 470 million, significantly surpassing Frieza's. I admire your courage, Saiyan. However, if you refuse to join me, then prepare to meet your demise. Damn Saiyan monkey. With that, Cooler unleashed an energy blast towards Bardock. It was not that Cooler failed to recognize Bardock as a Super Saiyan. Bardock's appearance was too distinctive. However, having heard of Frieza capturing a Super Saiyan as his subordinate, Cooler assumed the power of a Super Saiyan was not especially remarkable, believing that if his brother Frieza could do it, so could he. This entire situation stemmed from Frieza's attempt to embellish his reputation with fabricated tales, claiming that a Super Saiyan was merely a transformed Ginyu. The knowledge of Ginyu's transformation ability was known only to the Ginyu Force and Frieza himself. To re-establish his authority, Frieza spread rumors of capturing a Super Saiyan. Consequently, Cooler, who often compared himself to his brother, found himself facing an unexpected challenge. Relying solely on the scanner to gauge Bardock's power, he misjudged the situation. Intending to subdue Bardock as his warrior, I recall the last individual who spoke to me in such a manner. They are likely now in ruins. Bardock sneered contemptuously, shattering the massive energy wave. Adhering to the principle of remaining composed, Bardock swiftly appeared behind Cooler, delivering a precise strike to his neck. To prevent inadvertently killing Cooler with a single blow, Bardock held back slightly. Nonetheless, Cooler stumbled and fell to the ground, landing in a most humiliating manner. His face flushed red with embarrassment. Cooler's energy surged, threatening the integrity of the entire ship as alarms blared incessantly, heightening the tension for everyone aboard. Chapter 54. The Struggling Gula and the Showy Bardock, Cursed be it. How could I forget that I am not yet capable of surviving in the cosmos? Bardock observed the increasingly volatile Gula, recognizing the imminent peril as the ship teetered on the brink of disintegration. This vessel could scarcely endure the ferocity of their clash. One more strike, and it would be rendered utterly inoperative. Even if I were to destroy the ship myself, it is likely that only Gula would survive, while the rest would perish. Today is your fortunate day, Gula. Our paths have crossed amidst the mountains and rivers. Until we meet again. In such a predicament, Gula would never permit Bardock to seal him away. Thus, Bardock resorted to instant transmission once more, vanishing from Gula's ship. In the very moment of his disappearance, the ship could no longer withstand Gula's unleashed energy, exploding into fragments, casting the pursuing extraterrestrial beings into the void of space. Damn Saiyan monkey, the next time we meet, it shall be your demise. Gula roared in fury, left to seethe impotently in the cosmos, still needing to continue his journey alone. Who dares approach? Frieza, wary as ever due to Bardock's actions, felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon encountering the familiar yet terrifying wild monkey. Ah, how long it has been, King Frieza. I hear you have risen once more, and your new appearance is quite distinctive. Bardock bantered, noting Frieza's body had been augmented by 2/3, and his power level had surged to a staggering 150 million. Such remarkable progress within a mere year. Truly, King Frieza, your talent is astonishing. As Bardock taunted Frieza, he couldn't help but sprinkle salt upon the wound, for he knew that relying on external enhancements was but a fleeting gain. Only with a perfected physique could one's true power continue to ascend. Bardock's words undoubtedly struck at Frieza's vulnerabilities. Silence, you wretched wild monkey. I shall make you pay dearly for your insolence. Frieza's visage contorted with rage as he lunged at Bardock recklessly. To Bardock, Frieza's punches moved with the slowness of a tortoise. With a scornful smile, he caught Frieza's fist and, with a forceful twist, flung him away as if he were a mere wheel, causing Frieza to spin uncontrollably like a top. Come here, King Frieza. Bardock chuckled darkly, then delivered a powerful blow to Frieza's crown, sending him crashing into his throne, whereupon Bardock brandished a sealing jar and employed the magic sealing wave. Amidst Frieza's desperate wails, he confined him within the small vessel, hastily sealing it shut. Thus, apart from Gula, Frieza's entire family became Bardock's trophies. Carefully, he placed the sealed jars containing Frieza and his son's essence into a universal capsule, subsequently launching a super energy bomb at Planet Frieza. At the instant of the planet's annihilation, he seized Giant's energy and instantaneously returned to Namek. Bardock, where have you been? I sense not your energy at all on Namek. Giant exclaimed, anxiously grasping Bardock's arm and inspecting him thoroughly. It's nothing. I merely used instant transmission to locate Frieza and his son. After a friendly discussion, I decided to test the newly learned magic sealing wave. They informed me it worked splendidly. Bardock replied with a cheeky grin. At your age, you ought to be more serious. Frieza Planet and Planet Cooled are so far apart. How could you possibly arrive here in such a short time? You must be jesting. John clearly harbored doubts. Ah, you see my temper. Allow me to show you the fruits of my labor achieved in this brief time. Bardock, slightly irked by John's skepticism, warned the Supreme Kai to keep his distance lest he be harmed by whatever he unleashed. Despite the Supreme Kai's tendency to create trouble, Bardock offered a kind reminder. Given the other's slight usefulness. Understood, Bardock. The Supreme Kai hurriedly retreated, while Bardock retrieved a small vial from a separate capsule. Upon removing the cork, the voice of King Cooled emerged, soon followed by his panting form appearing on Namek. Saiyan, what do you intend to do? King Cooled, suppressing his fear, demanded sternly upon realizing he was on an alien planet. Apologies for the mix-up. Please return whence you came. Bardock scratched his head awkwardly. While the Namekians trembled at the palpable malevolence emanating from King Cooled, bewildered by the sudden appearance of such a nefarious being, alongside another even more formidable presence. The Grand Elder of Namek, perplexed by this unforeseen turn of events, immediately contacted the elders of the villages to gather the Dragon Balls for precautionary measures. Meanwhile, the concealed Supreme Kai trembled at the overwhelming energy radiating from King Cooled, silently grateful for heeding Bardock's advice to distance himself. Pondering the true might of the magic sealing wave capable of subduing such a powerful demon. Disregarding the Supreme Kai's self-doubt, Bardock faced the scowling King Cooled, who had fixated on Jine, intending to use her life as leverage to compel Bardock to release him. In an instant, he appeared before Jine. I told you to return. Why do you not obey? After centuries of existence, you remain utterly uncomprehending. Yet Bardock had been vigilant, blocking Jine from harm's way. With a forceful slap, he struck King Cooled's face, causing it to contort as his head was driven into the ground, fracturing the earth and shaking Namek thrice. Oh dear, I used too much force. Bardock lamented, gazing regretfully at his hand, yet the deed was done, and there was no room for remorse. Grasping King Cooled by the tail, he yanked with ferocity, leaving the latter with a half-collapsed face, but still breathing. One could not help but admire the resilience of the ice demon race. Bardock. Is King Cooled all right? Bardock sighed, bemused by Jine's concern. He'll be fine. Injuries of this magnitude are trivial for the Ice Demon clan. Do not fret. This old fool will not perish. Bardock retorted irritably, once again utilizing the magic sealing wave to confine King Cooled. Sensing the energy of King Cooled dissipate once more, the Namekians exhaled in relief, believing they no longer needed to gather the Dragon Balls for emergencies, but this was far from over. This must be Frieza. That wretched man's competitive spirit. He treats Frieza and his son as mere spectacles in a zoo. As Bardock uncorked the vial, Frieza erupted forth, his malevolent gaze fixed upon the one responsible for his confinement. Is this never-ending? Why have you returned again? Just as the Grand Elder was about to instruct the village elders to refrain from collecting the Dragon Balls, a new wave of malevolence surged forth, leaving him utterly speechless as he awaited the arrival of the 6 elders with the Dragon Balls. Chapter 55, Toying with Frieza. Arriving at the destination, detestable Saiyan. This wretched monkey shall perish at my hands. Frieza, recently released from his bottle, unleashed his full energy and charged at Bardock with wild abandon. What a nuisance, he cried. Startling Jine, Bardock effortlessly raised his hand and delivered a precise slap to Frieza's cheek, causing Frieza to feel as though he had been struck by a heavy object. As the detestable Saiyan faded from his sight, the scenery around him shifted endlessly until he crashed against a mountain peak, where the tumult finally ceased. Yuval Saiyan monkey. I shall slay you. Frieza's pride lay utterly shattered, and his hatred for the Saiyans reached a fever pitch. A purple aura radiated from him, leveling the surrounding terrain in an instant. The very atmosphere of Namek trembled under the weight of his malevolent energy, causing the Namekians to shiver in fear. Must you always resort to such phrases? Have the ice demons not educated you in the art of language? Expand your vocabulary a bit. Nevertheless, I must admit, your current state of impotent fury is rather amusing, Bardock remarked, having teleported before Frieza and witnessing the villain's tiresome rhetoric. Go die, you fool. Frieza, aware of their power disparity, nonetheless unleashed a death beam aimed at Bardock's chest. You might as well return to your status as a mere collectible. Bardock did not flinch as the death beam approached, allowing it to collide with his chest. However, it proved futile, as Bardock's formidable energy shattered the beam upon contact. Demon Seal Wave. Bardock executed the technique, causing Frieza to scream in impotent rage as he was sealed back into the bottle. He's vanished again. The Grand Elder of the Namekians sensed the evil presence dissipate, though he remained perplexed. Bardock and Jine's energies were distinct, one pure and unblemished, the other a mix of good and evil. The Grand Elder could not discern their intentions and permitted the 6 elders to deliver the Dragon Balls. As for the Supreme Kai, his significantly weaker energy was overlooked. Bardock reappeared beside Jine, triumphantly shaking the bottle containing Frieza. I can't believe you actually sealed Frieza and his father. Incredible! Can we Saiyans finally make a comeback? John inquired excitedly. Ah, we must wait a little longer. The Ice Demon has another son, Cooler, who remains unsealed. I am uncertain whether my actions will strengthen Cooler. The Ice Demon clan's training talent is frightfully potent. If not for their innate strength and disdain for training, Frieza would not possess such power that allowed him to be subdued and turned into a collectible. I'll trust your judgment. John casually replied, not pressing for further details. Good girl. Now, we must attend to more pressing matters. Bardock gently kissed John on the forehead and embraced her as they flew toward the Supreme Kai's hiding spot. When they found the Supreme Kai, he was crouched in a corner, silently praying. Upon witnessing this scene, both Bardock and John couldn't help but laugh. Supreme Kai, it's all right now. The two ice demons have been resealed by Bardock. John explained with a smile. Phew, thank the heavens. The Supreme Kai chuckled awkwardly, turning to Bardock. Bardock, please refrain from unleashing such terrifying and malevolent beings in the future. It was truly frightening. Had I not acted in time, those demons could have destroyed my homeland. Old man, do you think just because I've been somewhat amiable toward you lately, you can boss me around? Bardock scoffed, gathering a beam of energy at his fingertip and teasingly directing it at the Supreme Kai's arm. With a resounding crash, the Supreme Kai's arm was obliterated, purple blood gushing from the wound. Bardock, you. The Supreme Kai stared in horror at Bardock's sinister grin, the pain rendering him unable to articulate a coherent response. I have spared your life merely because I find you useful. My kindness stems from my good mood. Do not presume to understand my character based on trivial matters. I detest the weak and powerless who attempt to lecture me. Consider this a warning should it happen again. I shall pierce your skull, fool. Bardock's cold gaze bore into the Supreme Kai. Understood, Bardock, sir. The Supreme Kai managed a bitter smile, concentrating as a new arm sprouted from the remnants of the old. Good, now grab my shoulder, old man. I will take you to meet the Grand Elder of your people on Namek. There you will find the answers you seek, as well as what I desire. Bardock landed, gesturing for the Supreme Kai to hold on, while keeping Jine nestled in his embrace. With a thought, Bardock vanished from their location, reappearing in the Grand Elder's residence in the blink of an eye. The Grand Elder's towering, corpulent figure exceeded the norms of Namekian stature. After seeing the legendary Grand Elder, Bardock entertained a peculiar thought. Is it possible for a species that consumes only water to become overweight in their later years? Thus, age and physical expansion seem to bear no relation to dietary habits. Who goes there? The sudden presence of three unfamiliar energies within the Grand Elder's abode quickly drew the attention of three Namekian warriors, who approached to surround Bardock and his companions. Know your place and do not overestimate yourselves. Bardock snorted, his overwhelming energy causing beads of sweat to form on the warriors' brows as they gritted their teeth to withstand it. Bedima, you three, stand down. You are no match for this Saiyan. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, his gaze resting upon the Supreme Kai. But, Grand Elder, these intruders. One Namekian protested, only to be interrupted by the Grand Elder. Stand down. I sense no malice from them. Moreover, we have a far-traveled kin among us. I believe they come with good intentions. With the Grand Elder's decree, the three warriors reluctantly retreated, glaring at Bardock. Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes put out. Bardock growled, feeling increasingly irked by their relentless scrutiny. He fired twin beams of energy from his eyes, slicing through the head of the Namekian with a combat power of 15,000, creating a gaping hole in the dwelling. Bedima, the Grand Elder exclaimed in exasperation. The three warriors clenched their fists, turning away from Bardock and his companions. Ha, fools. Bardock scoffed, crossing his arms and fixing his gaze upon the Dragon Balls above the Grand Elder's seat. Far-traveled kin, let me glimpse your past. The Grand Elder beckoned with a smile, gesturing for the Supreme Kai to approach. Feeling the warmth of the Grand Elder's presence, the Supreme Kai instinctively stepped forward, allowing the Grand Elder's large hand to rest gently atop his head. Chapter 56, Three Conditions as a peculiar wave emanated from the Great Elder's hand. The divine being's memories unfolded before him like a slideshow. It turned out to be the son of Cardass, and the Great Elder expressed his genuine delight at the unexpected news of your safe arrival on Earth. However, it was indeed foolish to divide one's innate talents for the sake of attaining a divine position. Must one truly be pure and unblemished to become a deity? Had you not split your essence, your potential could have rivaled that of a Super Namekian. Even a Super Saiyan might not stand a chance against you. What a pity. A Namekian capable of amalgamating various talents into a singular prowess could undoubtedly be deemed a prodigy, a feat the Great Elder himself could not claim. Truly, it was misguided. I suspect the old fool misinterpreted the intent of the previous deity, leading to such a foolish choice. Bardock interjected, asserting that there exists no absolute good or evil in a person. The previous deity's advice was likely aimed at urging you to remain true to your core, to eradicate your malevolent thoughts through cultivation. Yet, in your haste to ascend to divinity, you opted for the most expedient and foolish method, resulting in a division of your inherent gifts. I can only imagine the previous deity cursed your folly in silence, bound by authority. This scion speaks wisely. However, what has transpired cannot be undone. Nonetheless, the distant scion, I am curious about your purpose on Namek. In light of your goodwill in returning our kin to their homeland, I am willing to assist you in one endeavor, provided it does not contravene my principles. The Great Elder chuckled pleasantly at Bardock. One task may not suffice, Bardock remarked as he produced a sealing vial from his possession. The divine being's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing it, for it contained a fearsome demon. He recalled the malevolent aura of the two frozen demons, causing his legs to tremble in unease. Lord Bardock, please, cease. Do not wield such a perilous object. The demon may easily be unleashed. Let us speak civilly. I shall agree to one condition on your behalf, but please, do not engage in such dangerous acts. The divine being cried out in terror, fearing Bardock might release one of the demons. You? Bardock scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the divine being. What can you, a mere creator, achieve that even the dragon of earth cannot? Great Elder, this vial contains a demon. The divine being, sensing Bardock's disregard for him, hurriedly explained to the Great Elder about the contents of the vial. What? It holds a frozen demon. The Great Elder's face paled upon hearing this revelation. Then, Great Elder, will you not consider agreeing to an additional condition? Bardock teased, shaking the vial playfully. No problem. I can concede to 2 conditions, provided they do not breach my principles. The Great Elder, beads of sweat forming on his brow, fixed his gaze firmly on the vial in Bardock's hand. Not enough. Bardock retrieved another sealing vial, manipulating it with his energy, making it spin in the air. To be frank, during my brief disappearance upon arriving on Namek, I sealed 2 frozen demons. I assure you, should I release even one, not a single Namekian would stand a chance against it. I dare say you felt their presence when I unleashed them earlier. Bardock chuckled as he made the 2 vials dance around the room. Add one more. I cannot concede any further. The Great Elder, feeling helpless, spoke, fearful of Bardock unleashing the 2 frozen demons. Splendid. Bardock feigned excitement, clapping his hands together, causing the 2 vials to collide and shatter instantly. The divine being, having just relaxed upon Bardock's agreement, nearly suffered a heart attack from his next audacious act, while the Great Elder clutched his chest, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Oh, how you were frightened. These 2 vials were empty. Bardock waved away the fragments formed from the collision, pointing at the Great Elder and laughing heartily. Bardock, Kin exclaimed, smacking Bardock's arm in irritation, having believed her husband had committed a grave folly, only to realize it was a false alarm. Lord Bardock, you truly are? The divine being patted his chest, at a loss for words. The Great Elder wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, managing a wry smile, surprised that a scion renowned for their brutality would resort to such playful trickery. Fortunately, it was merely a jest and not a release of the 2 demons, which had nearly given him a heart attack. Lord Bardock is indeed quite humorous. The Great Elder forced a laugh, uncertain of what conditions Bardock wished to propose. The first condition is to unlock the potential of my wife, Kin. I trust you can fulfill this request, Bardock said with a smile, nudging Kin forward. That condition is exceedingly simple. The Great Elder readily agreed, gesturing for Kin to step forward. Kin exchanged a glance with Bardock, who nodded encouragingly. Kin approached, and the Great Elder placed his hand upon her spiky hair, unleashing a tremendous energy within her. Bardock's data vision observed Kin's combat power fluctuating, 300,000, 600,000, 1.2 million, until it stabilized at 1.5 million, beyond which her power showed no further increase. Huff, huff. After partially unlocking Kin's potential, the Great Elder gasped for breath, exclaiming, "This lady possesses immense potential. I could only unlock a fraction of it. The rest is up to you to cultivate." Thank you. Kin expressed heartfelt gratitude, feeling the surge of energy within her. No need for thanks. It is what you rightfully deserve, the Great Elder replied, still catching his breath. Old fool, for your sincere efforts, allow me to bestow upon you a valuable item, Bardock declared as he tossed an object into the Great Elder's mouth. You wretched scoundrel, what have you fed the Great Elder? Bedima, having just noticed the scene, caught sight of Bardock tossing a Sinzabine into the Great Elder's mouth. Foolish creature, be gone, Bardock roared, sending Bedima flying out of the room. You. The Great Elder's heart raced with anxiety as he observed his child being ejected by Bardock's fierce shout. No worries, he shall not perish, Bardock replied calmly. Now, it is time to discuss the second condition. Chapter 57. The Wish, the Dragon God. I wish to utilize the Dragon Balls of your Namekian planet. Bardock stated his condition with a calm demeanor, a request that fell well within the expectations of the Grand Elder. 4. Within the memories of the Dragon God. The Grand Elder had glimpsed Bardock using the Earth's Dragon Balls, and thus found no surprise in his demand. Very well, the Grand Elder replied with resignation. Upon sensing the malevolent aura of the Frost Demons, I have already communicated telepathically with the elders of the 6 villages to bring the Dragon Balls here. They should be arriving shortly. With these words, the Grand Elder closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Grand Elder, Bedma is on the brink of collapse. Please, save him. 2 Namekian warriors rushed in, carrying the ailing Bedma, pleading loudly for the Grand Elder's assistance. Let me see. The Grand Elder sighed in resignation and gestured for the warriors to bring Bedma closer. He placed his large hand upon Bedma, emanating a green light, and soon enough, Bedma's injuries had healed completely. Thank you, Grand Elder. Bedma expressed his gratitude, rising and bowing respectfully to the Grand Elder. Enough of that. They are all my children. There is no need for thanks. Do not act recklessly in the future. Bardock meant no harm. He merely provided me with a potion to restore vitality. The Grand Elder took it upon himself to clarify Bardock's intentions. Yes, Grand Elder. Despite this, Bedma still harbored intense animosity towards Bardock. After casting a furtive glare at him, Bedma retreated to the side, standing quietly beside the other 2 Namekians near the Grand Elder. Humph. Trash should know its place. If you have the ability, confront me directly. Bardock observed Bedma's subtle actions, which only served to aggravate the Namekian further, turning his face a shade of green with anger. Had it not been for the need to utilize the Namekian Dragon Balls, Bardock would have long since dealt with this insolent fool. Child, come here. The Grand Elder beckoned to the Dragon God. Yes, Grand Elder. The Dragon God obediently approached, and the Grand Elder's hand enveloped the Dragon God's head once more, rapidly augmenting his battle power. The 5,000 points of battle power represented the culmination of the Grand Elder's efforts to unlock the Dragon God's potential. Child, through reading your memories, I sense that your Earth will soon face a grave crisis. I hope to enhance your strength to avert this calamity. Regrettably, a significant portion of your battle talent has been siphoned away by malevolent forces. Otherwise, you would be even stronger after this enhancement. The Grand Elder expressed his lament for the Dragon God's lost potential. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Dragon God hastily expressed his gratitude. They're coming. Bardock sensed several energies akin to the Grand Elder's rapidly approaching the dwelling. He exited his Super Saiyan state and waved towards the 1-star Dragon Ball resting on the Grand Elder's seat, which promptly soared into his hand. The Dragon Ball then began to flicker incessantly, the frequency of its flashes escalating. Grand Elder, Grand Elder. Soon, several elderly Namekians sought an audience outside the door. Place the Dragon Ball outside and wait. The disaster for Namek has passed, the Grand Elder said, turning to Bedma. Bedma, assist Bardock in summoning the dragon. Yes, Grand Elder. Though reluctant, Bedma dared not defy the Grand Elder's wishes, wearing a stern expression as he walked outside, with Bardock and Kine following closely behind. The Dragon God, curious about the appearance of the Namekian dragon, excused himself and accompanied them. Bedma, how's the Grand Elder? As soon as Bedma stepped outside, he was surrounded by 6 elders, each inquiring urgently about the Grand Elder's condition. The Grand Elder is unharmed. He has instructed me to assist these guests in summoning the dragon. Bardock emphasized the word guest with great weight. Cyberman. The elders gasped in shock upon seeing Bardock and Kine, instinctively taking a few steps back. Hurry up. I have urgent matters to attend to. Stop dawdling. Bardock impatiently ordered Bedma, disregarding the feeble warriors with their battle powers merely in the thousands. You insufferable wretch. Bedma clenched his fists, deeply dissatisfied with Bardock's demeanor. As Bardock tossed the 1-star ball among the 6 Dragon Balls, they began to shimmer brightly. Arise, Purunga, and grant my wish, he declared in Namekian. In an instant, the sky of Namek, which had never known darkness throughout the seasons, turned pitch black. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light that shot skyward, revealing a hideously magnificent dragon before the assembled crowd. Behold the dragon of my homeland. Truly grand and powerful. This was the Dragon God's assessment based on Purunga's appearance. Hey, Scion, state your wish promptly, Bedma said, his tone anything but friendly. The Emperor is not in a hurry, yet the eunuch is. Bardock rolled his eyes at the muscular dragon before him. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, proclaim your wishes. You may make 3. The dragon's customary introduction echoed. My first wish is to construct a temple above the Gastan living area, identical to that of Earth, in terms of both structure and every detail. Bardock stepped forward to declare. Bedma regarded Bardock with an expression of surprise. He had anticipated that this arrogant scion would ask for something like immortality, only to be taken aback by his actual wish. He had even pondered altering Bardock's wish should it lean towards malevolence, yet this was what he received. Reluctantly, Bedma conveyed Bardock's wish to the dragon. This wish requires the consumption of 2 wishes. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The dragon inquired after hearing Bedma's narration. Grant it, grant it. Bardock responded nonchalantly, giving his consent, which Bedma relayed. Very well, the dragon acknowledged, then stood motionless for a moment before his eyes flashed red. In the skies above the Gastan living area, a temple identical to that of Earth materialized from thin air. Your wish has been fulfilled. You have 1 wish remaining. After a brief flicker of red light in the dragon's eyes, it continued. Please bestow upon me the ability to create Dragon Balls. Though Bardock found this wish somewhat absurd, he resolved to give it a try. What? The elders and Bedma gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend Bardock's choice of wish. This wish cannot be fulfilled. After Bedma relayed this shocking request, the dragon rejected it without a moment's pause. I knew it. Bardock had anticipated this outcome and felt no disappointment. He swiftly revised his wish, then let this Namekian, who instructs Bedma, possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. Bedma cast a puzzled glance at Bardock before passing on the request to the dragon. This wish is extremely simple, the dragon declared. And with a flash of red light from its eyes, Bedma felt a surge of extraordinary power within himself. Your wishes have been realized. Farewell. The dragon departed at remarkable speed, rivaling that of the Earth's dragon, suggesting that the 2 dragons had exchanged notes in the dragon realm. How infuriating, Bardock grumbled, wishing to pose additional questions, but the dragon had already vanished. After a moment of exasperation, Bardock seized Bedma and returned to the interior. Old man, this is my 3rd condition. Let this fellow become the dragon god of our Scion planet, Bardock declared, lifting Bedma before the Grand Elder. Is this the reason for your wish to grant Bedma the ability to create Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder inquired curiously. Indeed. Rather than incessantly relying on the strength of others, I would prefer to wield such power within my own grasp. However, if control is unattainable, then let us adopt a different approach. Let us dispense with superfluous discourse and simply inquire, are you willing? If you are, then the Mekians shall forever remain allies of the Scions. What say you? Bardock, unwilling to linger on this topic, immediately retorted. Bedma, would you consent to assume the position of deity on the Scion planet? The Grand Elder, upholding the principle of respecting human rights, posed this question to the furious Bedma. Chapter 58. The deity of Gastan Star, let me go, you bastard. Bedma cursed at Bardock, flailing his limbs in a futile attempt to escape. With a sudden release, Bardock let go just as Bedma was thrashing about, causing him to land heavily on the ground, deepening his resentment toward Bardock. Enough, Bedma. I shall inquire once more. Are you willing to assume the divine position on the Scion home planet? The elder coughed, attempting to project an air of authority as he regarded Bedma. You scoundrel. Bedma initially had no intention of accepting, but upon seeing the sealing jar in Bardock's grasp, his anger surged, prompting an outburst. Young one, refrain from such outcries. If you startle me and cause me to drop this, Bardock warned, feigning a slip of the jar, which sent Bedma's eyes wide with alarm. He instinctively lunged to catch it, fearing the consequences of its shattering. Just as Bedma was about to grasp the jar, Bardock suspended it in midair with his energy, retrieving it effortlessly. I forgot to mention, this jar actually contains members of the Frozen Demon Clan. Feel free to test that theory. Bardock's words dripped with ominous threat, inciting Bedma's fury even further. The elder, however, watched this exchange with amusement. To him, as long as his child was neither killed nor enslaved, he was content to let the matter unfold, for each individual has their own destiny, and some things cannot be forced. You insufferable wretch. I will go. Bedma, under the oppressive influence of Bardock's presence, clenched his fists and begrudgingly acquiesced to Bardock's demand. See? There is no harm in serving as a deity for us Scions. We have many skilled warriors among us, and I see you are quite the fighter as well. You could find time to spar with them. Should any crisis arise on Namek, we Scions will lend our full support. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Remember, a man of humble means may attract envy simply by possessing something valuable. Unimikians may wield extraordinary powers and possess the Dragon Balls that can bring the dead back to life, yet without the means to protect them, disaster looms, Bardock remarked, patting Bedma on the shoulder before turning to the elder. Old man, you Earthlings should also train a cadre of warriors upon returning. Otherwise, once the existence of the Dragon Balls leaks, with your current abilities, I'd hesitate to have you guard my home. The universe is rife with powerful beings, and it's only a matter of time before they discover Earth. Eradicating one Frieza only leads to the emergence of more. Evil will never be entirely vanquished. Where there is righteousness, there will always be evil. This is my counsel to you. Bardock, harboring a special sentiment for Earth, felt compelled to offer this advice to the elder, urging him not to let complacency take root. Mr. Bardock is correct. Tomorrow is uncertain, and we must remain prepared for whatever may come. Bedma, come here. I shall enhance your strength. Initially, the elder was reluctant to awaken Bedma's latent potential due to his impulsive nature, yet Bardock's formidable presence altered his mind. Yes, elder, Bedma exclaimed, overjoyed at the prospect of unlocking his potential, rushing to stand before the elder at attention. With a chuckle, the elder placed his hand atop Bedma's head, his energy rapidly surging, 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, and finally reaching 100,000 points of battle power, at which point Bedma's growth ceased. He gazed in disbelief at his hands, feeling the remarkable power coursing through him, a testament to his newfound ability to create Dragon Balls. Very well, Bedma. Frankly, this level of power is still insignificant among the Saiyans. We will address the issue of strength later. For now, your task is to learn how to be a competent deity. To that end, you must study under the Earth's deity for some time. Once you are deemed worthy, I will summon you back. We must return to Earth. You shall accompany us. With all necessary matters concluded, Bardock deemed it unnecessary to linger. This is all rather hasty. The deity lamented, wishing to linger longer in his homeland. You are the god of Earth. As a divine figure, you cannot stray too far from your domain. After all, you have been absent for 5 days. Bardock's words were speculative, designed to nudge the deity into hastening his departure. Indeed, I nearly forgot. In that case, Bedma, let us return to Earth for your training. Upon completion of your internship, I shall liaise with Mr. Bardock to facilitate your induction into the Saiyan ranks. The deity adeptly supported Bardock's perspective, and Bedma, trusting in their kinship, accepted. Then, elder, I shall take my leave. Bedma cast a reluctant glance at his fellow kin before. Under Bardock's urging, he mimicked the deity's gesture, placing his hand upon Bardock's back. Farewell, elder. Bardock waved as he sensed Dale's energy, activating instant transmission, transporting Bedma and the others to the deity's sanctuary in the blink of an eye. Dale's, meanwhile, was fully immersed in meditation, his energy expanding exponentially. Bedma, focus intently on your studies. Bardock firmly patted Bedma on the back, sending him tumbling forward. Rising, Bedma shot an indignant glare at Bardock. Ignoring the look, Bardock retrieved a universal capsule, releasing a spaceship. After opening the hatch, he contacted the private ship of Achuo on Gastan Star. Lord Bardock, what is your command? Achuo responded promptly, with a bruised Raditz standing nearby. Achuo, transform into a Super Saiyan and unleash your full energy. I have a use for it. Bardock commanded, leaving little room for elaboration. Understood. Achuo, straightforward and obedient, transformed and roared, sending shockwaves throughout Gastan Star, causing the diligently training Saiyans to collectively turn toward Achuo's explosive display. Their hearts filled with envy. I sensed it. Bardock rejoiced internally, eager to awaken Dales to accompany him back. To his surprise, Dales, usually compliant, declined the request to return to Gastan Star. Why? Bardock inquired, puzzled. Father, I have learned much from Mr. Popo. Yet I feel there is still so much more to acquire. Therefore, I wish to continue my training under him. Dales asserted, his gaze resolute. In that case, give it your all. If you wish to return, inform me through the spaceship's communication device, and I shall come for you. Bardock smiled, ruffling Dale's hair. Yes, I understand, father. Dales nodded vigorously in response. I will periodically assess your progress. Should your battle power fall short of my expectations, you shall undergo rigorous training. Bardock playfully threatened. Bardock, Chilai, displeased, delivered a light punch to Bardock, stepping forward to embrace Dales. Dales, you must strive hard. Her myriad of sentiments condensed into those few words. Yes, I know, mother. Dales replied, somewhat sullenly. Then, farewell, everyone. Bardock grasped Chilai's shoulder, waving goodbye as he activated instant transmission, the two of them vanishing in an instant to Gastan Star. Where Ochuo was still fervently unleashing his energy, his muscles visibly swelling. Stop, stop, stop. That's enough. Bardock hurriedly intervened to prevent Autok from continuing his outburst. Lord Bardock. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Autok turned to see none other than his superior, Bardock. How could he have returned so swiftly? It had barely been half a year. Chapter 59. Enhancing the combat strength of trusted subordinates. Ochuo, it appears you have not been idle during this period. Your combat prowess has significantly improved. Through the lens of data observation, Ochuo's combat power has reached 300 million. In other words, his foundational combat strength has soared to 6 million, a commendable advancement indeed. Of course, to follow in Lord Bardock's footsteps, I dare not relent in my training for even a moment. Ochuo smiled with pride, restraining his aura and maintaining his Super Saiyan transformation, evidently preparing to hone his full-power Super Saiyan state. Father, Raditz, seeing his parents appear out of thin air, felt a surge of curiosity and approached them to inquire. Ah, Raditz, it seems you two have not been slacking off. Your strength has grown commendably, reaching 600,000. However, that is still insufficient. To prevent this young lad from becoming complacent, Bardock immediately began to admonish him, pointing at Jine. Your mother's combat power has now reached 1,500,000 points. You must strive harder. Remember, your mother started with a lower combat power than yours. Yet within a mere year, she has surpassed you. What? Raditz looked incredulously at Jine, who smiled radiantly. He found it hard to believe that Bardock was not merely seeking a suitable planet for his younger brother, but was instead bestowing his mother with extraordinary abilities. After all, how could such a significant increase occur in such a short span? Do not be astonished. It is merely a matter of opportunity. Moreover, Dale's combat power has also broken through to 150,000 points, and his combat skills have undergone a qualitative leap. If you continue to be lazy, you may truly find yourself surpassed by your younger siblings. Bardock's words were not mere exaggeration. Dale's, due to his own emergence, possessed an exceptionally resilient spirit, and his pursuit of strength rivaled that of anyone else. As for Sun Wukong, he is the protagonist of this world. Although he was born after my transformation into a Super Saiyan and ostensibly has only 2 points of combat power, who knows if he possesses hidden attributes? If Raditz does not strive diligently, he may indeed be overtaken by these younger brothers. I understand, father. Upon hearing of Dale's remarkable ascent from a mere few hundred points to 150,000 points in less than half a year, a sense of urgency washed over Raditz, and a rare determination gleamed in his eyes. Very well. Ochuo and I have matters to attend to. You should continue with your training. Fear not. For your father is here to support you, Bardock said as he patted Raditz's shoulder and turned to Jine. Jine, you should also consolidate your newly acquired combat strength. Understood. Bardock. Jine nodded and departed. Ochuo, hold on to my arm. Bardock intended to use instant transmission to locate Jian and Maradona. Curious about their progress during his absence, and whether they had achieved the foundational combat strength necessary to transform into Super Saiyans. Ochuo, bewildered, complied and placed his hand on Bardock's arm. The next moment, he found himself standing before Jian, astonished. Jian, who was supervising his subordinates' training, was startled by the sudden appearance of the two and instinctively prepared to attack. Before he could gather energy for a blast, Bardock's ghostly figure appeared before him, effortlessly dispersing the energy sphere from his hands. Lord Bardock, Ochuo, Jian exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. When did you return, Lord Bardock? I just arrived. First, handle your current tasks. I am taking you and Ochuo to a place for training. The high-level combat strength on Gastan Star is still far too scarce. Bardock's current plan was to cultivate Jian and a few trusted subordinates into Super Saiyans before gradually nurturing the next generation. Yes, Lord Bardock. Overjoyed at the prospect of receiving Bardock's personal guidance, Jian immediately called upon the Tiansha guards to urge everyone to train. He then eagerly followed Bardock as they soared over the living quarters of Gastan Star, ascending to an altitude of 20,000 meters. Upon seeing a temple that resembled the one on Earth, both Ochuo and Jian were filled with curiosity, puzzled about when Gastan Star had acquired such a structure. This is the temple. A deity will come to reside here in the future. However, that is not the main purpose of our visit. The truly invaluable place for us Saiyans lies below. Follow me. Bardock explained the miraculous nature of the hyperbolic time chamber as they walked. Due to the differing flow of time within the chamber, 1 day outside equaled 1 year inside, and a person could only enter for 2 years at most, which was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. If this time limit was exceeded, the door to the chamber would vanish. Here it is. Bardock announced as they arrived at the entrance, which bore a striking resemblance to the one on Earth. Upon opening the door, a vast expanse of white greeted the trio. As for the stipulation that only 2 individuals could enter the chamber at once, Bardock scoffed. He suspected it was a measure implemented by the deity to ensure that every warrior had a fair opportunity to train. Yet, even when Majin Buu, Trunks, Goten, and Piccolo all entered, the door did not disappear, suggesting that the 2-person limit was not a hard rule. Jian, your current combat power stands at 2,400,000. You need to enhance your foundational strength. Make the most of this time to train diligently. I expect you to transform into a Super Saiyan within this year. 4 pure-blooded Saiyans. The difficulty of transforming into a Super Saiyan was indeed considerably higher than for half-bloods. Ochuo, step outside with me for a moment. I nearly forgot about Maradona. Bardock felt something was amiss and suddenly remembered that Maradona and Jian could team up for training. As he spoke, Bardock led Ochuo out of the hyperbolic time chamber. After disappearing briefly, he reappeared before Ochuo with Maradona, who was clad only in undergarments. However, Bardock's expression was far from pleasant. Ochuo, intrigued, dared not ask many questions and followed Bardock back into the chamber. Jian, you and Maradona will train together. Give this slacker a good reprimanding. Bardock was incensed to discover that upon his return, Maradona had been indulging in frivolous pursuits, not with Saiyan women, but seemingly with Laval women. Witnessing such a scene made Bardock's blood pressure rise. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to bring Maradona back to his senses, then provided him with a modest garment for decency. Understood, Lord Bardock. Jian chuckled mischievously as he glanced at Maradona. He was well aware of Maradona's character. Since Bardock's temporary absence, his lascivious tendencies had quickly surfaced. In less than half a year, he had scarcely trained, and Jian's strength had already surpassed him by a considerable margin, making it effortless to handle this rogue. Chapter 60, again. Maradona gazed forlornly at the smirking Jane, while he dared not utter a word in the presence of the scowling Bardock. In truth, Bardock did not oppose Maradona's efforts to ensure the propagation of the Saiyans. However, upon observing the latter's combat prowess, Bardock felt an overwhelming urge to forcibly revert him to a state of refinement. After all, during his half-year absence, Maradona's fighting abilities had remained stagnant, illustrating an utter lack of training. Not even a modicum of progress could be accounted for. This was the true source of Bardock's ire. Otto, let us train on the other side. Bardock resolved to engage Otto in combat, employing his base form against Otto's Super Saiyan state, hoping this method would enhance his combat techniques. Very well, Lord Bardock. Although Otto harbored some reluctance about training with Bardock, knowing that he often ended up on the losing side, he dared not refuse his superior's command. I will fight you in my base form. The choice is yours. After ensuring they were at a safe distance from Jane, Bardock spoke. Really? Otto replied, astonished. You heard me correctly. I need to enhance my base combat abilities and techniques. The pressure from transformations is insufficient as you are too weak in your base forms. Thus, I have chosen this compromise. However, should you go too far, I will retaliate. Bardock felt it necessary to issue a warning, recalling Otto's past bravado when transforming into a Super Saiyan. Lord Bardock, do I truly appear to be such a person? Otto replied awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Not merely appearing, you are indeed that way. Bardock suspected that Otto had, on numerous occasions, taken advantage of his vulnerability after transforming into a great ape, yet he lacked any evidence. Come on. Bardock unleashed his ki in his base form, while Otto maintained his Super Saiyan stance, preparing to attack. Be careful, Lord Bardock. Due to the vast disparity in their combat strengths, Otto hesitated to unleash his full power, warning Bardock before charging at him. Bang, bang, bang. Otto unleashed a flurry of punches towards Bardock's chest, who braced himself to absorb the blows, unable to prevent his retreat. The difference in strength became apparent. With each strike, Bardock felt his bones tremble, forced to withdraw to dissipate the impact. Otto, lacking any control over his own strength, struck with inconsistency, leaving Bardock in a state of distress. Bardock opted against close-quarters combat, swiftly creating distance and launching energy attacks at Otto. It's futile. Otto laughed heartily as Bardock's energy spheres were thwarted by Otto's aura, exploding harmlessly around him. In a moment of triumph for Otto, Bardock instantaneously teleported behind him and unleashed an energy blast at Otto's back. Otto staggered, smoke rising from his battle attire, as Bardock's attack inflicted minor damage. Straight punches, elbow strikes, knee hits, and elbow slams were exchanged in rapid succession, In high-level combat, the most direct methods proved most effective. Bardock focused intently, executing his fighting techniques with increasing speed. As the two engaged in a fierce exchange, the sounds of their physical collisions reverberated throughout the training chamber, each impact resonating with explosive force. After several rounds, Bardock was sent reeling. Seizing the opportunity, he teleported above Otto, intertwining his fingers, and aimed a strike at Otto's head. Otto countered with a heavy punch to absorb Bardock's attack, and then gathered energy in his other hand, unleashing a powerful energy sphere that struck Bardock directly. Boom. Following the explosion, Bardock's battle attire was shredded, revealing his chiseled physique, blood spilling from his mouth, indicating severe injury. "Lord Bardock, are you all right?" Otto asked, a hint of panic in his voice, fearing Bardock might retaliate in anger. "I'm fine. Let's go again." Bardock wiped the blood from his lips and charged back into the fray. He understood that mastering the Ultra Instinct was beyond his reach, akin to Vegeta's struggles. In combat, his mind was often cluttered, inhibiting his body's instinctual responses. Since achieving such instinctual reflexes was unattainable, he resolved to let his mind govern his body, allowing it to respond swiftly to his intentions. The transmission of thought to his limbs required a mere 0.1 seconds. Thus, Bardock aimed for a profound unity between mind and body. When his physical strength reached a certain threshold, his consciousness would dictate corresponding actions. This rigorous training, brought to its apex, would rival the so-called divine technique, Ultra Instinct. Master leads you to the door. Personal effort determines progress. Only the method that suits you best is the true method. Since I cannot learn the existing techniques, I shall create my own. As Bardock focused his spirit, the pain from each collision diminished, leaving only the singular thought of combat. Every strike was executed with full force, and his speed began to escalate. Keyblade. Bardock landed on Otto's fists and executed a backflip, instinctively unleashing the Keyblade. Seeing the delicate energy form, Otto sensed a dire threat and refrained from recklessly absorbing the attack, instead launching energy blasts to disperse it. Buzz. Just as the energy blast was about to collide with the Keyblade, it split into 3, targeting Otto from above, the middle, and below. In a panic, Otto powered up and leaped, slapping away the uppermost Keyblade, while the remaining 2, under Bardock's command, surged toward him again. Otto hastily evaded, generating energy waves in his palms, which multiplied and spread, countering the Keyblades in a swift barrage. The Kamehameha had materialized in Bardock's hands, releasing a torrent of energy aimed at Otto from above. Caught off guard, Otto raised his hands to block the Kamehameha, channeling all his Super Saiyan energy to deflect the blast skyward. Again, in the midst of battle, Bardock sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Yet it slipped from his grasp. His heart unwilling to relent, he pressed forward despite his injuries. Chapter 61. Thank you. A straight punch aimed directly at Otto's face. Otto effortlessly blocked it with a raised hand. At present, Bardock, hampered by his physical exhaustion and injuries, lacked the ferocity and swiftness of his previous attacks, making his strikes feel no more significant than a mere tickle to Otto. Bardock swiftly withdrew his fist, channeling a ki wave with one hand towards Otto's abdomen. Otto swiftly vanished, reappearing behind Bardock to deliver a powerful elbow strike to his back. Bardock's energy sphere slipped from his grasp, detonating nearby, and he instantaneously teleported behind Otto, launching a knee strike aimed at his waist. Without even turning to face him, Otto bellowed, halting Bardock's knee in midair, rendering it immobile. "Not finished yet, Otto," Bardock declared, as he conjured energy slashes with both hands, directing them towards Otto's neck. Unperturbed, Otto extended his hands, pinching the energy slashes between his thumb and index finger, unleashing a terrifying aura that shattered the attacks effortlessly. "It's over, Lord Bardock," he exclaimed, twisting his waist to deliver a devastating elbow strike to Bardock's abdomen. It hurts." Bardock's eyes bulged, saliva uncontrollably spilling from his mouth. Subsequently, Otto unleashed his power, sending Bardock hurtling away, clutching his stomach as he collapsed onto the pristine ground. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. Combat techniques are utterly ineffective, Lord Bardock. Otto stood confidently, embodying the essence of a master in solitude, articulating the stark reality before him. "You speak the truth, Otto." Bardock groaned through the excruciating pain as he staggered to his feet. "However, this battle has unveiled your shortcomings. Your fighting techniques are overly simplistic and crude. Had I maintained combat prowess at your level, you would have perished just now." He inwardly cursed, recognizing Otto's ruthless approach. "Regrettably, no one exists with my caliber of fighting power." Otto remained unfazed, His core belief was rooted in the aesthetic of violence, with overwhelming strength being his ultimate aspiration. In the face of absolute power, all combat techniques were rendered trivial. One day, your arrogance will lead to your regret, Bardock thought silently, contemplating when he might capture Gula to impart a lesson to Autok. Once subdued, Autok would comprehend the significance of certain matters. Lord Bardock, shall we continue? Autok inquired without dwelling on the prior topic, instead prompting Bardock for another round. Come on, my body has yet to reach its limits. I cannot succumb here. Only by continuously surpassing my limits can I grow stronger. Bardock suppressed the urge to use a healing beam and charged at Autok once more. In a swift flying kick, Autok evaded by sidestepping, then retaliated with an elbow strike aimed squarely at Bardock's shoulder. Bardock raised his arm to block, but the sheer force propelled him back several meters, rendering his arm numb and temporarily incapacitated. Be cautious, Lord Bardock. Recognizing Bardock's desire to push past his limits, Autok resolved to unleash his full strength, aiding Bardock in this endeavor without mercy, knowing that as long as Bardock drew breath, the medical chamber could restore him. Stop whining. Are you still not a man? Bardock scoffed, unleashing a wave of energy upon Autok, but adhering to the principle of no damage. Autok bore no scars from the attack. Suddenly, Autok vanished before Bardock, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. Bardock felt his bones shatter, erupting with blood from his mouth as an invisible wave of energy hurled him through the air. Skidding across the Chapter 62, Fusion Technique, the bag of sand strikes back. Continuing onward, Bardock adjusted his mindset and gradually focused his spirit. In a flash, he appeared before Otto, executing a swift dual dragon strike aimed at Otto's chest and chin. Otto raised his hand to counter, bending his right elbow to block Bardock's strike to his chin, while simultaneously swinging his left knee to evade the palm aimed at his chest. Bardock's offensive was thwarted, and he seized the opportunity to strike Otto's knee before retreating, continuously unleashing energy waves from his palms. Otto, with hands like shadows, deftly intercepted each energy wave, crushing them and sending the remnants hurtling towards Bardock. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Bardock immediately utilized instant transmission to appear beside Otto, delivering a fierce kick. Otto raised his arm to block, exerting force to deflect Bardock's leg. In a sudden charge, he landed a punch squarely on Bardock's abdomen. Bardock, racked with pain, retaliated with an elbow strike that landed heavily on Otto's back, producing a resounding thud. The disparity in their combat powers was evident. Bardock's usual battle strength of 70 million was utterly ineffective against Otto, who seized the moment to grasp one of Bardock's legs and spun him around like a whirlwind. After countless rotations, Bardock was flung away like a shot put, suppressing his nausea in midair. Bardock steadied himself as the world around him morphed into a dizzying array of illusions. Shaking his head vigorously, he sought to clear his disoriented mind. Meanwhile, Otto, the instigator, was not faring well either, as Bardock's form multiplied into 3 or 4 figures, his flight becoming increasingly unsteady. Bardock, regaining clarity first, gathered his energy into a Kamehameha wave without hesitation, launching it toward Otto. Unable to discern which Bardock was real, Otto decided to gather energy into his own wave, subsequently splitting it into 3 to counterattack. The Kamehameha was successfully intercepted, resulting in a stalemate of energy waves in midair. As time passed, Otto's mind cleared, and with a mischievous grin, he intensified his energy output. Damn it, I can't compete, Bardock thought, recognizing the foolish grin on Otto's face, which indicated his intent to escalate the battle. Aware that his current state was insufficient to confront the Super Saiyan Otto, Bardock maintained his Kamehameha while. Just as Otto's powerful attack was about to land, he executed instant transmission to appear behind him. A powerful kick aimed at Otto's cheek followed. Otto absorbed the blow without budging, chuckling before swiftly seizing Bardock's ankle, initiating a frenzy of strikes. In his excitement, Otto lost control, resulting in Bardock's leg being broken on the spot, the ankle crushed, a clear case of a shattering fracture. After a relentless 5 minutes of assault, Otto finally released Bardock. At that moment, Bardock was bleeding profusely, a ghastly sight, yet not as dire as before. He still retained some strength to glare at Otto with a predatory gaze. He retrieved a pre-prepared Senzu bean from his pocket and consumed it, fully healing his injuries and boosting his base power to 75 million. Unfortunately, the extraordinary state he had experienced in their first battle did not manifest again. Bardock understood that such a rare condition was a matter of chance and did not wish for Otto to continue his torment. Instead, he sought a quiet place to meditate deeply, hoping to develop a combat style that harmonized mental mastery with physical prowess. With no opponent to contend with, Otto turned his attention towards Jean and Maradona. Maradona, having long succumbed to indulgence, retained his original battle power of 210,000 and was being overwhelmed by Gene, whose power stood at 240,000. By the time Otto arrived, Maradona was already incapacitated by a single energy wave, entirely devoid of combat capability. "Where is Lord Bardock? Has your battle concluded?" Gene inquired, eager to share the news with Bardock, only to find Otto had appeared beside him. "Lord Bardock has gone to meditate. You know that kind of training is rather unsuitable for me. It's too torturous. I prefer the feeling of a good fight. However, with Lord Bardock occupied and no opponent to spar with, I came to seek you both. But it seems neither of you can withstand me now," Otto remarked, eyeing the barely conscious Maradona with a sudden idea. "You should find Lord Bardock. Perhaps he possesses a miraculous remedy for injuries," Otto suggested, clearly plotting to acquire more sins of beans. "Is now the right time for that?" Gene glanced at the ailing Maradona, contemplating whether to take him to the medical bay for treatment. "Don't worry, trust me. Besides, Lord Bardock instructed you to incapacitate Maradona for a reason. He certainly has his motives. Hurry. If you delay, Maradona may meet his end." Otto pressed on. "All right, I'm going," reluctant to let his dear friend perish. Gene acquiesced to Otto's urging and set off to find Bardock, recalling that Bardock had indeed asked him to seek him after rendering Maradona incapacitated. Meanwhile, Bardock was deep in meditation, replaying the recent battle in his mind when he suddenly heard Gene's voice, causing the fleeting sensation he had captured to vanish. Opening his eyes, he shot two beams of irritation at Gene. "Gene, what is it?" Bardock inquired, suppressing his annoyance. "Lord Bardock, Maradona has been rendered incapacitated. I have come to report." Gene gulped, unsure of how he had angered his superior. "Here, 30 sins of beans." Bardock retrieved a prepared bag of sins of beans from his capsule. "You three shall each receive 10 beans. These beans possess miraculous properties, capable of instantly restoring energy and healing any injury, barring diseases. My supply is limited, so use them sparingly," he concluded, gesturing for Gene to quickly leave his presence. "Yes, Lord Bardock." Gene, elated at the prospect of such treasures, accepted the bag and swiftly flew away, unable to resist opening it to reveal 20 beans, which he promptly distributed, feeding one to Maradona. Consumed unconsciously, Maradona's injuries healed instantaneously, his energy surging forth. Gene, witnessing the miraculous effects of the sins of beans, grew excited and, maintaining a facade of calm, announced, "Lord Bardock instructed us to divide the remaining 9 beans, 3 for each of us," as he proceeded to distribute them while explaining their effects. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Otto couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing he had profited 14 beans as an intermediary, though he narrowly escaped death at Bardock's hands. The gains were substantial, worth it indeed. Meanwhile, Gene harbored a quiet disdain for the duo, who were now reveling in their newfound treasures. "Now that Maradona's injuries have healed, you two shall utilize the fusion technique and spar with me," Otto proposed, stroking his chin as he formulated his idea, now that Maradona was fit for battle. "We do not know the fusion technique you speak of." They both denied vehemently, unwilling to serve as punching bags for Otto. "Don't think you can fool me. I was present when you completed the fusion. I merely concealed my presence well. You must consider carefully. If you fuse, there remains a glimmer of a chance for victory. If not, then both of you shall serve as my punching bags. Regardless, your fate as bags of sand is inescapable today," Otto proclaimed, a devilish grin adorning his features. "Is there any other option?" "None whatsoever." With a sense of helplessness, Jane and her companion raised their hands and feebly displayed their fusion dance, while Otto observed their performance with keen interest. Suddenly, a brilliant white light illuminated the space, revealing a warrior clad in the attire of the Metamorian race before Otto. The overwhelming aura emanating from the warrior soared to the heavens. Upon sensing the energy of the fused fighter, Otto discovered that it amounted to approximately 50 million points of battle power, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. "I am neither Jane nor Maradona, but rather the newly born super warrior resulting from their fusion, Gemma." The duo's voices resonated through Gemma. "Your strength is insufficient. You are not a match for me," Otto boasted arrogantly. No, Otto. My powers extend far beyond this. Through fusion, I, Gemma, have acquired new abilities that will astonish you. Open your eyes wide and behold my formidable strength, then brace yourself for my onslaught. Ha ha ha." With a fierce roar, Gemma unleashed a golden aura. Yet, the transformation did not lead to a Super Saiyan state, but rather to a mimetic Super Saiyan form, with a 20-fold increase. The battle power skyrocketed to nearly 1 billion points. Otto, who had initially intended to toy with his opponent, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He mused to himself, I had no idea fusion could yield such strength. With this overwhelming aura, the outcome of our battle is uncertain. Clang, clang, clang. Prepare yourself, Otto. For Gemma's affectionate baptism. The raucous laughter echoed throughout the room of spirit and time. With a swift lunge, Gemma appeared directly in front of Otto, who was caught off guard and felt the impact of Gemma's fist striking his abdomen, sending sharp pain coursing through his nervous system. An invisible shockwave erupted, propelling Otto away. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly overwhelmed since transforming into a Super Saiyan, igniting a flicker of anger within him. After being sent flying several meters, Otto exerted effort to regain his balance and, sensing Gemma's energy, raced back toward him. It's not over yet, Otto. After achieving the mimetic Super Saiyan form, Gemma, having landed a punch on Otto, did not pursue him but remained in place, intensifying his energy in an attempt to break through the barrier and transform into a true Super Saiyan. He longed to confront Otto in the majestic form of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 63, The Battle Within the Time Chamber. After elevating his energy to its zenith, the original mimicry of the Super Saiyan form instantaneously transcended, enveloping him in a golden aura, reminiscent of a warrior reborn from flames. This is the transformation into a Super Saiyan. How can this be? Otto gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. What was meant to be a mere scare and a friendly spar turned into an unexpected revelation as the two merged and ascended to the Super Saiyan form. The overwhelming energy radiating from them eclipsed even his own transformed might, rendering his efforts futile. Otto, let us commence a new round. Wahahaha. Jima cackled with delight, diving forward. Otto couldn't perceive the trajectory of Jima's attack. All he felt was a crushing blow to his head, sending him hurtling backwards. Damn it. I couldn't see the attack coming. Otto cursed inwardly, touching his forehead, his palms stained with blood. What's wrong, Otto? Can't keep up? I'm only using less than half of my strength. The real show is just beginning. Jima mocked, observing Otto's disheveled state, blood seeping from his forehead. Do not underestimate me, Otto. With determination, Otto concentrated energy into his hands, aiming squarely at the audacious Jima. Behold my interstellar annihilation cannon. If I cannot overpower you, then I shall unleash my ultimate technique. This has always been Otto's guiding principle. Ha ha ha, an interstellar annihilation cannon. I'm so frightened. Jima teased, playfully slapping his own backside. His confidence in his abilities unmistakable. Prepare to fall, you two vile creatures. Once the fusion time is over, I will repair both of you. With a furious roar, Otto launched his ultimate attack at Jima. But first, let me beat you down a bit, Otto. Consider this a preemptive strike. Jima grinned, effortlessly catching Otto's full force strike with both hands, not budging an inch. As the power of Otto's interstellar annihilation cannon dissipated, Jima's palms merely emitted a wisp of smoke. He was unharmed. How could this be? Not a scratch. Otto fumed. If my energy wave cannot harm you, then I'll settle this with my fists and feet. I refuse to concede easily. I am Otto. With that, Otto dove downwards, unleashing a ki blast aimed at Jima's chest. Such naivety, Otto. Accepting your defeat is not shameful. I am Super Jima. Jima stood firm, his fist striking Otto's energy sphere with a resounding impact. Boom. As the energy detonated, smoke cleared to reveal Jima's fists tightly grasped by Otto. Both warriors engaged in a fierce struggle. Jima bore a relaxed expression, while sweat streamed down Otto's face. As Jima exerted his strength, Otto found himself involuntarily retreating, faster and faster. A knowing smile crept onto Jima's face as he suddenly bellowed, unleashing an invisible force from his fists that sent the drenched in sweat Otto flying. Jima swiftly dove, vanishing from Otto's sight, only to reappear behind him, delivering a devastating elbow strike to Otto's back, echoing with a sharp crack. Otto let out a pained cry, collapsing in a heap, blood spewing forth, staining the pristine ground. As Jima moved past, Otto's labored breaths resembled that of a winded beast, a testament to the severity of his injuries. Jima, you bastard. My spine is broken. Otto gasped, forced to revert from his Super Saiyan state due to the injury, cursing Jima with every ounce of his breath. My apologies, Otto. My strength is too overwhelming to control. Jima chuckled, his delight at Otto's suffering evident, devoid of any semblance of remorse. Just wait. Otto struggled to retrieve a senza bean, swallowing it with great effort. In the next moment, he felt revitalized, his energy surging, his base combat power soaring to approximately 8 million points. Ah, I didn't expect to use Lord Bardock's divine medicine so soon. What a waste. Jima grinned, oblivious to the impending consequences of his earlier actions. Humph. You may know of the Super Saiyan, but you are ignorant of the transformations beyond it. Allow me to unveil the new form I developed during Lord Bardock's month-long absence. Achuo was not one to be easily defeated. Aside from the humiliation he suffered at Bardock's hands, he had avenged every other defeat he had endured. Achuo. You must be dreaming. The Super Saiyan transformation is already immensely powerful. How could there be another? Surely, you do not intend to transform into a great ape to battle us. That would be less entertaining than becoming a Super Saiyan. Jima dismissed Achuo's claims. His disbelief palpable. Foolish ones, the path to strength is endless. You are but frogs at the bottom of a well. Behold the transformation that surpasses the Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 4. Achuo declared, his arms slightly bending as he roared, channeling and compressing his energy until a brilliant golden light flashed, revealing a warrior cloaked in red fur and crimson eyelids before Jima. At this moment, Achuo's combat power soared to 40 billion, while Jima, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, possessed only 25 billion. The pressure emanating from Achuo's Super Saiyan 4 form rendered Jima unable to open his eyes. What an overwhelming energy. It is simply terrifying. Jima shielded his face with his arms, struggling to speak. This is Super Saiyan 4. The gap between this and the Super Saiyan transformation is insurmountable. Brace yourself for the baptism of my iron fist, Jima. The humiliation of being suppressed was fresh in Achuo's memory, and he sought to avenge himself while his Super Saiyan 4 transformation remained active. Launching a punch from a distance, he struck Jima's abdomen, leaving imprints of his fists. Wakakaka. Jima's mouth gaped in agony, and Achuo was upon him in an instant, delivering an elbow strike to his head and a knee to his abdomen. The force of the blows caused Jima's jaw to shatter, saliva spilling uncontrollably. Achuo reveled in Jima's helpless state, relentlessly attacking. With a swift kick, he sent Jima soaring into the air, then teleported behind him, delivering a dual-fisted strike that sent Jima crashing to the ground. Boom. A dull thud resonated as Jima lay twitching on the ground. Achuo seized the moment, diving downwards and gripping Jima by the neck, propelling him across the ground in a frenzy of friction. You two brutes, still so arrogant? I, Achuo, am not to be trifled with. As he spoke, Achuo's Super Saiyan 4 transformation faded, returning him to his normal state. A sudden panic gripped him. What to do? Time was of the essence. Damn it. Jima. Sensing Achuo's diminished power, weakly opened his eyes. Spotting Achuo back in his normal form, he slapped the ground, halting the relentless onslaught, his eyes ablaze with energy, forcing Achuo back as he struggled to his feet, gasping for air. Achuo's previous assault in Super Saiyan 4 had inflicted severe injuries on Jima. Yet he still managed to handle the untransformed Achuo with relative ease. If Achuo could transform into a Super Saiyan again, the outcome would be uncertain. Achuo was not one to sit idly by. He immediately attempted the Super Saiyan transformation. To his astonishment, he succeeded. He had thought that the energy expenditure would prevent him from transforming once more. I refuse to believe that, despite your injuries. You can still wield the power you just displayed. Prepare yourself. Achuo shouted, readying for the next confrontation, feeling a sense of confidence comparable to his own frustration. Jima surged with newfound strength. At the very least, he would not find himself defenseless as he had in the beginning. It seemed that his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 had not entirely brought about adverse effects. I shall not be defeated by you, Aado. Though Jima exhibited a hint of recklessness, his self-assurance in his abilities was unwavering as he roared and charged towards Aado. Chapter 64. Releasing Frieza as a sparring partner. The battle between Aado and the fused warrior Jima continued until the fusion time expired, resulting in both sides sustaining severe injuries, ultimately concluding in a draw. However, the three reckless individuals, in their eagerness to expedite their recovery, resorted to using the magical beans once more. Had Bardock been aware of this, he would have undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap to each of them. Such precious resources are not meant to be squandered. They are to be employed for survival, not merely to mend wounds after sparring. Thus, after spending 3 months in the hyperbolic time chamber, Maradona and Gian successfully transformed into Super Saiyans, their base combat powers reaching 3.4 million and 3.5 million respectively. They effortlessly gathered their energy to their backs to complete the transformation, finding it significantly less arduous than Aato's initial transformation. After extensive deliberation, the trio could not decipher the reasons behind their transformations. Jian speculated that it might be related to their fusion into a Super Saiyan, which was met with derision from the two brutish warriors. Bardock made occasional appearances when he felt hungry, observing that the trio had not gone too far off course, and joined in their activities. However, when Otto shamelessly approached him for more magical beans, Bardock, curious about their rigorous training, questioned how they could consume 10 beans each so rapidly. After subtly inquiring, he confirmed Jian's role as the culprit, shooting him a glare before distributing 5 beans each to Otto and Maradona. In a mere 3 months, Otto's base combat power surged to 10 million points, while he continually attempted to maintain the Super Saiyan state for extended periods. Yet, minor distractions such as drowsiness would cause him to revert to his normal state, much to his annoyance, forcing him to restart his efforts. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient energy to sustain his current form, which could only be rectified through gradual training. As for Jima and Maradona, their combat powers were relatively comparable, and adhering to the principle of enhancing their base abilities, they engaged in battles while in their normal states. Consequently, Otto found himself an extraneous presence in this dynamic. To avoid interruptions in his training for the full power of Super Saiyan, he concentrated and began his least favorite form of training, meditation. During meditation, he continually maintained his Super Saiyan transformation, employing it as a means to simulate training against imaginary foes. Meanwhile, Bardock, after a week of relentless meditation, struggled to grasp the essential points. He decided to dedicate most of his time to training, reserving only a small portion for meditation to replace sleep, thereby gaining insights into mastering the mental discipline of combat techniques. In just 3 months, his base combat power escalated from 70 million to 80 million points, signifying a qualitative enhancement of his strength. Bardock understood that perfecting his combat techniques would require time and experience, and he realized that isolating himself in rigorous training served no purpose. He promptly stood up and used instant transmission to appear between Jian and Maradona, who were engaged in combat. With both palms raised, he seized their fists and unleashed an explosive surge of energy, sending them retreating several dozen meters. Lord Bardock! Lord Bardock! Upon recognizing the figure blocking their attacks, the two warriors dared not act recklessly, quickly placing their fists to their chests and bowing slightly in greeting. Simple battles require contingency plans. If you two continue to spar against each other, it won't sufficiently stimulate the potential within you. Your progress will be agonizingly slow. I shall provide you with an intriguing opponent, one whose combat power is quite comparable to yours. With that, he produced a marked sealing vial and glanced around the hyperbolic time chamber. Otto! Otto! He called out loudly towards the distant meditating Otto. I'm coming! I'm coming! Startled from his meditation by Bardock's voice, Otto hurried over, standing respectfully before him. If you wish to train to achieve full power as a Super Saiyan, you needn't waste time here. You may leave. I am somewhat uneasy with the absence of strong warriors on Gastan Star, Bardock urged. Of course, Lord Bardock. Otto, having grown weary of the same old routine, was eager to leave. As a carnivore, he had grown tired of the bland food available in the chamber for nearly 3 months, yearning for a proper meat meal. Quickly now, Bardock impatiently urged. Once Otto had shut the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, Bardock released Frieza from the sealing vial. What? This is Frieza? What has happened to him? Both Jian and Maradona were astonished upon witnessing the reborn Frieza, observing him as though he were a rare creature. Get lost, filthy monkeys. Frieza shot them a venomous glare, unleashing a burst of energy that sent them staggering back. Indeed, this is Frieza, though the majority of his physical form has been obliterated. Now, 2/3 of his body is composed of biomechanical constructs, with a combat power of approximately 150 million. Who among you shall face him first? Bardock interjected, halting their animalistic observations. I'll go first, Jian declared, stepping forward. With a fierce shout, golden energy engulfed him, and his combat power soared to 165 million points. Another Super Saiyan. Truly. Keeping you around was a grave mistake. How infuriating. Had I known, I would have slaughtered all you filthy monkeys. Frieza seethed, his triangular eyes brimming with hatred, blood vessels protruding as a terrifying expression of vengeance overtook him. Maradona, transform as well. Frieza is exceedingly treacherous. Be cautious not to be crushed in your normal state. Bardock's gaze turned cold as he observed Maradona, who was disdainfully regarding Frieza's feudal rage. Yes, Lord Bardock. The chill in Bardock's eyes sent a shiver down Maradona's spine, prompting him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Following that, Bardock With a mere thought and without any deliberate transformation movements, completed his own Super Saiyan transformation. Another Super Saiyan, this is intolerable. Frieza trembled, struggling to suppress his inner fears. Surrounded by 3 Super Saiyans, who wouldn't be terrified? Come, give it a try. This was Frieza's internal monologue. Your opponent is me, King Frieza, Jian declared. His voice filled with animosity towards Frieza for the annihilation of Planet Vegeta, his home. With that, he swiftly appeared before Frieza, gathering an energy sphere in his hands and hurling it at the terrified tyrant, sending him flying. Curse you, filthy monkey. Frieza retaliated from midair, firing a death beam at Jian. This feeble attack was effortlessly evaded by Jian, who then coldly materialized before Frieza, delivering a resounding slap, followed by an uppercut. Never before had Frieza endured such humiliation. He caught Jian's uppercut with one hand while his metallic tail lashed toward Jian's midsection. Jian grasped the metallic tail with one hand, only to find Frieza's tail wrapping around his other arm, rendering him immobilized as he struggled fiercely. Ha ha ha, damned Saiyan monkey, perish. Frieza, with his free hand, gathered energy and aimed a blast at Jian's chest. Damn it. Maradona, eyes ablaze with fury, prepared to rush in and assist Jian. Boom. An explosion resonated through the air. Chapter 65. Is it true? Upon hearing the commotion, it became apparent that the explosion did not originate from the battle between Frieza and Jian. Just as Frieza was about to unleash his energy sphere upon Jian, the latter managed to deflect the attack with a knee strike, narrowly escaping disaster. However, the aerial struggle continued, with Frieza, empowered by his robust tail, relentlessly assaulting Jian, who was bound and unable to defend himself, suffering countless brutal blows. In a fit of defiance, Jian gathered energy within his mouth, launching a powerful wave towards Frieza's head. Sensing an imminent threat, Frieza relinquished his grip on Jian's other hand and forcefully swung his tail, sending Jian hurtling away. Jian's mouth attack missed its target, exploding against the boundary of the hyperbolic time chamber and creating a mushroom cloud. Supernova. Frieza seized the moment as Jian regained his balance, conjuring a colossal energy sphere between his fingers and hurling it towards Jian, taunting, "What of the Super Saiyan? Ultimately, you are but a wild monkey. I forgot to mention that your homeland, Planet Vegeta, met its demise by my hand. To perish under my might is a privilege for you, monkey." Despite being confined, Frieza continued to boast, oblivious to the fact that he faced an opponent surpassing him. The mention of Planet Vegeta's destruction ignited a furious rage within Jian. Clutching the massive energy sphere against his face, he stood his ground, halting its descent. With a surge of strength, he propelled the energy sphere back towards Frieza. Impossible. Frieza's brow beaded with sweat as he exerted all his power towards Jian, his intent clear. He would drag a Super Saiyan down with him to the depths of hell. Huh. All your power is merely noise, and your strength stems from reckless fury. Sensing a modicum of pressure from Frieza, Jian roared, channeling his energy. Fueled by the memory of countless comrades from Planet Vegeta, breaking through his limits, and once again pushing the energy sphere towards Frieza. This cannot be. Frieza's face twisted in rage as he gazed at the approaching energy sphere, his pride fueling his hatred for the Saiyans to an unbearable degree. Just then, a beam struck the colossal energy sphere, causing it to dissipate. Jian, taken aback by the identity of the assailant, was left in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Frieza, drenched in cold sweat, recognized the figure as Bardock, the one who had left him incapacitated, igniting an even deeper resentment towards the Saiyans. To be saved by his enemy was the utmost humiliation for Frieza. Jian, do not kill him. Frieza is a rare opponent who can train the future Saiyans. Bardock explained to the perplexed Jian. Understood, Lord Bardock. Respecting Bardock's judgment, Jian complied without further question. Your trial is complete. Remaining here serves no purpose. For further training on becoming a Super Saiyan, consult Odo. If he refuses, inform me, and now you may leave. Next, it is time for Maradona's trial, Bardock declared, sealing Frieza once more with the magic seal wave and placing him in a capsule. Dismissed. Jian offered no further words, soaring towards the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. Maradona, to punish your recent negligence in training, I have procured a rather formidable opponent for you, one whose strength far exceeds Frieza's, Bardock stated with malice, releasing King Cold from another sealing bottle. Upon his release, King Cold appeared imposing, though a portion of his skull had collapsed, indicating he had yet to fully recover from previous injuries. King Cold. Maradona gasped, incredulous at the towering figure before him, feeling the immense pressure of his superior power. Maradona's battle strength was merely 16 million, while King Cold boasted a staggering 200 million. Do your best, and do not perish, Bardock admonished. ensuring that he would not show favoritism or malice. But if anyone's training fell short of expectations, their demise would be inconsequential. The choice of King Cold as Maradona's adversary was to impart the lesson that even a Super Saiyan could face insurmountable foes, urging him not to lose himself in indulgence, but to remember that strength was essential for a Saiyon's survival in the universe. Lord Bardock, you jest. King Cold is far too powerful. You expect me to fight him? Maradona protested, his face contorted in despair as he pointed at King Cold, who was adjusting his skull. When Frieza was released, I asked who would step forward. Now you regret it? Bardock retorted coldly, leaving Maradona speechless. But his power far exceeds mine. Maradona countered reluctantly, seeking to negotiate a different opponent. Enough. This is your punishment for indulging in pleasures. If there is a next time, I shall deal with you personally. I considered you a trusted subordinate, yet this is how you repay me? Your position as a commander is not for idleness. Go. Confront King Cold with the resolve to fight to the death. If you cannot, I will personally eliminate you. Bardock expressed his disdain for Maradona's cowardice in the face of a formidable opponent. Yes, Lord Bardock. Though fear gripped his heart, Maradona, under Bardock's authority, dared not object and summoned his energy to its zenith, positioning himself before King Cold. Are you finished? King Cold observed with curiosity as Bardock reprimanded Maradona, noting that this was indeed a Super Saiyan, just as spoken of by their ancestors. Let us see if you possess the legendary prowess. Bardock dared not confront King Cold, recognizing that this newly emerged Super Saiyan was evidently weaker, the reason being simple. He lacked confidence against King Cold. King Cold, should you eliminate this Super Saiyan, I shall grant you your freedom, Bardock added, intensifying the stakes. What? Maradona's carefully adjusted composure shattered, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Is this true? King Cold's face lit up with excitement, contemplating that while he could not best Bardock, defeating this Super Saiyan should be well within his capabilities. Chapter 66. The villain's words are indeed numerous. Once a promise is made, it is as binding as the strongest steeds. Bardock observed King Kurd with a smirk that bordered on malevolence, fully aware of the treacherous thoughts swirling in his mind. For Bardock, a verbal commitment held little weight. Kurd's primary function was merely to awaken Maradona's latent potential. Ha ha ha, Saiyan, you shall pay dearly for your foolish actions. I shall claim this freedom without hesitation. Kurd had no intention of considering whether Bardock would honor his word. Cosmic Shockwave. With the answer he sought, Kurd launched the first attack, his palm directed at Maradona. Fingers splayed like claws, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon him. Maradona dodged swiftly, the energy blast hot on his heels. He soon closed the distance to Kurd, executing a fierce kick aimed at his neck. To his astonishment, Kurd did not attempt to evade. He absorbed the blow with a slight twist of his neck, a sinister smile stretching across his face as he regarded the astonished Maradona. Despite the ferocity of Maradona's strike, it failed to inflict any damage on Kurd. Instead, Kurd laughed heartily, his eyes emanating an energy beam that struck Maradona in the chest. Fortunately, the beam's damage was minimal, leaving Maradona with merely a light wound. Prepare to embrace your final moment of glory, Super Saiyan. Kurd materialized beside Maradona, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Seizing the chance, Maradona grasped Kurd's arm, executing a floating throw that sent Kurd sprawling. He quickly retaliated with energy blasts aimed at Kurd. Kurd's impressive combat prowess of 200 million was not to be underestimated. The feeble attacks inflicted no harm upon him. He allowed the energy blasts to strike him, creating clouds of dust, while he calmly gathered purple energy orbs in his palms, launching them relentlessly toward Maradona. What? Maradona gasped in disbelief, taken aback by Kurd's audacity to counterattack instead of defending against his concentrated assault. He swiftly sliced through the incoming purple energy orbs with his hands. Ha ha. You are still far too weak, Saiyan. Utilizing the cover of dust, Kurd moved with blinding speed, appearing before Maradona. With a swift spin, he lashed out with his tail, striking Maradona's cheek and sending him flying. Stunned by Kurd's maneuver, Maradona soon felt two powerful attacks pierce his knees, an excruciating pain engulfing his body. In the moment of disorientation, Kurd seized the opportunity to unleash further attacks, opting to target Maradona's knees instead of delivering a fatal blow. Relishing in the torment of prolonging his suffering. Curse it, my legs are completely incapacitated. Maradona hovered helplessly in the air, his legs flailing amidst the raging winds. His expression a mix of agony and rage. Just as he contemplated using a healing bean, Bardock's voice rang out once more. Do not use the healing bean. Bardock's command chilled Maradona's heart, forcing him to withdraw his hand from his pocket, fear evident in his gaze as he stared at his adversary. Haha, Saiyan. I will ensure you die slowly in agony. Kurd seemed to revel in this cat-and-mouse game, launching several beams of light. Maradona dodged with all his might, occasionally retaliating with energy waves, yet the vast disparity in strength left him battered and bruised. Half an hour later, Maradona had reverted from his Super Saiyan form, barely clinging to consciousness as Kurd gripped his throat, tossing him to the ground. Kurd disdainfully shook off the bloodied remnants on his hands, casting a taunting glance at Bardock before gathering an energy sphere, intent on erasing Maradona from existence. How amusing that I, King Kurd, have personally slain one of the legendary Super Saiyans spoken of by my ancestors. Haha. It seems that Super Saiyans vary in strength. I shall eliminate you first to collect some interest for the injuries inflicted upon me by your kind, Kurd proclaimed, his villainous laughter echoing. Bang! Bardock transformed into his Super Saiyan form, appearing beside Kurd, delivering a powerful kick that shattered Kurd's energy sphere. He then lunged forward, striking Kurd directly in the chest, piercing through to unleash a torrent of purple blood. Enough with the theatrics. If you wish to kill, do so without so much prattle. I am thoroughly annoyed, Bardock declared, sending Kurd flying with a kick, then sealing him with the Demon Seal Wave. As for Kurd's injuries, the resilience of the Ice Demon race rendered such wounds trivial. Bardock cared little, viewing Kurd as a mere plaything easily replaced should he perish. Bardock-sama, I have disappointed you, Maradona lamented. The pride he once held as a Super Saiyan evaporated by Kurd's onslaught. He offered a rueful apology for his failure. Being a Super Saiyan is neither the end nor the pinnacle of strength. If you wish to confront formidable foes without suffering defeat, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training. Do not squander your time on frivolous pursuits. While I do not oppose the idea of procreation, neglecting your training will not be tolerated. I initially intended for Kurd to eliminate you, but I was too lenient this time. Should there be a next time, I shall take matters into my own hands, understand? Bardock concluded, delivering 2 swift kicks to Maradona for good measure. Already gravely injured, Maradona, relieved that he would not perish, relaxed his mind. However, after receiving Bardock's unrelenting kicks, he gloriously succumbed to unconsciousness. Bardock assessed Maradona's condition and confirmed that he was not in mortal danger. Grasping one of his feet, he dragged him out of the hyperbolic time chamber and into the lower realms, leaving him in the care of Maradona's wife, instructing her to ensure he rested for several months without the aid of rapid healing methods, allowing him to recover naturally, a deliberate lesson for Maradona. Maradona's wife, Nick, was aware of her husband's foolishness during Bardock's absence and readily accepted the task. While most Saiyans were indifferent to their spouse's potential infidelities, Nick was incensed by Bardock's unwavering devotion to her, which ignited her determination to fulfill this important mission. Chapter 67. Changes. After 2 years having resolved the issues surrounding high-level combat capabilities, Bardock turned his attention to the advancement of Gastan's technology. He assigned the management duties to Raditz, encouraging him to diligently cultivate his skills while he himself began to strategize the future of the Saiyans. Recognizing that the Saiyans were primarily suited for combat rather than scientific endeavors, Bardock concluded that they would require the expertise of the Luffel and scientists abducted from other planets to enhance their technological prowess. Fortunately, the provisions and living arrangements were no longer a concern, as the personnel in these areas were sufficiently adequate, considering the Saiyan population was still just under 6,000, resulting in relatively modest needs. However, with aspirations to dominate the cosmos, Bardock resolved to assemble a group of scientists specializing in AI, computing, and programming to create a comprehensive database for the Saiyans, akin to the knowledge repository found within the Super Divine Academy. He envisioned transforming outdated detectors into compact communication devices resembling headphones. Through voice commands issued to the intelligent AI, the Saiyans could effortlessly search and access pertinent information, with the communicator projecting holograms when necessary, significantly minimizing unnecessary manual operations. With this vision in mind, Bardock meticulously issued directives over the following days. Whenever a specific field lacked personnel, he dispatched his shadow guards to seize adept scientists from technologically advanced planets. The primary focus for the Saiyans remained on cultivation. Regardless of age or gender, those stationed on Gastan were part of the Gastan Defense Force, Tian Gangwei, and Di Shaowei. The shadow guards were considered auxiliary, while those not enlisted in the military were regarded as reserves. However, as the Saiyan population grew, certain adjustments were inevitable, necessitating early military reforms. First, Elite warriors with combat power ranging from 100,000 to 1 million would be organized into squads, forming the Gastan Defense Force. Warriors boasting combat prowess between 1 million and 100 million would be incorporated into the Gastan Special Forces, tasked with aggressive campaigns. Legendary warriors exceeding 100 million in combat power would become elders of the Saiyan community, residing in the Temple of the Gods for spiritual cultivation. As for the Tiangang Wei, Disha Wei, and Shadow Guards, they would temporarily be manned by the current Saiyans, with future assignments contingent upon meeting specific criteria, while vacancies in the 3 guards would be filled from the special forces. During the 2 years that swiftly passed, Bardock diligently led the Saiyans in constructive endeavors, focused on development. In this time, Bedma completed a year and a half of training for the divine responsibilities. To further enhance his education, Bardock sent him to Namek for 3 months, after which Bedma truly became the deity of Gastan, successfully integrated into the divine hierarchy through the recommendation of the former god. Despite acquiring the ability to create Dragon Balls, Bedma faced challenges in sourcing the necessary materials, thus delaying the establishment of Dragon Balls on Gastan. Notably, Bardock's concept of a knowledge repository made significant strides, and there were promising developments in AI. Although Bedma had ascended to godhood, his combative nature persisted, leading him to frequently descend to the lower realms to spar with similarly powerful Saiyans. Fortunately, the strength of Gastan surpassed that of other planets, allowing the warriors with combat power between 100,000 and 1 million to train without significant risk. Bardock permitted this behavior. However, the cosmos was far from tranquil. The sudden explosions on Kurd and Frieza planets created turmoil in the regions previously governed by Frieza and his progeny, who had vanished 3 months prior. Power-hungry leaders of legions with combat power over 10,000 began to fracture into factions, leading to relentless conflict across the universe, resulting in the desolation of countless planets. After a year of upheaval, the territories of Frieza and Kurd fell under the control of 3 distinct factions, one led by the remnants of Frieza's army under Ginyu, maintaining a grip on Frieza's remaining domains, another led by the Gula Mecha Corps, and the last faction, led by our prince, Vegeta, who, despite being the weakest and controlling the least territory, managed to consolidate resources from planets deemed insignificant by Ginyu and Gula. During this period of strife, Vegeta's power increased to 70,000, but his frustration with his own weakness persisted as he struggled to find effective means of enhancement. Nonetheless, he appeared to be favored by fortune, as he had yet to encounter Ginyu's special forces. He gathered a group of cosmic pirates, each boasting an average combat power of around 10,000, with the weakest exceeding 5,000, rendering them stronger than the Saiyans of his planet. Meanwhile, Gula endured a year of wandering the cosmos before finally locating a habitable planet, which fortuitously fell under his command. Upon landing, he was warmly welcomed, and after enjoying lavish hospitality, preparations were made for the spacecraft and personnel he required. Following a forced smile and farewell, Gula departed. However, shortly after his departure, a radiant sun, resembling a celestial body, descended upon the planet, obliterating it in a spectacle of cosmic destruction, a mere act to preserve Gula's pride, as he cared little for the lives of the planet's inhabitants. While chaos unfolded in the universe, Bardock sat in the gravity chamber, regulating his breath, his muscles rhythmically pulsating, emanating an inexplicable pressure. As he meditated, Bardock uncontrollably transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Gradually, blue arcs of electricity enveloped him, intensifying with time. The Saiyans training on Gastan sensed this escalating aura until the skies erupted with thunder, signifying Bardock's breakthrough past a certain barrier, causing his aura to expand dramatically. The powerful energy triggered tremors across the entirety of Gastan. Within the gravity chamber, Bardock's electrical arcs surged, striking the chamber's walls. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a brilliant light emanating from them, obliterating the chamber's control panel. The gravity returned to normal, and his hair stood erect, surrounded by blue arcs, his gaze icy and resolute. Indeed, Bardock had once again grasped the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, elevating his base combat power to 120 million. With a 200-fold increase equating to a staggering 240 billion points of combat power, a substantial boon for survival in the Dragon Ball universe. Feeling Bardock's profound energy, Otto's expression turned grim, realizing that his own Super Saiyan full power had yet to reach its limit while his master had grown even stronger. Meanwhile, Jean and Maradona merely exchanged glances toward Bardock's aura, continuing their arduous training in their respective gravity chambers. 2 years later, Bardock's base combat power stood at 120 million, having mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Otto possessed a base combat power of 20 million. Grappling with the instability of his Super Saiyan full power, yet to reach its limits, Jean and Maradona's base combat powers had risen to 10 million. Still refining their Super Saiyan full power, and Giant's base combat power had reached 4 million, enabling her transformation into a Super Saiyan. Their eldest son, Raditz, had increased his combat power to 1,800,000, while their adopted son, Dales, had achieved a combat power of 300,000 upon the return to Earth. Despite only a modest enhancement in combat power, there was a remarkable qualitative leap in battle techniques. Under the guidance of Bobo, a trace of unintentional mastery emerged, which greatly pleased Bardock. His younger son, Goku, perhaps due to the circumstances surrounding Bardock's transformation into a Super Saiyan, exhibited a mere combat power of 2 at birth. However, his growth in combat prowess was astonishingly rapid. At merely 2.5 years of age, his combat power had surged to an impressive 100. Gohan, now aging and weakened, was gradually becoming outmatched by Goku. Furthermore, Goku, having sustained injuries to his head, had become exceedingly astute, exhibiting a stark contrast to the innocent Goku of the original tale. It remains uncertain whether he could still soar upon the Nimbus cloud as in the original narrative. On planet Gastan, the average combat power of the Saiyans exceeded 700,000, while the elite Tianzeng guards boasted an average of over 500,000. The Disha guards had an average combat power surpassing 300,000, and the Gastan defense force maintained an average of over 200,000. Chapter 68. Overt Threats. At last, I have comprehended the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Bardock suppressed his exhilaration at achieving this new form and reverted to his normal state. 6 months prior, after attaining a foundational battle power of 100 million, he entrusted the affairs of Planet Gastan to Raditz and devoted himself to intensive training. Now, after half a year, he has finally reached a new realm. Clenching his fists tightly, he could hardly contain his excitement. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, Bardock was met by professional personnel awaiting maintenance. They greeted him with utmost respect, to which he acknowledged with a slight nod, permitting their entrance before striding purposefully to find Raditz. Uncle Otu, it's futile. If you wish to enhance your strength and enter the hyperbolic time chamber, you must consult Father. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. The sacred temple is only accessible to legendary warriors. Of course, if a unique crisis arises, Father may relax the conditions, but currently, there is no danger on planet Gastan. Bardock overheard Raditz earnestly advising Otu as he approached the door. Are you trying to take shortcuts because you see the gap between us widening? Bardock remarked with a smile as he entered the office, addressing a visibly embarrassed Otu. Well, a bit. Otu replied sheepishly, rubbing his hands together. The rules cannot be altered, however. I can offer you an alternative opportunity, Bardock said, sitting down on the sofa, crossing his legs with a grin. What opportunity? Otu's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Currently, the Saiyan warriors have reached a bottleneck in their strength. With no external foes, they have grown restless. Additionally, the research department is also at an impasse, with resources becoming scarce. Therefore, I have decided to open Planet Gastan for you to lead the defense team in cosmic conquests, eradicating the forces of the Frozen Demon Clan. I intend to establish a planetary federation, with Planet Gastan at its helm, managing the affairs of various planets. Those planets within the Federation will receive protection from the Saiyans, allowing us to act as cosmic peacekeepers, maintaining order in the universe and facilitating mutual exchange among planets, thereby expanding our influence and control over them. Any Saiyan joining our ranks could easily dominate a planet. There is no need for concealment. As for the few visible strong ones in the universe, Otu's strength is sufficient to handle them. If not, I am here as well. What is there to fear? Father, have you truly made this decision? Raditz had contemplated this very notion 2 years ago when Bardock returned, but had refrained from voicing it, a lesson learned from having defied Bardock previously. Indeed. Thus, you must strive diligently. Raditz, I now completely entrust the affairs of the Saiyans to you. I will no longer interfere. Pursue your ideas. As long as you do not replicate the past behaviors of the Saiyans, such conduct is unsustainable. I understand, Father. Raditz felt an overwhelming excitement, eager to lead the Saiyans into action. Take it step by step, and progress steadily. Do not act impulsively, Bardock cautioned, apprehensive that Raditz might act hastily and foolishly. I promise not to disappoint you, Raditz assured, fully aware of his father's concerns. Let us hope for the best. Bardock remained somewhat unconvinced, yet having spoken, He could not retract his words. Sensing the energy of Jine, he vanished before the two with instant transmission. In the sacred temple, Jine sat cross-legged in midair, practicing the techniques Bardock had taught her, while Bedma stared blankly at the sky. Suddenly, Bardock appeared in the temple, rousing Bedma from his stupor. "What brings you here?" Bedma glared at Bardock, irritation evident in his tone. "I did not come seeking you, so why the agitation?" Bardock retorted without hesitation. Bedma's potential was quite remarkable. After the Elder had awakened his latent abilities, his battle power soared to 100,000. During his time on Earth, he had not neglected his trainings, eventually boosting his power to 500,000. Bardock suspected that the deity had allowed Bedma special access to the hyperbolic time chamber for accelerated training. Otherwise, such rapid advancement would have been improbable. After being brought to planet Gastan, Bedma took some time to adjust to the planet's gravity, and his battle power reached 500,000, marking him as a minor expert. However, before Bardock and Jine, he still felt inadequate. "Ugh, you bastard," Bedma muttered under his breath before retreating into the temple, wishing to avoid the couple. "Bardock," Jine exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she rushed towards him. "There's no immediate danger. You need to train so fervently," Bardock remarked, amused by the double standards of commanding his subordinates to train relentlessly while allowing his wife some leniency. "But as your wife, I must keep pace with you. Though I am aware of the vast difference in our strengths, I shall not abandon my pursuit of your level. I refuse to be a burden," Jine huffed defiantly. All right, do as you wish. Let's take a break today. I plan to take Broly to Earth to visit Goku. Would you care to join?" Bardock playfully pinched Jine's nose, smiling. "Yes. It has been far too long since I last saw Goku. I wonder if that rascal has caused any more trouble for Gohan. As he grows stronger, he becomes increasingly difficult to manage. Gohan has lost control over Goku." Jine reflected on Goku's recent changes after their visits, her worry evident. "Fear not. No matter how unruly a child may be, a good thrashing will suffice." Bardock chuckled cheerfully. "As long as he doesn't die from it," Jine added with a fierce declaration. "Indeed." Bardock nodded in agreement, taking Jine's hand as they prepared to visit Broly. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to shout into the temple. "Bedma, if you fail to produce the Dragon Balls within a year, I shall have to teach you a lesson. Should I become displeased, I might just send Frieza to Namek for a stroll." This ultimatum from Bardock implied that if Bedma truly failed to create the Dragon Balls, Bardock would indeed administer a punishment, perhaps even resulting in a fatal mishap. If necessary, he could always abduct the deity from Earth and have him oversee another planet as the new deity, for the Dragon Balls were not limited to a single set. Should Bardock become incensed, he could leverage the lives of all Namekians to compel the Elder to assume his responsibilities on planet Gastan. If the Elder were to pass without transferring his abilities to the second Elder, I would simply gather all Namekians, confident that one among them would eventually possess the capability to create Dragon Balls. "I understand you, rogue." Bedma felt utterly powerless against Bardock's overt threats, resigning himself to the task of producing the Dragon Balls as instructed. "Good, now you comprehend," Bardock sneered coldly, taking Jine's hand as they vanished from the temple square, reappearing at Broly's residence. Chapter 69. Returning to Earth as soon as he arrived at Broly's home, the old fellow Paraskal was found frolicking with several beast-eared girls abducted from outer space, while Broly was under the care of a female Saiyan. Upon spotting Bardock and Chilai, Paraskal hastily adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully. Enough. Broly is my disciple, and as his father, there is no need for such formalities. However, in the future, it would be prudent to conduct these antics elsewhere. Do not engage in such foolish behavior here. It is truly a disgrace to the Saiyan race, and as a father, one must set a commendable example for his son." Bardock expressed his expectations for Paraskal not as lofty as those for Maradona. He merely hoped this fellow would not exploit Broly for his own schemes. Do you not see? The terror of the legendary Super Saiyan lies in the fact that even three ordinary Super Saiyans merely scratch the surface of each other's power. Were it not for the narrative's demise, Dragon Ball might have been dubbed the Legend of Broly. Indeed, Lord Bardock. Paraskal swatted away the beast-eared girls like pesky flies, standing attentively beside them, not daring to show any defiance. Ha, Broly's meditative state is truly adorable," Chilai exclaimed, rushing over to pinch Broly's chubby cheeks, smiling at Bardock. "Yes, if only our three lads possessed Broly's talent, I wouldn't have to worry about this and that all day long." At just 2.5 years old, Broly's combat power had astonishingly reached 500,000, a remarkable growth rate that only the legendary Super Saiyan physique could achieve. "I was referring to looks. Why bring talent into this? Bardock remarked. Besides, you are already a Super Saiyan. Cannot you protect your own son? Cheelai shot Bardock an annoyed glare at the mention of talent. Haha, I am accustomed to it. Hard work can make up for shortcomings. Who knows what the future holds? Perhaps our son's achievements will be equally impressive. Bardock chuckled, hastily placating the irked Cheelai. As long as you know. Cheelai huffed, turning her head away. Their conversation roused Broly from his tranquil meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Bardock and Cheelai playfully bickering. Master! Aunt Cheelai! Broly exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. Such a good boy. Cheelai's face lit up at the sight of Broly, and she scooped him up, playfully tormenting him as if he were a large toy. All right, Cheelai. Do not forget the matter at hand. Bardock interjected, noticing Broly's forlorn expression. He took Broly from Cheelai's arms and turned to Paraska, saying, I plan to take Broly to a place for training, to enhance his emotional control as well. Just thought I'd let you know. All for the Saiyan race. As long as it enhances his strength, you may arrange anything for Broly. Paraska hastily conveyed his thoughts. The mindset of the older generation of Saiyans, willing to sacrifice everything for strength, remained deeply rooted. Very well, such awareness is commendable. However, Paraska, you are still in your middle age. You have many years ahead to expand the Saiyan territories. Do not become lost in indulgence and neglect your training, Bardock admonished. Paraska's combat power had already reached 78,000. Leaving room for improvement, such complacency was not acceptable. Your wisdom is duly noted. I shall diligently train and strive to join the defense forces. Do as you wish. Considering Paraska's age of over 100 years, Bardock's earlier motivation waned. He placed a hand on Cheelai's shoulder and hoisted Broly up, using instant transmission to appear above the temple. At that moment, Dales was seated in meditation on the temple plaza, and Bardock noticed he could not sense Dale's energy. The boy resembled a stone statue, devoid of any life force. Has he entered the realm of unintentional mastery? I have only seen such a state in Mr. Popo. Who would have thought Dales could achieve this? Truly worthy of being my godson. Is it true? Dales has mastered the martial arts level spoken of by Mr. Popo? Cheelai inquired, cradling Broly with curiosity. Indeed, it appears he has merely scratched the surface. He has not yet reached the state of complete control. To achieve that, he will require extensive accumulation and refinement. Keep an eye on Dales while I seek Goku. Since the original Dragon Ball storyline has already been disrupted, let us add to the chaos. There is no need to adhere to the plot anymore. With a whoosh, Bardock materialized at Gohan's dwelling. The house bore numerous signs of repairs, indicating that Gohan had not been living comfortably of late. Outside, the elderly Gohan was engaged in a sparring match with 2.5-year-old Goku. Despite Gohan's wealth of martial arts experience, his combat power was only 70, a stark contrast to Goku's current 120. A gap that experience alone could not bridge. Grandpa, watch out. Goku laughed heartily as a bright light appeared at his fingertips, launching an energy blast towards Gohan. Gohan broke into a cold sweat, but fortunately, the blast was slow enough for him to evade, and he retaliated with a series of afterimages encircling Goku. Lacking the ability to sense energy, young Goku could only flounder, attempting one tactic after another, only to be caught off guard by Gohan's sneak attack, sending him tumbling to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he quickly rose again, warily observing the afterimages. Focus your mind. Do not let your eyes be deceived by illusions. Sense the opponent's energy. No matter how many phantoms appear, their energy is singular. Bardock communicated telepathically to his son. Who is speaking to me? Goku. Distracted by Bardock's reminder, was caught off guard and received a flurry of kicks from Gohan, sending his small body crashing into a tree. He clutched the back of his head, exclaiming how much it hurt. Just as expected of you, Goku. Bardock facepalmed, somewhat exasperated. It was my mistake. I was too forceful. Where does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. Gohan chuckled, approaching to lift young Goku and comfort him gently. Old man. Long time no see. Bardock appeared, greeting Gohan with a stiff tone. Oh, it's Mr. Bardock. It's been a while, Gohan exclaimed. Turning Goku's face towards Bardock and introducing, Goku, this is your father, Mr. Bardock. Quickly greet him. Mr. Bardock, father. Goku's words nearly caused Bardock to stumble. Simply calling me father will suffice. There is no need to add Mr. Bardock. Gohan, accustomed to Goku's unique thought process, laughed heartily before correcting the mistake. Chapter 70. The Divine Mentor of Broly Father. Goku responded obediently. Old man, I have come to take Goku to the celestial realm for training. This may take a considerable amount of time. Bardock glanced at the somewhat dazed young Goku, unsure if his bewilderment was genuine or feigned. A stark contrast to the ferocity displayed during their recent battle. Oh, the Celestial Realm? That is a place even my master, the Turtle Hermit, has never reached. Could it be that Mr. Bardock is a deity? In Gohan's understanding, only a deity could reside in the Celestial Realm. I am not that old fellow. But I believe if your master, the Turtle Hermit, were to witness the appearance of a deity, he would certainly be taken aback. Bardock teased, leaving Gohan perplexed. Enough of this chatter. If he excels in his studies and surpasses expectations, I shall allow him to return and arrange a new residence for both of you. This place is woefully inadequate. Bardock planned for Goku to return to Earth for his studies once he reached a certain age. While high academic achievement was not a strict requirement, a basic understanding of common knowledge was essential. He could not remain, for lack of a better term, blissfully ignorant. Is it time to leave? This is rather sudden, Gohan thought, feeling a pang of reluctance at the thought of Goku departing. Well, one sheep is as easily released as two. I might as well take you along. Bardock dismissed Gohan's reluctance, but, unable to refuse, seized Gohan's shoulder and instantly transported them to the temple square. Is this the temple? Gohan was momentarily disoriented by the sudden change of scenery. Goku. Oh, my little Goku. Chia, embracing Broly, appeared before Goku, snatching the young boy from Gohan's arms and showering him with affection. Humph. Broly was displeased. A fierce aura erupting from him, causing young Goku to wail uncontrollably. Gohan, the weakest among them, nearly found himself blown away by Broly's overwhelming energy, but fortunately, Bardock reacted swiftly and caught the old man. Broly, restrain your aura. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Always maintain your inner calm, control your emotions, and learn to master your power rather than being governed by it. Bardock's stern voice reached Broly's ears, and the terrifying energy dissipated instantly. Chia, you too. Refrain from actions that provoke jealousy in Broly. His recent outburst was due to your affectionate behavior towards Goku. Bardock seldom reprimanded Chia, but I was merely being affectionate with Goku. I did not intend to neglect Broly. Chia failed to grasp the underlying issue. In any case, you should hold back on embracing them both. Otherwise, Earth may face destruction. Unbeknownst to them, Broly's emotional upheaval had augmented his combat power by 50,000 points. Bardock cast a complex glance at the sobbing Goku, pondering if this was merely a means for Broly to hone his combat skills. Thank you, Mr. Bardock, Goku said, still shaken as he regarded the visibly unhappy Broly, struggling to comprehend the immense power harbored within such a young child. Be cautious while living in the temple. Each of us present is stronger than you. Do not let your guard down. Bardock explained curtly. Understood, Mr. Bardock. If I may ask, will I also have the opportunity to learn martial arts from the deity here? Goku inquired respectfully. Absolutely. Provided the deity is willing to teach and you are eager to learn. There are no restrictions. Bardock replied casually, then swiftly lifted Broly and presented him before the deity. Mr. Bardock, do you have something urgent to discuss? The deity, having tapped into his latent potential, now boasted a combat power exceeding 10,000, speaking with newfound confidence. Seal this child's tail with a binding technique. Bardock indicated Broly's furry tail. Not a problem, a trivial task, the deity remarked, and with a swift motion, Broly felt a sharp pain followed by the abrupt disappearance of sensation, as though something had been taken from him. All done. The deity smiled. Thank you. As a token of appreciation, this tail will be left with you as a collectible. Upon uttering this, the deity grimaced internally, contemplating the absurdity of using a tail as a keepsake. After being set down, Broly stumbled momentarily due to the loss of his tail, but quickly regained his balance. Broly, from now on, you shall train your mental strength under this Namekian. To master your formidable power, you must possess a robust mental fortitude. The Namekians excel in the cultivation of mental strength. Learn from him diligently. Yes, master. Broly's innocent face was etched with seriousness. This child? The deity was perplexed. Bardock had just instructed him to remove the child's tail, yet now he was being asked to teach him. This child is a once-in-a-thousand-years Super Saiyan of our race, endowed with immense power, but lacking the temperament to wield it. Hence, I wish for him to train with you to achieve a harmonious balance between body and spirit, thereby mastering this destructive force capable of annihilating the universe. Bardock deemed it essential to convey Broly's background to ensure proper guidance. A Super Saiyan. Is that not what you are, Mr. Bardock? What sets it apart? The deity was still grappling with the nuances of the Saiyan situation. I am merely an ordinary Saiyan transformed, a state attainable by any Saiyan through rigorous training. In contrast, Broly possesses a battle power of 10,000 at birth, equivalent to your current strength, and his power escalates exponentially with emotional surges, rendering him an unpredictable variable. As long as his fury remains unchecked, his combat power knows no bounds. This is why I have sought your assistance. Bardock elucidated the distinction between Super Saiyan transformations and Broly's unique circumstances. Upon realizing the peril embodied in this little boy, the deity's complexion paled. Heavens! If this child were to become displeased one day and unleash destruction upon Earth, what then? Doubts of accepting Bardock's request began to surface within him. This child has a pure heart. As long as we avoid provoking him, he generally behaves well. If he can maintain this mindset without being overwhelmed by the power of the Super Saiyan, I believe he is more suited to be a deity than to join the ongoing carnage of the Saiyan race. Bardock spoke, gazing at the innocently bewildered Broly. Chapter 71. Arise, Divine Dragon, and grant my wish. Upon hearing the term God, the deity's gaze instinctively shifted towards the solemn-faced Broly. Through his perception, he discerned that this child's aura was remarkably pure, devoid of any trace of malevolence. At such a tender age, his power exceeded that of this old man by several multiples. The deity couldn't help but marvel at the Saiyans, a truly unreasonable race. Should Bardock have overheard the deity's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff and assert that such narrow-mindedness was unwarranted. What were the Saiyans compared to the Frost Demons? They were but insignificant beings in the grand scheme of things. Indeed, in light of Broly's rapid ascension in power, Bardock found himself wishing for nothing more than for Broly to lead a life of peace and happiness, free from the burdens of his own strength, lest he become a harbinger of destruction. Reflecting on the divergent fates of Broly in the original narrative, Bardock's heart swelled with concern for the child. Well, let me give it a try. If all else fails, I shall invoke the power of the Dragon Balls to see if the Divine Dragon can offer a solution. The deity pondered, somewhat recklessly summoning the Divine Dragon to mind. Bardock, are you feeling a bit lofty? Do you truly believe the Divine Dragon is omnipotent? Bardock chuckled dismissively, attempting to remind the deity of his folly. Oh, a jest. Just a jest. The deity scratched his head awkwardly, laughing heartily, secretly acknowledging that Bardock likely contemplated using the Dragon Balls to help the child harness the power of transformation. While it is permissible to enhance one's normal capabilities, do not, under any circumstances, attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan. Broly, Bardock cautioned, crouching down to place his large hand gently on Broly's small head. Do you understand? Yes, master. Broly nodded, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, fearing that Bardock might abandon him here. Good boy. I shall visit you periodically. Remember to get along well with Goku. Your Auntie Kaiatsu cherishes you as her own child, and so do I. Do not allow trivial matters to disturb your peace of mind. Focus on your training. Bardock, exhibiting a tenderness he had never shown to his biological sons, spoke earnestly. I will remember, master, Broly affirmed, nodding understandingly. Bardock ruffled Broly's hair and rose with a smile. Deity, I entrust the upbringing of our clan's prodigy to you. It is not necessary for him to become overwhelmingly powerful. He must only learn to master his emotions. Bardock emphasized, acknowledging that even without training, Broly's fighting prowess would grow exponentially. Should you possess any additional methods for him to control his own strength, do not hesitate to impart them. Of course, I shall do my utmost to teach this child. The deity, taken aback by Bardock's sincerity, waved his hands in modesty. After detailing the matters concerning Broly, Bardock also clarified the situations of Goku and Gohan. Thus, these three became officially settled within the divine realm. Meanwhile, Bardock and Kaiatsu joyfully descended to the mortal realm to explore. Accompanied by Bulma's mother, Kaiatsu was ready for an adventure, while Bardock prepared to gather the Dragon Balls anew to clarify certain matters. Within a mere half-day, Bardock had collected 4 Dragon Balls, and upon locating the 5th, his radar indicated that it was on the move. Following its trajectory, he observed a 3-eyed bald child engaged in weighted training under the watchful eye of an insidious-looking old man wearing a crane hat. Isn't that Tien Shinhan with Master Roshi? Tien must be only 6 or 7 years old, and he has already taken under Roshi's wing. Bardock mused, intrigued as he watched Tien, drenched in sweat, being subjected to rigorous training. At that moment, Tien's fighting power registered at a mere 6, yet he had already reached the combat proficiency of an adult, quite commendable. Master Roshi's fighting power, however, was a paltry 100, inferior even to that of 2.5-year-old Goku, making him a rather inconsequential figure. It was Tien who was truly the unfortunate one. Who goes there? Bardock's subtle release of energy swiftly captured Roshi's attention. The old man abruptly looked up, his gaze locking onto Bardock, who hovered effortlessly in the air. Rashi then took to the sky, confronting Bardock directly. I have my sights set on that three-eyed child. If you wish to live, do not obstruct my path. Bardock nonchalantly waved his hand, the gust of wind sending Rashi crashing into a nearby hill, leaving his fate uncertain. What level do you think you are at to be staring me down? Pathetic. Bardock spat contemptuously before gradually descending before the diligently training Tien. Young one. Your current training methods are futile. Bardock remarked as he lightly tapped the rock weighing around 30 kilograms on Tien's back, reducing it to dust. Who are you? Where's my master? Tien stammered, collapsing onto the ground, breathless. I am to be your new master. As for your previous one, I have sent him flying into the unknown. Whether he lives or dies is a mystery. Now, let me ask you again. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Miss this opportunity, and it will be forever lost. Bardock inquired once more. Tien hesitated, but before he could finish, Bardock unleashed a swift motion, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. You vile pest. If I cannot have him, then you shall not either, Bardock declared, launching a series of relentless attacks directed at Tien. Trash like you belongs in the garbage. With Tien thoroughly terrified, Bardock turned his gaze, unleashing a beam from his eyes that pierced through the heart of the now bleeding Rashi, swiftly blocking each of the energy blasts that followed. Blood spilled from Rashi's mouth as his energy dwindled, ultimately collapsing in the wilderness. Bardock paid him no mind as he focused on the trembling Tien. I am willing to become your disciple. This is my token of respect, Tien declared, pulling forth a 4-star Dragon Ball from his waist pouch, bowing deeply with both hands extended in homage. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my second disciple. Remaining on this primitive planet will only hinder your growth. Once you have honed your skills, I will take you to explore the vast universe and encounter greater warriors. However, I have matters to attend to first. Let us venture forth. With a snap of his fingers, Tien's body levitated, following Bardock as he soared through the air, enveloped in a protective aura. The next 2 Dragon Balls were discovered in a research facility and a deep-sea trench, respectively. To Bardock's astonishment, the facility was guarded by armed forces. He wondered how the King of Earth could allow such entities to exist outside governmental control. Without hesitation, Bardock unleashed a small energy blast, reducing the entire facility to ashes. After securing the 7 Dragon Balls, they flickered in unison, as if awaiting a signal. Tien, witnessing the Dragon Balls for the first time, was filled with curiosity, unaware of the purpose behind his newfound master's collection of these glass orbs, which he had initially taken in admiration during his own journey to find a master. Arise, divine dragon, and grant my wish. Chapter 72. The 3-headed and 6-armed being. As the incantation to summon the celestial dragon was uttered, the sky darkened, and 7 Dragon Balls simultaneously emitted a golden light that soared into the heavens. Subsequently, the dragon made its grand appearance, exuding an air of superiority. The one who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, upon seeing Bardock before it, caused the dragon to falter momentarily, then shifted its tone, stating, Speak your wish. Anything within my power shall be granted. Such a deviation from the established protocol diminished the dragon's grandeur considerably. I wish to learn the techniques of all races across the universe. Bardock articulated the wish he had pondered for so long. I'm afraid that is beyond my capabilities. The myriad races of the universe are countless, and my powers are limited. Some transcend my abilities, and I cannot instill them into your memory. Please, choose another wish. The dragon's tone had taken on a somewhat humble quality, as it hoped Bardock would propose a wish within its realm of possibility. TCH, I knew it. Then let me learn whatever techniques you can impart. Bardock had to settle for a compromise, essentially leaving it to the dragon to decide what he could learn. Very well. I shall give it a try. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and Bardock felt an influx of knowledge flooding his mind. After several seconds, the dragon finally spoke again. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. With the wish granted, it prepared to depart, a common trait among all celestial dragons. Wait. Bardock hastily interrupted the dragon's retreat. With a swift motion, the 7 white orbs shot off in various directions, vanishing from sight. Is this the nature of celestial dragons? I must ensure it pays dearly next time. Bardock clenched his fists, gazing displeased at the sky. Meanwhile, Tien, having witnessed the event, stared blankly into the heavens, replaying the recent occurrences in his mind. Tien, let us go. Bardock gently nudged the young fighter, waking him from his stupor, and they flew towards the heavenly temple. With newfound knowledge, Bardock resolved to impart lessons to the young Tien. Master, was that green long worm the celestial dragon? Tien inquired with childlike curiosity. Indeed. Bardock anticipated such a question. What wishes can it fulfill? Can it make me the strongest in the world? Tien's face lit up with excitement, his fists clenched in anticipation. If by world you mean this planet, I don't believe that is possible, for the dragon's abilities do not surpass those of its creator. If you were to become Earth's strongest, what would the creator have to show for it? What if it's beyond this planet? Tien asked, perplexed. Then it becomes even less feasible. Strength must be cultivated through one's own efforts. Relying on another's power ultimately leads to corruption. From now on, do not even mention enhancing strength through external means, Bardock cautioned. Aware of Tien's youth and susceptibility to external influences, a trait that had led him astray in the original narrative. Understood, Master. Tien responded obediently. Surprised by his master's reaction to his innocent question. Well, at least Tien isn't a troublesome child. Master, how strong are you? Are you stronger than the legendary deities? Tien queried. You know of the deities at such a young age? Bardock was taken aback. Not really, my previous master told me. Tien replied, scratching his head shyly. As for the deities, let's just say I could defeat 1 billion of them. Do the math. Bardock provided a rough estimate, leaving Tien dumbfounded. 1 billion. Tien's small hands struggled to comprehend the enormity of Bardock's strength. Stop pondering. With my guidance, you too shall reach such heights. Bardock reassured as they landed gracefully. At that moment, the Heavenly Temple's plaza was devoid of anyone. Sensing the surroundings, Bardock discerned that aside from the deities, Bobo, Dallas, and others were likely dining, which coincided with his own hunger. He led Tien into the dining area. Father, Master, Mr. Bardock. Upon Bardock's return, everyone greeted him in unison, their chopsticks never pausing in their feast. Please continue your meal. Do not mind me. Just find a spot to sit. Bobo, bring me a serving as well. And give this child a standard portion. Understood. Bobo, now the designated chef for the Saiyans, grasped Bardock's meaning effortlessly. A serving indicated enough food for 20 Earthlings, while a standard portion referred to the meal of a single Earthling. Before long, steaming bowls of ramen were placed before Bardock and Tien. No need for formality, eat heartily, Bardock encouraged, diving into his meal, with Tien eagerly following suit. A fierce eating contest ensued for an hour before Bardock took the opportunity to introduce Tien to the trio of young fighters. Dallas nodded coolly, acknowledging Tien. Had Bardock not mentioned Tien as his disciple, Dallas would have barely regarded him. Goku greeted Tien with a cheerful smile, while Broly, shyly murmuring a greeting, fell silent afterward. Tien reciprocated each greeting, demonstrating proper etiquette, while Gohan exuded a kind, grandfatherly demeanor that endeared him to the young ones. After the introductions, Bardock entrusted the children with their time, while he retreated to the Heavenly Temple's plaza, focusing his energy before unleashing a powerful aura. As his energy burst forth, Dallas appeared first, silently observing Bardock, curious about his father's new insights. Next, the 3 young fighters appeared in succession, intrigued by Bardock's display. With a mighty roar, Bardock manifested 2 additional arms from his back. This technique was the 4-demon fist. Yet he did not cease, continuing to roar as, to the astonishment of the onlookers, 2 more heads and 4 additional arms sprouted forth. Dallas, what do you think? I have developed a new technique called the 3-headed 6-armed form. Bardock boasted with all 3 heads speaking in unison. Not impressive. Your aura remains unchanged, and this transformation feels rather superficial. Dallas dismissed Bardock's technique, perceiving it merely as a decorative display devoid of substance. Dallas, you're mistaken. This is a skill I have attempted to develop. Inspired by the 3-eyed planet's 4-demon fist and 4-body fist. The 3 additional heads allow for a shared visual perspective, enabling me to observe threats from all angles. No matter from which direction an attack comes, I shall detect it instantly. The extra arms are certainly not mere ornamentation, Bardock declared, energy gathering in each hand. Can you only control these arms to perform the same techniques as your body? Dallas inquired after observing Bardock's display. It seems so. Bardock tested this, confirming Dallas's assertion. Well, in that case, it may not be so useful. When faced with multiple foes, it could be advantageous, but it lacks efficacy in one-on-one combat. It doesn't enhance my fighting power at all. Dallas remained unimpressed. Very well, very well. My son has grown and now looks down upon the skills I have developed. Bardock's elation at successfully executing the 3-headed 6-armed form was dampened by his adopted son's critique. Chapter 73. I can defeat 10 of you after being scorned by Darius. Bardock retracted his transformation of the 3-headed and 6-armed form and began to ponder the complexities of multitasking control. In essence, Bardock understood the flaws that Darius had mentioned. The challenge of dividing one's focus among multiple tasks was indeed formidable. Left with no other option, Bardock approached Mr. Bobo for guidance. To his surprise, Mr. Bobo possessed a viable method, but Bardock's comprehension was inadequate. He relentlessly pursued Mr. Bobo's insights until the early hours of the morning, leaving Mr. Bobo with dark circles under his eyes the following day. Mr. Bobo's technique involved Bardock mastering the 4 Demon Fist by controlling his different arms to perform distinct actions, drawing circles with one hand, squares with another, triangles with a third, and composite shapes with the fourth, provided that no 2 hands executed the same task. While this concept seemed straightforward, the execution proved to be a daunting task. Bardock spent the entire night grappling with the challenge, nearly transforming into a Super Saiyan from sheer frustration. "Good morning, little ones." Bardock yawned, lethargically resting on the dining table in preparation for breakfast. "Master, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night? Did something happen?" Tianjin Fan inquired with curiosity. "Haha. Father must have had a nightmare last night." Goku chuckled, blissfully unaware, playfully toying with his tail. "Master, are you all right?" Broly expressed his concern. "Oh, I'm fine. I merely trained throughout the night without rest. A brief nap will suffice." "No need to worry." Darius, being inherently taciturn, did not expect any words of concern from Bardock. "Oh, that is good to hear." The little ones nodded in agreement, quickly distracted by the large buns that Mr. Bobo brought to the table. They eagerly scrambled to seize the buns, unwilling to relinquish them even when burned. "Here, Tianjin Fan, this is for you." Broly, the most powerful among the little ones, handed an extra bun to the bewildered Tianjin Fan, who stared at his empty plate. "Thank you, senior brother." Tianjin Fan gratefully accepted the bun, prompting a slight blush on Broly's face, revealing his shyness as he quietly acknowledged the thanks. "Well done, Broly." Bardock was pleasantly surprised that Broly, at such a young age, already exhibited concern for others, nodding in approval. Broly silently devoured his bun, and Bardock recognized his bashfulness. Chuckling, he continued to relish his meal, while Gohan was mysteriously absent from the dining area. After breakfast, Bardock took Tianjin Fan aside to impart his complete technique. A systematic training regimen would only yield limited results for Tianjin Fan. It would be impossible for him to catch up to Goku's prowess. However, with Bardock's teachings, as long as Tianjin Fan survived, he would possess infinite potential. "Tianjin Fan, I am now going to teach you my technique. Pay close attention to the flow of energy I am about to channel into you." Due to Tianjin Fan's insufficient power, he could not sense his own energy. Thus Bardock performed the energy manipulation on his behalf. "Yes, master." Tianjin Fan obediently sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to perceive the movement of energy within himself. Bardock infused a faint energy into Tianjin Fan, guiding it through his body as per his own energy's flow. Tianjin Fan felt a bit uncomfortable under the pressure of Bardock's forcibly introduced energy but persevered, striving to sense its movement. By the end of the exercise, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Did you remember it? Bardock, too, was fatigued. Tianjin Fan's frail physique posed a risk of injury if Bardock were not careful. "I retained about 50%. Tianjin Fan replied earnestly. "Good, practice on your own for now. If you encounter difficulties, come back and ask me. I've just infused you with energy, and it should have increased your own energy significantly. You should be able to sense it. Give it a try." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bardock encouraged Tianjin Fan to practice independently. "Yes, master." After resting for a moment, Tianjin Fan attempted to feel the faint energy within himself, striving to channel it according to Bardock's earlier guidance. The practice was fraught with setbacks, and Bardock intervened as necessary. Yet, despite his best efforts, injuries occurred, leading Bardock to utilize the magical beans for healing. Once Tianjin Fan recovered, Bardock pointed out several errors in his practice, guiding him through the energy manipulation once more. Meanwhile, Bardock engaged in the 4 Demon Fists to hone his focus control, occasionally checking on Tianjin Fan's progress. Thus, each day saw Bardock and Tianjin Fan engaged in their respective practices, one mastering energy manipulation and the other refining focus control. This routine evoked a tinge of jealousy in Darius, while Broly experienced a hint of discontent. Goku, oblivious as ever, dedicated his days to playful antics with Gohan and Mr. Bobo, his power steadily increasing at an alarming rate, surpassing expectations compared to the original narrative. A year swiftly passed, and the 4 little ones exhibited remarkable advancements in strength. Darius, now 8 years old, boasted a battle power of 350,000, with his combat skills evolving dramatically as he delved deeper into the realm of heartlessness. His fighting style had transformed entirely from 3 years prior, emphasizing speed and a stable aura, much to Bardock's satisfaction. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, had seen his normal battle power soar to 800,000, indicating a relentless ascent in strength, which was truly astonishing. Goku, carefree as always, reached a battle power of 450 through his playful tussles with Mr. Bobo, leaving Bardock with an inkling that this child harbored some hidden system within him. Diligent Tianjin Fan, after a week of practice, mastered energy manipulation, achieving a battle power of 350, a significant increase, considering he had only possessed 6 points when Bardock first encountered him. Among the 4, he had made the fastest progress, and with continued mastery of the technique, he might soon catch up to the still naive Goku. Bardock, through diligent practice of the 4 Demon Fist, had managed to temper his volatile emotions and pride, approaching every task with a calm demeanor. His focus control had finally borne fruit. He could now execute different actions with each of his 4 arms, yielding gratifying results. With the 3-headed and 6-armed transformation, Bardock felt confident facing opponents of equal caliber, even if it meant contending with 3 adversaries simultaneously. However, his battle power had only increased by 10 million, reaching a total of 130 million. In contrast, Chi-Chi had been enchanted by the earthly delights over the past year, wandering about with Bulma's mother and changing her hairstyle, each day adorned in vibrant attire, to the point that Bardock struggled to recognize her. Her strength had not seen much growth, having been led astray by Bulma's mother. Interestingly, Bardock brought Goku to Bulma's house, where Bulma curiously observed the little boy with the tail. "Father, is this Bulma you spoke of?" Goku asked, turning his head with intrigue. "Indeed. Isn't she adorable? Do you think you might want to be with Bulma in the future?" Bardock gently probed. "No, being with her means I can't fight. I could defeat 10 of her. No, 100. Goku, with an inherent fighting spirit, had little concept of girls. Chapter 74. An Encounter with Destiny. What did you say? You are merely a child yet to sprout hair, and you dare claim you could take on 10 of me? Prepare yourself." Bulma, thoroughly displeased with Goku's bravado, drew a handgun from her waist and aimed it at him. Bang! The sound of the gunfire swiftly attracted the attention of Bulma's parents. Goku, unfamiliar with such firearms, mistook it for a toy and, caught off guard, was struck directly in the forehead by a bullet, collapsing to the ground. "Ah!" Bulma's parents shrieked, rushing forward to check on Goku, but he swiftly sprang up, covering his head. "You must be the monster my grandfather spoke of. Your sorcery cannot defeat me," he declared, adopting a defensive stance. Bulma, paralyzed with fear, wondered if this child truly was a monster, for the bullet had failed to harm him. Had it not been for Bardock intervening, Goku might have charged at Bulma in retaliation. Following this incident, Bardock resolved that Goku should become acquainted with the outside world. While there were many things he might not understand, certain basic knowledge was essential. He thus brought along Broly, Tien, Goku, and Gohan to reside in West City. Their finances acquired through treasures seized from an illicit organization, a portion reserved for expenses while the remainder was invested in the Capsule Corporation, yielding substantial dividends over the year. During this year of Bardock's peaceful settlement on Earth, Cooler returned to his own planet and commanded all forces within his dominion to commence a search for Saiyans. Declaring that not a single one would escape, they were to be annihilated. This sparked a 3-way conflict with Frieza's forces, led by Ginyu, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of Cooler's mechanized army. The weakest among them, Vegeta, fared the worst, due to Frieza's command over Ginyu. Cooler allocated his mechanized troops to confront the weakest Saiyan, while he personally led his forces against Ginyu, who, possessing a Saiyan body, was automatically classified among their ranks by Cooler. With Cooler at the helm, the defensive line established by Frieza's army crumbled effortlessly. Each of Cooler's strikes obliterated entire planets, prompting Ginyu and his comrades to flee in terror, unwilling to confront him. Soon, the entire universe fell under the dominion of Cooler's forces. The slowly expanding Saiyan army soon found themselves entangled in this conflict. Fortunately, their average combat power exceeded 100,000, allowing them to dispatch the lowly foot soldiers with ease. However, this also revealed their position, inciting a furious retaliation from Cooler's army. Under the leadership of Ayato, the defense forces launched a counterattack, clashing with the Saiyan army, which boasted an average combat power exceeding 100,000 against Cooler's forces, which barely reached 3,000 to 4,000. Cooler's army was swiftly defeated, inviting the Saiyans' wrath. Meanwhile, the fleeing Captain Ginyu, upon learning of the Saiyans' re-emergence in the universe, smirked with a nefarious idea. He whispered to his team, sending shivers down their spines, before producing shackles designed for capturing powerful adversaries, binding Goku and his companions, and imprisoning them aboard his spaceship. He set a course for the stars where the Saiyans had appeared, confident that he would acquire a formidable body this time. Laughing maniacally at the prospect. On Vegeta's side, his previously gathered subordinates had been either slain or fled, leaving him alone and vulnerable. Despite the pride and dignity of a prince, he felt no inclination to seek aid from Raditz and instead fled towards the edge of the universe, specifically to the northern galaxy, with Cooler-S mechanized troops in pursuit. A year later, while Bardock was teaching Tien the secrets of mastering three-headed, six-armed techniques, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching from outer space. Simultaneously, Dallas, who was training in the Heaven Palace, felt it too, fixating his gaze on the sky as Cammy and Popo emerged. Was Earth facing a crisis? Cammy sensed this malevolent and potent energy, followed by 3 additional powerful auras. At his current strength, he was wholly inadequate to confront it and could only place his hopes on Dallas. Dallas. Popo's expression brightened with hope, wishing for Dallas to intervene. Fear not, Mr. Popo. Estimating the imminent landing location, Dallas leaped into the air, soaring toward the lower realm. At this moment, Vegeta found himself in dire straits. His spaceship's energy reserves were nearly depleted. Hoping for a stroke of luck on this backward planet, he landed in an uninhabited area, intending to flee quickly. However, before he could escape even a few meters, he encountered a child of similar age, arms crossed, wearing an amused expression. Dallas, what are you doing here? Vegeta recognized Dallas immediately from the information on Planet Vegeta, the face resembling Bardock's unmistakably. Vegeta, I never expected to find you here. I thought you perished along with Planet Vegeta. What brings you to invade planets for profit? Dallas responded with a smile. Curse you, fool. Cooler's mechanized troops are hunting me down. As a fellow Saiyan, I am warning you to flee quickly. Otherwise, we shall meet our end alongside the inhabitants of this planet. Their combat power is at least 170,000. Vegeta exclaimed, panic rising at the thought of Cooler's terrifying forces. What are you afraid of? I can sense their power levels. Do not worry, the Prince of Vegeta cannot defeat them, but I can. Dallas replied, observing the rapidly descending spaceship overhead. He raised his hand and unleashed 3 energy blasts toward it. Ha! Look what we have here. This lowly planet harbors a stray little monkey. Dallas had no intention of delivering a fatal blow, so the 3 were unharmed, hovering intact in the air. Zaviza, with white hair and blue skin, gleefully laughed as if he had discovered a prize. Indeed, a wild monkey, though its combat power is rather unimpressive. Nats, the lizard-headed one, activated his scanner, which displayed a measly 1,000 combat power. Just a 1,000 power weakling. What a joke. This insignificant creature dares to attack our Cooler-S mechanized troops? It must seek death, Nats declared, raising his hand to unleash a lightning attack upon Dallas. Fool, you didn't heed my warning, so be it. Vegeta, hearing Dallas' boastful claims, initially believed him to be formidable, but discovering the truth of his 1,000 power, he turned to flee, only to be blocked by Dre. Frustrated, he glared at his opponent. What are you afraid of? Just watch. As my father would say, what your eyes see isn't always the truth. Watch closely, Vegeta. Dallas vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Dre, landing a punch squarely on his face before swiftly kicking him several kilometers away. Chapter 75. More than one Super Saiyan, this is impossible. Vegeta stared in disbelief at the sudden scene before him. As the proud prince of all Saiyans, with a battle power of 70,000, he found himself fleeing like a beaten dog from the Gula Mecha army. How could he, a formidable warrior, be so easily overpowered by a mere individual with a battle power of only 1,000? It was utterly inconceivable. If he were not aware of Gula's forces relentlessly pursuing Saiyans, he would have thought these individuals were merely acting in concert with Dales. There is nothing impossible. I have told you before, what you see with your own eyes may not be the truth, Vegeta. Energy may not always manifest outwardly. It can be concealed within. As he spoke, Shaviza gathered energy in one hand, suddenly appearing behind Dales, poised to strike at his neck with a blade of energy. Vegeta's warning came too late. Just as he feared for Dales' life, Dales, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, crouched low and expertly evaded Shaviza's attack, countering with an elbow strike that sent an energy ball crashing into Shaviza's abdomen. How could this be possible? Just when victory seemed within reach, such an unexpected turn of events occurred, leaving anyone aggrieved. There is nothing impossible. Prepare to descend into hell and face judgment, scum. Dales gathered energy in one hand, transforming Frieza into ashes amidst his pleas for mercy, nourishing the very soil of Earth. Damn it, this wild monkey is so powerful at such a young age. Could he truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Within the Gula Mecha army, the battle powers were relatively similar. Seeing Frieza, with a staggering battle power of 170,000, so easily dispatched by Dales, Dre began to wildly speculate. Huh, a Super Saiyan? Your vision is terribly narrow. My strength is still leagues away from the realm of Super Saiyans. Fool. Leaning forward, he struck Dre in the abdomen with a punch, while bolts of electricity surged from a distance, completely ignoring Dre as they aimed for Dales. Not dead yet. Dales activated his energy shield, blocking the golden currents, then knelt and thrust upward, striking Dre's chin. Damn Saiyan, attempting to ambush me, taste my super electric attack. Nez, crackling with sparks and electricity, gathered his hands to unleash an even thicker current of energy. A mere tickling attack. Dales, uninterested in toying with these insignificant foes, casually flicked his palm, swiftly forming an energy slash that cleaved through the thick lightning, sending it ravaging in all directions. Taste the power of my super energy wave, Dre. Injured and airborne. Dre seized the moment while Dales dealt with Nez, gathering a golden energy wave to strike Dales from behind. Sky Cannon. Vegeta, sharing Saiyan blood, intended to disrupt Dre's attack. Believing that even Dales could not contend with two opponents boasting battle powers exceeding 150,000 simultaneously. I had hoped to prolong the game, but alas, your comrade is unwilling. With a mere flick, Dales accelerated his energy slash, splitting it into three, decimating Nez into segments, then pivoted swiftly, shooting an energy beam that pierced Dre's skull. Before Dre's energy wave could fully coalesce, he was prematurely eliminated, while Vegeta's Sky Cannon was fully charged, unleashing a blinding flash as Dre's robust form turned to ashes. Originally, in the narrative, the three individuals nearly killed Goku due to his penchant for testing others. But fate had them arrive on Earth prematurely, creating no ripple at all before they were forcibly removed. Indeed, Dales, you have eliminated Gulaze's squadron. However, your previous battle revealed significant flaws, too much chatter, and an air of arrogance. Had any of these three possessed transformation or other comeback abilities, you might well have faced death. Bardock suddenly appeared, critiquing Dales's recent combat. Yes, father. Dales nodded in agreement, though Bardock could not discern his true thoughts. It is perplexing how Saiyans become so arrogant upon gaining strength. Bardock shrugged, muttering to himself, a sentiment directed at both Dales and Vegeta, the latter being the prime example. Of course, referring to the future Vegeta. Bardock, I did not expect you to be on this lowly planet. Vegeta retreated several meters, inquiring loudly. What else would I do? Just out here to relax, bringing kind and a few children for a vacation. Bardock had not anticipated arriving on Earth 2 decades earlier than planned. But seeing the other party's youthful appearance sparked a desire to enroll him alongside Tien and others in school. Vacation? Vegeta's mouth twitched. While Saiyans battle outside, you, the elder, frolic and leisure, there is no one quite like you. What? Is that unacceptable? The Saiyans of Gastan Star are no weaklings. They can face the current crisis without my intervention. Must I not enjoy some relaxation? Bardock glared at Vegeta with mild dissatisfaction, then continued. By the way, how did you encounter the Gula Mecha army? This squad is Gula's elite, with average battle powers exceeding 150,000. I see your battle power is merely 75,000. Surviving is truly a miracle. TCH, Bardock's words struck a nerve with Vegeta. I see no reason for you to hide any longer. You should accompany me on Earth for a while and temper your royal temperament. What do you say? Bardock sought to persuade Vegeta to join him, hoping to cleanse his inner turmoil alongside his peer, Dales, and curious to see how Vegeta would evolve during his time on Earth. I refuse. Vegeta immediately rejected Bardock's suggestion, asserting that it was not the time for leisure. Gula has personally taken action, threatening to annihilate all Saiyans, currently waging war against the Saiyans of Gastan Star, and you still contemplate a vacation. That individual sends chills down my spine. Far more terrifying than Frieza ever was. Bardock could clearly see the fear in Vegeta's eyes as he trembled at the mere mention of Gula. Fear not, the strength of Gastan Star surpasses your imagination. In recognition of your constant concern for the Saiyan race, I shall reveal a small secret. Bardock's mysterious demeanor piqued Vegeta's curiosity. What secret? Vegeta inquired, intrigued. There is more than one Super Saiyan on Gastan Star. Even if Gula himself were to descend, he would stand no chance. Bardock chuckled, divulging what seemed to be a secret of great significance. Chapter 76. The clever are often deceived by their own wit. What? This is impossible. Is it not said that the legendary Super Saiyan only appears once every 1,000 years? Vegeta was utterly shocked by this news, questioning Bardock with disbelief. Believe it or not. While it is true that a legendary Super Saiyan is born every millennium, there are no restrictions on regular Super Saiyans. Theoretically, any Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan through diligent training to a certain level. You are no exception. Bardock revealed another astonishing piece of information, explaining that a legendary Super Saiyan can gain power without training, but at the cost of being consumed by that power, making it a perilous existence. Thus, ordinary Super Saiyans rely on training, while legendary Super Saiyans depend on their innate qualities. This is the fundamental difference. Every Saiyan has the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was deeply astonished by this revelation. Although he had never doubted his own abilities, the notion that every Saiyan could potentially achieve the Super Saiyan transformation gave him an odd feeling. Indeed, Bardock continued, if you are willing to stay on Earth, I might just teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Prince Vegeta, after all, you are currently just a stray dog. Rather than dreaming of conquering the universe, it might be wiser to focus on improving yourself. You should know that Dallas, who was born with only a fraction of your combat power, has now surpassed you, boasting a power level of 350,000. Bardock tempted Vegeta with a tone akin to coaxing a child. Can you really make me a Super Saiyan? Vegeta remained somewhat skeptical. Of course, but on the condition that you must follow my guidance. If you perform well, I shall teach you the Super Saiyan transformation. If you do not meet my expectations, when I decide to instruct you will depend on my mood. Bardock continued to entice him. All right, I agree. Vegeta could not resist the allure of transforming into a Super Saiyan and immediately consented. Excellent. Starting next week, you will attend school in West City with Dallas. Just as he succeeded in coaxing Vegeta, Bardock dropped another bombshell. What? Father, you want me to attend school with these lowly earthlings? I refuse. I would rather train in the sacred temple during that time. Before Vegeta could voice his thoughts, Dallas reacted strongly. How dare you, Bardock? You want me to attend school with these inferior beings on this lowly planet? Vegeta attempted to resist, but Bardock's gaze turned fierce, and he transformed into a full-powered Super Saiyan. The overwhelming aura reminded Vegeta of Bardock's earlier words, causing him to swallow his words of refusal. Dallas, are you certain you will not go? This decision was made jointly by your mother and me. If you refuse, you will not be the only one facing consequences. Bardock revealed his sharp teeth, appearing almost horned, and Dallas began to sweat nervously. Is it really necessary? Dallas recalled his usually gentle mother's furious demeanor and shivered. It is imperative, absolutely necessary. Bardock answered with conviction. Then, fine. Dallas thought to himself that at least he would have Vegeta for company, so he wouldn't feel bored. That is my good son. Do not worry. You won't need to do any homework at school. I just want you to cleanse your hearts and stabilize your emotions, which is beneficial for your future transformation into a Super Saiyan. More importantly, acquiring certain knowledge and intriguing insights will inspire you in developing new skills. The utilization of energy is essentially a form of power management. Learning how to enhance energy efficacy while minimizing waste will be covered in your basic courses. So, do your best. Bardock continued to persuade them, fearing they might harbor rebellious thoughts due to his forceful methods. All right, father. Upon hearing this, Dallas felt some of his resistance dissipate, while Vegeta turned his head away with a huff. Good. Take Vegeta to the sacred temple, and once the enrollment procedures are completed, I will inform you. Remember to come, Dallas and Prince Vegeta. Bardock smiled at the two. Understood, father. Dallas replied earnestly. Got it, troublesome. Vegeta maintained a cold expression, harboring considerable resentment towards Bardock's arrangements. Well then, farewell. After waving goodbye to them, Bardock vanished using instant transmission, leaving Vegeta bewildered, assuming it was merely rapid movement. Under Dallas's invitation, they flew towards the sacred temple. Meanwhile, on the distant Gastan star, an unexpected guest arrived, their unabashed energy startling the Super Saiyans, Jean and Maradona. After learning from the Space Defense Department that the visitor was a lost Saiyan, Raditz authorized their entry to Gastan. Upon sensing the visitor's power level of 1 million, Jean remained vigilant. After all, on Gastan Star, aside from the few who had transformed into Super Saiyans, no one else possessed a power level that high. Furthermore, the visitor's energy was uncontrolled, suggesting they were unfamiliar with energy sensing. Such individuals typically sought to dominate, and their arrival on Gastan Star could lead to trouble. Their suspicions were indeed correct. Originally, Reg would have merely sought to challenge the strongest on Gastan Star, but now with Ginyu's soul. His objective was to obtain a Super Saiyan's body. As the spaceship landed, Reg felt an evident increase in weight. To counteract the gravity, he recklessly released energy from his body, simultaneously bringing out the other members of the Ginyu Force's gifts. Opening the spaceship door, Reg was met by 100-strong team surrounding the vessel. He instinctively used a scanner, which promptly exploded. Such a young warrior possessing such formidable energy. "May I ask your name?" Raditz inquired politely, sensing that the newcomer was slightly stronger and estimating him to be 3 or 4 years older. Achieving such power through self-cultivation was undoubtedly a sign of genius among Saiyans. "Haha, my name is Reg." Ginyu smirked with a sinister undertone, as if he held a secret. "Reg?" The accompanying members exchanged glances, having no recollection of this Saiyan's name. "It matters not if you haven't heard of me. This is a gift I brought for the new Saiyan King's entourage." With that, he tossed Ginyu and his team at Raditz's feet. The Ginyu Force. Quite the surprise. Yet it is a pity that Captain Ginyu is absent. Raditz recognized Ginyu and his companions at a glance, deducing the Apicart brothers were likely new recruits due to their similar energy levels. "I shall gladly accept this gift, Reg." Raditz raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast, annihilating all 4 before Ginyu could react, watching in horror as his subordinates were reduced to ashes, his mouth agape in anguish. "What is the matter, Reg?" Raditz inquired, observing Reg's strange demeanor. Nothing at all." Ginyu gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to retaliate against Raditz, responding with barely contained fury. Chapter 77. The near exposure of Ginyu to demonstrate respect for the formidable warriors of his clan. Raditz personally welcomed Ginyu and arranged for the logistics team to prepare a lavish feast. Having obtained the physique of Reg, Ginyu naturally possessed the Saiyan's insatiable appetite. However, unlike Raditz, who devoured his food ravenously, Reg's dining was swift yet remarkably graceful and orderly. He appeared almost as an anomaly at the dining table. Nevertheless, every exiled Saiyan harbors peculiar habits to some extent, thus Ginyu's behavior did not arouse suspicion among the Saiyans. After indulging in the sumptuous meal, Ginyu, displaying utmost gentlemanly manners, dabbed his lips and finally revealed his true intentions. "Esteemed King of the Saiyans, my visit serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to observe the living conditions of my kin after their migration from Planet Vegeta, and secondly, to pay homage to the legendary Super Saiyan, who is said to emerge once every millennium. If fortune permits, I would be most eager to engage in a friendly spar, to gauge the disparity between my current combat prowess and that of the Super Saiyan, thereby motivating myself to strive for greater strength in pursuit of our clan's legends." Ginyu's demeanor was notably humble, seemingly suggesting that his primary aim was to reconnect with his lineage, while the encounter with the Super Saiyan was merely incidental. "Oh, it appears you are indeed a challenger, a relentless seeker of self-improvement, a trait far superior to my own. My father often criticizes me for my lethargy and complacency, and I believe if you were to witness your prodigious talent, he would undoubtedly take you as his disciple." Raditz exuberantly praised Ginyu. "Your flattery is excessive, my lord. May I inquire about your father's whereabouts? I harbor great admiration for the legends of our race." Ginyu's smile was strained, as he suppressed his anxiety and feigned eagerness. Raditz assumed that Ginyu merely wished to witness the transformation of the legendary Super Saiyan. Thus he did not take the matter to heart. "My father is yet to return, but we have another Super Saiyan among us, who will surely satisfy your curiosity." He called over the guard, the Earth Warrior 37, instructing him to find either Jean or Maradona. Raditz wished to comply with Ginyu's request, partly to convey the strength of the Saiyans, and partly to foster goodwill with Reg. After all, Reg had achieved a combat power of 1 million solely through innate talent, without the structured training of the system, marking him as a true genius, perhaps the next Super Saiyan after his mother. "Kind, is there truly another?" Ginyu exclaimed incredulously, his voice rising in disbelief. "It cannot be. The Super Saiyan is said to appear only once every millennium. Is the legend of our race false?" In his excitement, Ginyu nearly uttered the taboo term Saiyan monkey. "Do not be alarmed. Had it been me in the past, I would have reacted similarly. The truth is, there is more than one Super Saiyan." Raditz chuckled, attempting to soothe Ginyu's rising agitation. Before long, Earth Warrior 37 returned and whispered to Raditz, who nodded and addressed Ginyu. "Reg, the Super Saiyan you wish to spar with has arrived. He awaits us at the training ground. Let us proceed." "Excellent. I am eager to witness the might of the legendary Super Saiyan." Ginyu suppressed his excitement and swiftly rose, trailing Raditz and the Earth Warrior squad toward Jean's training ground. Earlier, Jin and Maradona had sensed the formidable energy emanating from Ginyu and, after observing him from the shadows, recognized him as a wandering Saiyan. They returned to their respective training grounds for self-cultivation. To facilitate the training of each warrior, the vast expanse of Gastan Star was divided into designated training fields, each assigned to corresponding Saiyans. Hence, every Saiyan joining the forces on Gastan Star possessed extensive territories, with ample spacing between them. Women and children resided in newly established living areas, ensuring that training facilities and living quarters did not conflict. Moreover, given the planet's extraordinary resilience, a combat power of 1 million could be easily achieved without concerns regarding planetary destruction, thus allowing Raditz to implement this policy. In less than a minute, they arrived at Jin's training ground, where Jin stood in his usual stance, awaiting their arrival. "Uncle Jin, this is Reg, a wandering Saiyan who has attained such heights through sheer talent." Raditz introduced the grinning Ginyu as they settled down. "What is with this fellow? Is he so delighted to see me that his face is twitching?" Jin frowned, scrutinizing Ginyu with disapproval. Simultaneously, he sensed an uncanny resemblance in Jinyu's energy to that of a certain bothersome individual, though he could not quite place it. "Perhaps he is simply overjoyed to meet you." Uncle Jin, Raditz, oblivious to the tension, chimed in to clarify. "Hey, kid, Haven T, I seen you somewhere before? Your energy feels strangely familiar." Jin ignored Raditz, fixating his gaze on Ginyu. "Impossible. This is our first meeting," Ginyu stammered, struggling to maintain his composure under Jin's penetrating stare. "Wait a minute, Raditz. Don't you find this guy's energy oddly familiar?" Jin turned to Raditz, who had initially dismissed the notion, but upon closer inspection of Ginyu, began to sense a strange familiarity. Ginyu felt his anxiety surge as he realized that the two Saiyans were scrutinizing him, fearing they would unveil his true identity. "I remember now." Raditz clapped his hands, prompting Ginyu to instinctively retreat, breaking free from the encirclement of Raditz and Jin, adopting a defensive posture. "Who is this guy?" Jin instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Raditz, preparing for a potential ambush. "Since you wretched pests have," Ginyu began to deliver a villainous monologue, only to be interrupted by Raditz. "This guy's energy resembles that of Vegeta. Could he possibly be the son of King Vegeta? Vegeta's brother?" Ginyu was left momentarily stunned upon hearing these words, as he was on the verge of revealing his true identity, only for Raditz to drop such a bombshell. Indeed, considering his age and talent, it is likely that King Vegeta feared this child would threaten his position and thus had him exiled without recording his details. Jin lowered his guard, thoughtfully nodding in agreement with Raditz's deduction. "Reg, what are you doing? Do not worry. We do not hold any animosity toward those cast out by King Vegeta. Here, there are no rigid hierarchies among warriors, so you need not feel apprehensive." Raditz, mistakenly believing Ginyu was anxious about potential repercussions on Gastan Star, promptly offered reassurance. "Ahem, am I nervous?" "No, absolutely not," Ginyu hastily denied. Chapter 78. Body Swap. In light of this, I shall fulfill your wish and reveal to you the unique transformation of our Saiyan race. Upon learning of Jinyu's desires from Raditz, Jin could not help but entertain the notion of demonstrating his prowess. After all, the monotonous training lacked the thrill of formidable adversaries to spur him on, inevitably giving rise to a different mindset. Wanting to confirm the existence of the second Super Saiyan mentioned by Raditz, Ginyu feigned indifference in response. "Aha!" Without hesitation, Jin bent his arm slightly, his energy surging rapidly. The golden aura enveloped him instantly, with golden hair and pale green eyes exuding an overwhelming sense of power, unmistakably signifying the might of a Super Saiyan. Even Ginyu, despite his lack of sensitivity to energy, could distinctly sense the chasm between himself and Jin. As Jin transformed, Ginyu keenly observed his every move. This is truly a Super Saiyan. The sheer might of this power surpasses even that of King Frieza by several magnitudes. It is simply extraordinary. Even King Cold would stand no chance against a Super Saiyan. Instead of feeling panic in the face of this immense pressure, Ginyu felt exhilarated, his eyes betraying a greedy desire for Jin's physical form. "You are quite peculiar, casting such grotesque glances in my direction. My preferences lie with women, so do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts." Jin's thought process was evidently askew, oblivious to Jinyu's odd behavior. He exited his Super Saiyan state and cast an annoyed glare at Ginyu. "Ha ha ha, Saiyan, your body is now mine. I shall conquer the universe using your physique, and from this moment forth, I shall reign as the emperor of this cosmos." Ginyu, upon witnessing Jin revert to his original state, Ginyu dropped the pretense and unleashed his innate skill, extending his hands to activate the soul exchange technique, exclaiming, "Swap." The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered as Jean was rendered immobile. Then, the blue and gold souls exchanged places, entering one another's bodies. Haha, such overwhelming power. I never imagined that this body could possess such strength without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. It is utterly intoxicating. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. To express my gratitude for your generous gift, I shall send you to the depths of hell, Saiyan Monkey. With that, Ginyu eagerly tested the formidable combat capabilities of his new body. Damn it, this fiend has stolen my body. Jean stared incredulously at his own hands. Raising his gaze to behold his own self on the opposite side, clenching his fist in rage as he glared at the one who had usurped his body. What awaited him was a massive energy blast. Struck head-on, Jean, now within the body of Reg, hastily defended himself but was propelled away by the powerful blast. His fate uncertain. Uncle Jean, what has happened to you? In the blink of an eye, Raditz called out Jean's name toward the transformed Ginyu. Ha ha ha, little brat. I am not Jean. I am Super Ginyu. To thank you for allowing me to acquire the body of a Super Saiyan, I shall reveal this cruel truth. Ginyu laughed triumphantly. Ginyu, how can this be? You are indeed Ginyu. Raditz gazed at the figure before him in disbelief. Indeed, the one I just sent flying was your beloved Uncle Jean. While the world knows me, Ginyu, as the ace of Frieza's elite squadron, few are aware that I possess the ability to swap bodies. Even before joining Frieza, I had changed into many powerful forms, but none are as potent as this one. Henceforth, this universe shall belong to me, Ginyu, and you Saiyans shall be forever buried in the annals of history while I perpetuate the legend of the Saiyans. Once power amplifies, arrogance often follows, a flaw common among all Dragon Ball antagonists, Ginyu included. You vile creature. You have killed Uncle Jean. Unforgivable. The thought of having caused Jean's demise ignited an uncontrollable fury within Raditz, leading him to unleash a powerful punch toward Ginyu's face. The remaining members of the Earth's Special Forces exchanged glances. 8 chose to stay while 1 swiftly departed to seek out Maradona. Given the current situation, only Maradona could potentially halt Ginyu, who now possessed Jean's body. Fusion, as Raditz unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the motionless Ginyu. The remaining 8 members of the Earth's Special Forces completed their fusion. 4 warriors with a combined battle power of 11 million emerged, charging at Ginyu. Initially dismissive, Ginyu thought this was merely the fusion of 2 Saiyans, believing the enhancement to be limited. Could they truly surpass his current self? However, after receiving 3 solid punches and a kick, he realized he had underestimated them. Damn you, wild monkeys. Go to hell. Ginyu felt humiliated, barely enduring the combined assaults of the 4 fused warriors. In a fit of rage, he recalled Jean's transformation and, in a moment of fury, successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now this is troublesome. He has even learned to transform into a Super Saiyan. Raditz gasped in shock as the tide of battle turned dramatically. The fused warriors were swiftly overpowered by Ginyu. However, their brief delay allowed Maradona to arrive just in time. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan, Maradona appeared before Ginyu, intercepting an energy wave aimed at the fused warriors. Uncle Maradona, be careful. Uncle Jean's body is now inhabited by Ginyu's soul. Raditz urgently explained. Understood, Maradona. Having been informed by the Earth's Special Forces that Raditz had an urgent matter, had swiftly flown over, unaware of the specific circumstances. He was taken aback upon witnessing Jean poised to attack the fused warriors. However, he was startled to learn from Raditz that there was another Super Saiyan. Those deceitful Saiyan monkeys truly are a subpar race, filled with lies, even deceiving their own kin. Ginyu's shameless words elicited laughter from Maradona. It seems you are indeed not Jean. That old fellow would never utter such disgraceful remarks. Maradona swooped down, delivering an uppercut aimed squarely at Ginyu's jaw. Ginyu, with a sinister grin, allowed Maradona's punch to connect with his chin, only to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a heavy blow to the back of his head. Throughout the encounter, Ginyu neither engaged in passive defense nor launched an active counterattack. Although Maradona found this odd, he dismissed it, attributing it to Ginyu's unfamiliarity with his newly acquired form. Chapter 79. The exchange once more as Ginyu endured a relentless beating and Maradona launched a frenzied assault. A member of the demon clan who had dashed off to deliver news returned, shouldering a familiar figure, though their breath was faint, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Lord Raditz, on my way back, I encountered the body of Reg. The subordinate exclaimed. What should we do now? Raditz's heart surged with joy upon seeing the weakened Jean. Realizing that if the opponent could swap bodies, there was a possibility of reversing the exchange. Uncle Gene could still return to his own body. He retrieved the precious healing beans he carried and personally fed one to Gene. As Gene swallowed the bean, his vitality swiftly revived, and he opened his eyes, begrudgingly gazing at his own body being pummeled by Maradona. Wait, Raditz, something feels amiss. Gene thought uneasily as he observed Maradona mercilessly battering his own body. It was unsettling. Despite the opponent controlling his body and being in Super Saiyan form, he should still possess the capacity to retaliate, yet it seemed utterly bizarre. What's strange about it? Uncle Maradona is using your body to defeat the thief who stole it. It's only natural that he has no chance to fight back. Considering this body was never his to begin with, Raditz countered, finding nothing unusual. Foolishness. You must understand that Maradona and I are nearly equal in strength. Even if he has not fully mastered the control over my body, once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he shouldn't be utterly helpless against Maradona. This is undoubtedly part of some sinister scheme. Gene chastised Raditz, his heart bleeding at the sight of his body being ruthlessly attacked by Maradona. How infuriating. If only I could transform into a Super Saiyan, I could certainly assist in this crisis. Raditz's combat power exceeds 1 million. And he just stood there while I attacked my own body without posing any threat. The disparity is glaring. Though this body was powerful, having rapidly recovered to a combat power of 1.5 million, it was still insufficient for him to make a difference. He could only rely on Maradona to resolve the situation. Otherwise, with Otto and Bardock absent, the Saiyans would truly be plunged into an unknown peril. Gene sighed, feeling helpless about the current predicament. Quickly, contact my father. Unless Bardock reaches out to Gastan Star, we cannot establish contact with him. The chances of Gastan Star successfully contacting Bardock are virtually zero, but we have no choice but to gamble on luck. Yes, Lord Raditz. The recently dispatched Demon Clan soldier replied respectfully before departing swiftly. Raditz, I suddenly comprehend what this scoundrel intends to do. Gene exclaimed, staring at Ginyu, whose wicked grin resembled that of a sadist. He recalled Jinyu's expression when he had been body-swapped, and everything fell into place. He understood Jinyu's sinister intentions. What scheme? Raditz inquired. Curiosity piqued. This villain aims to severely injure my body, and then seize Maradona's flesh. If that happens, there will be no one on Gastan Star capable of opposing Ginyu. Gene revealed, unveiling Jinyu's plot. Raditz, not lacking in intelligence, grasped the gravity of the situation, his face paling in shock. Uncle Maradona, be cautious. This fiend can exchange souls. Do not allow him to seize your body. Raditz urgently warned, but it was too late. In the end, after Maradona unleashed a cosmic explosion, Jinyu's Super Saiyan transformation faltered, and he gazed hungrily at Maradona, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine. Just then, Raditz's warning distracted Ginyu, and he seized the opportunity to activate his body-switching ability. Switch. Gene's heart raced as he hastily flew towards Maradona, but he was too late. The souls exchanged. Jinyu's essence now inhabiting Maradona's body, while Maradona's soul took refuge in Gene's form. Ha ha ha, I, Ginyu, am destined to be invincible in the universe. Saiyan, prepare to die. He bellowed, launching an attack at Maradona, who posed the greatest threat. I have healing beans in my battle suit, consume them quickly. Gene thought frantically, realizing that the chance for a comeback rested on Maradona. He swiftly soared forward, unleashing all the power of his new body to intercept Jinyu's energy wave. Demon Clan warriors, unite. By time for Uncle Maradona. Raditz led the charge, executing a flying kick aimed at Jinyu's neck. However, his basic physical assault proved ineffective. Ginyu merely waved his hand, sending Raditz flying. As Raditz soared through the air, he launched an energy slash. The energy slash, approaching Ginyu, suddenly split into two, targeting Jinyu's waist and neck. Ginyu roared, catching both energy slashes with ease, crushing them with a mere flick of his wrists. Boom. Meanwhile, Gene, unable to match Jinyu's might, could only slightly deflect the energy wave's trajectory, ultimately succumbing to Jinyu's overwhelming attack and plunging into the depths of the ground, his fate uncertain. On the other side, the remaining members of the Demon Clan, still fused, transformed into pseudo-Super Saiyans, their combined combat power skyrocketing to 220 million. For warriors with 200 million in power faced Ginyu, who possessed 500 million, barely managing to create a moment of distraction, but it was enough. After Ginyu dispatched the fused warriors with ease, they quickly replenished their energy with a blast, and in that moment, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. A force even mightier than Ginyu's emerged on Gastan's star. It was unmistakably Maradona, who had successfully recovered from his injuries, his combat power soaring to 600 million. He swiftly appeared before Ginyu, landing a punch to Ginyu's abdomen, forcing him to expel a mouthful of bile. Self-inflicted damage feels truly unsatisfying. But for the sake of the Saiyans, there is no alternative. However, after this unexpected twist, I will surely deal with Jin for hoarding so many healing beans. Such an offense is utterly unforgivable. The mere thought of the number of healing beans Jin possessed ignited within Maradona an impulse to strangle him. Chapter 80. Ruthless annihilation. All of Jane's pent-up wrath was unleashed upon Ginyu. The staggering disparity in battle power, a difference of 100 million, rendered Ginyu defenseless, truly at the mercy of his opponent. Having previously experienced a body swap, Maradona's strikes were swift, precise, and merciless as he vented his fury upon his own form, denying Ginyu any opportunity to utilize his body-switching technique. Ginyu had intended to resist, yet each of his attempts fell short. Frustration welled within him, coupled with an intense curiosity regarding the Saiyans' remarkable recovery from his injuries and fatigue. However, the realization that he had acquired the physique of a Super Saiyan and still found himself unable to retaliate against this foe filled him with regret. He had not anticipated the existence of a hierarchy among Super Saiyans. It was evident that the body he had swapped with possessed far greater strength. Initially, he had harbored thoughts of eliminating another Super Saiyan, but now, unexpected developments forced him to reconsider whether to employ the same tactic once more and reclaim his previous body. As Ginyu focused on defense, calculating his next move, he was suddenly struck hard in the abdomen, followed by a rapid elbow strike from Maradona, and then a knee thrust that left Ginyu writhing in pain, saliva dripping from his mouth. It was indeed infuriating to use Jane's body to assault his own. Seizing the moment when Ginyu's movements were sluggish, Maradona began gathering energy for his ultimate technique, the Interstellar Annihilation Cannon, albeit at a reduced power to safeguard his own body. Meanwhile, Raditz, having just sustained significant injury from Ginyu's ki blast, took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Wait, Raditz, that's my body. I still need to preserve it for a chance to swap back. Maradona thought to himself. Indeed, he was a person who believed that the heavens, the earth, and his own body were paramount. Alas, it was too late. Raditz's ki severed Ginyu's legs, blood gushing forth like a fountain, spraying into the air. My body. Maradona could only watch helplessly as Raditz cleaved through his own legs, unable to intervene, the anguish within him beyond expression. I'm sorry, Uncle Maradona. Raditz could only respond with an awkward smile. Curse it, I will remember this debt. At that moment, Maradona's Interstellar Annihilation Cannon was fully charged, a blazing beam enveloping Ginyu's ravaged form. Amidst Ginyu's anguished cries, he was struck down by the ki blast, creating a gaping hole in the surface of Gastan's star. Oh, my body, I hope you are unharmed. Upon defeating Ginyu, Maradona's first instinct was not to deliver a finishing blow, but to search for the severed legs. Raditz, feeling somewhat embarrassed, commanded the disbanded members of the Demon Warriors to assist in the search. Strength in numbers proved effective. Within a minute, Maradona located his two severed calves and instructed others to protect them, hoping that with current medical technology, he might heal his lost limbs once he regained his body. Uncle Maradona, Ginyu still has energy. Raditz, fearing Ginyu's ability to swap bodies, dared not investigate below the pit, relying instead on sensing Ginyu's ki. I know. I was holding back during the attack to protect my physical form. I would never want to court women in Jane's body. How humiliating. Maradona inadvertently let slip a shocking revelation, prompting the surrounding members of the Demon Warriors to avert their gazes, whistling in feigned ignorance. Uncle Maradona. Uncle Jane was sent flying by a powerful attack while protecting you. I can no longer sense his ki. Please, mind your words. Raditz, sweating profusely, defended Jane. To think I finally trained to become a Super Saiyan, and now this guy is dead. Reflecting on Jane's demise, Maradona felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Demon Warrior Squad, split up and search for General Jane's remains. We must bring him back. If we cannot find him, then it will be as if he never existed. Even if Ginyu's soul resides in my body, I will ensure he is utterly destroyed. Maradona was acutely aware of the importance of his race's survival over any trivial desires. Yes, General Maradona, echoed the voices of the surrounding Demon Warriors, loyal to Maradona's command, as dozens of powerful key signatures fanned out to search for Jane's body. But what about Ginyu? Raditz pondered, recognizing that Ginyu's continued existence posed a grave threat, with his body-swapping ability being something no one wished to confront. Honestly, I'm afraid to go down there. You know, if I were to be swapped, it would spell disaster for the Scions of Gastan Star. Shouldn't we send someone weaker down instead? After suggesting this dubious plan, the members under Raditz's command vanished in an instant, leaving only Raditz and Maradona in a state of bewilderment. Don't look at me. If I get swapped, my father will surely dismember you. Raditz quickly shook his head, invoking the memory of his formidable lineage. Not going, then? You're dragging Bardock into this. You've really gone astray. Maradona grumbled in discontent. I don't want to go either, but if I were to be swapped and come out in your body, Gastan Star would truly be doomed. You wouldn't want father to return and find Gastan Star gone, leaving only Uncle Odo's defense force and us, would you? Raditz explained earnestly. What then? Destroy my body? Maradona finally suggested a somewhat reasonable idea. I believe that is feasible. We should destroy it to eliminate any future risks. Raditz nodded seriously. You little rascal. After all my kindness, helping you when Odo was beating you, and now you propose such a cruel idea when I'm in trouble. What an ingrate. Maradona strongly resisted the notion of destroying his own body, clinging to hopes of preserving it and finding a method to revert back. This is different. Now that Uncle Jane's fate is uncertain and I've lost my body, we have no other choice. If you wish to keep your body, we must leave Ginyu alive until Uncle Odo or father returns. And who knows what may transpire during that time. Raditz explained with utmost seriousness. All right. Do as you wish. I will not destroy my own body. Maradona turned away, letting Raditz proceed as he pleased. I'm sorry, Uncle Maradona. Raditz, sensing Ginyu's key, swiftly moved to Ginyu's side. Ginyu, now on the brink of death, his consciousness fading, could not perceive Raditz at all. As Ginyu finally caught sight of him, he grinned wickedly, preparing to employ his body-swapping technique. However, Raditz was swifter. A concentrated beam of energy erupted from his fingertip, piercing Ginyu's heart. Ginyu's gaze dulled, the words body swap never leaving his lips as his life force dissipated completely. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Raditz lifted Maradona's body and soared out of the pit. Wait, what is your name? Now that the ordeal was over, Maradona became cautious, inquiring about the one who carried his form. Chapter 81. The successful creation of Bedma's Dragon Ball. Uncle Maradona. It is I, Raditz. Raditz exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected antics of the dim-witted Maradona. Wait, what is your father's name? Bardock. Raditz replied helplessly. And your mother? Maradona continued to inquire. Jine. And your brother? And your father's disciple? Raditz, slightly exasperated by the rapid-fire questions, relented and answered, my adopted son, Dales, my younger son, Son Goku, and my disciple, Broly. Uncle Maradona, I truly am Raditz. Enough with the games. We must attend to the aftermath. He took to the air, adjusting his form, now missing a lower leg. You're the clever one, aren't you? Hand it over. With a glare directed at Raditz, Maradona ceased his playfulness and reached for his own body. What is this nonsense? Raditz chuckled bitterly as he tossed Maradona's corporeal form to him. Maradona embraced his body, caressing his prized possession, crying out in anguish, farewell, my perfect body. A chill ran down Raditz's spine, causing goosebumps to rise. Cough, cough, excuse me, I believe I possess the ability to heal your corporeal form. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice interjected, prompting both Raditz and Maradona to look up. Bedma the god, the Namekian. They both exclaimed upon recognizing the sudden appearance of Bedma. Namekian, no, Bedma, are you truly speaking the truth? Maradona's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly moved to Bedma's side, eagerly asking. Of course. I witnessed your recent ordeal from the God Temple and am fully aware of your plight. Healing your body is merely a trivial matter. General Maradona, place your severed limbs and corporeal form on the ground, and I shall restore you. Bedma gestured towards the remnants of Maradona's body cradled in his arms. Realizing the urgency, Maradona hastily reattached his lower leg and knee. Bedma descended gracefully, emanating a green glow from his hands as Maradona's body visibly transformed, becoming whole again. His legs restored and chest wounds healed, though devoid of any life force. Haha, my body is once again intact. Maradona, now in the form of Jan, danced with joy. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he gazed at Bedma with fervent eyes. What are you planning, General Maradona? Bedma felt a twinge of anxiety under Maradona's intense gaze. Bedma the god, do you have the ability to return my body to its original form? His earnest demeanor was almost unbearable for Raditz to witness, akin to that of a lovesick individual. Regrettably, I am unable to do so. However, I do have a solution, but it requires the consent of Bardock. The fewer individuals aware of the Dragon Ball's existence, the better. Bardock had repeatedly cautioned me of this when he brought me to Gastan Star, and I have not forgotten. Moreover, he sensed that the Dragon Balls he had painstakingly created differed from those of the Namekians. A peculiar intuition warned him that frequent usage could summon dire consequences. Ah? Is that so? Maradona's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Lord Bardock will inevitably return. Our immediate objective is to preserve your corporeal form. We must ensure it does not decay. Given Bardock's nature, his return may range from a few months to several years. Bedma kindly reminded him. That is not a concern. Gastan Star possesses advanced preservation technology for physical bodies, so there is no need to worry about decay. As the de facto leader, Raditz was well acquainted with all technological advancements on Gastan Star. That is splendid. Raditz, you shall preserve my corporeal form while I contact Lord Bardock. Your efficiency in leading the Earth's warriors has been lacking. I have eliminated Ginyu, yet we have not reached Lord Bardock. With that, he left Raditz and Bedma to head towards the spaceship. After the crisis on Gastan Star was resolved, Dales and Vegeta arrived at the God Temple. Gazing at the magnificent structure suspended 2 kilometers in the air, Vegeta merely paused momentarily before adopting a cold demeanor. Upon entering the temple and encountering the god and Bubbles, he activated his scouter, detecting Bubbles' power level at a mere 1,000, while the goddess was slightly above that. He scoffed dismissively. Dales, thank you for saving Earth from peril. The god approached, bowing slightly in gratitude. There is no need for thanks, we merely sought mutual benefit. Dales responded coldly before addressing Bubbles. Bubbles? Please arrange a room for this fellow. He will be living with us from now on, as per my father's instructions. God. Bubbles hesitated, acutely aware of Vegeta's immense and malevolent energy, glancing towards the god for guidance. Bubbles, please show him to his quarters. I believe that even if he is formidable, he cannot best Dales. The god, having broadened his perspective, was no longer the rigid thinker he once was. He had also retained the means to suppress Vegeta. This involved a super sealing technique that disregarded power discrepancies, the magic sealing wave. Previously, due to insufficient strength, utilizing it would consume a vast amount of energy and pose a life-threatening risk. However, the circumstances had changed. He now felt confident in his ability to seal Vegeta while still preserving his own life force, knowing that even if Vegeta could not be defeated, he would eventually perish from starvation within the confines of the magic sealing wave. Very well, God. Bubbles nodded, addressing Vegeta. Please follow me. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, reluctantly trailing behind, exhibiting no warmth towards the weaker humans, as if he were enduring the presence of something utterly repugnant. Dales sensed a vibration from the capsule in his pocket, promptly opening it to release the spaceship, which trembled and emitted alarm sounds. Seeing this, Dale's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily boarded the spaceship and activated a video call, revealing Jan's face on the screen. Uncle Jan, has something happened on Gastan Star? Dales inquired anxiously. I am not Jan. I am Maradona. Here is what transpired. Maradona recounted the events on Gastan Star in detail, leaving Dale's emotions in turmoil. He was astonished that a mere Ginyu had nearly annihilated the Saiyan stronghold. Had it not been for 2 Super Saiyans guarding it, he feared that upon his return, the Saiyans of Gastan Star would be no more. So, you are seeking your father's assistance to transfer your soul back to your body? Dales articulated the crux of Maradona's intention once the recounting concluded. Indeed, Your Highness Dales. Maradona exclaimed, slapping his thigh in affirmation. And what of General Jan? Dale's attention shifted to this pressing matter. Uncle Jan has perished. Raditz appeared on the screen, his countenance clouded with sorrow. When the Earth warriors located Uncle Jan's body, he was already devoid of life. I have let down my father's expectations. Dales, now is not the time for sorrow. I shall inform father of your situation and the method Bedma proposed. I will relay the events on Gastan Star to him. As for how he decides to proceed, I shall not interfere. However, Raditz, you did nothing wrong this time. I trust father will understand. After concluding, Dales ended the video call, exited the spaceship, and headed toward his home in the West Capital, leaving the vessel unreturned. Chapter 82. A unique training method unbeknownst to the circumstances. Bardock was currently instructing Tien Shinhan in the art of mastering the technique of the 3-headed, 6-armed form. Given Tien's current energy levels, transforming into this form was a trivial task. However, executing flawless attacks and defenses while in this state proved to be a formidable challenge. To enhance Tien's dexterity in utilizing this skill, Bardock mandated that he begin with the fundamental exercise of dual tasking, employing both hands and writing assignments simultaneously, each with distinct texts. This proved to be a torturous ordeal for Tin, overwhelming him to the point where his 3 eyes nearly bulged out. After Bardock stepped out for reasons unknown, he returned within 10 minutes, a knowing smile adorning his face as he observed Tien's plight. Tien, with a forced chuckle, diligently began to write. His left and right hands transcribing different passages, sweat trickling down his forehead. "Master, may I learn this technique of training?" Broly, seated nearby, curiously scrutinized Tien's peculiar behavior, resembling a curious child. "If you wish to learn, it is not out of the question. However, should you find yourself overwhelmed with emotion, do not hesitate to inform me," Bardock cautioned, aware that the rigors of mastering dual tasking could test one's patience and temperament. "Understood, Master," Broly replied, eagerly dashing into the house to retrieve 2 notebooks, mimicking Tien's actions. However, his method differed slightly. He copied only a single text, writing the first character with his left hand and the second with his right, and so forth. Broly, the essence of this training lies in maintaining a consistent writing pace with both hands. If that synchronization is not achieved, the exercise loses its significance. Although it may appear to an observer that you are writing at the same speed, in truth, your left hand finishes first, followed by the right. Do not be deceived by appearances. As Broly penned several characters, Bardock meticulously monitored him, pointing out his shortcomings. "Yes, father," Broly responded, his interest in the dual writing technique intensifying. "Dad, I've heard you are the strongest, the best in the universe. Let us spar." Goku, with youthful audacity, grinned as he challenged Bardock, his natural combat prowess overshadowing his academic aptitude. Tien's writing practice was of little interest to him. He preferred the thrill of battle. "You impetuous lad. While fighting is indeed a Saiyans instinct, you must also acquire some foundational knowledge. This time, I shall refrain from using my own hands. Should you lose, you must diligently study addition and subtraction within 10. Is that clear?" Bardock expressed, exasperation evident in his tone. "All right, Dad. Let us do this," Goku declared. Positioning himself in the turtle school stance, his gaze sharpened. "Ha!" With a mighty roar, Bardock sprouted 2 additional arms, his original hands occupied, one holding a magazine, the other a juice. The left hand on his back beckoned Goku in a taunting gesture. "Dad, here I come." Bardock remained silent, engrossed in his magazine and juice. Without hesitation, Goku lunged forward, executing a fierce strike aimed at Bardock's heart. In a swift motion, Bardock's right hand intercepted Goku's fist while his left hand delivered a chop to Goku's head, causing him to clutch his skull in pain despite Bardock's controlled force. "Ouch, that hurts," Goku exclaimed, bouncing around like a little monkey, his antics quite comical. "If that is your strength, you might as well return to your studies." Bardock's face emerged from behind the magazine, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Goku. "How infuriating. I refuse to give in," Goku protested, a large bump forming on his head. "Excellent. That is the Goku I know. I have faith in you," Bardock said, returning to his reading, then addressing Tien and Broly. "Observe, this is the application of multitasking techniques." Undeterred, Goku advanced once more, leaping into a kick aimed at Bardock's head. Bardock's right arm blocked the attack, while his left hand delivered a punch to Goku's abdomen. In typical combat, if one arm delivers a straight punch, the other follows suit, or perhaps after a straight punch, the other would employ an elbow strike or a wide swing. However, the dual tasking method allows one to execute different attacks with both hands simultaneously, enhancing combat skills and attack frequency. The multitasking ability is merely a means to better integrate the 3-headed, 6-armed technique. As Bardock instructed his 2 disciples, Goku concentrated, gathering energy in both hands, articulating each word with precision. Came, haim, ha. A wave of energy surged toward Bardock, who extinguished Goku's Kamehameha with his left hand while simultaneously conjuring a weak energy sphere with his right, which detonated beneath Goku's feet. The explosion sent Goku tumbling to the ground. "Bardock, what is happening? Is there an enemy?" Chi-Chi, returning from shopping, inquired hastily upon hearing the commotion. "Nothing of concern. Goku merely wished to witness the prowess of his old man, so I offered a brief demonstration," Bardock replied, rising with a smile as he retracted his four-armed stance. "Where is Goku? Is he all right?" Chi-Chi frantically scanned the yard for the source of the disturbance. "Goku is fine, Chi-Chi. Have you forgotten the principles of energy control during your shopping spree?" Bardock sighed, bemused. "If you're worried, sense Goku's energy instead of calling out. Truly, the world dazzles, yet my family seems oblivious." Just as Gohan faltered in his training due to academic burdens, Chi-Chi has let her shopping neglect her practice. Haha. Not at all. I was merely overly concerned. Chi-Chi's guilt was palpable, prompting Bardock to shake his head in resignation. It's essential to train diligently during this time. Let us not forget our initial agreement, Chi-Chi. As Bardock felt the refinement of energy within his being, he noted a deceleration in his metabolism, suggesting an increase in longevity. He surmised that if he could refine his body to its utmost limit, he might significantly extend his lifespan, perhaps even achieve immortality. He dreaded the notion of a future where he was alone, surrounded by nothing familiar, a thought too painful to bear. I understand, Bardock. Chi-Chi nodded, her fingers fidgeting. Father. Father. Dallas's voice echoed from afar, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Bardock. Chapter 83. The new Dragon Balls, Daryl's. Why the rush? Has something happened? Did that rascal Vegeta run away? With this thought, Bardock instinctively prepared to sense Vegeta's energy, ready to intercept him. How dare he try to escape with what belongs to him? No, it's a crisis that emerged from Gastan Star. Although it has been resolved, Uncle Gene has perished. Uncle Maradona's soul is now within Uncle Gene's body, and we are at a loss as to what to do. He just contacted me through the spaceship's communication device, which is why I hurried to report to you. Daryl swiftly explained the situation. Wait a moment, how could Maradona's soul end up in Gene's body? Moreover, Gene's power is nearly on par with Maradona's. How is it that Gene is dead while Maradona remains unharmed? Have you omitted some crucial information? Bardock sensed a familiarity with this soul-swapping technique but couldn't quite recall. It seemed related to Ginyu, but the rest was trivial. Good heavens! Maradona is crying his eyes out in the restroom, and you call the matter of switching back to his own body trivial? Ridiculous. Upon hearing Ginyu's name, Bardock suddenly realized. No wonder Ginyu had come to Gastan Star. Yet, even so, with Gastan Star's defensive capabilities, a successful sneak attack seemed impossible, considering that Daryl's was not entirely informed. Bardock abandoned the idea of further questioning. So, because of Ginyu, I nearly had my home invaded? Bardock muttered to himself. According to his plans, even if Cooler arrived at Gastan Star, it would be a one-way trip for him. Yet, he had overlooked Ginyu's bug-like ability of soul exchange. Ginyu first appeared during the battle on Namek, later in Dragon Ball Super, where he swapped bodies with Frieza, a being akin to Jiren. Some claim that Ginyu's body-switching technique fails if the power levels differ too greatly, but the being swapped with had been toyed with by Super Saiyan Gohan, whose power level was no less than 1 billion. After all, this was a sparring partner for the king. Underestimating it would be an affront to the king's strength. Daryl's. Shall we return to Gastan Star to investigate? Bardock decided to check for himself. Very well, father. Daryl's readily agreed to Bardock's invitation. Good. With that, Bardock took Raditz's hand, using instant transmission to vanish from Earth, reappearing in an instant beside Maradona on Gastan Star. Raditz and Maradona, who had been anxiously waiting, were startled, and upon seeing Bardock, were overwhelmed with joy. Lord Bardock, you have finally returned. I almost thought I would never see you again. Maradona tearfully lamented, drawing Bardock's irritation. Get away. Don't use Gene's body to disgust me. Bardock swatted Maradona away like a fly. Raditz, what on earth happened? How could a Ginyu with a battle power of merely a few 100,000 enter Gastan Star and cause Gene's death? Bardock demanded sternly. Father, here's what happened. Ginyu swapped bodies with a Saiyan named Reg, and using Reg's identity, he bypassed the Space Defense Department's blockade. Seeing that he was young and had a battle power of 1 million, I was intrigued and agreed to his request to meet a Super Saiyan, which led to a series of unfortunate events resulting in Uncle Gene's demise. This is all my fault. Raditz confessed. Lord Bardock. Bedma said you have a way to restore my original body. Please, I beg you, help me return to my true form. Maradona pleaded. Desperate not to remain in Gene's guise, torn between returning home or going to Gene's family. Get lost. Bardock, still seething, glared at him. All right. Maradona, like a chastised child, obediently retreated to a corner. Did Bedma say I have a solution? Bardock inquired again. Yes, father. Raditz nodded affirmatively. Very well, Daryl's. Accompany Raditz to bring Reg's body to the Temple of the Gods. Maradona, you stay put. I will return shortly. After issuing his orders, Bardock used instant transmission to vanish once more. The three exchanged glances and then resumed their tasks. At the Temple of the Gods, observing the situation below, Bedma turned to see Bardock appearing in the plaza. Bedma, it seems your Dragon Balls have been successfully created. Bardock spoke directly. Isn't this what you wished for? You rascal? Bedma retorted with irritation upon seeing Bardock's face. Oh, let me see. Bardock, curious about the Dragon Balls Bedma had crafted, demanded them outright. Not even bothering to use the dragon radar. TCH. Bedma made a sound of annoyance and beckoned into the temple. Soon, 7 Dragon Balls, larger than the Earth's, floated out and landed on the ground, shimmering with an orange glow. How many wishes can this set grant? Bardock inquired with curiosity. 2. I based it on the restrictions of the Namekian Dragon Balls. One can only resurrect one person at a time, not on a grand scale. The recovery time for the Dragon Balls is 2 years on Gastan Star. Bedma explained. Originally intended for a 10-year cooldown, Bedma altered it to 2 years. Fearing Bardock might use nefarious means against him. That sounds reasonable. I can accept that. Bardock had no intent of resurrecting a multitude of Saiyans. He would only revive important warriors and would reserve the Dragon Balls for genuine crises. As for the fallen Saiyans, their fate was unfortunate. Bardock would not intervene. The cycle of life and death is a natural law that all must face. And the summoning incantation? That is crucial. If I don't know the incantation, what is the point? Use your original language. But before you do, I must inform you of something important. Bedma became unusually solemn. Speak. Bardock crossed his arms, nodding in acknowledgement. When I was creating the Dragon Balls, I had a feeling that using them too frequently could lead to dire consequences. I initially wanted to set it for 10 years to recharge before reuse, but you. Bedma's words trailed off, his meaning clear, and Bardock understood immediately. I will be cautious. After using the Dragon Balls, I will return them to the temple for recharging before using them again when necessary. Bardock nodded solemnly, recalling the evil dragons and vowing to heed Bedma's warning. Father, I have brought Reg's body. Daryl's arrived, carrying Reg's lifeless form to the Temple of the Gods. Good. Place it there. Bardock gestured, his mind racing as he considered how best to make his wish, casting a glance at Daryl's and then at the soulless Reg. Suddenly struck with inspiration. Chapter 84. Resurrection, come forth, divine dragon, and grant my wish. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, golden light burst forth, shooting towards the heavens. As a colossal dragon materialized before the 3. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, articulate your desires. Any wish can be granted, but only 2. The majestic dragon, resembling the Namekian dragon, hovered above the celestial palace, its voice resonating deeply. Divine dragon, allow the souls of the Saiyans who were switched by Ginyu to return to their original bodies. This wish, though seemingly straightforward, bore hints of cleverness, as it effectively entailed 2 wishes, one for Maradona's soul to return to his body, and another for the deceased Gene's soul to reclaim its flesh, akin to a resurrection. Uncertain if the dragon could fulfill such a request, Bardock awaited the response. That is exceedingly simple. The dragon proclaimed, its crimson eyes flickering with a vibrant glow. After 15 seconds, Bardock began to suspect failure, only to hear the dragon's voice declare, your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. As soon as the words left its mouth, Bardock sensed the auras of Gene and Maradona revitalizing. Wait, he exclaimed, teleporting to Gene's side. Lord Bardock. Gene knelt, greeting him respectfully. Is it truly you, Gene? Bardock inquired, his voice laced with skepticism. Yes, Lord Bardock. I do not comprehend why I have returned. Gene recalled his prior judgment to descend into the abyss. Excellent. You have been declared deceased in the outside world. Henceforth, you shall reside and train in the Celestial Palace alongside Bedma, away from combat. Do you understand? Bardock commanded, gripping Gene's shoulder as he teleported them to the Celestial Palace. Upon arrival, Gene marveled at the peculiar beings above the palace, a surge of astonishment coursing through him. Let the soul of Reg return to its rightful vessel. Bardock, satisfied that the dragon had not reduced his wish due to cleverness, promptly articulated his second desire. This wish is exceedingly simple, the dragon replied, its eyes flashing red once more. Bardock felt the energy within Reg's body beginning to revive, indicating his resurrection. Until we meet again, Lord Bedma, and everyone else. With that, the dragon vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed back into stones, scattering in all directions. Curse you, Frieza. I shall rend your body to pieces. Reg, now revived, snarled through gritted teeth, his energy escalating. Silence. Bardock would not coddle Reg. He delivered a powerful punch to Reg's head, causing a significant bump to form, finally bringing the newly returned Reg to a state of calm. Where is this? Who are you? And what are those Namekians? Reg bombarded Bardock with questions, clutching his head. Considering your brilliance, I shall patiently address your inquiries. However, it would be prudent to temper your energy. Gene, instruct him. Bardock directed. Can Bedma shield the Celestial Palace's energy from others? Indeed. Very well. Henceforth, these two shall train in the palace, living under a different guise. Bardock resolved to consciously nurture the exceptionally gifted Saiyan, enhancing their combat prowess for future exigencies. As Bedma cloaked all energy signatures within the palace, the Saiyans who had sensed Jean and Reg's presence abruptly lost the signal, attributing it to mere illusion, and paid no further heed. Meanwhile, Maradona, overwhelmed with joy, caressed his own body, tears of happiness streaming down his face. Yet, upon realizing that Jean's combat power had surpassed his own due to his recent injuries, his expression soured. Still, relentless training is necessary. With a bittersweet smile, he greeted the earthly warriors before returning to his training ground. In the celestial palace, Jean chuckled mischievously, clenching his fists as an icy aura enveloped the space. Reg instantly felt the pressure intensify, gritting his teeth in resilience. Recognizing that this individual before him was exponentially more powerful, when did such a formidable warrior emerge among the Saiyans? Prepare to receive my beloved Iron Fist, Jean declared, dashing towards Reg, delivering a swift kick to his ribs. Reg hastily attempted to block with his arm, only to hear a resounding crack as his bone fractured, sending him crashing backward. Though this body once belonged to you, I still harbor considerable anger. You insolent brat. If it weren't for your body swap with Ginyu, our Gastan star wouldn't have faced such dire peril. Jean continued, moving toward Reg's fallen form, delivering another punch that struck Reg's face, distorting it grotesquely. You ignorant fool. Today you shall learn a valuable lesson, Jean exclaimed, swiftly immobilizing Reg by grasping his neck and pressing him into the ground. Reg sputtered, saliva spilling from his mouth, glaring fiercely at the one who rendered him utterly defenseless. Ah, such ferocity in your gaze. It bears a striking resemblance to that of Vegeta. But remember, ferocity alone will not secure victory in battle. With that, Jean unleashed twin beams of energy from his eyes, scorching the floor beside Reg's face and leaving a massive crater in its wake. One day, I shall ensure you receive your due punishment. Reg seethed through clenched teeth, evoking a sense of amusement in Jean. Enough of this introductory display, Jean. Quickly teach Reg how to temper his energy. I have other matters to attend to, Bardock interjected, anxious to prevent their banter from dragging on indefinitely. Understood, Lord Bardock. Jean released Reg, offering a taunting smile. Reg huffed dismissively, only to find himself being led away by Jean by his ear. Bedma, in the future, should any talented newborns emerge on Gastan Star, bring them to the Celestial Palace for training. If you seek a suitable successor for the divine, that is permissible as well. Although Bedma served as the deity of Gastan Star, Bardock considered him somewhat lacking in strength. Coupled with the knowledge he had acquired from the divine and the Grand Elder, it was prudent for Bedma to oversee the training of exceptional infants, preventing any misuse of resources. Indeed, Bedma agreed, recognizing the need for more vitality within the Grand Palace. Father, why does Reg seem to resemble Vegeta? Dales inquired curiously. Ah, he is indeed Vegeta's elder brother, the firstborn of King Vegeta, possessing an innate battle power of 50,000. Alas, he is not the legendary Super Saiyan. His strength is merely natural. However, he ranks just below Broly in terms of talent, so you must exert yourself doubly hard. The foundational techniques I previously entrusted to you must be diligently practiced. Master Popo's teachings on the formless realm require time to cultivate, and your immediate task is to enhance your own energy, Bardock concluded, affectionately ruffling Dale's hair. I understand, father. Dales nodded emphatically after measuring his energy against Reg's, then added, but, father, may I refrain from attending school with those lesser beings? Ho ho ho, what do you think? Bardock teased, playfully pinching Dale's cheek with a mischievous grin. Chapter 85, The Super Saiyan Legion Plan. After 5 minutes, Jian arrived before Bardock, accompanied by a defiant Reg, who had just mastered the control and perception of his ki, suppressed his energy to around 10,000 points. He instinctively tried to sense Bardock's ki, but no matter how hard he tried, Bardock's energy felt exceedingly weak, which puzzled Reg greatly. Scions venerate strength, and Reg understood that their leader would never allow a feeble Scion to ascend to kingship. If that were the case, then this man before him was far superior to the one who had just beaten him. Do not force your senses if you wish to comprehend my true power. Await the moment you can transform into a Super Saiyan, Bardock said as he approached to pat Reg's shoulder. Reg was reluctant, yet found himself unable to move, as though bound by an unseen force. When Bardock's hand rested on his shoulder, Reg felt as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down upon him. You fool! Attempting to evade Lord Bardock. What a daydream! Jian couldn't help but scoff. While possessing great talent is certainly advantageous, one must also strive diligently to cultivate their abilities. Otherwise, diligent practitioners will inevitably surpass them. This is my counsel to you. Temper your pride. There are many on Gastan Star whose power eclipses yours, not just Jian and me. The universe is replete with formidable warriors, and only through relentless self-challenge can one witness a different horizon. In my eyes, you are merely a larger ant. Bardock spoke earnestly, unsure if his words resonated with the youth, and then released his grip. Jian, from now on, assume another identity and remain in the sacred temple for training. The room of spirit and time is at your disposal, but do not forget its limitations. Train this lad well. As for the heavenly warriors, I shall lead them for the time being. I plan to train all 36 of them into Super Saiyans within 5 to 10 years. You had better not be surpassed by your own subordinates. Bardock jested. Yes, Lord Bardock. Jian replied with a bow. Good, I trust you with your tasks. Before I depart, I shall impart to you the advanced version of my technique. Do not let me down. After witnessing Jian's loyalty and dedication through this ordeal, Bardock shared the complete version of his technique with him. Among his students and sons, he only taught Tien, hoping he would not fall behind in the future. For the others were of Saiyan blood. Should Tien train methodically, after several injuries, wouldn't those Saiyans soon catch up? The thought alone was disheartening. After spending several hours organizing matters on Gastan Star, Bardock vanished with the heavenly warriors, leaving the rest oblivious to the whereabouts of their strongest warriors. Meanwhile, on Earth, with Dallas's abrupt departure, Vegeta impolitely demanded Mr. Popo to prepare his meal. Mr. Popo, with a scowl, reluctantly complied, while Vegeta awaited the food like a pampered aristocrat. Once Mr. Popo delivered the dishes, the usually aloof prince inhaled the aroma and could not help but swallow hard. Disregarding table manners, he devoured his meal voraciously. Understanding the Saiyan's insatiable appetite, Mr. Popo hurriedly fetched more food. As anticipated, by the time Mr. Popo returned with a second serving, Vegeta had cleaned his plate and rudely insisted on more. Thus, when Dallas and the heavenly warriors appeared in the sacred temple, Vegeta was in the plaza, working off his meal with rapid punches and kicks, his ki unrestrained and exuding an intimidating aura, though to the onlookers, it appeared merely as flashy posturing. Isn't that Prince Vegeta? What is he doing on this lowly planet? Someone soon recognized him. I heard he established a faction in the universe, only to be obliterated by the cooler faction. It seems he fled here. How tragic. At his age, possessing nearly 80,000 in combat power is commendable, but still pales in comparison to Dallas and Lord Raditz. Indeed, as he matures, his combat power will likely surge, though his achievements may remain modest. Lord Bardock's disciple, Broly, is only 3 years old and already surpasses most members of the defense force. It's truly terrifying, no matter how hard Prince Vegeta trains. He may never catch up to Lord Broly. Silence. Have you forgotten the reason your father sent you here? Dallas coldly admonished, silencing their mocking of Vegeta. Once I impart my techniques to you, your father expects you to transform into a Super Saiyan within 5 to 10 years. Vegeta is included. So despite differing base combat powers, all of you start on the same level in learning techniques. The competition lies in who dedicates themselves more, not who speaks the most. If anyone can improve upon this technique, consider yourselves impressive, but stop the idle chatter. If you wish to grow stronger, train diligently, even at a young age. Dallas exhibited a hint of Bardock's coldness, prompting the heavenly warriors to fall silent. Get to work. And you, Vegeta, he turned to Vegeta. My father has instructed me to teach you. How far you go in the future depends entirely on you. Upon hearing Dallas's words, Vegeta clenched his teeth and nodded. Following closely behind, the group sat cross-legged in the plaza of the sacred temple, quietly listening as Dallas taught the simplified version of Bardock's technique. Within half an hour, everyone had mastered it and began their respective training in silence. After completing this, Dallas awakened Vegeta, leading him under Mr. Popo's guidance to the lower depths of the sacred temple, where the room of spirit and time awaited. Dallas, where is this? Vegeta inquired curiously, gazing at the vast whiteness around him. This is the room of spirit and time. 1 year spent here equates to only 1 day passing outside. It is your father's wish for you to train with me in this environment for a year, to gain the strength to instill fear in the heavenly warriors and apply pressure on them, aspiring to transform all of them into Super Saiyans within 5 years. My father believes you will not disappoint him, stating that you crave power more than anyone else, so you shall not allow your strength to stagnate. Dallas relayed Bardock's words in earnest. TCH, what a hassle. Vegeta muttered, yet his body moved forward into the vast, White space. Dallas smiled faintly and followed suit. Dallas, honestly tell me, how strong is your true combat power? Don't try to fool me. Vegeta turned, seriousness etched on his face. Not very strong. Just around 350,000 points, I suppose. Dallas scratched his head, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. Vegeta felt an impulse to curse, finding the response ridiculous. What, do you wish to challenge me? Dallas asked with mischief. Bring it on. This prince fears no one. Vegeta defiantly proclaimed. Hee. I have no time to play with you. I just learned a rather intriguing technique from my father, perfect for a sparring partner. Perhaps in a year. Your combat power will surpass 1 million, Dallas declared, gathering his ki and splitting into 3 copies of himself. You two will battle Vegeta, while I will spar with the other. Once the matchups were arranged, Dallas began his own training, while Vegeta glared at the grinning figure before him. Indeed, Dallas employed the 4-body fist, dividing his combat power into 4. Even so, the 11,000 points of power proved a formidable challenge for Vegeta to contend with. Chapter 86. The reckless training of Vegeta. After a year of arduous training within the hyperbolic time chamber, when Vegeta reappeared before the members of the elite guard, his attire was tattered, and he had notably grown taller. The once unstable aura surrounding him had become more refined. Even the mightiest among the elite guard could not discern the depths of Vegeta's power. Likewise, Dallas exhibited a similar transformation, though he regarded Vegeta with a gaze akin to that of observing a peculiar phenomenon. After exchanging greetings with Mr. Bobo, Dallas requested an abundance of food. For both had endured a year of meager sustenance within the time chamber, leaving their appetites ravenous. Bobo, pleased to oblige Dallas's request, cheerfully headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, the members of the elite guard were curious about the experiences that had led to such profound changes in the duo during their brief absence. Although they felt hunger pangs, Dallas seemed quite familiar with the surroundings, and thus they refrained from being overly audacious, choosing instead to immerse themselves in their training to distract themselves. Upon hearing that food was ready, the members of the elite guard attempted to approach for a meal, only to be met with a stern glare from Dallas, causing them to freeze in place. Now that I have mastered my techniques, I shall not keep you. My father has made it clear, if you wish to eat, seek him out. The Divine Palace has no provisions for you. Dallas's gaze emanated a subtle pressure that silenced any dissent among the elite guard. Yes, Lord Dallas, we take our leave, they replied, placing their right fists against their chests and bowing slightly. Also, refrain from actions detrimental to this planet. My father holds great fondness for it. Dallas had discerned the tendency of his father, Bardock, to expect his subordinates to interpret his thoughts. After years of interaction, Dallas had become adept at predicting Bardock's intentions, hence he offered this kind reminder. Thank you for the warning, Lord Dallas. The leader of the elite guard expressed gratitude on behalf of the others before they set off to find Bardock. Had Dallas not imparted those words, the elite guard might have contemplated descending to the lower realms to engage in brigandry, reverting to their former ways. However, Dallas's counsel prompted them to remain law-abiding citizens. After all, no subordinate, regardless of how well they understood their superior, could ever comprehend their superior's thoughts as well as the superior's own offspring. This was an undeniable truth. After a year of relentless training within the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's battle power had successfully surpassed 1,200,000, while Dallas's reached 1,500,000. The magnitude of their advancements was astonishing, with Vegeta's reckless training being particularly notable. Dallas adhered to the balanced philosophy instilled by Bardock and Bobo, knowing when to exert himself and when to rest. Vegeta, in stark contrast, was consumed by his ambition. Dallas recalled waking to find Vegeta training, or while preparing food, Vegeta would be immersed in his practice. To verify if Vegeta was merely feigning effort, Dallas observed him for an entire month, only to discover that during those 10 days, Vegeta had not taken a single moment of respite. When the need for a sparring partner arose, he employed the techniques he had learned from Dallas, engaging in battles against multiple versions of himself, showing no mercy. Whenever fatigue set in, he would utilize his training methods to alleviate his exhaustion, resting only once every 15 days. Such intense training ultimately resulted in him collapsing into a deep slumber for an entire day. Dallas began to understand the meaning behind Bardock's words. A ripple of urgency stirred within his usually tranquil heart as he recognized the pressing need to enhance his own strength, especially as he feared being overtaken by Vegeta. Over the course of a year, their rivalry intensified, yet Dallas felt the weight of increasing pressure as the gap between their powers diminished, leading to cracks in his composure. Soon, the The sound of chopsticks clattering against bowls echoed through the air as the two engaged in a fierce competition for the food laid before them, utilizing simple combat skills. Dallas, with his superior abilities, effortlessly secured his favorite dishes, while Vegeta, his face darkened with determination, devoured his portion with fervor. Unable to surpass Dallas in skill, he resolved to not be outdone in appetite. After their silent battle, Vegeta expressed his desire to re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber, convinced that another stint within would elevate his strength even further. Vegeta, remember that within the time chamber, one can only spend 2 days outside for each your spin inside. Consider wisely how you wish to utilize this opportunity, Dallas cautioned, fully aware of Vegeta's intentions to further enhance his power. Ugh, what a hassle, Vegeta retorted, turning away in resignation, thus abandoning the idea of returning to the time chamber. Dallas breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Vegeta's relentless pursuit of training was nearly overwhelming even for him, leaving Dallas at a loss to understand the source of Vegeta's remarkable resolve and formidable mental fortitude. Dallas, your mind is in disarray. Each individual walks a distinct path, and not every journey suits all. Follow your own convictions and do not be deceived by appearances. No matter how great the strength, to unleash its full potential, one must possess the corresponding mindset and methodology. Bobo seemed to perceive Dallas's thoughts and gently offered his guidance. Yes, Mr. Bobo. Observing Vegeta's tenacious figure, Dallas clenched his fists tightly. Bobo, noticing this, shook his head and continued tidying up the tableware. As night fell, Vegeta sat at the edge of the Divine Palace, diligently practicing a simplified version of his techniques, relishing the sensation of his power steadily increasing with each passing moment. He felt an unparalleled exhilaration as he melded with the night, his white pupils the only visible aspect of his form. Bobo, observing Vegeta's intense focus, shook his head and departed. In his eyes, Vegeta's aura was excessively malevolent. Though he felt inclined to intervene, he refrained, wary of inadvertently nurturing a cosmic tyrant. Meanwhile, Bardock had reserved an entire tavern for the elite guard, preparing a feast for them. These warriors consumed enough food meant for 40 Earthlings, costing Bardock a staggering 14 million. This left him speechless, though he was reassured by the considerable wealth he had acquired from selling treasures and the annual dividends from the Universal Capsule Company, which sustained the elite guard. However, Bardock realized that mere training would not suffice. Bardock's intention in bringing them here was twofold: to facilitate their training and to temper the aggression they had cultivated through years of pillaging and destruction, in preparation for their transformation into Super Saiyans. Yet, the thought that apart from combat, they possessed no other skills weighed heavily on him. Upon seeing young Bulma approaching to play with Goku, Bardock was reminded of Bulma's father and decided to seek out Dr. Briefs. After hearing Bardock's account, Dr. Briefs proposed establishing a security company under the Universal Capsule Company's banner, employing the elite guard as bodyguards for the wealthy, capitalizing on their singular trait of exceptional combat prowess. Upon hearing this suggestion, Bardock felt a surge of inspiration, expressing his gratitude to Dr. Briefs. He promptly arranged for all necessary paperwork, agreeing on a commission of 70% for the elite guard and 30% for the Universal Capsule Company. Thus, the first enterprise of the Saiyans on Earth was born, leading to a future where, as Earth entered the space age, affluent individuals would pay handsomely to hire bodyguards from the Universal Capsule Security Company. However, that was a tale for another time. 10 years swiftly passed. Within a vast courtyard protected by a high-tech energy shield, a 5-year-old girl with red hair, clad in the distinctive battle attire of the Saiyans, excitedly attacked 2 boys who were 7 or 8 years her senior. Chapter 87. Super Saiyan Too Slow, Too Slow. Brother Goku, Brother Broly, watch this. The little girl, radiating energy akin to crimson flames, swiftly launched an assault on Broly and Goku. Her speed was astonishing, leaving both warriors astonished. Unfortunately, they typically relied on sensing energy and visual cues to gauge their opponent's attacks. However, the girl was an enigma. They could not detect her energy, and her speed surpassed their ability to react. Broly, with his tough skin and formidable combat prowess, managed to retaliate, but Goku, being inexperienced and playful, found himself battered and bruised within mere minutes. Behold, Super Explosion. The girl leapt into the air, gathering a tremendous amount of energy. Even Broly's expression turned serious as he shielded the weaker Goku behind him, channeling his own energy to its zenith. Here it comes, brothers. The girl laughed maniacally, launching a basketball-sized red energy wave toward them. This is bad. We can't block it. Broly's heart skipped a beat, instinctively urging him to unleash his Super Saiyan power. His consciousness began to be engulfed by this overwhelming force, but in the next moment, a figure appeared before him, allowing Broly to break free from this consuming power. Kesha, are you bullying your brothers again? Didn't I say that you should wait for your father to be present during battles? Bardock, in his Super Saiyan form, admonished her while crushing the energy sphere. I thought I could control my power, but I was mistaken, father. The little girl named Kesha immediately apologized. Well, who told them to be so weak? Bardock mused, relieved that no mishaps had occurred this time. Had he arrived even a moment later? Not only would the Earth have been in jeopardy, but the entire galaxy could have faced disaster. Kesha's attack could have easily penetrated the Earth, and with Broly's volatile nature, he sensed a surge in Broly's energy that had multiplied exponentially. Had Bardock not intervened, Broly might have gone berserk. My brothers are not weak. I'm just too strong. Bardock rolled his eyes, while Goku felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest. Broly remained apprehensive. From now on, refrain from fighting. This lowly planet cannot withstand your antics. If you wish to spar, wait a while, and I shall take you back to Gastan Star for a proper bout. If you're truly itching for a fight, I can be your opponent, Bardock said, lifting Kesha and playfully pinching her nose. Really? That would be wonderful. Kesha cheered excitedly. Father, I want to go to Gastan Star too, to meet the masters there. Goku, with his battered face, eagerly requested. Well, you may go. But first you must acclimate to the planet's 500 times gravity. Bardock recalled that Goku had spent a few months on Gastan Star since birth and had never returned. If he were to suddenly arrive there now, his body might struggle to cope, especially since Goku's current combat power was only around 90,000. He would likely be no match for the Gastan Star Defense Force. Thus, Bardock decided it would be wise to let Goku familiarize himself with the gravity while training. Absolutely. Goku responded, thumping his chest in agreement. Here are 100 Sinza beans. Go to the temple where your brother Dales will teach you how to use the gravity chamber. The ship was with Dales, so Bardock had no choice but to let Goku go. Okay, father. Goku grinned widely and flew off in the direction of the temple, using his instant transmission. Father, I want to go too. Kesha clung to Bardock's neck, acting adorably. All right. Let us all go together. It's the perfect opportunity to give Vegeta and Dales a little scare. Bardock replied, cradling Kesha and turning to Broly. You should join us. I have some new ideas regarding your current state. Yes, master. Broly replied, though he had grown accustomed to Bardock's frequent proclamations of new methods, which often ended in disappointment. If this time you cannot succeed, there will truly be no way to suppress your transformed power. Bardock reassured him, don't worry, it will succeed. Moreover, with your talent, you are stronger even without transforming than those boys from Dales. Bardock's words rang true. With age, 13-and-a-half-year-old Broly's base combat power had reached an astonishing 150 million, nearly indistinguishable from a typical Super Saiyan transformation. Yet, this ease of gaining power made it increasingly difficult to control. In essence, Broly's inability to manage his power post-transformation stemmed from the overwhelming ferocity of the Super Saiyan energy. Bardock sensed that the amplification from transforming into a Super Saiyan differed from that of a standard transformation, contributing to Broly's loss of reason upon changing forms. I understand, but my power is increasing too rapidly. I fear that one day, I might lose control and harm you, Master and Aunt Kine. Broly confessed anxiously. Haha, you think you can defeat me? Try waiting another 100 years. Bardock teased, ruffling Broly's hair. At Kesha's urging. Bardock then used instant transmission to arrive at the Temple of the Gods before Goku. Vegeta, brother Dales. Upon seeing Dales and Vegeta, Kesha leaped from Bardock's arms in excitement. However, Vegeta and Dales regarded Kesha with trepidation, their stoic expressions morphing into ones of dismay, as if they were about to flee. Calm down, Kesha. We're here for something important today. Go play with Mr. Popo or the Kai. Don't cause any trouble. Bardock called out, observing Vegeta and Dale's fearful reactions. Kesha pouted, sulking as she went off in search of Mr. Popo. Phew. Dales and Vegeta both exhaled in relief. You two are frightened? You can't even handle a 5-year-old girl. And yet you don't train diligently? Bardock chuckled, teasing the duo. Father, Dales exclaimed, at a loss for words. Master Bardock, do you truly believe Kesha is an ordinary little girl? How many girls can even best a Super Saiyan? Vegeta retorted helplessly. Haha, just joking. Let me see, we need one more. I'll go fetch Kine. You two wait a moment. With that, Bardock vanished from sight as Goku was still on his way to the temple. In less than 5 seconds, Bardock reappeared above the temple. After idly waiting for a minute, Goku finally arrived, and upon seeing Bardock and Kine, he was momentarily stunned. Don't just stand there. Everyone has been waiting for you. Come here. Grab Vegeta's hand and your mother's. Goku mechanically complied. Dales, place your hand on Broly's back like mine. Excellent. Now, everyone, begin channeling your heart energy to Broly. Remember, it's heart energy, not your own ki. Sending ki is futile. Bardock emphasized repeatedly to ensure everyone understood. Understood. Under Bardock's guidance, the group joined hands and stood still. After a full 10 minutes, a miraculous scene unfolded. A golden energy emanated from Goku, enveloping everyone, and that power gradually flowed into Broly's body. Golden clouds ascended in the sky, soon followed by tempestuous winds and torrential rains, ice and snow, as if traversing through all 4 seasons. At long last, Broly's form shimmered with a radiant white light, slowly rising without employing the technique of flight. As the brilliance faded, his hair transformed to a striking red. His pupils mirrored the hue, and the sinewy contours of his muscles became lean, exuding an aura of utter stillness. Wow. Broly's current state is astonishingly identical to that of Sister Kesha, exclaimed Sun Wukong, pointing at Broly, who had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan god. What exactly is this state, Bardock? Could this also be a form of transformation for Saiyans? Genie inquired with curiosity. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan god. Imbued with the essence of divine energy. Chapter 88. Helplessness. As Bardock speculated, the divine energy was relatively gentle and restrained, lacking the ferocity characteristic of a Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, Broly showed no signs of a berserk state, indicating that he was indeed well-suited for this path. The first task was to ensure that Broly remembered this temporarily generated divine energy, which would aid him in refining his own divine energy in the future, ultimately achieving the true state of a Super Saiyan god. Broly, how do you feel? Dales and the others approached, curiously observing him. Son Goku squeezed in, inquiring about Broly's sensations with keen interest. Well, there's nothing particularly special. Just a subtle shift in how I perceive the world. I don't feel an increase in strength, and my state of mind remains remarkably calm. Broly articulated his experience as he sensed the changes within himself. Is that all? I thought you had significantly strengthened. Goku expressed disappointment at Broly's response. Vegeta, regain your strength. While Broly's divine energy persists, take a moment to truly appreciate the uniqueness of this transformation, perhaps due to his transcendent physique. Broly's temporary Super Saiyan God transformation augmented his power by an astonishing 700 times. Observing the new data from the all-knowing eye after many years, Bardock couldn't help but marvel. Broly, with a base combat power of 150 million in the Super Saiyan God transformation pseudo, his battle power increased to 105 billion. The enhancement from transforming into a Super Saiyan God left Bardock drooling. It is worth noting that the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, which combines the Super Saiyan transformation with the power of the Great Ape, only yields a 500 times increase. It is likely that only by reaching full power in Super Saiyan 4 could one surpass the increase provided by Super Saiyan God. And this is merely a pseudo-transformation. The actual enhancement, if fully cultivated, is beyond imagination, which explains Bardock's intense desire. Yes, Master Bardock. After respectfully bowing, Vegeta retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and swallowed it. Instantly revitalized, he unleashed a powerful roar, radiating a golden aura, his battle power surging to 500 million. Under Bardock's all-knowing eye, Vegeta's information displayed, Vegeta, Saiyan, base combat power of 10 million, Super Saiyan transformation, power increase of 50 times, reaching 500 million. Dales was taken aback by Vegeta's straightforwardness, feeling speechless at such an abnormal phenomenon. Can't you think a little? He thought, observing his father's amused expression, and sensing trouble ahead. Just as he contemplated cautioning Vegeta, he was surprised to see Vegeta heed his father's command without hesitation. Come on, Broly. Let me see the strength of your new transformation. Daring and unyielding, Vegeta could not sense divine energy and was oblivious to Broly's true strength, yet maintained his audacity. Father, perhaps we should reconsider. Dales couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately pleaded for Vegeta. There's no need. A little chastisement might temper this arrogant kid. Although Vegeta trains diligently, his excessive confidence borders on arrogance, a trait that could lead to his downfall in future battles. It's essential to teach him a lesson. Rest assured, I am confident that Vegeta won't be able to withstand even a single blow. Afterward, comfort him and take him to the hyperbolic time chamber. I believe that after this setback, a year in the chamber will facilitate his rapid growth. You must also put in your best effort. Bardock whispered to Dales. Haha, you truly are a remarkable father. Dales couldn't help but give a thumbs up, admiring Bardock's cunning plan, then looked at the spirited Vegeta with pity, as if to say, "Hang in there, my friend. You should strike first, though I am unsure of my current strength. I have a feeling that a serious punch from me could be fatal for you," Broly explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt his pride severely wounded. Veins bulging on his forehead, angrily charging at Broly. Boom. It was as if he struck an air wall. Vegeta's fist could not even approach Broly. "This is impossible." Vegeta stared incredulously at his immovable fist, attempting a kick instead. This time, Broly moved, effortlessly blocking the prince's leg with a single finger. This act of provocation only fueled Vegeta's rage, and he launched a flurry of punches and kicks, swift as lightning, his roars shaking the heavens. Yet, Broly stood his ground, only needing to use a finger to effortlessly deflect Vegeta's relentless assault. "I am Super Vegeta. How can I be defeated so easily? Broly, taste my attack." Vegeta retreated to create distance, gathering his energy in both hands, compressing it into a sphere that burst forth with blue lightning, causing the sky to darken and winds to whip violently. The tremendous energy fluctuations quickly attracted the attention of the angels, Bobo, and the mischievous Kaisa. Upon witnessing Vegeta's attack, Bobo's face turned pale, and the angels grew increasingly anxious. If they could not withstand this level of assault, the heavenly temple would face destruction. "Vegeta, stop. You'll ruin the heavenly temple," the Supreme Kai shouted, desperately attempting to halt Vegeta's actions, but it was too late. With a furious roar, the ultimate attack, the ultimate flash, was unleashed. Broly watched intently, his eyes unblinking, almost drying out from the focus. When Vegeta finally released his ultimate move, Broly's eyes sparkled with life as he extended a single finger, gathering divine energy, and shot forth a red beam that annihilated Vegeta's prideful attack, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. "Is he really that strong?" Dales gazed in disbelief at the scene. "Remarkable." Goku's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Bardock, how does this transformation seem even stronger than your Super Saiyan 4? Bardock gently patted Giant's rear as he spoke. "Nonsense. It's merely the multiplicative increase of the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 4. In terms of actual combat power, it still falls short. Oh, it appears that this Super Saiyan God transformation is quite formidable. I wonder how one trains for it." Giant's curiosity was piqued by Broly's Super Saiyan God transformation. After all, she deemed her own Super Saiyan 4 form somewhat unappealing, while the Super Saiyan God form was within her acceptable range. "What? You wish to train as a Super Saiyan God?" Bardock was surprised by Giant's interest in the Super Saiyan God state. "Is that not permissible?" Giant blinked her big eyes. Her brows arched playfully in response. "It is permissible, but only after Broly and I have deciphered it. After all, I have yet to engage with the so-called divine energy. A thorough understanding is required to guide you correctly. This is impossible." Vegeta was utterly demoralized. His grandiose attack had been effortlessly dispelled by a mere finger from Broly. A blow to anyone's pride. "Now it's my turn, Vegeta." Sensing his own strength, Broly approached Vegeta with an impassive expression, lightly tapping Vegeta's forehead. An invisible force propelled Vegeta away, launching him out of the heavenly temple, transforming him into a distant star. "Wow, Broly, your hair color is now just like mine. Shall we spar a bit?" The battle-hungry Kaisa bounced forward, inviting Broly to fight, while Broly glanced at Bardock, who was whispering with Giant. "Father," Dales called out, bracing himself to address Bardock. Chapter 89. Organizing the Power Conference. "Darius, what troubles you?" Bardock inquired, turning to face Darius with a stern expression. "Father, Kesha wants to fight Broly." Darius replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he glanced at Giant. "Oh." Bardock's gaze shifted to the excited Kesha and the slightly expectant Broly. Kesha, the naturally born Super Saiyan God, possessed a foundational combat power of 5 billion. Observing the data on the all-knowing eye and recalling the antics of his capricious daughter, he slightly nodded and said, "Very well. However, Broly, do rein it in. Let Kesha learn a lesson." Bardock's implication was clear, and the others quickly understood that Broly's current combat power surpassed that of Kesha. "Yes, Master." Broly responded with a slight nod. "Then here I come, Brother Broly." Instead of a reckless direct assault, Kesha transformed, manifesting the three-headed, six-armed technique. With a mischievous grin, she launched herself forward, each of her 6 hands executing different attacks, strikes to the waist, jabs to the eyes, energy blasts, and energy sword slashes. Rotating like a little top while unleashing a barrage of diverse techniques. Broly, fearing that he might inadvertently harm Kesha, prioritized defense. relying on years of martial arts experience to counter and dissipate Kesha's frenzied onslaught. When did Kesha learn to transform into this three-headed, six-armed form, and to wield it so adeptly? Bardock was momentarily taken aback. He had no recollection of teaching this technique to his daughter. He had only demonstrated it while instructing Tien. Yet if that were the case, Kesha's comprehension was indeed astounding. It had taken him several years to master the technique himself. And yet this little one was merely 5 years old. As the battle intensified, Kesha, caught in the thrill of the fight, disregarded the consequences of her actions. Broly, now matching her in form, braced himself to absorb her attacks. Knowing that the Supreme Deity was his nominal mentor and that he could not allow Kesha's chaotic energy to wreak havoc. Be careful, Brother Broly. Witness my super Gatling attack. Kesha exclaimed, pulling back to create distance before soaring into the air in her three-headed, six-armed form. She spun rapidly, her hands releasing energy beams that indeed resembled the firing of a Gatling gun. Broly quickly conjured a green energy shield within Kesha's attack range, allowing her to unleash her energy without restraint. Once she began to tire from the dizzying spins, he swiftly dove in, delivering a headbutt that sent Kesha crashing into the Supreme Deity's temple courtyard, creating a large crater. Oh dear, my temple. The Supreme Deity lamented in distress. My apologies. Supreme Deity. Broly scratched his head awkwardly, offering a contrite apology. Never mind, never mind. It was unintentional. I'll have Bobo and I repair it later. The Supreme Deity, unable to remain angry at Broly's innocent smile, let it go. I'll help too. Broly replied cheerfully. Ow, ow, ow. Kesha whimpered as she emerged from the crater, clutching her forehead. The three-headed, six-armed form had vanished. Jine, feeling maternal concern for her daughter, rushed forward to scoop Kesha up. She peeled back Kesha's tiny hand to reveal a small red mark and gently pressed it. Ah, mommy, that hurts. Kesha cried out, gazing up at Jine with a pained expression. Hee hee, I just wanted to see if your injury truly hurt that much. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Jine chuckled, trying to soothe her. Humph, how could I not know if it hurts? Do I need to pretend to my mother? Kesha pouted, still keeping her hand on her forehead, indicating that the earlier headbutt had indeed caused her some pain. All right, Broly, while this divine energy is still resonating, take the time to truly comprehend it. From now on, you shall embark on the path of the Super Saiyan God. Though this journey is filled with uncertainties, it is stable and will not lead to the loss of rationality due to transformation. You might even try to convert your energy into divine energy, perhaps allowing you to harness the power of Super Saiyan transformations while mastering both forms. Bardock decided it was time to put an end to the children's playful skirmish. Yes, Master. Broly obediently complied, moving aside to meditate on the divine energy within him. Darius, recovering his strength, prepared to enter the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta. He also retrieved the spaceship, intending to teach Goku how to use the gravity training apparatus, for Goku's combat power had waned considerably. After giving these instructions, he vanished in an instant, reappearing moments later, holding a nearly unconscious Vegeta before disappearing once more. On Gastan Star, after a decade of rapid development, it had emerged as one of the foremost planets in the universe. 23-year-old Raditz, having finished processing documents, rubbed his forehead in exasperation, feeling that handling paperwork was more exhausting than training. Raditz, this won't do. The Saiyan population is only around 50,000. If you're this fatigued now, what will happen when the numbers grow and tasks become more complex? Training to enhance your strength is paramount. Bardock suddenly appeared in Raditz's office, casually perusing the documents Raditz had been examining. Father, you're back, Raditz exclaimed, realizing he had missed Bardock's presence. Yes, I've returned to discuss some matters with you, Bardock said, casting aside several documents after a cursory glance and settling onto a nearby sofa. What is it? Raditz inquired, standing attentively beside him. Sit down, it's nothing overly serious. Bardock gestured for Raditz to take a seat. It's quite simple. I plan to hold a power conference on Gastan Star. This will showcase the current prowess of the Saiyans, serve as a warning to any ambitious races, and allow outsiders to witness the strength of the younger generation of Saiyans. Participants won't be limited to just Saiyans. Warriors from other federated planets may also join, but a threshold must be established. Combat power must be over 1 million, with no age restrictions. Draft a set of regulations. Let us schedule it for 2 months from now, so that Saiyans on missions can return to compete. I will ensure that the Celestial Guards discreetly safeguard Gastan Star's security. You need not worry about that. Father, what reward will the ultimate victor receive? Darius raised a pertinent question, knowing that the prize must hold substantial value. Common rewards would be meaningless. The top 3 will receive rewards. As for the specifics, we shall determine that later. Bardock replied, not having contemplated it thoroughly. Understood. I'll have my subordinates draft a plan promptly. With Bardock providing a clear framework, Darius now had a direction. By the way, for trivial matters, let your subordinates handle them. There's no need for you to be hands-on. Your strength has progressed too slowly in recent years. If this continues, you may soon find yourself unable to match Vegeta. Use this time wisely to train, or else you may find your abilities rusting away. Chapter 90. The strength of the crowd. Yes, father. Raditz nodded. Over the years, aside from his daily training, Raditz had primarily been occupied with various affairs concerning the Saiyans, leaving him little time for additional practice. Although he had access to the training techniques provided by Bardock, and his strength steadily improved, it paled in comparison to the full-time training of other Saiyans. By the way, the gravity on Gastan Star may be unbearable for most. Therefore, let's have the research department create a batch of anti-gravity devices. Once the announcement for the strength conference is made, we can send people to various federal planets to sell them, Bardock proposed, considering the immense gravity of Gastan Star. All right, father. After some contemplation, Raditz agreed. Bardock then vanished from Raditz's office and arrived at the Temple of the Gods on Gastan Star. At the temple, Jean and Reg were seated cross-legged, suspended in midair. An invisible force spread throughout the temple as storm clouds gathered above, accompanied by lightning that occasionally struck near the two meditating figures. Through Bardock's eyes, the power levels of the two were revealed. Jean, a Saiyan with a base combat power of 400 million, mastered the Super Saiyan transformation and the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Reg, also a Saiyan, with a base combat power of 500 million, similarly controlled the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 transformations. Quite impressive. Their progress has exceeded my expectations. Bardock felt a sense of satisfaction as he viewed their battle power data. Compared to others, these two had been defined as near death, spending their time in the temple solely on training, thus their speed of improvement outpaced the rest. It was no surprise they had achieved such formidable strength within a decade. Bardock, how come you have time to return to Gastan Star? I thought you were stuck on that godforsaken planet. Bedma, clad in Namekian battle attire, approached with 4 small, curious figures trailing behind, expressing his displeasure. Ah, Bedma, your strength has increased quite a bit over the years, perhaps due to the presence of the 2 monsters. Jean and Reg, Bedma's battle power had surged to 100 million. Under Bardock's omniscient gaze, he detected that Bedma had acquired a new power known as the Miracle Force. Such a remarkable increase was certainly related to this newfound ability. Compared to you Saiyan monsters, my improvements are negligible. Bedma turned his head away haughtily, while the 4 small figures curiously observed Bardock, ultimately allowing their curiosity to triumph over fear. They stepped forward in unison, bowing respectfully and Greetings, Lord Bardock. Hello to you all. These 4 little ones appeared to be Saiyan children selected by Bedma from the lower realms, seemingly around 5 years old. Remarkably, each possessed a battle power exceeding 5,000, an unimaginable feat on the former planet Vegeta, where even some adult Saiyans could not achieve such strength in their lifetime. It was astonishing that 5-year-old children now boasted such formidable power. These little ones are quite impressive. With proper training, they could become the backbone of Gastan Star. Bardock smiled at the 4 children. They will become the guardians of the temple. Bedma retorted. In 2 months, Gastan Star will host a cosmic-level strength conference. If you're interested, you should participate. Bardock, uninterested in further banter, informed Bedma, then directed a faint energy blast toward the meditating duo. Bang! Jean and Reg were instantly jolted awake, their gazes sharpening as they turned towards the source of the energy blast, causing the little ones to jump in fright. And Bedma's expression turned even greener. Hey. No need to look at us with such fierce gazes. You're scaring the future of our Saiyan race. Bardock waved his hand casually, dissipating their intense aura into nothingness. Lord Bardock. Ugh, it's Bardock. The two spoke in entirely different tones. Reg. Do not be disrespectful to Lord Bardock. Jean reprimanded sternly. Enough, Jean. Young people can be hot-headed. It's normal to be a bit arrogant with newfound power. Bardock interrupted Jean's scolding. In a while, there will be a cosmic-level strength conference in the lower realms. If you're interested, you may participate. But you must adopt a new identity for the event. By the way, Reg, your brother Vegeta will also participate. That waste. With my current strength. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. To me, he's still just a waste. Reg maintained his consistently disdainful attitude towards Vegeta. Perhaps he'll surprise you. I plan to have Dales and the others. Oh, and my daughter Kesha. Join as well. For rewards. Let's offer the Dragon Balls as the first prize, with the second and third prizes being the Sins of Beans and Frieza, with the Saiyan strength at its peak. Despite the presence of numerous formidable beings in the universe, facing opponents with battle powers exceeding 100 million after transforming into Super Saiyans felt akin to a nightmare. Naturally, Bardock's rewards were tailored for the Saiyans. Oh, if Frieza is among the rewards, then I suppose I will reluctantly participate. Upon hearing about the third prize, Reg's eyes gleamed with malice, recalling the one who had killed him. He could not let this opportunity slip by to settle the score. Then I shall participate as well. It will be interesting to see how much stronger Odo and the others have become after 10 years. Jean expressed his eager anticipation. Glad to hear that. Now, Bedma, what about you? Bardock turned to him. Of course, I will participate. I want to announce to the universe that there are powerful beings beyond the Saiyans, including us Namekians. Bedma provocatively glanced at Bardock. Excellent. With your participation, this strength conference will indeed be entertaining. Bardock laughed heartily, bidding farewell to the group before disappearing. Returning to the Temple of the Gods on Earth. Upon returning, Bardock informed everyone of the event. Upon hearing that they could face the universe's strongest, Goku was particularly excited. Immersing himself in the gravity chamber of his spaceship, Dales and Vegeta, under Chini's guidance, were recovering their strength while planning to train diligently in the hyperbolic time chamber for an entire year, undoubtedly intending to return with astonishing transformations. The exuberant Kesha, thrilled at the prospect of battling others, playfully pleaded with Bardock for guidance. Bardock, feeling helpless, decided to entrust Mr. Popo to her, believing that his mature training system and extensive experience would better suit Kesha's exceptional talent than his own trial-and-error approach. As for Broly, when Bardock found him in meditation, he had already exited the state of Super Saiyan God, seemingly having gained some insights, so Bardock chose not to disturb him. 10 years had passed, and Tien was now 19. Thanks to Bardock's meticulous instruction, Tien's strength had risen to 5 million points, mastering the technique of mental control. He was now qualified to participate in the strength conference, though this level of power was still insufficient. Bardock decided to teach him another enhancement technique obtained from the dragon. Chapter 91, Have I Ruined Him? The King Kai Fist, a technique born from the ingenuity of the North Kai, demands exceptional physical prowess from its user. In the original narrative, even after acclimating to Earth's gravity, which is 100 times that of his home planet, Sun Wukong could only utilize the 20-fold King Kai Fist. This skill may very well be the domain of warriors devoid of extraordinary bloodlines. Upon bringing the diligent Tien Shinhan to the Heavenly Temple, Bardock placed him alongside Wukong, providing ample Sins of Beans. The task was simple. Both must adapt to the gravity set at 50 times that of Planet Vegeta. Should they fail to acclimate before the commencement of the Tournament of Power, their participation would be rendered moot. Upon hearing Bardock's stipulation, both Tien and Wukong steeled themselves to adjust to the gravitational environment, one seeking to witness and engage with mightier foes, the other striving not to disappoint his devoted master, thus dedicating himself to training with fervor, to preemptively establish watchful sentinels against unforeseen crises on Gastan. Bardock summoned the 36 heavenly warriors back to the planet, consequently disbanding the Earth-based security company. When discussing the heavenly warriors, it is imperative to note their current combat capabilities, due to their inability to devote themselves entirely to training. The strongest among them boasts a power level of 10 million, while the weakest stands at 5 million. All members have mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, which may indeed be their most significant achievement. To facilitate their transformation into Super Saiyans, Bardock harnessed the power of the Dragon Balls, invoking memories of their deepest rage, resulting in a simultaneous transformation of all 36 warriors. As the golden aura radiated from the gathered group, Bardock felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. After a week of training under 8 times the gravity, Tien found himself struggling to keep pace with Wukong. The Saiyant's ability to enhance his combat prowess after near-death experiences significantly bolstered Wukong's adaptability, while Tien, relying solely on his formidable skills, gritted his teeth to persevere. A month later, Wukong had forged ahead, adapting to the 20-fold gravity of Planet Vegeta, his combat power soaring to 500,000. Meanwhile, Tien continued to grapple with the 15-fold gravity, the disparity in their bloodlines compelling Bardock to procure a gravity chamber from Gastan to assist Wukong in his training. During this interval, after emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Both Vegeta and Drellis had reached foundational power levels nearing 200 million, astonishing Bardock. Observing Wukong and Tien's training methods piqued Vegeta's interest, prompting him to seek out Bulma in the lower realm to enlist the aid of Dr. Briefs, much to Bardock's amusement. Half a month later, after living and training under the gravity chamber's conditions, Wukong finally adapted to the 50-fold gravity of Planet Vegeta, his combat power breaking through 5 million. However, he exhibited no signs of transforming into a Super Saiyan, perhaps a drawback of those without a rigorous training regimen. Without extreme rage, the transformation eludes them. Tien, meanwhile, lagged far behind, still struggling under 30 times the gravity, his power only reaching 750,000. As the 2-month deadline set by his master loomed closer, Tien grew anxious, adjusting the gravity to 40 times in a reckless attempt to hasten his progress, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming pressure. Had Bardock not been vigilant in monitoring their training, he might have had to once again plead for assistance. Fortunately, Bardock discovered Tien still had a breath left. He swiftly deactivated the gravity equipment and administered a senzu bean, reviving Tien, who gazed at the machinery with trepidation. Do not rush. Allow nature to take its course. You will undoubtedly be able to participate in the tournament of power. Follow your own pace. Everyone has their own journey. Do not force yourself. Bardock reassured Tien, gesturing towards the heavenly temple below, and Tien comprehended, finding solace in adapting to the gravity within his limits. As for Broly, after the collective transformation into Super Saiyan God, he seemed to have gained new insights, retreating into seclusion and diligently refining his skills. Bardock sensed Broly's energy gradually becoming more reclusive at times. He could hardly detect Broly's presence, which brought a smile to his face, knowing that Broly had achieved a significant breakthrough. However, whether he could fully master the Super Saiyan God transformation before the tournament remained uncertain. 5 days prior to the tournament, Bardock took Tien and the still untransformed Wukong to the hyperbolic time chamber. Having previously spent a year and a half there, Bardock was unperturbed by the potential disappearance of the chamber's entrance and led the two inside. Bardock commenced by teaching Tien the Kinkai Fist, which essentially involves concentrating one's energy for a brief yet potent increase in combat power. After demonstrating the technique and elucidating its principles, he encouraged both to experiment while he manifested a separate entity through the four-way fist for combat practice. After spending 7 days within the hyperbolic time chamber, both Wukong and Tien grasped the essential elements of the Kinkai Fist, albeit with a success rate of only 1 in 10 attempts. Wukong diligently worked to master the technique, while Tien embarked on his journey of gravity training, employing the Kinkai Fist to enhance his proficiency amidst the gravitational strain. Once Bardock had imparted his teachings to both, he exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Bardock's normal combat prowess had now reached an astonishing 12 billion points. Having also mastered the Super Saiyan transformations, with the Super Saiyan 4 form boasting a terrifying combat power of 600 billion. After calculating the time, Bardock returned to Gastan to register the participants for the tournament and re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber 5 months later. Upon his return, he found Tien had seemingly fully adapted to the 50-fold gravity. Inside, Tien was engaged in battle with Wukong, who, according to Bardock's all-seeing eye, had surpassed 1 million in combat power, his growth rate astonishing. After adapting to the 50-fold gravity, Tien's power also broke through to 1 million, his physique becoming robust. The two warriors exchanged blows, their combat prowess nearly equal as they traded strikes, the sound of their clashes echoing within the chamber. Tenfold Kinkai Fist. Wukong, growing increasingly exhilarated, was the first to employ the technique, his power skyrocketing to 100 million. Tien, however, remained steadfast, executing the 4 Demon Fist before unleashing his own tenfold Kinkai Fist. His additional arms allowed him to masterfully apply the essence of distraction, one arm channeling an energy blast while the other exploited Wukong's openings, causing Wukong to stagger back under the onslaught. With the height advantage of an adult, Wukong's slender frame of just 1.4 meters rendered him at a disadvantage against Tien. Witnessing this unfold, Bardock could not shake the feeling that he had inadvertently rendered his son incapable. Chapter 92. The two almost met the King of Hell, Double Kamehameha. After Tien Shinhan sent son Wukong flying with a kick, he brought his 4 hands together, rapidly gathering energy for 2 Kamehameha waves directed at son Wukong. Tien Shinhan. I will not concede defeat. Son Wukong remained rooted in place, his palms continuously channeling energy. Could he be attempting a one-handed Kamehameha? Bardock mused, his eyelids twitching as he observed son Wukong's actions. Indeed, as soon as he thought it, Both of Sun Wukong's hands unleashed their own Kamehameha waves, clashing with Tien Shinhan's four-handed attack. The four blue energy waves collided, creating a point of expansion that grew increasingly larger, with neither side yielding. 20 times Kaioken. Tien Shinhan shouted, his aura surging once more, swiftly overpowering Sun Wukong's energy wave. 20 times Kaioken. Sun Wukong retorted without hesitation, utilizing his own 20 times Kaioken to counter Tien Shinhan's assault. The two energy waves stood in a stalemate, should one falter. The weaker would be engulfed by the formidable energy and turned to ash. What a chaotic scene. I initially believed Tien Shinhan, being older, would possess a more composed demeanor and not be as combative as Wukong. Yet, to my surprise, this fellow also harbors a competitive spirit, Bardock observed, stroking his chin, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing duel. 40 times Kaioken. Tien Shinhan broke the deadlock first, quickly overpowering Sun Wukong's energy wave, yet he too was suffering. After invoking the 40 times Kaioken, his entire body trembled, indicating he had reached his physical limits. 50 times Kaioken. Recognizing Tien Shinhan's threshold, Sun Wukong retaliated without mercy, unleashing his strongest 50 times Kaioken, elevating his battle power to 500 million. His body flushed crimson, a scarlet aura enveloping him, his teeth clenched, veins bulging, and his meridians pulsating like writhing worms. Evidently, this was the utmost limit of Sun Wukong's Kaioken. Tien Shinhan was drenched in cold sweat, desperately amplifying his energy output. Yet the disparity of 100 million in battle power could not be bridged through sheer effort alone. He could only watch helplessly as the overwhelming energy wave consumed him. Master, I did my best. The battle spiraled out of control, and Tien Shinhan, realizing he could no longer resist, chose to surrender. Tien Shinhan, you must never give up until the very last moment. The path of martial arts knows no limits. How can one concede so swiftly? Bardock's voice resonated close to Tien Shinhan's ear. Glancing up, Tien Shinhan saw Bardock calmly countering both of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha waves with his hands. Bardock's fingers slightly curled, and in an instant, both Kamehameha waves erupted. As the explosion subsided, Sun Wukong, witnessing Bardock absorb his attack, wore a vacant expression, chuckling weakly before collapsing to the ground. His body twitched and contorted as if possessed, joints cracking and popping. It seems Wukong's usage of Kaioken has indeed surpassed his physical limits. Upon releasing the Kaioken, Tien Shinhan suddenly felt his back and thigh muscles seize, unable to suppress a cry of anguish. Had I not intervened, both of you would surely have perished. Bardock glared at Tien Shinhan with annoyance, deliberately pinching his arm, causing Tien Shinhan's complexion to shift from red to purple, nearly popping his eyes out in pain. Master, I understand my mistake. Quickly, please let go. Tien Shinhan pleaded. Recognizing your error is a good start. Now hasten and consume a Senza bean to recuperate, Bardock advised, rapidly moving to the unconscious Sun Wukong's side. After rummaging for a while, he placed a Senza bean in Wukong's mouth, and instantly, Wukong's injuries healed, the agony on his face dissipating as he fell into a deep slumber. Master, we have run out of Senza beans, Tien Shinhan stammered. His meaning clear, he sought yet another bean. Impossible. You must have consumed at least 1,000 beans, no matter how often you're injured. It is inconceivable to have exhausted them all in just 5 months. Bardock's eyes fixated on Tien Shinhan, eager for an explanation. Ahem. Wukong and I have been using Senza beans liberally to rapidly enhance our strength. We used them whenever we were hurt, and even when hungry. Tien Shinhan admitted sheepishly. Spendthrift. Bardock scowled, reluctantly producing a Senzu bean from his pocket for Tien Shinhan to consume. Having relied on Senzu beans for healing, he had nearly forgotten their ability to sustain an ordinary person for 10 days with just one bean. So this is the reason for your rapid advancement? Bardock mused while grasping one of Sun Wukong's legs and heading toward the hyperbolic time chamber. Yes, master. Tien Shinhan conceded, realizing there was no point in further protest. He sheepishly produced the universal capsule for the spaceship. What is that? Bardock inquired casually. This is a universal capsule for the spaceship, Tien Shinhan explained. Take it. I have no further use for it now, and you will inevitably need to stay on Earth. If you wish to venture out, use the ship. Bardock waved dismissively, pushing open the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, effortlessly hoisting Sun Wukong onto his shoulder. With a whoosh, he vanished from the sacred world of the Kais. Tien Shinhan blinked, helplessly rubbing his bald head. Upon arriving at the plaza of the sacred world of the Kais, Broly, Dales, Vegeta, Jine, and the adorable Kasha had been waiting for quite some time. Bardock still carried Sun Wukong in a wild manner, prompting Jine to rush over, cradling him in her arms and shooting Bardock a fierce glare. Tien Shinhan, hurry. Everyone is waiting for you. Dales called out, urging him forward. Oh, right away. Tien Shinhan hastily approached, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Three-eyed freak, remove your filthy hand from my shoulder. Vegeta shrugged and shot Tien Shinhan an irritable look. Don't mind him, Tien Shinhan. Vegeta simply dislikes having others rest their hands on his shoulders. Feel free to place your hand on his back instead. Dales interjected diplomatically. Oh, my apologies, Vegeta. Tien Shinhan refrained from further provoking him, instead resting his hand on Broly's back. Bardock, seeing everyone assembled, utilized instant transmission to appear in the sacred world of the Kais on Gastan Star. Gastan Star possesses a sacred world of the Kais as well, identical in appearance. Were it not for the distinct gravitational pull, I would have thought I had never left Gastan Star at all. Tien Shinhan marveled. Humph, ignorant bald head. The aloof prince bestowed yet another nickname upon someone else. You rascal. Tien Shinhan, despite his typically good temperament, could not withstand Vegeta's verbal assaults. What? Do you wish to fight? The prince smirked disdainfully, unimpressed by Tien Shinhan's apparent battle power of 10 million. My foolish brother. You still believe that possessing some strength renders you invincible, blind to the world. It is truly tragic. I hope you do not encounter me in this power tournament, otherwise I shall leave you incapacitated once more. A sudden voice echoed, causing Vegeta to shudder slightly as he turned to face the source of the familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Reg, how are you here on Gastan Star? Vegeta could never forget the brutal treatment he received at the hands of Reg on Bimbi Star. Chapter 93. Unsure what to name it, you remain unchanged. As a Saiyan, it is quite disheartening to witness your fear of others. The sight of you displaying such trepidation in front of your beloved brother truly pains my heart. Reg, with an audacious tone, incessantly provoked Vegeta, who stood frozen in place, reluctant to move. Enough, Reg. Resolve your grievances elsewhere, so long as it does not endanger lives. You can find a place to fight, either now or in the arena. Bardock intervened to quell Reg's provocations. Consider yourself fortunate. Reg replied with a cold smirk, soaring downwards, nonchalantly donning a mischievous mask. Broly, take some time to reunite with your father. Dallas, Kine, and Tien. Let's seek out Raditz. He has likely been preoccupied with training these past few days. If all goes as expected, you may very well confront him. Bardock cradled Kaisa, while Kine held Goku, cheerfully explaining without mentioning his own name. Sensing Reg's energy, Vegeta swiftly descended to the lower realm, this time opting for a direct flight rather than instant transmission, and soon found Raditz engaged in combat with Odo. What an astonishing energy! Among the group, Tien felt the weakest, awestruck by the overwhelming power of the two fighters. Nearly average. Save for Goku and you, Tien. Every one of us here could easily overpower that lazy Raditz. Bardock expressed his disdain without hesitation. How can you speak of your own son in such a manner? Kine protested, pinching Bardock's arm in discontent. It is the truth, Bardock retorted stubbornly. Currently, Raditz's base combat power was merely 200 million. Essentially starting at the same line as Vegeta and Dallas. Bardock had previously warned that if Raditz did not exert himself in training, Vegeta would soon catch up, and indeed. 2 months later, Vegeta had done just that, leaving everyone speechless. As for Odo, his base combat power had surged to 600 million, surpassing Reg by a slight margin. According to the Omniscient Eye, he had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, making him the strongest under Bardock. Bardock, sir. Odo exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Bardock, kicking Raditz aside and approaching him with a bow. Old man, be gentler. Raditz is my son, after all. Kicking him in front of me. Do you disregard me as a father? Bardock feigned sternness. Hee, I was just pleased to see you, Bardock, sir. I assure you, it won't happen again. Odo replied, entirely devoid of fear, which irked Kaisa in Bardock's arms. You scoundrel. I shall avenge my brother. Dare to face me in single combat. The little girl proclaimed, her small voice carrying an undeniable authority. Ahem, this is Kaisa, my little daughter. Bardock cleared his throat, surprised by Kaisa's sudden desire to channel her combative spirit. Little princess, do not cause a ruckus. With your little arms and legs, if something were to happen, Bardock, sir, would surely break my legs. Odo hastily waved his hands in refusal, joking that a girl with an energy so low he could not even sense it would be crushed by a mere flick of his finger. Humph, do not underestimate me. You must know that neither Dallas nor Vegeta could defeat me when they transformed into Super Saiyans. If you dare harm my brother, I will ensure you regret it. Kaisa was determined not to relent. Bardock, sir. Odo turned to Bardock for assistance. Fear not. Just entertain Kaisa. Do not transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock agreed with a smile. If this ends in tears or worse, do not blame me for my life. Bardock, sir. Odo sought a guarantee before the skirmish began. Of course, provided you do not transform. Bardock cheerfully assented, though Odo sensed an ominous foreboding. Little did he know, Kaisa was a natural-born Super Saiyan god, although still maturing. Her combat power had already reached 5 billion, surpassing Odo by a slight margin. Be a good girl, just teach him a lesson, but do not take Odo's life, otherwise. Beware of your behind. Kind cautioned in advance. I understand, mother. Kaisa pouted, displeased, as she leaped from Bardock's arms and defiantly stood before Odo. Go ahead, little princess. Odo, as a dignified adult, extended an invitation for Kaisa to strike first, while onlookers regarded him with pitying eyes. You told me to hit you, here I come, Kaisa declared. Her small fists clenched, delivering a punch. Odo vanished in an instant, transformed into a shooting star, leaving everyone in awe of the unexpected outcome. So fragile. And I was hoping to see him transform into a Super Saiyan. Kaisa gazed at her tiny fist, speaking to herself. My dear, did I not ask you to be gentle? Look at how you've sent your uncle Odo flying without a trace. Check if your fist is hurt. Bardock's initial words were reasonable, but his latter statement left everyone in a state of shock. Inwardly, they marveled at the undeniable bond between father and child. Vengeance was immediate. Truly terrifying, too terrifying to provoke. At that moment, Raditz, having been kicked away by Odo, returned with a face full of dirt, joyfully greeting Dallas and the others. Brother, I just assisted in teaching that wicked uncle a lesson for kicking you. You owe me your gratitude. Kaisa approached Raditz, eager to take credit. Bardock, sensing her ulterior motives, swiftly pulled her back, recognizing her intent to engage in a fight with Raditz. It was acceptable for outsiders, but he could not allow his own children to turn against one another. Father, where is Uncle Odo? Raditz, dismissing Kaisa's boastful claims as mere childish nonsense, curiously inquired of Bardock, for he was the only one capable of instantaneously catching Odo. Did not your sister tell you? She sent him flying with a single punch. Bardock replied candidly, leaving Raditz incredulous as he gazed at his red-haired, red-eyed sister, utterly unable to fathom how she managed to overpower the formidable Odo. What on earth was happening in this world? It was utterly insane. This is beyond belief. Your sister is simply extraordinary. Bardock expounded, recognizing Raditz's disbelief. You must remember, one should not judge merely by appearances but rather delve into the essence of things. Chapter 94, Gula's Anomaly. After a brief moment of astonishment, Raditz was compelled to accept the unsettling truth that his sister surpassed him in her base form. Reflecting on his own base combat power and considering that his sister was merely 5 years old, it dawned on him that this seemingly harmless child possessed an astonishing combat strength exceeding 1 billion. The realization sent a shiver down Raditz's spine, leaving him reluctant to contemplate further. Come on, Raditz. Join us in reviewing the current list of participants, Bardock said, patting his son's shoulder with a smile. While the others ventured off to play on Gastan Star, Tien was being dragged by Dales to the living quarters of the Saiyans, and Kesha was taken home by Jean. Upon returning to Raditz's office, Raditz provided Bardock with an earpiece communicator. After pressing the appropriate button, Bardock was presented with the list of star systems of the contestants. Familiar names were quickly bypassed, but Bardock's attention was drawn to an intriguing individual named Shigra, along with another character clad in green, known as Rib Rice. Gula, Bardock exclaimed, rising from his seat upon spotting the name. How could Gula possibly sign up for the power tournament? This must be a mistake. The thought perplexed Bardock. Who would dare approach the enemy's stronghold without altering their identity? Were it not for the accompanying photograph, he might have suspected an impersonator. Father, it is indeed Frieza's brother. Gula. However, I doubt he will create significant turmoil. I have sensed his energy. I can easily handle him once I transform into a Super Saiyan. So there is no need for concern. Even if this fellow attempts to stir trouble, with you around, nothing unexpected will occur. Raditz expressed his enigmatic confidence in Bardock's prowess. Foolishness. I just warned you not to take things at face value. This individual is fully aware of the existence of Super Saiyans and still brazenly chooses to register for the power tournament, indicating he has ulterior motives. He may very well possess a new transformation. Bardock cautioned. The Ice Demon clan was undoubtedly a more formidable presence than the Saiyans, born with immense strength, surpassing 99.9 of the universe's inhabitants without the need for training. This was alarming enough, but their ridiculously long lifespans were even more so. The most terrifying aspect is that if they earnestly train, even Saiyans would struggle to compete with them. Father, you are correct. But what should we do? Should we take the initiative and eliminate Gula? A chill ran down Raditz's spine at Bardock's words. Not necessary. I, too, seek a worthy opponent. I trust that Gula will not disappoint me in this power tournament. In the meantime, I shall train in the hyperbolic time chamber. You may make your own decisions. If others inquire, simply inform them that I am in seclusion. I, too, will participate in this tournament to ensure a safety net. Bardock resolved to join the power tournament himself, fearing that should the ice demons claim victory, it would bring disgrace to the Saiyans. Raditz was taken aback that such a small individual like Gula could warrant Bardock's serious attention and even his usage of the hyperbolic time chamber. It was almost unimaginable. I am leaving. Ensure the defense of Gastan Star is secure. The Ice Demon clan is not to be underestimated. Bardock instructed Raditz earnestly before vanishing in the blink of an eye, reappearing in the sacred temple with Broly. Bardock, didn't you just arrive? Bedma remarked, still fixated on the four young trainees, curious about Bardock's sudden reappearance. Indeed, my lord Bardock. Is something amiss? Jin inquired with curiosity. Nothing serious. Broly and I need to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber for a year of training. Continue with your tasks. By the way, Jan, find time to enhance your combat power in the hyperbolic time chamber. You are still somewhat lacking. Bardock subtly expressed his dissatisfaction with Jan's strength without directly mentioning Gula. Understood. My lord Bardock. Having accompanied Bardock for years, Jan recognized the implicit urgency behind Bardock's words, nodding earnestly. Bedma, keep a close watch over all matters concerning Gaston Star. If anything urgent arises, contact Otto and the others. As the guardian of Gastan Star, Bedma was expected to fulfill his responsibilities. Got it, Bedma replied, somewhat disgruntled. Then, Bardock and Broly entered the hyperbolic time chamber. At the moment the door sealed shut, Bardock unleashed his energy, elevating his power to full Super Saiyan mode, 100-fold amplification. With his combat power reaching an astounding 120 billion. Broly, during this time, you should have mastered a transformation akin to Super Saiyan God. Show me. Bardock's steely gaze focused on Broly. Yes, master. In the face of Bardock, Broly revealed no hesitation, mimicking the transformation into Super Saiyan with a furious roar. The crimson aura enveloped his being, and Bardock felt no trace of energy. Broly's slender physique, along with his red hair and eyes, indicated that he had fully grasped the Super Saiyan God transformation. According to the omniscient IS indication, Broly's previous pseudo-form had been eradicated, reverting to an earlier stage. With a combat power value still at 105 billion. Come, let us spar. Excitement sparkled in Bardock's eyes. The distinction between the divine realm and the mortal realm was challenging to define, yet one evident contrast prevailed. The divine realm was subdued, while the mortal realm was outwardly expressive. The divine aura and the energy cultivated by mortals marked the difference between the two. Ha! Broly roared, instantly appearing before Bardock. Launching a punch, Bardock raised his hand to block, delivering a knee strike to Broly's chest, while simultaneously gathering energy to strike at Broly's head. Under this dual assault, Broly recoiled, bending his arm to smash his elbow into Bardock's knee, while the hand that had been blocked coalesced energy, striking back at Bardock's energy blast. Bang, bang, boom. The brief exchange revealed the simplicity with which each could decipher the other's attacks. Broly adapted seamlessly, engaging in a series of direct, effective strikes without any unnecessary embellishments. Reaching a state of multitasking, both fighters could respond and retaliate within moments. One fist delivered a blow while the other transformed into an elbow strike, taking advantage of openings. They launched key blasts with their eyes or mouths, returning fire as the battle escalated fiercely. Every strike between them generated mushroom clouds. And feeling the limitations of using just their hands, Bardock unleashed his 4 demon fists. With Bardock's combat power exceeding Broly's, he quickly gained the upper hand, entangling Broly's hands and feet, ultimately sending him flying with a key blast from the hands anchored on Bardock's back. Chapter 95, A New Approach to the 4-Body Fist. In a departure from Bardock's choice, Broly opted to employ the 4-Body Fist, dividing his power into 4 distinct segments, each possessing a formidable combat strength of 25 billion. Broly, have you forgotten that utilizing the 4-Body Fist will dilute your combat power, rendering you weaker? Bardock inquired, perplexed as he soared through the skies. Master, your teachings are etched in my mind, yet I have gained new insights, Broly proclaimed, determination gleaming in his eyes. Under Bardock's watchful gaze, Broly's duplicates began to pair off, striking a pose that was all too familiar to Bardock. Fusion. As the two pairs of Broly executed the fusion technique, brilliant white lights erupted into the heavens, revealing two Brolys clad in the garb of the Metamorans. Incredible, there's yet another way to play this. Bardock marveled, astonished that Broly had conceived such an innovative application of the four-body fist. Under Bardock's omniscient scrutiny, the combat power of the two fused Brolys, adhering to the fusion technique's principles, reached an astounding 525 billion, 10 times the combined strength of their individual forms. Master, the next phase of battle has commenced. Broly chuckled with excitement. Bardock, resigned to the vast difference in their strengths, resorted to his trump card, Super Saiyan 4. The sheer intensity of his 600 billion combat power erupted forth. Transforming into a three-headed, six-armed form, Bardock declared, Broly, your ingenuity is commendable, but do not forget, there are always greater heights and stronger beings. With that, he unleashed a super Kamehameha wave aimed at Broly 1. Master, I would never forget your teachings. Allow me to gauge the gap between us. Broly roared, as the two fused Brolys charged forward. Come on, Broly, Bardock thought to himself, astonished that Broly had grasped the intricacies of the fusion technique so adeptly. Had he been slightly weaker, he might have faced defeat at the hands of his own disciple. Solar Flare. Bardock emanated a blinding light, temporarily blinding Broly 1 and Broly 2. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted a sneak attack, only for the two Brolys to counter with the four Demon Fist, catching Bardock's punch and retaliating with two energy blasts directed at him. I had forgotten that the gods are also your instructors. As the smoke dissipated, Bardock emerged unscathed, excitement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the two Brolys. Master, I too have gleaned insights into the realm of the unintentional, Broly stated earnestly, choosing not to continue the assault. Very well. Let us see whose mastery prevails, the realm of the unintentional or my realm of selflessness. Bardock laughed heartily, launching himself forward with unprecedented speed. His eyes glimmering with golden light, each strike infused with unparalleled combat prowess. Broly recognized the flaw of the three-headed, six-armed form, if attacked from a single side. Its collective might diminished, rendering it less effective than the four Demon Fist. Combat power exceeding 500 billion surged forth, causing the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber to crack as Bardock unleashed his full strength. With each clash, the contact points bore intricate web-like patterns. Bardock, equipped with the advantage of dual fists against 8 limbs, maintained a steadfast upper hand, his abilities reaching their zenith under the realm of selflessness. Each strike was precise, a testament to his mastery over power, while Broly, despite a temporary elevation in strength through exploiting the fusion technique, struggled to control his energy, ultimately expending a portion during the conflict. Boom. Broly 2 was sent sprawling by Bardock's kick, crashing heavily to the ground. But this isn't over yet, Master, Broly exclaimed, hands pressed together as he channeled energy towards his forehead, unleashing a demon flash. Huh, Bardock bellowed, his voice shaking the very fabric of the time chamber, dispersing Broly's energy attack with his roar. The overwhelming aura radiated throughout the chamber, instilling fear in the weaker beings within. Reg, who had been enjoying himself in the living area, felt the oppressive energy and was seized by a sense of urgency. This is Lord Bardock's power. It's utterly terrifying. As the spectators sensed Bardock's immense power, they murmured amongst themselves, casting their gazes toward the direction of the Divine Palace. Meanwhile, the two combatants, lost in their duel, remained oblivious to the shockwaves they sent through the Saiyan populace of Gastan Star. Dragon Destruction Wave. Bardock unleashed a long-neglected signature move, Double Kamehameha. In the four Demon Fist state, Broly's four arms converged rapidly. The speed at which he gathered the Kamehameha energy surged exponentially. In a blink, the energy wave was launched. Yet Bardock caught it effortlessly with both hands, halting its advance entirely. Then, employing instant transmission, he appeared behind Broly, executing a sweeping kick. Broly leapt to evade, but Bardock, adapting mid-attack, spun his body, positioning his leg above Broly and executing a devastating overhead strike that sent Broly crashing to the ground. Do not forget, Broly still had a duplicate. Seeing Broly 1 suppressed, Broly 2 rushed forward with a flying kick. Bardock seized the ankle of Broly 2 with one hand while gathering a single-handed Kamehameha with the other, successfully sending Broly 2 flying. At that moment, Broly 1 seized the opportunity, thrusting his two rear arms toward Bardock's legacy. Sensing a dangerous aura, Bardock quickly retreated. Broly, you've learned some devious tricks. Bardock exclaimed, relieved to have avoided a grievous mishap that could have resulted in irreversible consequences. How else could I escape your grasp, Master? This technique was inspired by a lesson in human anatomy. Broly chuckled, clearly unaware of the gravity of his actions. Quite clever, yet you have completely misjudged the implications. Bardock replied with a mischievous grin, deciding to cease this game. With a surge of power, he appeared before Broly 2 in an instant, delivering a single punch. Broly 2 felt a clarity in his vision, yet his body remained paralyzed, helplessly witnessing Bardock's fist connect with his abdomen. Doubling over in pain as the 4-demon fist faltered. This is impossible. Broly gasped, astonished that despite the fusion technique's significant enhancement, he was so easily subdued by his master. Broly, Bardock declared with a warm smile, do not employ that technique unless absolutely necessary. He then struck once more, and the familiar sensation returned. Broly 1's eyes glazed over as he collapsed, reverting from Super Saiyan God status, while Broly 2 simultaneously vanished. The injury sustained by Broly 2 transferred back to Broly 1, yet the fusion time had not elapsed, leaving Broly 1 adorned in the attire of the Metamorphs. After Bardock returned to his normal state, he gently placed the unconscious Broly back in the resting area of the hyperbolic time chamber. He then proceeded deeper into the chamber, seeking solace in meditation, dedicating the year to diligently refining his self-created martial arts techniques. Upon awakening, Broly commenced his own training regimen, resolutely pursuing the shadow of Bardock. As a legendary Super Saiyan, coupled with a comprehensive training system, his combat power soared dramatically, evolving with each passing day. Chapter 96. Recruiting subordinates on site within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Bardock diligently practiced, while also proactively inquiring Broly about the cultivation methods of divine energy. He took the opportunity to personally experience the distinctions between divine energy and mortal ki, and after addressing his uncertainties regarding the key points, Bardock returned to his training with a newfound clarity. In a departure from his usual training regimen, Bardock employed the 4-body fist technique, allowing each of his avatars to engage in different forms of training. This method was inspired by the realization that when Broly's doppelgangers dissipated, their injuries would revert to Bardock's original body. Having previously experimented with this approach, he felt no trepidation. Thus, one avatar focused on divine energy, another explored the state of egolessness, while a third engaged in hypothetical training to hone his combat skills. Observing Bardock's method, Broly imitated him, utilizing the 4-body fist for rigorous training as well. However, unlike Bardock, Broly retained one doppelganger for cultivating techniques while another focused on divine energy, and his original self engaged in practical combat training with his doppelganger. This mirrored combat allowed both to respond almost instinctively with perfect precision. Due to the familiar nature of their sparring, their exchanges lacked the cataclysmic intensity of Bardock's prior battles, which often shattered the fabric of space. As a day swiftly passed, Bardock and Broly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, their auras now more subdued, evoking a sense of reverence and Bedma, a novice deity, akin to standing before a higher god. With Broly having aged a year, both he and Bardock now stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall, appearing equally matched in stature. Bedma, we meet again. Bardock waved goodbye before vanishing with Broly into the temple. What kind of training have they undergone? How can they radiate such a divine presence? Bedma pondered aloud as he watched Bardock and Broly disappear. Upon returning home, Bardock encountered Chi-Lai and their children feasting heartily. Without hesitation, he joined them, devouring large portions of cooked meat as if starved for ages. Father, did you and Broly enter the hyperbolic time chamber? Raditz mumbled through his mouth full of meat. Indeed. We spent a year there and made significant progress. You are now eligible to enter the chamber as well. While you have time over the next few days, invite Oat and Maradona to train with you. Your current strength leaves much to be desired, Bardock remarked after swallowing a sizable piece of meat, assessing his eldest son's combat prowess once more. Understood, father. I'll go after dinner. Raditz reached for the largest piece of bone-in meat, only to have it swiftly snatched away before he could react. Big brother Raditz, I'll graciously accept this piece, Broly teased, relishing the meat with delight. Broly, Goku suddenly called out, his expression serious. What is it, Goku? Broly responded, brow furrowed, continuing to eat, wary that Goku might be intent on claiming his food. You seem different somehow, Goku said, chewing thoughtfully, a rare display of seriousness for him. Just keep eating. The realm Broly is exploring is beyond your reach. Bardock interrupted, taken aback that Goku could discern Broly's changes. All right, once I'm full, I want to train with Big Brother and compete with him and Broly at the upcoming tournament. Goku declared with fervor, devouring the abundant spread of meat. I want to go too. I want to train with Big Brother. Kesha chimed in excitedly, her face smeared with grease. Fine, fine. You all may go. And Daleth, you four will train together in the hyperbolic time chamber to aim for excellent results in this tournament. Bardock decisively proclaimed, aware that denying any of them would lead to accusations of favoritism. Hooray! Long live Daddy! Kesha exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and planting a greasy kiss on Bardock's cheek. Seeing this, Goku wanted to do the same to express his affection for their father, but Bardock sternly refused, causing the family to burst into laughter. Before long, the day of the power tournament arrived. As the Saiyan King, Raditz delivered a brief speech from the podium before announcing the commencement of the tournament. A total of over 1,000 participants entered the tournament, with 90% possessing battle powers ranging from 1 million to 1 billion. Among the remaining 100, the strongest boasted a battle power of 100 billion, known as Ribcage Rice, who had faced Goku during the martial arts tournament in the underworld and still bore no halo, indicating he was not yet deceased. As for Cooler, Bardock's omniscient eye revealed that he had indeed unlocked a new form, Golden Cooler. With an initial battle power of 1 billion and a 1,000-fold increase in his golden form, reaching an astonishing 1 trillion. Upon hitting this threshold, Bardock's eye designated him as a level 1 divine entity in its early stages. Realizing Cooler's true strength, Bardock couldn't help but commend his foresight and rigorous training. Otherwise, they might have faced total annihilation at the hands of Cooler. Raditz, instruct the technicians to match fighters of comparable strength and assign the more formidable Saiyans to different brackets to avoid clashes. Bardock communicated telepathically with Raditz. Understood, father. Soon, through careful arrangements, only the weaker fighters were grouped together, while the stronger Saiyans were tasked with combating other universe participants. Cooler's opponent was a mere weakling with a battle power of 150,000, who froze in fear upon seeing Cooler before him. Shall I send you down myself, or will you take the plunge voluntarily? Cooler offered with mock friendliness. I'll go down myself. The opponent stammered, nearly in tears. Excellent. If you're interested, you may join my Cooler Corps. I'll reserve a commanding position for you. Without hesitation, Cooler began recruiting, showing no regard for the Saiyan. Thank you, Lord Cooler. I'll certainly consider it. The opponent feigned gratitude, but Cooler's demeanor shifted coldly upon hearing this. It seems my Cooler Corps is beneath your notice. In that case, he said, his fingertips shimmering with purple energy, causing the opponent's face to pale and sweat to pour down as he flailed helplessly. And no, Lord Cooler, I am willing to follow you. Faced with Cooler's intimidating aura, the opponent chose survival over pride. Very well, my dear subordinate. Once you descend, you may cheer for me from the sidelines. Cooler expressed delight in the opponent's compliance and waved him away lightly, casting him down from the stage. Chapter 97. Each opponent a similar scene unfolded in several other battles, as every Saiyan possessed their own training grounds. Consequently, each combat arena effectively served as a training space for the Saiyans. After the staff confirmed the victor's details, the winners selected their next arenas based on the pairing information. Along the way, formidable fighters such as Gula, Ribrian, Broly, and Bardock found themselves swiftly eliminated, as their opponents were simply too weak. Gula's notorious reputation had long spread throughout the cosmos. Anyone with a battle power below 100 million was intimidated by his presence and compelled to submit. It could be said that for every match Gula won, another individual joined his ranks. Due to deliberate arrangements, Gula faced no Saiyan opponents, while weaker Saiyans were pitted against their stronger counterparts to avoid the intentional eradication of their kind. Bardock found it quite absurd that Raditz had failed to include a no-kill rule in the competition's regulations. In contrast, during the 4th round, Bedma faced Slug, another Namekian. Slug, being aged and frail, had a battle power of only 70 million, while Bedma had already reached 100 million. Bedma easily dispatched Slug and sealed him away using the magic sealing wave, with the supervising personnel turning a blind eye and promptly declaring Bedma the victor. Bardock was fortunate enough to have a bye in both the 4th and 5th rounds. In the 6th round, the top 16 battled, with Tenshinhan facing Ribrian. Despite Tenshinhan's rapid progress over the years, achieving 400 million in battle power through the Kaioken technique, he was still no match for Ribrian, who had surpassed 1 billion. To save time and engage stronger opponents, Ribrian offered no chances to Tenshinhan, swiftly defeating him with a precise strike, thus securing his place in the top 16. Raditz contended with Broly, and the two fought in their base forms. Broly, utilizing the 4 demon fists, pushed Raditz back relentlessly. One was a warrior trained in the traditional Saiyan combat style, while the other combined Earth martial arts with Saiyan education, leading to disparities not only in battle power but also in combat experience. With a roar, Broly unleashed an invisible shockwave that sent Raditz flying, leaving Raditz thoroughly convinced of his defeat. The wild and spirited Kaisa faced Dales, who looked on helplessly, aware of her remarkable improvement over the year. Without needing further words, Dales transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Observers across the universe, watching via the Galactic Federation's broadcast, trembled at the sight of yet another Super Saiyan. Dales, I'm coming in, Kaisa exclaimed, moving with lightning speed. Yet, Dales could not sense her divine energy and had to rely on his combat experience to counter her. Kaisa unleashed a flurry of bizarre techniques, many of which Dales had never encountered before. Despite his reluctance to resist, he found himself overwhelmed and, in a fit of rage, ascended to lightning form, achieving Super Saiyan 2. Seems you've hidden some strength in the hyperbolic time chamber, Dales. I want to give in easily. Kaisa, invigorated by Dales' newfound power, unleashed the four-body fist, launching a barrage of attacks at him. Ha! Dales roared, effortlessly blocking Kaisa's strike. Kaisa launched a Kamehameha, crying out. Double dragons emerge. Dales swiftly dodged and deflected two energy blasts, while Kaisa executed a sweeping kick aimed at his legs. Meanwhile, another Kaisa prepared a Kamehameha of her own. With a resounding boom, a mushroom cloud erupted, leaving a deep crater where the arena once stood. The entire battlefield vanished, leaving the referee uncertain of the victor. Yes, understood. Lord Bardock. After consulting Bardock, the referee respectfully ended the communication. The victors are Prince Dales and Princess Kaisa. Lord Bardock requests your presence immediately. Upon hearing she was not the victor, Kaisa stormed off, displeased to confront Bardock. Vegeta, meanwhile, found himself facing his destined rival, Son Goku. Thanks to his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, alongside encouragement from his brothers and Kaisa, Son Goku had made remarkable progress, mirroring the Vegeta of old. This indomitable spirit propelled Son Goku's battle power to match Vegeta's at 200 million. And he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan by concentrating his energy onto his back. The outcome of their battle remained uncertain. Goku, have you entered the time chamber? Vegeta remarked, eyeing Goku, who stood at a similar height and power level. Indeed, Vegeta. My brothers and I trained there. And now I finally have the means to compete with you. Show me your true strength, Vegeta, Goku replied, eager for the challenge but not yet prepared to unleash his full power. As you wish, Goku. Vegeta responded coldly, smirking as his aura transformed into a golden hue, unleashing a violent energy that swept across the arena, even disrupting the broadcast signal. Damn it, another Super Saiyan, Gula observed, his expression darkening upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation. The cold atmosphere intimidated the newly joined members of Gula's faction, causing them to kneel in fear. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I didn't expect you to transform into a Super Saiyan right away. I want to hold back, Goku shouted, releasing a crimson energy wave. 40 times Kaioken, Goku roared, diving forward. Vegeta, unimpressed, crossed his arms in arrogance, effortlessly dodging Goku's attacks. In contrast, Goku felt exhilarated, pouring every ounce of effort into his strikes. Even if they fell short. If that's all you've got, Goku, you might as well step down from the ring. Vegeta taunted, poised to eliminate Goku. Not yet. Vegeta, Goku declared, dissipating the Kaioken, coiling his energy at his back. A golden blaze erupted, reaching for the heavens, further darkening Gula's mood. Damn Saiyan monkeys. How can there be so many Super Saiyans? Are they no longer valuable? Gula pondered, solidifying his resolve to eradicate the Saiyan race. Seizing this opportunity to annihilate them once and for all, turning them into mere cosmic dust. Chapter 98. A fight with an anticlimactic end. Seizing food from the tiger's mouth, what a fateful duel this is. Observing the live broadcast, Bardock wore a knowing smile as he beheld his opponent, Jine, who had never been particularly fond of combat, playfully smiled at Bardock before gracefully leaping off the stage, eliciting a resigned chuckle from him. Reg's adversary was Maradona. While Broly faced off against Gene, and Alto confronted a Saiyan named Ryan. The other arenas were similarly dominated by Saiyans. Due to their shared lineage, after a brief skirmish, they discerned the strengths and weaknesses of one another. The weaker contestants voluntarily withdrew, paving the way for the strongest to advance to the quarterfinals. This left only Vegeta and Son Goku, both determined in their own right, one fighting for the pride of his princely lineage, and the other purely for the thrill of battle against formidable foes. Neither was willing to yield, completely disregarding the notion that their kin should not harm one another. Thus, while all other battles concluded, Vegeta and Son Goku continued their fierce clash. Truly, Bardock's son is remarkable. I recall when Son Goku was born with a mere power level of 2, and now he has achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, simply astonishing. Indeed, in comparison, we older warriors have brought shame upon the Saiyan race. It is incredible to think that what was once merely a legend among us has resulted in 7 Super Saiyans. All the Saiyans watched in excitement as they observed the duel between these two young prodigies, pointing and gasping in awe. Eventually, the less powerful Saiyans could no longer follow the rapid exchanges of blows and resorted to recording the action in slow motion for commentary. Phantom Fist. Son Goku. Such tricks are futile against me. Vegeta swept his foot, only to find that the Son Goku before him was but an illusion. Vegeta, you have been deceived. Son Goku chuckled as he appeared behind Vegeta, striking him with an elbow to the back. Huh? Did you think such trivial tactics were exclusive to you? Do not forget. I am a disciple of Mr. Bardock. As Son Goku's blow came down, it merely struck Vegeta's afterimage. In that moment, Vegeta materialized above, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Son Goku's head. What? Vegeta's expression changed drastically as he realized that this attack was also an illusion. Understanding the precariousness of his situation, it was too late. A fierce kick struck him in the lower back. Vegeta slid several meters, clutching his side, and gazed at the grinning Son Goku, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger at the sight of his jovial face. Fourfold Fist. Vegeta created 3 clones, surrounding Son Goku from all directions. Son Goku, clearly aware of the weaknesses of the Fourfold Fist, remained vigilant. Son Goku. Vegeta bellowed suddenly, prompting Goku to instinctively look towards Vegeta's original position. Solar Flare. A blinding light erupted from Vegeta, momentarily blinding Son Goku. 4 Demon Fists. As the light dissipated, Son Goku found himself ensnared by Vegeta's 4 clones, immobilized as they unleashed a barrage of merciless strikes upon him. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless assault left a deep crater in the arena, and as the frequency of blows increased, Son Goku's form sank deeper into the ground. It's over, Son Goku. Feeling it was time, Vegeta withdrew his clones and unleashed a concentrated energy wave towards the fallen Goku. Boom. A chasm opened, and Son Goku's figure vanished from the spectator's view. Damn it, Vegeta, you have gone too far. Raditz glared at the broadcast with clenched teeth. Brother Goku. Kaisa watched in disbelief at her seemingly carefree brother, tears brimming in her eyes as she glared furiously at the utterly proud Vegeta, her anger swelling as her divine energy surged. Goku.